Chapter 1. Silently rising, I stealthily approached Bagoo, employing the familiar art of stealth, holding my breath to avoid drawing any attention. Upon reaching Bagoo, who sat there with his head drooping in slumber, my modest height of 1.50 meters stood in stark contrast to his formidable 4-meter frame, even while seated, casting a daunting shadow over me. Bagoo seemed to be in a restless sleep, his countenance betraying signs of unease, as though he were ensnared in a nightmare. I positioned myself at the juncture of Bagoo's spread legs, slowly lifting my foot, excruciatingly gradual at him, my right fist clenched tightly. The seemingly frail physique was gradually swelling with tension, muscles coiling beneath the prison garb, accumulating latent power. This was my inaugural encounter with a formidable figure from the pirate world, the depths of which I could not fathom. Much like in the realm of Earth, where I could effortlessly dispatch a heavyweight champion or a ferocious bear with myriad lethal strikes, I dared not presume the defensive prowess of this colossal being before me, for it would be folly to judge based on terrestrial experiences. Thus, I resolved to unleash my utmost strength, delivering a blow of unparalleled weight, ideally to conclude the encounter with a single strike. At that moment, behind me, a man leaning against the wall opened his eyes, observing my actions with keen interest. I met his gaze, my eyes sharp and filled with intent. Simultaneously, I readied myself should he dare to utter a sound. I would instantly retreat to the shadows, prioritizing his elimination. In the realm of assassins and mercenaries, my fierce gaze bore the essence of lethality. The man at the wall remained unfazed, intrigued by the unfolding scene, and subtly gestured with his eyes, urging me to proceed. Indeed, those who reach this place are not innocent souls. Thankfully, I did not underestimate this little imp. Bagoo, that fool, is about to witness an entertaining spectacle, the man at the wall mused. Awaiting the impending drama, I hesitated no longer. With a determined lift of my foot, I forcefully brought it down, targeting not Bagoo's robust thigh nor his abdomen, but rather the most vulnerable region of a man's groin. With a ferocious stomp, the air crackled ominously. Bagoo was jolted awake, yet at that moment, my unreserved strike had already landed upon his most sensitive area. Boom! The entire cell reverberated, accompanied by the sound akin to a bursting water balloon. Ah! The anguished wails echoed throughout the infinite prison, a haunting symphony of despair. Bagoo's eyes bulged with blood, his cries relentless. The excruciating pain rendered him breathless, for no man can withstand such an assault without suffering. From his groin, a foul mixture of bodily fluids cascaded forth, exuding a nauseating stench. My intentions transcended mere retribution. It was extermination. Here, leaving another alive would ensure that my own rest would never be secure. With a tightly clenched right fist, I leaped forward, aiming a strike at Bagoo's throat, which is a critical point on the human body, undoubtedly less fortified than others. The entire fist of Wu Yi was embedded in the throat of Bagoo, which was evidently shattered. Ugh. With his throat crushed, Bagoo could barely emit a sound, letting out muffled groans of agony. He attempted to writhe on the ground, but the iron chains connecting his handcuffs to the wall prevented any movement. Not dead yet? Wu Yi's eyes narrowed in surprise. A shattered throat should have spelled the end. Though Bagoo displayed immense suffering, he seemed not yet at death's door. He fell and then sprang back up with remarkable agility, demonstrating an athleticism that would surely earn him a gold medal at the Olympics. Seizing Bagoo's head, Wu Yi pressed it downward while forcefully driving his knee into Bagoo's chin. Crack! Bagoo's mouth opened wide in a wail, and he clamped it shut with such force that his upper and lower teeth collided violently, the fate of several teeth hanging in the balance. Bagoo was indeed unfortunate amidst his cries. His tongue protruded from his mouth just as his teeth snapped shut, severing the tip of his tongue, which fell to the ground, causing a gushing flood of blood to erupt from his mouth. Wu Yi did not wait to descend. He pressed his hands against Bagoo's head and executed a mid-air maneuver. Perched upon Bagoo's neck, he interlocked his fingers, forming a shape akin to a drill, aimed directly at Bagoo's eyes. Smack! His hands darted towards Bagoo's eyes, obliterating the eyeball and sending blood spraying from the sockets. This little brat is ruthless. Such commotion could not fail to awaken the other 3 inmates in the cell, however. They were disinclined to intervene, choosing instead to observe the spectacle with a sense of detached amusement in their eyes. The brutalities of prison life were commonplace, occurring with regularity and attracting little concern. For these bored prisoners, the clash of 2 titans was one of the scant pleasures available to them. Even inmates from the opposite cell turned their attention, cheering on the brutality. Come on, little brat. Hit him hard. The more blood, the better. Go for his heart. Oh dear, that was too weak. You should have snapped that big oaf's neck. Yes, just like that. Crush his eyeballs. The more gruesome and savage the violence, the more it seemed to awaken the latent savagery within these lawless individuals. Ugh! Bagoo shook violently, the chains sparking from the strain. What remarkable vitality! Wee thought as he held tightly to Bagoo's shattered eye sockets, his hands drenched in blood, a sense of shock washing over him. Having pulverized his throat, shattered his jaw, and crushed his teeth, now with his eyes demolished, how could Bagoo still be alive? Yet beneath him, he felt as if he were atop a primal beast. Wee was grateful that he had not underestimated his opponent based on prior experiences. Gripping Bagoo's head with all his might, he plunged his fingers into the skull, his sharp nails piercing through the skin. Once he breached the cranial vault, he could not fathom how Bagoo could possibly survive. Bagoo, like a beast on the brink of death, bled profusely from his mouth, yet was rendered speechless, acutely aware of the scoundrel perched upon his neck. His hands, bound behind him, could not reach the elusive Wuya, despite Bagoo's desperate thrashing. Wuya exerted every ounce of strength, nearly fracturing Bagoo's skull. His heart pounding with terror, a mere swipe from him could leave claw marks on concrete, and under normal circumstances, a casual strike could easily rupture an ordinary person's head. Yet, now he found himself unable to succeed for an extended period. The magnitude of Bagoo's strength instilled dread within Wuya. Enraged, Bagoo forcefully thrust his head backward, aiming to slam the scoundrel riding his neck against the wall, intent on crushing him. Such power was beyond Wai's capacity to halt. He nimbly slipped to the front of Bagoo like an agile eel. Although Wuya possessed formidable strength, he was not merely a brute, he valued finesse. Having been a killer before becoming a mercenary, a profession that demanded utmost skill. Boom! The back of Bagoo's head collided forcefully with the iron wall, causing the entire prison to reverberate, shaking with a thunderous roar. Even Wuya, who clung to Bagoo's chest, was dislodged by the impact. What a monster! Wuya marveled at the dent in the wall, astonished that such a blow could deform the iron barrier. No wonder it was so sturdy. Bagoo's eyes were already blind, rendering him unable to speak. Yet his grotesque visage, coupled with the blood pooling in his eye sockets, resembled a demon emerging from the depths of hell. The only means of attack he had left were his legs, which he flailed wildly in all directions, causing the very air to vibrate. The other 3 inmates in the prison had already sought refuge in the 2 corners where Bagoo's legs could not reach. Wuya hastily rolled into one of the corners, joining another inmate seeking sanctuary there. In those 2 corners, the remaining areas of the cell were engulfed in Bagoo's frenzied onslaught. The atmosphere trembled as though the entire infernal realm was quaking. The gale was as sharp as a knife, stinging the skin. Damn, those lunatics down below are at it again. The inmates in the frozen hell of the 5th level felt the ground quaking beneath them, exasperated by the madness of the prisoners below, more terrifying than those on their level. Hey kid, why are you hiding here? Go attack. One inmate, cowering beside Wuya in the corner, expressed his discontent. Kid, are you a man? You can't just run away in battle. We want to witness a clash of blood, not this tedious skirmish. Voices from the opposite cell echoed, critiquing the sight of Bagoo battling like a deranged fool. What was there to behold? Wuya remained unfazed by the clamor from outside. Would he charge in a battle like a fool, driven by bloodlust? That would be tantamount to seeking death. If he were to act irrationally, he would be unaware of how many times he had faced death. He possessed enough self-awareness to recognize that he was no match for this group of lunatics. That moment, with one of his eyes pecked out and his movements severely restricted, even if the injury to his throat did not prove fatal, there were countless ways for Wuya to slowly bring about his demise. Given that there existed a foolproof plan, why would he foolishly venture out and place himself in jeopardy? Curled up tightly, regardless of the fierce kicks aimed at him from behind, Wuya could often feel that Bacchus' foot was less than an inch from his back, the violent gusts of wind making him feel as though he were being pierced by 1,000 needles. However, things did not unfold as he wished. Wuya intended to wait until Bacchus' strength diminished or he became too weak from blood loss, thus ensuring a safe conclusion to the encounter. Yet the man, who appeared to be around 50 years old and was pressed closely against him, became impatient and exclaimed, Kid, how long do you plan to hide? Get out there and fight, or I swear I will throw you out myself. Damn, it's too cramped. I have no interest in boys. Just get out. After uttering this, he genuinely prepared to toss Wuya out. But Wai's eyes turned cold. He acted first. He could see that this approximately 50-year-old man, like himself, bore a metallic collar around his neck, allowing him freedom of movement in his limbs. He too was a powerful user of a devil fruit, albeit lacking in physical prowess. In a situation where neither were restrained, Wuya knew he could not match him in strength. But at this moment, Wuya seized the man's collar and hurled him backward. You're seeking death. The man shouted in fury as he was thrown out. Yet, he had but this singular opportunity. The sound of the wind rushing past as he flew through the air triggered back his primal instincts. A cruel smile formed on his bloodied lips as he mistook this commotion for the wretched little brat. Even if it were not the case, in his final moments, he would gladly take someone down with him in the eyes of these monsters. Thud. Baku delivered a powerful kick to the unfortunate man who was flung out. A scream erupted as the man's spine shattered upon collision with the wall, a sickening crack resonating through the air, blood splattering across the cell, painting it in a gruesome hue. The man lay lifeless on the ground, his fate sealed. An excellent opportunity. Wuye was not merely seeking to vent his frustrations by tossing out this stranger, he was crafting a chance for himself. As Baku went to kick the man, Wuye had already dashed forward. By the time the man crashed into the wall, his skull exploding upon impact, Wuye had leaped upon Baku's chest. With a fierce strike, he aimed his right fist at Baku's torso. Crack! The sound of ribs fracturing echoed, yet Wuye was aware they had not broken completely. Unlike an ordinary individual, he could normally shatter a body with a single blow, but now, he could barely leave a mark, only managing to create a fissure. He struck again, and it seemed they were on the verge of breaking. Baku roared like a beast, his voice lost as he struggled against the onslaught, shaking and even colliding with the wall behind him. The chains binding him remained steadfast. With his left hand gripping the collar tightly and his right fist incessantly pounding at the heart of Baku, he persisted. Clang, clang. The iron chains were being frantically tugged, seemingly on the verge of snapping under the immense pressure, akin to diamond-strength sea stone chains, sparking as the entire cell trembled violently. 10 punches, 20 punches. Wuye had lost count of his strikes, yet his right arm felt as heavy as lead, pain coursing through him. Nevertheless, he did not cease. Crack! A flicker of joy ignited in Wuyu's eyes. This was the moment he awaited, the point where the ribs had fractured. Bagu's frenzied writhing had diminished considerably. After all, he was not a god. Wuye struck fiercely at the heart, targeting the already fractured ribs. Bang! Bang! The sound of footsteps echoed from beyond the iron door, jarring Wuye from his focus. Is it mealtime? From the corridor outside the iron door emerged several expressionless individuals pushing a food cart, methodically placing food before each cell. Soon, they arrived at Wuyu's confinement. Take these corpses away, Wuye commanded the meal providers. Yet no one responded. They ignored him and departed, though they paused to sniff at the iron door, casting a calm glance at the two lifeless bodies before continuing on their way. Listening to the receding footsteps, Wuye furrowed his brow. Kid, stop shouting. Those people are deaf mutes, they can't hear you. A man in his 40s strolled leisurely to the iron door, casually consuming the food. Wuye chuckled at the thought of deaf mutes. He ambled over to the iron door, his stomach rumbling with hunger. The remaining two individuals had not aggressively seized the food that rightfully belonged to him. Upon reaching the door, he noted 3 portions of food still outside, alongside the 2 portions held by the other 2 inmates, making a total of 5. Regrettably, 2 bodies lay lifeless. Wuye did not mind claiming the remaining 2 portions for himself. Observing a piece of unknown beast meat in his hand, he sniffed it, detecting no poison, and took a bite. It was chewy and quite palatable. After consuming 1 piece, a warm sensation spread through his abdomen, alleviating some of the soreness in his body. The energy contained within was substantial, surpassing that of beef. It must be from the formidable fish or sea kings of this pirate world, or perhaps even massive beasts. He dined quietly, yet maintained an unwavering vigilance toward his surroundings. Each portion of food was adequately substantial, but Wuye possessed a formidable appetite and did not reduce his intake merely because his body had reverted to that of a 10-year-old. That he understood that absorbing sufficient energy was essential to face the challenges ahead. However, he was not foolish enough to overexert himself. By the time he had consumed nearly 2 portions, he felt Aiton's full and chose to halt his eating, aware that excessive fullness could impede his performance. Meanwhile, the other 2 inmates had not even finished their own portions, rendering any quarrel over food unnecessary. Indeed, within the confines of the infinite prison, one spends day and night languishing, merely subsisting without purpose, their vitality and energy squandered. It is inconceivable to become a mere burden in such a place. The deceased Bagu, due to his considerable size, required an abundance of sustenance, and mistakenly believed he could easily be bullied by newcomers, ultimately leading to his own demise. Fortunately, it is within the infinite prison, mused Wuye, leaning against the wall to rejuvenate himself after a hearty meal. He felt a twinge of relief, For although the infinite hell resides at the lowest tier of the Push City Grand Prison, housing the most notorious and malevolent criminals, each possessing formidable power. For Wu Ye, if given the choice among the 6 tiers of the Push City Prison, he would undoubtedly prefer to be confined within the depths of the infinite hell. In the first tier, the Red Lotus Hell, one is incessantly pursued by venomous spiders and prison guards, racing amid a landscape littered with sharp, needle-like grasses. Truly a relentless torment. The second level, the Beast Hell, needs no elaboration. It teems with formidable monsters. The third level, the Starvation Hell, offers neither food nor water, coupled with scorching temperatures that constitute sheer torment. The fourth level, the Blazing Hell, surpasses the third in sheer infernal heat, as if submerged in a sea of flames. The fifth level, the Freezing Hell, is a land of extreme cold, inhabited by creatures such as the dreaded ice wolves. It could be said that the sixth level, the Endless Prison, is the most tolerable within Impelled Down, devoid of unbearable environments or bizarre jailers. The Infinite Prison, devoid of wardens. And to Wu Ye's astonishment, each meal was unexpectedly lavish. Though the Infinite Prison was better than the upper levels, its overwhelming solitude would inevitably drive one to despair and madness over time. How could one escape? Wu Ye understood all too well that this crushing loneliness was the true torment of the soul. He had no intention of remaining here without freedom. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps echoed from outside once more, halting directly before their cell. A dozen armed Marines stood guard, one of them clutching a set of keys to unlock the door. Several entered while the rest trained their rifles on Wu Ye and the other 2 prisoners, silently warning them against any sudden movements. The Marines themselves seemed uneasy, their eyes darting nervously around. Fear not at them, even though they knew the prisoners were restrained. Their strength perhaps no greater than an ordinary man's, the dread of these inmates lingered in their hearts. Here to collect the dead? Wu Ye remained motionless as the Marines approached the 2 corpses. He was certain that any action they deemed threatening would result in immediate gunfire. Yet his gaze swept swiftly across the assembled Marines, assessing them. The antiquated hunting rifles in their hands appeared laughably primitive to Wu Ye, accustomed as he was to advanced weaponry. Had he not known he was no longer on Earth, he might have seized the chance to escape, confident in his ability to eliminate these dozen men, armed or not. But this was the world of pirates. At this moment, the thought of breaking out never crossed his mind. Even if these Marines were weak, what would killing them accomplish? He knew all too well that the wardens and vice-wardens of Impelled Down were monstrously powerful. More importantly, Impelled Down was submerged in the sea, not on land. No matter how skilled Wu Ye was at stealth, even if he slipped past the prison, there would be no escape. A true breakout would have to wait until his strength had grown. The Marines unlocked Bagoo's shackles, their hands trembling at the sight of his blood-soaked body, his crushed eyeball, and the gruesome mess between his legs. A chill ran down their spines, casting wary glances at the 3 surviving prisoners in the cell. They shuddered at the brutality on display. Eager to leave, the Marines dragged the 2 corpses away, but not before securely locking the iron door behind them. Wu Ye narrowed his eyes. The Marines' boots bore wire-formed insignias. If I could obtain those wires, perhaps I could pick the lock. He had already cataloged every piece of their equipment, determining what might prove useful. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open. Only now did he realize he had overlooked the most crucial question of all. What year is it? Trapped in the infinite prison, Wu Ye held no illusions of immediate escape. The sea stone around his neck posed no hindrance to him. For now, he would bide his time, grow stronger, and only then consider breaking free. The thought of escape lingered in his mind. In Wu Ye's mind, 2 figures inevitably surfaced, the only 2 who had ever successfully escaped from Impelled Down. The legendary Golden Lion Shiki and the protagonist of the original One Piece manga, Monkey D. Luffy. These were the sole instances of successful prison breaks in history, separated by nearly 2 decades. Truth be told, Wu Ye harbored little confidence in escaping. The impregnable fortress of Impelled Down was uniquely positioned, guarded by forces of overwhelming might. Among its ranks stood warriors whose strength rivaled that of the Marine admirals, beings truly capable of reshaping mountains and rivers with their power. With a self-deprecating smile, Wu Ye estimated that his punch of 1,000 kilograms couldn't even match the strength of a lieutenant. And even if he managed to defeat the formidable figures in Impelled Down or Sneak Out, what then? Facing the vast, endless ocean? Moreover, Impelled Down was perilously close to both Marine headquarters and Eni's lobby. Yet, being familiar with the original storyline, he knew that relying on the 2 famous prison breaks should make escaping relatively effortless. Thus, Wu Ye's most pressing concern was determining the current year, whether the legendary Golden Lion had already escaped or had yet to arrive, and whether Luffy's invasion of Impel Down was imminent. Unable to contain his curiosity, he turned to the two remaining inmates in the cell and demanded, "What year is it now?" "The year?" The 40-year-old man nearest to Wu Ye regarded him with bewilderment. "Kid, didn't you just arrive? Why ask such a thing? Tell me. Let me think. When I was imprisoned, it was around the year 1500 of the sea calendar. It's probably been 2 years since then, so it should be around 1502 now. But in a place like the Infinite Hell, cut off from the world and devoid of any sense of time, it's impossible for prisoners to keep track of exact dates." 1502 of the sea calendar? Wu Ye frowned, though he had read the manga. He had never bothered memorizing the obscure historical dates that no one in the pirate world paid attention to. "Just tell me when you were imprisoned. What was the status of Pirate King Roger? And is there a figure known as Golden Lion in this infinite hell? Kid, are you seriously telling me you just got here?" The middle-aged man stared at Wu Ye incredulously. "When I was locked up, Pirate King Roger had already been dead for 2 years. Wu Ye raised an eyebrow, sensing this was not good news. It appeared to be roughly 4 years after the death of the Pirate King Roger. If memory served, Golden Lion Shiki had been imprisoned around 3 years post Roger's demise. Whether he escaped immediately or lingered a year or two before breaking out, Wu Ye couldn't be certain. As for Shiki himself, 2 months prior, he had fled the prison. Whether his escape succeeded remained unknown. Most likely, he perished in the attempt. 2 months ago, Wu Ye sighed. It seemed there would be no chance to hitch a ride on that storm. Golden Lion Shiki was already gone, and this was merely the 4th year since Roger's death. Wu Ye recalled that Luffy wouldn't be born until next year, setting sail at 17. For him to invade Impel Down would take another 18 years, nearly 2 decades. 20 years. A mere number on paper, but to endure this desolate hell for 20 years? Far worse than death, more unbearable than any torture. No matter. He had never relied on others to shape his fate. To pin one's future on another was to abandon it entirely. Wu Ye had never needed others to survive. 20 years? He wouldn't wait. Too long. And who could guarantee events would unfold as in the original tale? What if Luffy never stormed Impel Down? He would have to rely on himself. Wu Ye refused to rot in this forsaken prison. Even if hope seemed non-existent, he would fight, die fighting for freedom if he must. No one could shackle his yearning for liberty. But he wasn't a fool. He wouldn't recklessly attempt escape now. That wasn't bravery or heroism, it was sheer idiocy. Though his strength paled in this world of pirates, Seastone held no power over him. He could pick locks. In truth, he stood a better chance than any prisoner here. For now, what he needed was training. Wu Ye deeply realized the frailty of his own strength. Merely slaying a restrained Bagu had left him utterly exhausted. If he were to recklessly engage in combat with any unshackled prisoner here, the outcome would undoubtedly be instantaneous annihilation. Wu Ye felt fortunate that only his neck was restrained by the Seastone collar, which posed no significant hindrance whatsoever. Unlike other ability users who would be rendered powerless, he retained complete freedom of movement. In the depths of the endless hell, he stood as the sole prisoner still capable of cultivation. As for how to cultivate, Wu Ye's gaze slowly swept across the cells of the endless prison, each housing monstrous beings of unknown, terrifying strength. He grew increasingly grateful, though inexplicably transported to this world and imprisoned in the abyss of the endless hell. It was, in truth, a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. Had he been confined in the first layer, the Crimson Lotus Hell, under the constant surveillance of jailers, how could he possibly train? Moreover, who would instruct him? Even if someone were willing, how many true powerhouses existed in the Crimson Lotus Hell? Devil fruits, the 3 Haki, martial arts and swordsmanship. Wu Ye recalled the core pillars of One Piece's power system. These 3 were the most essential and widely cultivated. The famed abilities of devil fruits were swiftly dismissed from his mind. Though he was certain many fearsome inmates in the Endless Hell possessed formidable devil fruit powers, such abilities could not be inherited, only consumed. Where would Wu Ye even find a devil fruit here? But the 3 Haki, swordsmanship, and other martial techniques. These were paths still open to him. Wu Ye nodded in affirmation. This place was teeming with individuals, each possessing swordsmanship or martial arts skills that outsiders could only dream of. An excellent place indeed. I like it. With a faint smile, Wu Ye leisurely approached the 40-year-old man in the prison cell. Unable to cultivate Haki? No swordsmanship? No martial arts? Aren't there plenty of people here who excel in these? Let them teach you. As for whether they would teach or not, Wu Ye's lips curled into a chilling smirk. Noctis first assessed the situation of all prisoners in this cell. The 2 deceased individuals, Bagu and his companion, required no elaboration. As for the remaining two, the middle-aged man in his 40s and the silent, catatonic figure who remained motionless in one corner, their circumstances were more intriguing. The 40-year-old man had his hands and feet shackled with seastone cuffs. Moreover, long needles forged from seastone pierced through his wrists and ankles, nearly fused with his tendons. According to Bagoo, those subjected to such restraints were individuals of extraordinary martial prowess, so formidable that even chaining them to walls with seastone was deemed insufficient. Only by rendering their limbs utterly powerless could they be securely contained. This man was precisely Noctis' target. As for the other prisoner, though his limbs were bound, no steel needles impaled them, clear evidence that his combat skills paled in comparison to the burly 40-year-old. With such a formidable martial artist present, why would Noctis settle for an inferior choice? Approaching the middle-aged man, Noctis casually settled beside him and spoke with deliberate irreverence. Hey, how do you end up here? What was your bounty outside? What grand deeds earned you that price? What abilities do you possess? His tone carried not an ounce of respect, and for good reason. Noctis understood that this place housed only the most vicious of souls. Here, deference invited contempt. The weaker one appeared, the more they would be preyed upon. Only by projecting ruthlessness and brutality could one earn recognition and avoid becoming a victim. When Noctis had first arrived, his 10-year-old appearance, Bagoo had mistaken him for easy prey. But after witnessing the boy's merciless annihilation of the man, who would dare underestimate him now? Even as Noctis claimed the cell's most favorable spot, the other two prisoners raised no objections. In the end, strength dictated hierarchy. This was a world where the mighty reigned supreme. Even in the depths of Impel Down's infinite hell, where power was suppressed to near nothingness, the law of the jungle remained ingrained in their very bones. Undoubtedly, Wuya was the weakest in the infinite abyss. Yet now, he could be counted among those capable of unleashing the most formidable combat prowess within its depths. For he still retained the strength of 1,000 kilograms. How many in this accursed prison could claim such power now, even in their prime? They had been forces capable of shaking heaven and earth. Brat? Bored? I'm trying to sleep. Don't disturb me. The middle-aged man waved impatiently. Tell me, would you? Wuya smiled softly. Those old tales hold no interest for me. Tell me. Wuya's voice remained gentle, his smile unwavering as a faint glimmer of light flickered from outside, illuminating his expression for the briefest moment. The man saw it, a smile tender as spring, yet carrying a chill that pierced to the bone. But pride flared within him. In his prime, he had stood unflinching before admirals, a figure of renown. How could he allow himself to be cowed by some brat now? Narrowing his eyes, he growled, Boy, don't get any foolish ideas. A single finger from me could send you flying. You speak of the past, not the present. In an instant, Wuya seized his throat, lifting him and slamming him against the wall, silencing him effortlessly. Leaning close to the struggling man's ear, he whispered, Tell me. His grip loosened just slightly. Ack. The man roared the moment his voice returned, only to be choked silent again. Don't be too loud. It disturbs the others. Wuya murmured. Tell me, would you? The man writhed, his face contorted in agony, pallid and slick with sweat. His eyes burned with venom and torment. This one cannot be spared. Wuya understood. That depth of hatred meant no mercy. Even if released, this man would haunt his steps, waiting to strike. This was the infinite abyss. A den of monsters. Killing one more held no weight on his conscience. From childhood, he had honed his art of death upon living flesh. The sanctity of life was a jest to those who dealt in slaughter. Who among them had not danced on the edge of death? Wuya might be the weakest here. But in blood spilled, he was far from the least. Wuya tightened his grip around the man's throat with just enough force to prevent suffocation, while his other hand slowly seized one of the man's fingers and crushed it with a sickening crack. The agony of shattered bones radiated through the man's entire being. Yet his strangled throat permitted no scream. Would he still roar in defiance? Would he remain silent now? After methodically breaking 2 fingers, Wuya leaned close and whispered tenderly into his ear, Will you tell me now? The man trembled violently, drenched in sweat from the torment of near asphyxiation. Though his eyes burned with hatred, swearing vengeance upon this wretched youth, envisioning the slow flaying of his flesh, the overwhelming pain and threat forced a reluctant nod. Should have complied sooner. Wuya remarked coolly, releasing him. The man collapsed against the wall, gasping for breath, utterly drained. Noctis crouched before him. What is your bounty out there? 340 million berries. The man gritted his teeth, each word dripping with humiliation. A disgrace, an absolute disgrace, to be threatened by a brat like this. Rage burned within him. 340 million berries. Noctis couldn't help but startle. Such a high bounty meant strength comparable to a Navy Vice Admiral, didn't it? What abilities do you possess? Devil Fruit. No need to tell me about your Devil Fruit abilities. Noctis had no interest in the man's powers, be they Logia or Mythical Zoan. What did it matter? They couldn't be acquired through training, and even if he killed the man, the fruit would simply reappear randomly elsewhere. What use was that to him? Armament Haki. Observation Haki. Good. Noctis nodded, satisfied. What he needed now was the method to cultivate Haki. Tell me how to train in Haki. You don't honestly believe you can train in Haki here, do you, Brett? The man sneered at Noctis, eyeing the seastone collar around his neck. It was clear to him that this boy's strength lay solely in his devil fruit abilities. His physical power and Haki were likely non-existent. Can I be curious? If I had Haki, I wouldn't he have been captured in the first place? Noctis offered a casual excuse, masking his true intent. Even if he couldn't train now. Understanding the method would leave no regrets. Humph. The man scoffed. You've got too much time on your hands. But under the weight of the threat, he reluctantly began explaining the methods of Haki cultivation to Noctis. Will you listen with utmost clarity? Although his memory was not extraordinary, he possessed the ability to swiftly retain information. Whenever he encountered something unclear, he inquired meticulously for crucial points. He had the man repeat them multiple times until they were firmly imprinted in his mind. For a full hour, Wu Yi thoroughly grasped the concepts of armament Haki and observation Haki, as well as the methods to cultivate them. As for the third type, Conqueror's Haki, the man himself did not possess it, rendering cultivation impossible. It could only be awakened. Yet, those capable of awakening Conqueror's Haki were exceedingly rare, as scarce as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Yi Wu dared not claim that he would awaken the Conqueror's Haki in the future. Moreover, he did not place excessive importance on it. In his heart, the most valued was undoubtedly the armament Haki. Wu Yi inquired whether the man possessed any other abilities, such as swordsmanship or unique physical techniques. Unfortunately, the man did not. Having obtained what he sought, Wu Yi did not immediately begin practicing. He did not entirely trust that everything the coerced man had told him was true, nor was he willing to cultivate in the presence of others within this cell. The sole secret he could still practice here must remain unknown to anyone. Casually releasing the middle-aged man, the latter wisely distanced himself from Wu Yu. Nightless was not prepared to kill him without reason. Contacting an assassin might draw the attention of the higher-ups and impel down. Moreover, killing for the sake of killing alone was the lowest form of action. What Nightless revered was never slaying useless individuals. Each death must yield something. And what this man's demise in the cell would bring Nightless had already been meticulously planned. Now, it was only a matter of execution. At present, Nightless needed to determine whether the middle-aged man's teachings on armament Haki and observation Haki were accurate. On the path of cultivation, even the slightest deviation could be life-threatening, and a minor misstep might result in half the effort yielding twice the trouble. Approaching the iron door, Nightless peered through the narrow gap, scanning the surroundings. Though not pitch black, the world outside was shrouded in a murky haze, so thick that even nearby objects blurred into obscurity, let alone anything in the distance. Unable to extend through the iron bars, the visible area was exceedingly narrow. Tell me, he inquired casually to the prisoners in various cells. In this abyss of endless torment, our current dwelling, who stands as the strongest? The moment the words fell, the inmates, bored beyond measure, erupted in response. Obviously, it's me. Who else would dare claim such a title? TCH. My bounty outside was 380 million berries, undoubtedly the highest. Know your place. 380 million berries. And you have the audacity to boast? Mine was 400 million. You're courting death, aren't you? 400 million is nothing. I was worth 460 million. A timid voice interjected. I only had 200 million. In an instant, they all began declaring their bounties. These were men of ruthless infamy, each a sovereign of chaos in the outside world, none willing to concede weakness to another. Soon, the air bristled with hostility as they glared and snarled, teetering on the brink of violence. Were it not for the barriers of separate cells or the restraints sealing their strength, the place would have already descended into carnage. These depraved souls would have undoubtedly resolved the question of supremacy through bloodshed. With a faint smile, Nightless sought to stir up the sense of superiority within each individual, making it far simpler to extract the desired information. The bounty amount merely served as superficial proof of one's prowess, while high bounties undoubtedly indicated formidable strength. A low bounty did not necessarily signify weakness. After all, the bounty merely reflected the extent of one's infamous deeds in the outside world. You're right, brat, he sneered. The reason my strength is so overwhelming yet my bounty remains modest is precisely because I've committed too few atrocities out there. Otherwise, I'd undoubtedly be the top contender in this place. Wu Ye's words resonated deeply with those criminals bearing lower bounties. While even the high bounty offenders found themselves unable to refute his logic, they understood all too well that bounty figures couldn't encapsulate one's entire capability. And it was perfectly common for lower bounty individuals to triumph over their higher bounty counterparts. Thus, to determine the true strongest among them, one must assess their actual combat prowess. Of course, I'm not particularly strong myself, likely the weakest link here. Wu Ye's self-deprecating disclaimer was, in fact, an undeniable truth. The knight was so humble, which earned the admiration of many prisoners here, for humility is a rare trait in this place where everyone acts as if they're second only to the heavens. Very well. Since that's the case, let me first declare my own strength. I possess a formidable devil fruit. Wait, there's no need to elaborate on the abilities of the devil fruit. Wu Ye skillfully steered the conversation away from their individual devil fruit powers, as knowing them would serve no purpose if those abilities were useless to him. Devil fruits, inherently overpowered, cannot truly be considered the fruit of one's own labor. Though effort is required to develop their powers after consumption, their initial potential almost predetermines their strength. Even with relentless training, the holder of the most ordinary Zoan-type devil fruit could hardly rival someone who has just acquired a Logia type. Thus, abilities that rely heavily on the innate superiority of the devil fruit itself do not count. Huh? Brat, my entire life's strength is built upon my devil fruit. And you dare dismiss it? Of course. What we must compare now are abilities that start on equal footing. After feigning contemplation for a moment, Wu Ye proposed. Let us compare Haki. Haki requires personal cultivation. There are no shortcuts. This standard of comparison drew dissatisfaction from prisoners who lacked Haki. While earning the approval of those who had mastered it, Wu Ye ignored the dissenting voices entirely. Before measuring the strength of our Haki, we must first assess everyone's understanding of it, for comprehension and power are directly proportional. Wu Ye voiced the question that concerned him most. Let me clarify. I do not possess Haki, so don't ask me. Understanding of Haki? The prisoners fell into deep thought, surprised by this unconventional approach. Though intrigued, they remained unguarded. Most here were already familiar with such knowledge, and even if some secrets were revealed, it mattered little. They were all permanently confined, their vigilance at its lowest. Then allow this old man to speak, came a weathered voice from a nearby cell. In my lifetime, I devoted myself to mastering both armament and observation Haki. Once, I clashed with Admiral Zephyr using Haki alone. Though I was no match, I held my ground for a full day and night, unable to see the cell. We could only rely on the old man's description to grasp its formidable nature. The fact that no other prisoners dared challenge this elder spoke volumes about his esteemed reputation within these walls. The elder began his explanation. Haki, as widely known, manifests in three forms: Conqueror's Haki, Armament Haki, and Observation Haki. Among these, Conqueror's Haki is an innate ability, unattainable through mere training. It awakens only when one reaches a certain pinnacle of strength, a rare gift possessed by but one in a million. Its overwhelming pressure and latent potential set it apart. However, given its scarcity, likely absent even among us, we shall set it aside for now. Observation Haki and Armament Haki, on the other hand, can be cultivated by anyone. Though the common folk of this world seldom reach such heights, I suspect most here have already attained them. Observation Haki sharpens the senses, allowing one to perceive the presence and emotions of others, even foreseeing and evading danger. Legends claim that the pirate King Roger could hear the voices of all things, though such tales remain unverified. Yet the most crucial and revered of the three is Armament Haki. It fortifies the body like an invisible armor, bolstering defense, and can be honed into a formidable offensive force. It stands as one of the few abilities capable of countering the elemental prowess of Logia-type devil fruit users. I assume this much is already known to you all? We cared little for theoretical discourse. What he sought was the method of cultivation, proof of whether the middle-aged man had deceived him earlier, and whether there existed a shortcut to mastering Haki swiftly. Efficiency, if possible, would be ideal. Very well, the elder continued. The path to Armament Haki is straightforward. Push your physical limits to the brink, and only then will you unlock the latent Haki within, allowing true training to begin. As the elder elaborated on the precise means of awakening this power, Wu Ye's gaze darkened. The method diverged from what the middle-aged man had described, a clear deception. His cold stare fixed upon the man huddled in the corner. The elder, meanwhile, turned to Observation Haki. It is the art of sensing the flow of energy and intent in one's surroundings, granting awareness beyond the reach of sight. Claims of it enabling mind reading are baseless. Even Roger, the most adept in observation Haki, could not achieve such a feat had he possessed that ability. He would never have been cornered by Garp and the Marines time and again, nor nearly annihilated by Golden Lion's ambush. The so-called ability to discern intentions through perception is merely a technique. By sensing the flow of chi, one can clearly detect the movement of another's muscles. When an attack is launched, muscles inevitably contract and bones shift, allowing one to anticipate the strike. As for reading emotions, every shift in sentiment, no matter how subtle, induces physiological changes. Anger quickens the blood. Tension accelerates the heartbeat. Fear constricts the pores. Thus, one can deduce the fluctuations of another's inner state. By combining these observations with context, one may roughly infer their thoughts. So is this the truth? Wuya found the elder's explanation quite plausible. If observation Haki truly granted mind reading, it would be terrifying. Such a power could hardly be so easily quantified. This interpretation, however, seemed more scientific. Wuya himself had studied the art of discerning emotions through minute facial muscle movements, pupil dilation or contraction, and subtle gestures. Yet, with observation Haki, one could perceive even finer details: blood flow, heartbeat, the opening and closing of pores, rendering judgment far more precise. Naturally, the range of perception also extended much farther. Moreover, Haki is classified into tiers, though these divisions are not universally accepted. Observation Haki is ranked by the distance of perception, while Conqueror's Haki is divided into 3 stages. The initial stage, where emotions erupt unconsciously; the intermediate stage, where one gains voluntary control; and the advanced stage, where the aura influences the environment, even shaking ships and rendering foes unconscious at will. Armament Haki, on the other hand, is categorized into 4 levels: formless and colorless, formless yet colored, formed but intangible, and finally, formed and tangible. The second level, formless yet colored, is further subdivided into 3 minor gradations. Does anyone dispute this or reject these claims? If not, then in terms of understanding Haki, this elder emerges victorious. With a faint smile, Wuya silently affirmed the validity of these truths. No one refuted. Naturally, it proved that the old man was absolutely right, dispelling Wuya's worries completely. Meanwhile, the prisoners had already begun boasting about their mastery of Haki. Now that everything about Haki had been clarified, one of them declared, "First, I've reached the 2nd tier, the invisible yet colored 2nd level. I can imbue my weapons with Haki, turning them black." Another sighed. I'm only at the 1st level of the 2nd tier, barely able to harden my fists with armament Haki." These prisoners hadn't forgotten their original purpose, to compare whose Haki was the strongest. Though Wuya had instigated all this, he now detached himself, letting them compete. He cared not for victory or defeat, for he had already obtained everything he sought. His gaze turned icy as he stared at the middle-aged man who had dared deceive him. Fortunately, his precautionary plan had ensured all the prisoners verified the Haki cultivation method for him. "Brat, you really have too much free time," the middle-aged man sneered, meeting Wuya's cold eyes. "Oh, that look. Don't tell me you're thinking of crossing me? Listen well, kid. My armament Haki is near the 3rd level of the 2nd tier. I can harden my entire body with Haki. And what of it?" Wuya chuckled lightly. "No matter how strong you are outside, here you can't use an ounce of your power. Your so-called Haki, your martial arts, dare exert even a little force, and the steel needles will pierce your tendons. Humph, don't get cocky, brat. Don't even think of scheming. I'm not Bagoo. If you dare plot anything, I will kill you." The man threatened. Wuya merely curled his lips in disdain. He had long since discerned the middle-aged man's temperament, undoubtedly the domineering and ruthless type who brooked no opposition. The fact that the man hadn't retaliated despite being threatened so blatantly only confirmed his powerlessness. Had it been otherwise, Wuya wouldn't have survived this encounter. These empty threats were nothing but bluster, a feeble facade masking inner weakness. Wuya couldn't be bothered to pay him any heed. Sitting there, he pondered when to commence his cultivation. Though time was hardly pressing, here, time was the one thing they had in abundance. Starting earlier meant his strength would grow sooner, bringing him that much closer to possessing the qualifications for escape. First, he needed to assess the disparity between his current physical condition and his peak form, whether he was stronger or weaker now. Wuyi retreated to the deepest corner of the cell, shrouded in darkness. Even when the other 2 inmates glanced toward that direction, all they could discern was a hazy, indistinct blur. From the front of the prison cell, the shadowy recess remained utterly obscured from view. In the dim corner, Wu assumed the horse stance, the most fundamental posture, executed with utmost tranquility. Sending these two cellmates away was evidently necessary to avoid disruptions during rigorous training. His toes gripped the ground firmly, his waist straightened, and his torso lowered steadily. Arms extended horizontally, his gaze fixed ahead. Hidden in the shadows, Wu maintained his stance so subtly that even his two fellow inmates, glancing toward the corner, could only perceive a vague silhouette, mistaking it for him merely standing there. The horse stance, a rudimentary exercise known to all, yet Wu's execution differed vastly from conventional understanding. It was not the rigid, stone-like immobility commonly practiced. Though such stillness strengthens the legs swiftly, prolonged pressure on the knees, with the entire weight concentrated there, may yield short-term gains but inevitably damage the joints over years. In the 21st century, physical training prioritized scientific principles, aided by specialized equipment to devise the most optimal and health-conscious methods. Wu stood in a horse stance, his toes gripping the ground like an eagle's talons, firmly rooted. The tension in his toes extended to the bones and muscles of his calves, engaging them in multifaceted exercise. Simultaneously, with his toes anchored, his knees straightened, thighs tensed, waist lifted, and abdomen tightened, his entire body naturally rose an inch before releasing the tension in his toes, knees, thighs, and waist, sinking back down an inch. This rhythmic motion exercised every muscle in his body, enhancing both muscular and skeletal coordination. While the foundational benefits of the horse stance remained undiminished, his arms, extended parallel to the ground, clenched and unclenched in sync with the movement of his feet. In the darkness, Wu's body rose and fell like ripples on a lake, subtle and measured, drawing no attention. Yet beneath this quiet exterior, his muscles were already hard at work. His breathing, inhales and exhales, aligned perfectly with the undulation of his body. Under normal circumstances, his legs would begin to ache and tremble after 45 minutes, rarely enduring beyond an hour. Now, he couldn't tell whether this limit had lengthened or shortened. Time passed in silence. Yet, in the infinite hell, the precise passage of time was impossible to measure. Without clocks, Wu could only rely on counting in his mind. Estimating the hours, though imperfect, it sufficed. The earlier clamor of the prison had faded into stillness, its inmates either lost in thought or fast asleep. For them, time held no meaning. Wu remained in a horse stance. As time passed, and he counted to 1,000, beads of sweat began to form across his body, glistening beneath his prison uniform, tracing the contours of his streamlined physique. Approximately 40 minutes had elapsed. His breathing grew labored, his forehead drenched, his legs tingling with numbness though not yet aching. Surprisingly, this surpassed his 30-year-old physique. Normally, after 40 minutes, his legs would ache distinctly. Now, only a faint sensation lingered, a testament to enhanced stamina. Not bad. It seems there are still some benefits to this transmigration after all. Noctis had effectively gained 20 extra years, 20 additional years of experience, with no diminishment in any aspect. He still struggled to maintain his horse stance. At this point, each additional minute felt more grueling than the previous 3, growing increasingly arduous as time crawled by. Truly, each day stretched like a year. 50 minutes in, the muscles in Noctis' calves had begun to tremble, the soreness in his legs now unmistakable. Yet he knew his limit was still some distance away, and so he persisted. His breathing had deepened, each inhale and exhale expanding his lung capacity imperceptibly. 60 minutes. Around the 1-hour mark, Noctis finally felt the familiar, unbearable ache, the kind he used to endure at the 45-minute mark. His calves and knees burned as if pierced by needles. Almost there. His arms, kept rigidly extended all this time, were now leaden with exhaustion, throbbing with pain. Pressing his hands against his knees, he slowly rose. Even after standing fully upright, his legs continued to quiver. He wiped the sweat from his face with the dampened fabric of his prison garb, stretched his stiffened limbs, and then, at last, settled into the corner, leaning back against the wall. Nightless had not yet reached his limit. Had he truly pushed himself to the brink, he would have collapsed to the ground, utterly incapable of rising. Another 30 minutes, and he estimated he would have been reduced to such a state. Yet at this moment, such thoughts did not occupy his mind. While pushing one's limits was commendable, he had not yet fully assessed the condition of his physical reserves. This session was merely a warm-up, an opportunity to explore the boundaries of his endurance. More crucially, the cell currently housed 2 other individuals, one of whom bore some unresolved enmity toward Nightless. If he were to exhaust himself to the point of weakness, leaving his body aching and powerless, what if that middle-aged man seized the moment to strike? How would he defend himself? A few more days. Nightless cast a cold glance at the two figures in the distance, his lips curling into a faint, mocking smile. Though claiming this cell as his own domain sooner would grant him the freedom to train as he pleased, he had his own plans to consider. His hands moved methodically over his sore calves, applying precise pressure and practiced motions. Someone of Nightless caliber naturally possessed such techniques. In the past, after rigorous training, specialized masseurs would attend to him, administering not the crude kneading enjoyed by common folk, but a targeted manipulation of acupoints and muscle fibers. Without such care, the aftermath of intense exertion would leave the body racked with pain the following day, not to mention the risk of hidden injuries accumulating over time. Thus, Nightless had mastered these techniques himself. After all, one could hardly bring a personal masseur along on missions. He rested for several hours. Once more, Muya rose to his feet and assumed the horse stance as before. By the time he counted to 2,000, half an hour had slipped away. At that moment, murmurs arose from the other cells outside. Ah, quite a few newcomers have arrived recently. Someone should enlighten them about the one and only rule of the infinite hell. A rule? Muya was intrigued. They were all prisoners, confined to their cells, unable to leave. Rules within a single cell made sense, but for the entire infinite hell? What purpose could rules serve when none could escape? Let this old man explain, as it has always been my duty, a hoarse, aged voice spoke, likely belonging to a man in his 70s or 80s. Listen well, newcomers. This rule has existed for over a century in the infinite hell, and it concerns every one of us. It ensures that none of us suffer humiliation at the hands of the Marines. Oh, Muya's curiosity deepened. Remember this. We are all monsters whose names strike terror across the world. Even imprisoned, stripped of our strength, we are not to be insulted or degraded by lowly Marine scum. Though our power is sealed, who among us was not once a force to be reckoned with? Who has not spilled rivers of blood? Each of us possesses a ruthless killing intent and a savage aura. Though these cannot directly harm, neither can they be stripped away by any ability. Newcomers, heed this. If any Marine dares to mistreat even one among us, unleash your killing intent and aura upon them without restraint. It matters not if the victim is your enemy, you must act with full force. The grudges between prisoners of the infinite hell are ours to settle, but against the Marines, we stand united. Hold nothing back, lest this place become a den where they freely trample upon us. Remember, when another is humiliated, we join forces. When you are humiliated, we do the same. But if you are wronged by a fellow prisoner, none will lift a finger, even if you are slain. Does it work? Came a skeptical voice from another cell, likely another newcomer. The infinite hell has no jailers. The fear in the Marines' eyes each time they enter, is that not proof enough? Should such a situation arise, never hesitate. Understood? My understood well. He knew this was a strategy where all would flourish together or perish together. Holding back would only harm himself in the end. What an intriguing place, what an eccentric group of people. If he could subdue them all and bring them to the outside world, they would instantly become one of the most formidable forces, wouldn't they? The thought of conquering all the prisoners in the infinite hell crossed my mind. An audacious notion, nearly impossible to achieve. Yet if realized, it would forge a power that no faction in the outside world could afford to underestimate. But such thoughts were still naive. Without strength, how could he subdue anyone? It would be sheer recklessness. Unless he possessed the strength to defeat every single person here, such a delusion was futile. That mad ambition, my new, could only be realized if he attained the pinnacle of power in this world, like Whitebeard. Dismissing the thought, my resumed his horse stance in the corner. In another corner, there was a deep hole, 10 centimeters in diameter, bottomless. Too shallow to serve as an escape tunnel, even if one mastered bone contraction techniques. This was the deepest level of the infinite hell, beneath the sea. What lay below? The answer was obvious. The hole served as a latrine for the prisoners. Without it, within months, every cell in the infinite hell would become a cesspool of filth, disgusting. He continued his horse stance, avoiding more vigorous training like combat drills, push-ups, or frog jumps. Those high-intensity exercises could wait until he was the sole occupant of this cell. For now, he focused on strengthening his muscles and bones through the stance. Without any sense of time, I lost count of how many rounds he had practiced. He simply held the stance until the pain became unbearable, then rested and massaged his muscles before resuming. Over this period, meals had been delivered 6 times, likely 2 days had passed. 2 days had significantly improved his stamina. Now he could endure the stance for an hour and a half before succumbing to agony. His punching power, he estimated, had already surpassed his peak strength of 1,000 kilograms. Still, breaking through the limits of his physique remained a distant goal. But he was discouraged after all. It had only been 2 days, and he had only practiced the horse stance. Progress wouldn't come so easily. Of course, wasn't made of iron. He needed sleep. But he had mastered the art of deep slumber, requiring only 4 hours a day to fully rejuvenate himself. The time saved was naturally devoted to training. The abyss of eternity lay submerged in an eerie silence, punctuated only by the occasional feeble murmurs of distant conversations. Over the past 2 days, no bloody riots or deaths had occurred within its depths. After all, how could carnage persist daily? Were that the case, no matter how many souls were imprisoned within this infernal abyss, they would all perish within a month or two. The dimly lit cell bore no illumination, its walls forged of cold, unyielding iron, exuding a bone-chilling gloom. An ordinary man, subjected to such oppressive despair, would surely descend into madness within a week. His body and mind crumbling under the weight of relentless torment. Noctis leaned against the corner, fast asleep with his eyes closed. In the depths of the infinite prison, many inmates had succumbed to slumber. A shadowy figure slowly rose and crept toward the corner where Wu Yu lay asleep. A faint glimmer of light from outside reflected upon his face, a visage marred by scars, exuding perpetual menace, with eyes that gleamed with the cruelty of a wolf. This 40-year-old man, wearing a sinister smirk, stealthily advanced toward Wu Yi. Though his wrists were shackled with sea-stone cuffs, he slowly raised his arms, positioning the unyielding restraints above the young man's head. That wretched brat dared to threaten me. Today will be your last. He was certain that the sea-stone cuffs, harder than diamonds, would shatter the skull beneath them. The sensation would be exquisite, wouldn't it? Eager to savor the thrill of murder, he brought his arms down with brutal force. Meanwhile, another prisoner lingered by the iron door, having witnessed the scene long before. This inconspicuous figure now wore a cold smirk, equally anticipating the boy's demise. How disgraceful, a mere child ruling over a cell. But he knew his strength had always relied on his devil fruit powers. Now, bound by sea-stone, he was weaker than an ordinary man, powerless to challenge even a shackled brat who still retained formidable strength. Now that someone else had taken action, he was more than pleased. He, too, longed to see the boy's skull split open. The shackled hands descended with a violent whoosh. At the sound of the rushing wind, Wu Ye's eyes snapped open, 2 golden gleams piercing the darkness. His legs shot forward, striking the assailant's thighs. The force sent the middle-aged man sliding backward, his body lurching forward from the momentum. Panicked, he flung his hands toward the wall to brace himself. If he fell headfirst into the iron barrier, even if his skull didn't shatter, the impact would surely leave him grievously wounded. In the moment when Muya's legs kicked out, slipping through that tiny gap, the middle-aged man, though avoiding a direct collision of his head against the wall, found himself leaning diagonally against it, shackled at both hands and feet. He was momentarily unable to rise, nor did he possess the right to do so. Muya approached from behind, delivering a forceful stomp to the man's spine, the full weight of his foot crushing the cervical vertebrae. A scream of inhuman agony echoed through the depths of the infinite hell. The crisp, unmistakable sound of snapping bone followed, jolting the denizens of the abyss awake. Just in time to hear that chilling crack, they shuddered involuntarily. Every one of them understood, this was the sound of shattered bone. So resounding. Had every bone in his body been broken? Devil. The man by the iron gate trembled violently, his gaze fixed upon Muya's silhouette in the darkness, eyes wide with terror. He hadn't anticipated that he, of all people, would feel fear toward a mere boy. Trash. I was planning to spare your miserable life for a few more days, to keep the Navy at impelled down from paying me undue attention. But it seems you were determined to seek death. Muya's cold eyes swept over the lifeless corpse before him, a fleeting trace of disdain crossing his expression. Your stealth was pathetic. Muya had awakened the very moment the man stirred. Though immersed in profound slumber, Muya maintained an unwavering vigilance towards his surroundings. The slightest disturbance would rouse him instantly, a skill honed through countless life and death missions. One might say Wu Ye had never indulged in the luxury of abandoning all caution to surrender completely to sleep's embrace. Many simple pleasures ordinary people took for granted remained forever beyond his grasp. The formidable power he'd attained in this lifetime had exacted its price. For every gain, there was loss. Moreover, Wu Ye understood this corpse before him harbored bitter resentment. Too cowardly to confront him openly, it would surely attempt a cowardly ambush during slumber, just as he himself had dealt with Bigu. Knowing this, how could Wu Ye possibly lower his guard? When would he ever grant such an opportunity for treachery? Nocturne gazed upon the broken cervical spine he had shattered with his kick, the entire body pressed tightly against the wall and floor in an inverted L shape. its face buried against the surface. How could this one possibly still be alive? Having disposed of one, might as well eliminate both, no? Wu turned his gaze toward the figure at the iron gate. Though there was no enmity between them, Wu had resolved to immerse himself fully in cultivation thereafter. Keeping someone confined in this cell was clearly untenable. It left him uneasy and constrained his freedom. What was that about? Whose agonized scream had just pierced the air? Had those two idle souls begun brawling again? Oh, fight? If those two are clashing, someone had better announce the outcome. Who prevailed? Who fell? Perfect diversion for this dull moment. From the depths of the infinite abyss, numerous voices arose, all brimming with excitement. It was evident that human lives held no value here. They were merely sources of amusement. Then, Wu Ye's apologetic voice drifted through. My apologies for the interruption, everyone. Oh, that voice. Isn't it that brat from the other day? Someone sneered. Kid, don't tell me you're at it again killing people? No, came the reply, laced with mock indignation. How could my precious, tender little Shoda possibly be a murderer? A sultry, amused voice purred. Darling, why not come to my cell instead? I'll do the killing for you. Starting with you. Nocturnal effortlessly dismissed these voices as the vulgarities of depraved minds. His sole objective now was to eliminate the last living witness in this prison cell by silencing this remaining individual. Gazing at the silhouette by the iron door. Though this figure had maintained an inconspicuous presence during this period, Nocturnal noted they only wore a seastone collar around the neck, identical to his own restraint. This suggested the prisoner likely possessed only devil fruit abilities without formidable physical combat skills. Wu Yi swiftly analyzed the situation. It seemed this individual posed no threat. Nevertheless, caution dictated action. He seized the corpse behind him and hurled it toward the iron gate. A test, for he had no intention of underestimating a potential wolf in sheep's clothing. The body flew through the air, a crude but effective probe. What are you doing? The man shrieked in terror, scrambling frantically to the side. Thud. The corpse struck the gate with a dull clang before collapsing onto the man's right leg as he flailed in panic. A pained howl tore from his throat. Truly powerless, he couldn't even evade that. Wu Yi's assessment was now absolute. Gathering momentum, he lunged, a single, devastating kick. No. The sole of his foot connected with the man's face, snapping his head back against the iron bars. The gate's narrow 10-centimeter gaps were far too slim for a skull to pass through, yet the sheer force of the impact compressed flesh and bone alike, squeezing brain matter and gore through the metal like pulp. From the corridor, the sight was grotesque, a severed head, mangled beyond recognition. Grotesquely wedged between the bars as if mounted on display. Death couldn't be more absolute. Hey, brat, a voice drawled from a neighboring cell, laced with dark amusement. Rein it in a little. Play the slaughterhouse butcher too eagerly, and you'll run out of prey. Planning to rot here alone? Wu bared his teeth in a grin toward the other prisoners, their collective shudder almost palpable. Lucky for them, he mused. They're not sharing my cell. Didn't he peg you for the same breed as that bastard Golden Lion? Another inmate muttered. Just as ruthless. Golden Lion? Wu Yi's brow furrowed. The name held no connection to him, yet. Golden Lion butchered every last man in his cell the moment he arrived. The voice continued, dripping with grudging awe. My domain tolerates no others, he said. Brutal, even for this place. So, kid, same philosophy? With a faint smile, Knight remained silent. He surmised that the Golden Lion's massacre of all inmates in his cell likely stemmed from motives akin to his own, escaping imprisonment. After all, certain schemes are difficult to orchestrate with prying eyes present. Now, he awaited only the arrival of the meal deliverer, who would inevitably discover the corpses and summon the Marines for disposal. Dispatching these two had cost Knight virtually no effort. Mere instinct sufficed. This was not to imply their incompetence. Rather, in their current state, they were weaker than ordinary men. The first victim, a 40-year-old man, might have possessed formidable martial prowess outside these walls, perhaps even the strength to hoist a warship. Yet shackled at the limbs, his capabilities were severely constrained. Moreover, with steel needles piercing his tendons, the slightest exertion risked severing them entirely, rendering his combat effectiveness inferior to that of a commoner. Still, Knight felt a flicker of relief at this kill. He understood that while reckless force would indeed cripple the man, a desperate, all-out assault, one that embraced permanent disability, might have unleashed a single, unstoppable strike. Hence, his earlier restraint had been deliberate, nurturing the man's hope and confidence, ensuring he never resorted to mutual destruction before ending him in a fleeting instant. As for the final adversary, Knight had not felt the slightest pressure. Noctis was well aware that this individual likely possessed formidable devil fruit abilities outside these walls. Yet at this moment, he was utterly powerless. Weaker than even an ordinary person. No wonder he had behaved so meekly, for he was at his most vulnerable. One could only say fortune had abandoned him, placing him in the same cell as Noctis, with reasons compelling enough to warrant his death. As for pangs of conscience, to expect remorse from one who had honed assassination techniques on living subjects since childhood was absurd. Though 2 corpses lay beside him, Noctis remained expressionless, waiting in tense silence. 2 or 3 hours must have passed. The denizens of the infinite hell had ceased their murmurs about the killings, sinking back into stillness. Tap, tap, tap. At last, the footsteps Noctis had been anticipating arrived. To ensure he could fulfill his impending task, he had deliberately refrained from training these past hours, fearing exhaustion might render him incapable. The meal attendants placed food before each cell door, pausing briefly at Noctis to glance at the 2 bodies within. 5 portions. Now, Noctis could indulge in all 5 servings alone. Strange. Though understandable for the recently deceased, why were rations still provided for Baku and the other, dead for days? The question had gnawed at him since the previous days. He voiced his confusion to the other prisoners. The answer came as a pleasant revelation. Each cell held a maximum of 5 inmates. Regardless of occupancy, whether empty, partially filled, or full, the mute attendants delivered 5 meals per cell. No oversight then. Merely protocol. Muyue's face lit up with delight at the realization that he could now enjoy 5 portions of food all by himself at each meal. Initially, he had been worried about how to obtain enough nourishing meals for his future cultivation, but now it seemed that was no longer a concern. He happily indulged in the feast before him. Just as he finished eating, footsteps echoed down the corridor. A dozen Marines arrived in front of Muyue's cell, intending to remove the corpses. When they saw Muyue alone inside, shock and fear flickered across their faces clearly. They remembered hauling out 2 bodies from this very cell just days ago. Could this boy have been responsible for both? For a moment, the Marine stared at Muyue with unease. Stretching lazily, Muyue stood up. Then, as if unsteady on his feet, he stumbled toward one of the Marines. Thud! He collided with the Marine's chest, and seemingly by accident, his right foot landed squarely on the toe of the Marine's boot. Damn, what's wrong with me? My legs feel weak, Muyue muttered to himself, as if offering an explanation. He braced his hands against the Marine's chest and pushed, just enough to exert a bit of force. The Marine staggered backward, but since Muyue's foot was still planted on the toe of his boot, which, being military issue, slipped off easily, the Marine was left hopping on one foot while his boot remained under Muyue's sole. What the hell are you doing? Click-clack. The surrounding Marines immediately raised their rifles, barrels trained on Muyue, the sound of safeties being disengaged filling the air. What? Can't a guy's legs go numb after sitting for so long? Muyue sneered, looking down at them with contempt. He bent down and picked up the boot beneath his foot, his tone dripping with arrogance. What? You want to pick on me now? Think you can bully someone from the infinite hell? You lot are nothing but trash. The kid's right. You Marine scum. Try something. We'll drown you in killing intent until you lose your minds. Since when is a man's legs going numb a crime? Making a big deal out of nothing, pathetic excuses for Marines. Voices from the other cells erupted in fury, the atmosphere thickening with menace. The Marines trembled as if trapped in a frozen hell, sweat beading on their foreheads as the prisoners' murderous auras pressed down on them. These Marines, assigned the undesirable task of corpse disposal, were clearly the lowest ranking and impelled down, weak and inexperienced, utterly incapable of withstanding the bloodlust of these demonic convicts. Their reaction was exactly what Muyue had hoped for. With deft, imperceptible movements, he manipulated something inside the boot he held. TCH. Here. He tossed the boot back to the one-legged Marine and stretched again. Hurry up and get rid of the bodies, then get the hell out of my sight. The Marines bristled with indignation, but their leader waved them off. Enough. Let's move out. Such minor conflicts ended swiftly. The prisoners no longer exuded their intimidating aura, and the Marines obediently withdrew, leaving everything calm and peaceful once more. This cell truly belonged solely to Muyue now. Above, in the elevator, the dozen or so Marines wore sullen expressions. Lieutenant, are we just going to let those prisoners act so arrogantly? Don't you understand yet? The officer snapped coldly. The inmates of Level 6, the Infinite Hell, are different from the others. They are not targets for our bullying. There is no need for frustration. These prisoners are either awaiting execution or serving life sentences, forever trapped in that lightless abyss. Doesn't that thought bring you some comfort? Exactly. Those monsters deserve such punishment. Laughter echoed through the elevator. Strange, where did the emblem on my boot go? In the living quarters of Impel Down's first level. A Marine frowned at his boot, The wire-wrapped naval insignia that had once adorned it was missing. Must V accidentally scraped it off, dismissing it as a trivial matter. The Marine, the very one who had been sent flying by Muya in infinite hell, paid it no further mind. Meanwhile, the missing emblem now rested in Muya's palm. Inside his cell, Muya carefully unraveled the wire insignia, reshaping it into a single, slender strand. Now I have my lock-picking tool. A wicked smirk curled his lips. It seemed many preparations were already falling into place. The seastone collar around his neck and the heavy lock on the iron door, Muya was confident he could undo them both. But he needed tools, and with no way to leave his cell nor any implements within, he had no choice but to procure them himself. Naturally, that meant taking them from the Marines. Had it not been for the prisoner who had informed him of Impel Down's one unbreakable rule, Muya might never have risked such a bold move by confronting the Marines directly. After all, what if he had been shot dead? Yet everything had unfolded exactly as he had anticipated. Surprisingly simple. Wu Yi arrived at the innermost corner, where even the opposite cell couldn't discern this spot, utterly pitch black, devoid of any visibility. Whatever he did here would remain undetected. His right hand traced the seastone collar around his neck, searching for the locking mechanism. Upon locating a subtle indentation, he fashioned the wire into an unusual shape and slowly inserted it, turning it with deliberate precision. He listened intently. Though Wu Yi was most adept at cracking high-tech locks, at the very least, safes, he had never encountered such a primitive mechanism before. Yet, the complexity of a safe's lock far surpassed this crude contraption. A minute later, click, a faint sound signaled the collar's release, now loose enough to remove. It had taken him a minute, but only because this was his first attempt with such a rudimentary lock. Next time, he was certain he could undo it in an instant. He didn't bother removing the collar entirely, there was no need. He simply refastened it, as it no longer hindered him. As for the lock on the iron door, he left it untouched. That one was far too visible to the prisoners across the way. Wu Yi carefully placed the iron wire in the innermost corner of the wall. Now, all that remained was strength. Everything was ready except for the power. No matter how thorough the preparations, without strength, it was all in vain. Even if Wu Yi were placed aboard a warship at this moment, he wouldn't attempt an escape, knowing full well he couldn't withstand the Navy's pursuit. Train, Wu Yi roared inwardly. The cell was now his alone, allowing him to practice without restraint. As for whether the prisoner in the opposite cell could see, the corridor was 4 meters wide, and under such oppressive darkness. Even if the other prisoner pressed against the iron bars, they could only vaguely discern the door of Wu Yi's cell. Inside, it was pitch black. 1,000. Wu Yi pressed his palms to the ground, preparing for push-ups. His previous limit had been 800, but now he aimed directly for 1,000. 1, 2, 3. In the impenetrable darkness where no one could see, a figure crouched low, rising and falling in steady rhythm. In the unnoticed passage of time, a young man still perspires with exertion. 899, 900, over 10 minutes have elapsed, and his pace has inevitably slowed. Each additional push-up now represents a challenge to his very limits. His arms ache as though they no longer belong to him, trembling like sieves. The prison garb clinging to his back is thoroughly drenched, his hair slick with sweat. Each droplet the size of a grain pattering onto the floor, a testament to the boy's growing endurance. Push-ups are the ultimate measure of one's physical prowess, demanding the synchronized effort of muscles in the arms, chest, abdomen, buttocks, and legs. They test nearly every part of the body, making them an exceptional form of exercise. 934. Thud. His entire body collapses onto the ground. This is his absolute limit. Not another rep, not even the slightest twitch of a finger without excruciating pain. He lies sprawled on the cold prison floor, face down, incapable of even rolling over. A suffocating dizziness overwhelms him, the world spinning before his eyes. His breaths come in ragged, labored gasps. It takes a full 10 minutes before his senses return. Slowly, he props himself up on aching arms, sitting back with effort. Drenched and sticky, he laments the absence of bathing facilities. How many years must pass before he can enjoy such a simple luxury again? But he is a man hardened by experience. In the past, to complete a mission, he endured far worse than mere filth, days spent motionless in revolting conditions without so much as a grimace. A little discomfort now is nothing to him. The night wanderer stretches his arms, even when they ache with fatigue. After a brief massage, unable to continue with push-ups, one must progress gradually. Yet unwilling to squander precious time, he rose and commenced squats. Though push-ups do engage the leg muscles somewhat, the exertion pales in comparison to that of the arms. 1, 2, 3. The training Wu Yi undertook, horse stance push-ups or the current squats, were all executed with impeccable form. For an average person, maintaining such precision for even a few dozen repetitions would prove arduous. Yet Wu Ye was confident that, were he to sacrifice form, he could effortlessly surpass 1,000 push-ups. He continued his squats while massaging his left arm with his right hand. After several minutes, he switched, alleviating the soreness in both limbs. Though his body had initially dried from exertion, sweat now seeped through his skin once more. 874. With a thud, Wu Ye collapsed unceremoniously onto the ground. Unable to rise, his legs felt as though cast in lead, utterly numb. Fortunately, the unique acupressure technique had already eased much of the lingering ache in his arms. He kneaded the muscles of his thighs, waiting for the slightest relief before forcing himself upright again. Wu Ye began to move his body with deliberate grace, practicing the 5 animal exercises. With the slow and measured movements of this ancient art, he sought to ease the stiffness in his muscles and enhance his flexibility. Of course, the 5 animal exercises were not merely for physical agility, they were also a means of nurturing life. Wu Ye had no intention of allowing his vitality to wane after the age of 40. Nor did he wish to find himself feeble and immobile in his 60s or 70s. Such decline often stemmed from reckless exertion in youth, suppressing one's potential and accumulating hidden ailments that would plague one in old age. Wu Ye refused to tolerate such a fate. The notion of a hero fading into obscurity or being bullied by younger generations in his twilight years was utterly unacceptable to him. After an hour of practicing the 5 animal exercises and Tai Chi, his body felt significantly more relaxed and supple. Nightfall commenced once more, this time with frog leaps. By the time he had completed over 700 jumps, the sound of meal delivery echoed through the corridor. Halting his cultivation, he hadn't realized several hours had slipped by unnoticed. Indeed, such a timeless void proved most conducive for rigorous training. He savored each bite deliberately, relishing 3 full portions before setting down his utensils. Of the 5 water bottles, he consumed 3, reserving the remaining 2 for hydration during subsequent cultivation sessions. Once satiated, he engaged in an hour of gentle jogging in place to warm up. Wu Ye crouched into a horse stance, his fists not merely held stationary but instead executing deliberate punches and retractions. The simplest of straight punches. After nearly 2 hours, his vision swam with stars, oxygen deprived. He collapsed onto the ground, gulping down half a bottle of water before massaging his legs for 30 minutes. Resuming his training, this time with push-ups. Not content with his previous record of 934, he pushed himself 13 more, reaching 947 before collapsing weakly onto the floor. After push-ups came kicks, 1,000 of them. Then, the military stance. This cycle repeated until the next meal delivery. Engrossed in his cultivation, Wu Ye had no mind to count how many times meals were brought. His entire being was consumed by his training, reaching a state of self-forgetfulness akin to the Buddhist ideal of non-self. 978, 979. In the darkness, Wu Ye strained through his push-ups, veins bulging grotesquely on his forehead. Days had passed unnoticed beneath his prison garb, his body now noticeably more robust. His powerful physique gleamed with a lustrous sheen. Muscles coiled like ancient dragons, brimming with unimaginable strength. His frame was neither bloated nor burdened by excess, every contour sculpted to golden perfection. 1,000. After untold days, Wu Ye finally broke through, surpassing 1,000 push-ups. Though his teeth remained clenched, a faint smile curled at the corners of his lips, the quiet triumph of hard-won achievement. His seemingly exhausted body suddenly surged with renewed vigor, as if vitality had been poured into his very muscles and bones. Another small limit overcome. His push-up speed even increased. Only at 1,032 did he finally collapse, spent. Not bad. Wu Ye smiled faintly before his eyes slowly closed, surrendering to deep, dreamless sleep. Upon waking, he had no means to gauge how much time had passed. Alone in his cell, free from danger, a rare luxury he had never before enjoyed, he could afford to sleep so soundly. Approaching the iron door, he found 5 meals waiting outside. Deliveries had come while he slept. After eating his fill, he exhaled a satisfied belch. Stretching his limbs within the confines of his cell, he resumed his training punches, kicks, refining his combat techniques. Every strike was direct, unadorned. Fists, feet, knees, elbows, even his forehead, all weapons in their purest, most brutal form. After completing several sets of combat drills, Wu Ye lay flat on the ground, preparing for sit-ups. 1, 2, 3. In the silence of his heart, Wu Ye began counting the number that had occupied his thoughts most frequently during this period. When he reached 746, his abdomen burned fiercely, his sculpted muscles twitching uncontrollably. Yet he persisted, sweat glistening over the 8 sharply defined ridges of his abdominal muscles. The ground beneath his back was drenched. Upon reaching 800, his body collapsed, utterly incapable of rising again. The sensation of gasping for air, of dizziness from oxygen deprivation, overwhelmed him once more, a feeling he had grown all too familiar with during these extreme training sessions. Yet despite this grueling regimen, one that no ordinary person on Earth could endure, why had he only managed to push past minor limits? Why had the true physical boundary, spoken of by so many, still eluded him? Over the past week, his strength and stamina had undoubtedly improved, yet the ultimate threshold of his physical form remained untouched. Frustration gnawed at him. Perhaps my training still isn't intense enough. Gritting his teeth, he flipped over and began push-ups. He refused to believe that. With the peak physical conditioning he had achieved on Earth, he couldn't break through the body's true limits. 1,540. 1,541. Finally, at 1,800, Wuya collapsed completely, reduced to little more than a lifeless heap. Lifting a hand or even a single finger felt impossible. Every muscle in his body convulsed, veins bulging like coiling dragons beneath his prison garb. Day after day, the cycle repeated. Wuya had lost track of how long he had been training. 10 days? 20? Perhaps even a month? He couldn't say for certain. Yet, he noticed subtle changes in himself. His stature had grown slightly, now standing at approximately 1 meter and 52 centimeters. His physical capabilities had improved remarkably as well. Push-ups, which initially numbered fewer than 1,000, had now surpassed 2,400. Sit-ups could be completed in a single session, exceeding 1,900. He could maintain a horse stance for 4 hours, perform 2,000 frog jumps, and execute countless kicks and punches, too many to tally. Still, despite these advancements, he had yet to breach the true limits of his physical form. Though he had overcome many minor thresholds, the ultimate boundary remained unbroken. Wuya's physique had grown increasingly robust, his muscles more defined and solid. Yet, shrouded in perpetual darkness, no sunlight could illuminate the paleness of his skin. How can one truly surpass the limits of the flesh? He pondered restlessly, his impatience gnawing at him. Unrelenting, he intensified his training without pause. Each meal was consumed in exhaustion, crawling toward the iron door inch by inch like a caterpillar. Every session of cultivation drained him utterly, leaving no ounce of strength unspent, only to recover with even greater power than before. His current strength surpassed even the peak of his past life by several folds. Wuya was certain that, were he to return to Earth now, he would be regarded as nothing short of superhuman. A single punch could fracture concrete, leaving behind a crater perhaps not vast, but enough to instill terror. Even steel would bear the marks of his might. Such was the extent of his growth. During this period, Wuya repeatedly inquired of other prisoners how one might truly transcend the limits of the flesh. Yet the answers he received were invariably the same: relentless training, pushing one's physical endurance to the brink until the body's boundaries are shattered. This breakthrough manifests as a sensation akin to countless insects burrowing beneath one's skin. Crouched in a horse stance, Wuya pondered silently. Evidently, his current intensity still fell short. With eyes closed in meditation, he maintained the stance as though drifting into slumber. Within the recesses of his mind, scenes from his past life surfaced, a life that, for Wuya, had been defined by bloodshed, an existence unfathomable to ordinary souls. The abyss of eternity lay in utter silence, a desolate void devoid of life. Within the consuming darkness, a solitary figure trembled violently, every muscle quivering, from calves to thighs, from waist to arms. Sweat drenched his clothes as though he had emerged from water, dripping steadily onto the ground, forming small pools beneath him. His face burned crimson. Swollen with exertion, his entire body wreathed in steam. Such intensity would horrify any onlooker. Training to this degree bordered on fatal. Yet the figure remained motionless, eyes tightly shut as if lost in slumber. A sigh of disappointment escaped him. Memories of his past life on Earth surfaced, taken into the organization at 4. Forged into an assassin among 100 peers. By 18, only 3 remained. And in the end, he, Wuya, had slain the other 2, claiming the title of the organization's deadliest killer. But Wuya refused submission. He would not be their tool, nor would he perish on some mission. Betrayal was his choice. Like a lone wolf, he would die before bowing. Gathering mercenaries, he waged war against the organization, rising to become a king among mercenaries. Through assassinations and wealth, he built his own power to oppose them. Then, boom. That mission in Israel, the sudden rain of artillery fire, now he understood. The barrage had been no accident. The organization had orchestrated it. Damn them. In the darkness, Muya's eyes snapped open, teeth clenched. In his past life, he had failed. In this one, no one would ever control his fate again. Just then, footsteps echoed down the corridor. A meal delivery. HM? Didn't they just deliver food when I was in my horse stance? That delivery would have been evening by the outside world's time. This one, then, must be morning. 12 hours. Wuya was filled with bewilderment as he glanced at the food by the iron door, the sound of retreating footsteps echoing in his ears. Instinctively, he lowered his head. He was still in a horse stance. Blinking his puzzled eyes, he suddenly gasped, though no sound escaped his lips. A tidal wave of exhaustion and overwhelming agony engulfed him, freezing him in place before he collapsed limply to the ground, unable even to fall properly. Lying there completely, his body convulsed beneath the prison garb, his skin crawling as if infested with writhing worms. Pain, excruciating, all-consuming, racked his every fiber. Why did it hurt so much? Never before had the aftermath of a horse stance been this unbearable. He couldn't move, not a limb, not even his throat. No sound could be forced out. His extremities felt plunged into an icy abyss, while his abdomen and organs burned as if trapped in a furnace. The alternating torment of fire and frost was worse than any torture. Desperate to scream, he found himself voiceless. His once handsome face twisted into a grotesque mask of agony. Teeth bared like a demon clawing its way from hell. Had he shattered his physical limits? Yet there was no joy in it. Over a dozen hours in that stance had pushed him far beyond his endurance. Had he woken even half an hour later, his body would have been drained dry, dead from sheer exhaustion. And yet, somehow, he had slipped into that elusive state of deep focus, entering stillness. Not some Taoist mysticism, but a phenomenon many experience, becoming so absorbed that time dissolves, leaving only disorientation upon awakening. That was what had happened to Wuya, lost in memories. For an entire day and night, he lay paralyzed on the ground, racked with pain and starvation. Food sat just beyond the iron door, yet he couldn't move, teetering on the edge of life and death. Only by the second day could he inch forward, dragging himself to the door to replenish his energy, his body still screaming in protest. A week later, he regained partial control, though weakness clung to him like a shroud. Half a month passed before he could move without agony, though training remained impossible. A full month crawled by before full recovery. Too long. Relief washed over Wuya. This entering stillness had nearly killed him. He prayed never to experience it again. Yet surviving it meant reaping rewards beyond imagination. Those hours in the horse stance, the sensation of countless worms burrowing beneath his skin, had that been his physical limit? His physical limit. Wuya threw a fierce punch forward, the gust of wind swirling around his arm with a howling force, accompanied by the sound of air bursting apart, a stark contrast to just a month ago. A look of delight crossed his face, as if his strength had advanced by leaps and bounds. He estimated that a single strike from him now could unleash the force of 10,000 pounds, 10 times beyond his peak on Earth, and several times greater than just a month prior. Yet, only a little over a month had passed. Such rapid progress surpassed even his wildest expectations. However, he did not let pride cloud his judgment, for he knew that in the world of pirates, there existed those who could shatter mountains with a single blow. What was his 10,000 pounds in the eyes of such titans? Moreover, this world held countless individuals capable of annihilating mountains, even entire islands, with a mere wave of their hands. This sudden surge in power had been nearly a stroke of luck. The chances of such an opportunity arising again were slim. In comparison, Wuya's path stretched long before him. Yet, he brimmed with confidence, believing that through relentless training, he would one day reach that pinnacle, and then surpass them all, stretching his limbs within the confines of his cell. Every casual punch he threw now seemed to rupture the very air around him. The sensation was exhilarating. Power, after all, was something every man craved. This transformation had only come after standing in a horse stance for over 10 hours, pushing past the true limits of his physical body. Unlike the minor breakthroughs from his previous training, this was a genuine transcendence of his entire being's mortal constraints. Let's start with 10,000 push-ups, he mused, eager to test the extent of his newfound strength and the current limits of his body. Placing his hands firmly on the ground, he began. 1, 5, 13. Wuya discovered, to his astonishment, that the speed at which he silently counted numbers in his mind could no longer keep pace with his push-ups, approximately 5 per second. A spark of joy flickered in his eyes as he marveled at the transformations within his body, far exceeding his wildest expectations. This terrifying velocity persisted until he reached 3,000, after which it gradually began to slow. 3,000 that had been his absolute limit half a month ago. Yet now, not even the faintest trace of soreness plagued him, only his breath grew heavier from the exertion. The metamorphosis of his physique was undeniable in this moment. 10,000. Effortlessly. He achieved what would have been utterly impossible just a month prior. Back then, his limit had been a mere 2,000. He had estimated that reaching this level would require several more months of gradual progression. The deep meditation had inflicted immense suffering upon Wu Ye. Yet the rewards it bestowed were beyond belief. Tomorrow, I shall begin guiding the latent domineering energy within me. For now, I must temper every inch of my body. Action followed thought without hesitation, such was Wu Ye's nature. First, 10,000 kicks and 10,000 punches. Wu Ye had no intention of merely enhancing his strength. He sought to augment his attack speed and agility as well. After all, what use was sheer power if one could not land a blow upon the enemy? Within the confines of his cell, the sharp whistling of swift movements sliced through the air's side kicks, whip-like sweeps, straight punches, and hooks, all executed with precision. Each motion silently counted in Wu Ye's mind. Only after 2 or 3 more hours of relentless training, upon achieving his goal, did he finally pause at the arrival of his next meal. Once sated, Wu Ye retreated to the deepest corner of his cell and succumbed to slumber, knowing that upon waking, an even more rigorous regimen awaited him. Though the infinite abyss knew no distinction between day and night, Wu Ye's disciplined routine, dictated by meals and training, kept his rhythm in sync with the world beyond. The following day, after loosening his limbs, replenishing his energy, and resting well, he resumed his relentless pursuit of mastery. Nightfall began to squat, but not in the usual manner. Instead, he placed his right leg over his left, attempting a single-legged squat. In such an awkward posture, maintaining balance was a challenge, let alone training effectively. Wu Ye took a considerable amount of time to adapt, barely maintaining his balance before he could begin his training. Practicing on a single leg meant all his weight and force were concentrated on one limb, increasing its strength manifold compared to before. Had his physical endurance not improved so significantly, Wu Ye wouldn't have dared to train in such a manner. Such rigorous practice was all too prone to fractures. 1-2. As Wu Ye had anticipated, the difficulty escalated exponentially. He estimated that with his current stamina, he could perform over 10,000 standard squats. Yet now, with single-leg squats, merely 3,000 left his leg numb and devoid of sensation. This time, he refrained from pushing himself beyond his limits. While surpassing one's boundaries was beneficial, progress had to be gradual. Daily overexertion would inevitably overwhelm the body. Switching legs, he resumed the single-leg squats. This method of training, as expected, exhausted his body far more swiftly than before, naturally reducing wasted time. Subsequently, Wu Ye modified his training regimen. Standard push-ups evolved into knuckle push-ups, single-arm push-ups, or even fingertip push-ups. The intensity naturally heightened. He even incorporated handstand push-ups. His horse stance, too, transitioned into a single-leg stance. Such intensity reduced the scale of his repetitions from tens of thousands back to mere thousands. Yet the challenge was undeniably greater than before. Simultaneously, Wu Ye began earnestly channeling the latent Haki throughout his body. In the endless night, day after day passed without the alternation of sun and moon, without the cycle of seasons. The flow of time went unnoticed by all. Wu Ye had long lost track of how many days he'd spent in the endless abyss. Inverting himself once more, palms pressed firmly against the ground, he maintained perfect equilibrium with effortless grace. 23,000 push-ups in this inverted position. When the silent count reached 23,000, the inverted figure descended, returning to stand upright upon his feet once more. Panting heavily, shaking out his numb arms, Wu Ye clenched his fists, feeling the boundless strength coursing through his body. A satisfied grin curled at the corners of his lips. Approaching the wall, he measured his height against it, scrutinizing the mark. 1 meter and 56 centimeters. Not bad, a few centimeters taller. Nodding in approval, he acknowledged the progress. Though accustomed to his former towering stature of 1 meter 85, this diminished height of 1 meter 50-something was admittedly disheartening. With head bowed, Noct gazed upon the tattered prison uniform, stained with sweat. Beneath the shredded fabric lay skin gleaming with a metallic sheen, muscles bulging with explosive power. A year had passed. What profound transformations had occurred? Wu Ye couldn't help but sigh repeatedly. Although the infinite abyss had no concept of time, he learned the current date from a new prisoner who had entered just days ago, realizing that a full year had already passed since his arrival in the world of One Piece. 360 days, no short span of time. Throughout this year, Wu Ye had done nothing but train. What else could one do in such circumstances? Solitude was the eternal companion here in the infinite abyss. where days stretched endlessly without a single sound, a silence so profound it could drive a man to madness. Wuya felt fortunate that he had grown accustomed to solitude and loneliness back on Earth. Otherwise, an ordinary person transported here might not withstand such bone-deep desolation. Testing his strength. Wuya clenched his fist and swung it forward. Whoosh! A gust of wind coiled around his arms, and the air ahead cracked with the sound of a sonic boom. He paid no heed to whether the other prisoners could hear it. Not bad. A pity there was no target to test it on. Retracting his fist, Wuya was satisfied. That single punch told him he could shatter even a steel plate. A year had already wrought earth-shaking changes within him. Most importantly, that strike had been infused with armament Haki, colorless and formless, the most rudimentary level, yet undeniably present. Half a year ago, Wuya had awakened his latent Haki and begun honing it. Though he had only reached the first stage, invisible and colorless, it was still a source of pride. Surely, he was no longer a mere weakling in this world of pirates. Wuya knew his strength was still far from formidable, but compared to when he first arrived, the difference was staggering. Now, a single finger could overpower his former self. Such was the gap, such was the fruit of relentless training. He wondered when he would reach the second stage of armament Haki, invisible yet colored. The night remained oblivious. Only upon reaching a certain level could one entertain certain thoughts. The 5th year of the great pirate era, this should also be the year of Luffy's birth, mused Wuya, pursing his lips in contemplation. Strength was still woefully inadequate. Reinvigorated with determination, he resumed his training. A kick. A simple side kick, yet its speed. Mayan had long ceased counting, for it had surpassed 10 strikes per second, rendering enumeration futile. Before him in the air, only a seamless blur of footwork remained, the wind whispering in its wake. Time flowed onward. Wuya had lost count of how many side kicks he'd executed, certainly over 10,000, though the precise number eluded him. Only when a dull ache crept into his legs did he pause, far from reaching his limits, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Wuya lowered his head in deep contemplation. His agility had diminished, his speed had waned. It was not an issue of strength. Though his physical power continued to grow, his swiftness and nimbleness had regressed compared to before. Muscles? Gazing at the towering, formidable bulges covering his body, the physique of a true muscle-bound warrior, he discerned the root cause. Wuya was certain that his current weight exceeded 150 pounds, yet he was no mere obese man. Rather, his frame bore the burden of excessive muscle. This very abundance of sinew hindered his swiftness and agility. Stroking his chin in contemplation, he pondered the conundrum. Cultivation would inevitably augment his musculature further. Was abstaining from practice even conceivable? Utterly unthinkable. Yet speed and dexterity remained indispensable virtues. Could one truly forsake these twin attributes in pursuit of brute strength alone? The notion was equally preposterous. Wuya still longed to restore his physique to that perfect, streamlined form of yore, yet without sacrificing an ounce of his formidable strength. Only then could he unleash his full potential with flawless precision. With a resigned smile, Wuya habitually shifted topics, hoping the prison inmates might offer enlightenment. Alas, no satisfactory solution emerged this time. So it seems, Wuya mused wryly. In this pirate world, few cared for such refinements. Raw power and explosive bursts commanded respect, while agility and finesse were afterthoughts. How to resolve this? He gritted his teeth, brainstorming numerous impractical ideas until illumination. A phrase flashed through his mind: tiger leopard thunder resonance. Among Earth's martial arts, Wuya had never formally studied traditional Chinese boxing. Yet he had incorporated elements of Xingyi and Baguazhang into his combat style. He recalled Xingyi esoteric technique where practitioners emit bestial roars and thunderous vibrations, not through vocal cords, but through controlled oscillations of bones, muscles, and internal organs. This profound vibration could theoretically refine excess musculature into denser, more powerful tissue while restoring his aerodynamic silhouette. The concept merited experimentation. Wuya concentrated, recalling the training methodology. True mastery required synchronizing microscopic tremors across every sinew, organ, and epidermal layer, a harmonious resonance mimicking distant thunder. Physical prerequisites posed no concern. His current conditioning exceeded requirements. The challenge lay in control. Initial attempts only produced superficial twitching, utterly ineffective. Ancient texts suggested vocalization as a training aid. With a resonant hum, Wuya felt vibrations propagate through his thoracic cavity. The breakthrough had begun. Nightless embarked upon an endless cycle of trials. Without a master's guidance, without anyone's knowledge, he had only his repeated failures to lead him toward the answers. Possessing nothing, He could rely solely upon himself. In the darkness, Nightless maintained the stance of a pouncing tiger, his lips drawn back in a silent snarl. Fingers curled like claws gripping the earth, spine arched like a beast poised to strike. His motionless form began to tremble, the convulsions violent at first, as if his entire body swayed with deliberate force. Yet as time passed, the tremors gradually subsided, until, to the outward eye, he appeared utterly still. But beneath the surface, every bone in his body resonated faintly, his muscles quivering beneath the skin, his very organs trembling in unison. This internal vibration coalesced into a sound, the thunderous roar of a tiger, the resonant growl of a leopard. The phenomenon drew the attention of prisoners in neighboring cells. But Nightless dismissed it with a casual remark, just humming to myself. Their interest waned. For a full hour, he held this state. Then, without warning, Nightless collapsed like melted wax, his body limp as though every bone had dissolved. Yet this exhaustion was different from past failures. This was not mere depletion, but transformation. Success. A surge of triumph coursed through him. He had lost count of his attempts, perhaps 1,000, perhaps 800. But now, at last, he had mastered the tiger-leopard thunder roar. Wu Yi hastily examined his own physique. His muscles remained as robust as before, yet he faintly perceived a newfound refinement in their density, his bones now more resilient. He understood that the tiger-leopard thunder resonance was no mystical art, but rather a method of physical cultivation, one that demanded perseverance, not instant mastery. With unwavering dedication, he was certain not only his outward form would transform, but his very constitution would undergo absolute metamorphosis. What an extraordinary training method he had inadvertently acquired. Truly worthy of our ancestors. We marveled, indeed, the wisdom of 5,000 years of Chinese heritage was incomparable to any other. Now, he possessed the tiger-leopard thunder resonance. Nightless began cultivating with ever-increasing speed. Day after day, year after year, he immersed himself in relentless training, the intensity continuously escalating as his strength and physical endurance grew exponentially. Each day, Nightless would dedicate an hour or two to employing the tiger-leopard thunder resonance technique, refining his muscles and bones to perfection. The benefits soon became evident. His physique no longer bulged unnaturally but gradually returned to its former streamlined elegance. Yet Nightless knew the truth. His power had surpassed his previous limits. His muscles now forged to an unprecedented density. His skin had toughened like tempered iron, a testament to his unyielding discipline. Wu Yi was certain that at this moment, even if an ordinary person were to slash at him with a blade, it would not pierce his skin. Bullets would fail to penetrate his steel cable-like muscles, and hammers could not shatter his bones. Such were the transformations that had overtaken Wu Yi's entire being. To achieve such metamorphosis, Wu Yi had devoted another 2 years of rigorous cultivation. Had it truly been 3 years already? No, Wu Yi was not training. In the darkness, a shadowy figure of 1.65 meters stood motionless within the prison cell. 3 full years had passed since his transmigration into the world of pirates. The passage of time was something Wu Yi had gleaned from the murmurs of fellow inmates during his imprisonment. 3 years, spent entirely within the confines of this cell. Armament Haki, activate. Wu Yi clenched his fist and uttered a low command. Slowly, a portion of his fist began to darken. Armament Haki, Wu Yi had already broken through to the second level. The stage of formless yet colored. Even if it was merely the lowest tier of the second level. Even if covering both fists entirely in the black hue of Armament Haki remained beyond his current capability, it was still enough to fill Wu Yi with exhilaration. 3 years. If measured by the body's age, I must be 13 by now. I gazed at the inky darkness enveloping his fists, though not yet fully covering them. It was sufficient proof that he had indeed reached the second level of Armament Haki. 3 entire years. To attain this stage, I hadn't anticipated it would take him 3 full years. Recalling the original story, Luffy had trained his Armament Haki for 2 years and achieved full hardening over both arms, his mastery slightly surpassing my own. Was my talent too lacking? Or did I not strive hard enough? I chuckled softly, dismissing the notion that he was inferior to Luffy. Neither talent nor effort was the issue. On the contrary, he believed himself to be far beyond Luffy. Though Luffy had reached the first tier of the second level of Armament Haki in just 2 years, his foundation had been vastly different. Long before, Luffy's physical prowess had already been formidable, his fists capable of shattering warships and buildings, his body far surpassing human limits. Such strength allowed him to channel Haki effortlessly. The greater his physique, the more Haki he could wield. Moreover, he had been personally instructed by Rayleigh, the Dark King. With Luffy's innate constitution, mastering Haki to at least the peak of the first level, formless and colorless, had been a matter of mere months. But he had started from nothing. His initial strength, a mere 1,000 pounds, how could it compare? Wu Yi had once inquired of the prisoners. Their unanimous response was, for an ordinary person to begin cultivation and seek to surpass the limits of the flesh, it would require at least 2 years. To manifest the aura of might, a minimum of 2 to 3 years was necessary. Once the aura was successfully drawn forth, one could be considered to have attained the first level of armament Haki. To break through to the second tier of armament Haki demanded no less than 6 or 7 years, while others needed over a decade. Wu Yi achieved it in merely 3 years. What more could he possibly desire? Now, Wu Yi felt that a single punch from him could shatter an entire building. Beyond honing his physical strength and Haki, it was time to begin cultivating offensive techniques, swordsmanship, perhaps, or something else. His gaze drifted toward the other prison cells, wondering how many terrifying skills lay hidden among these monstrously powerful inmates. And Wu Yi had no qualms about mastering every single one of them. His strength had already reached a staggering 100,000 gene, a number that perhaps failed to fully encapsulate his might. Though no suitable object stood nearby for him to test his power, he was certain that even a fortress wall or a warship would crumble beneath his full-force strike. Such was the extent of Wu Yi's strength. As for armament Haki, he had already ascended to the second tier, formless yet visible. He could harden his fist, though at most only one could be cloaked in that inky darkness. Nevertheless, his mastery of armament Haki was undeniably advanced. Had the world known that he had risen from nothingness in just 3 years, it would surely have been struck with awe. Having reached this level of power, the path forward lay in steady, incremental cultivation, for in the art of strength, there were no shortcuts. In the nascent stages of his cultivation, Wu Yi had established several objectives for himself. The first milestone had now been achieved at this very moment. Only when all the goals within his heart were accomplished would he possess the confidence to orchestrate his prison escape. The journey continued. Noctis's ambition is to cultivate formidable combat techniques and master powerful martial arts maneuvers. The power of Nightless, armed with Haki, is by no means weak. However, it merely constitutes raw strength without any formidable offensive techniques, akin to possessing a treasure trove yet lacking the means to wield it, which is utterly unacceptable. Without potent methods of attack, Nightless is convinced that his combat prowess would be severely diminished, to the point where defeat at the hands of lesser opponents becomes a distinct possibility. As for the martial arts Nightless has mastered, though practical, they remain confined to the realm of terrestrial combat. In the world of pirates, the techniques he currently possesses hold little significance. Nightless does not possess the formidable martial arts or swordsmanship of the pirate world, but in his eyes, the endless prison is an inexhaustible treasure trove. With so many powerful inmates here, why fear the lack of powerful secret techniques, martial arts and swordsmanship, among the strong in the pirate world? These are no less significant than devil fruit abilities, if not superior. Unlike the uniqueness of devil fruits, martial arts and swordsmanship can be learned by anyone. The Rokushiki, or Six Powers, stands out in Nightless' memory as one of the most renowned martial arts. His first target is set upon mastering these techniques: Soru, shave; Jeppo, moonwalk; Kami-e, paper drawing; Tekai, iron body; Renkyaku, storm leg; and Shurgon, finger gun. His choice is not merely due to their fame, but a decision made after careful deliberation. In Nightless' view, no other martial art is more suitable as a foundation than the Rokushiki. These techniques encompass power utilization, speed, destruction, finesse, evasion, aerial movement, and bodily fortification, covering nearly every aspect of combat. Though they may not be the absolute pinnacle of techniques, their perfection is rarely matched, earning their place as the Navy's signature skills. Among them, Jeppo and Renkyaku hold the highest priority for Nightless. Jeppo allows brief aerial movement, akin to short-distance flight, invaluable in any terrain. Renkyaku, on the other hand, provides a ranged attack, something Nightless currently lacks. The other Rokushiki techniques also offer substantial utility. The question remains, does anyone here possess knowledge of the Rokushiki? Nightless is eager to acquire their training methods, yet a trace of doubt lingers. Though the endless prison houses only the strongest, they are also ruthless criminals, enemies of the world government and the Navy. While the Rokushiki are not classified as secret techniques, their association with the Navy makes their presence uncertain. Approaching the iron bars, Nightless peers outside into the unchanging gray haze. Who here knows the Rokushiki? He calls out bluntly, having long abandoned the need for subtlety. Oh, that voice, the brat again? Rokushiki? What, kid, you're interested in that Navy trash? Too bad. I never bothered with their techniques. Brat. Why the sudden interest in Navy moves? Numerous voices respond, yet none claim mastery of the Rokushiki. Nightless sighs wryly, perhaps his expectations were too idealistic. It seems he must settle for other martial arts or swordsmanship from these inmates. Kid, why do you care about our Navy techniques? Because I want to. Got a problem with that? Wu Ye's words carried an edge. He had long grown accustomed to the abrasive tone of conversation here, where harshness commanded respect, while politeness was mistaken for weakness. Wait, Wu frowned. We? Had the one who just answered him been a Marine? Hey, are you a Marine? Wu pressed. Do you know the 6 powers? Kid, don't you know we have a rear admiral here? A defector, though, locked up in this place. The answer resolved Wu Ye's confusion, and a spark of excitement flickered within him. A rear admiral? That should mean considerable strength. Wu Yi estimated his own strength to be roughly at the level of an ordinary Navy Commodore. That rear admiral, do you know the Navy's 6 styles? He called out toward the iron door, unsure which cell held the traitorous officer. After a moment of silence in the clamorous air, a somewhat aged voice responded, Yes. What of it? Nothing. Could you explain the principles and training methods of the Navy's 6 styles to me? Wu Yi inquired again, straightforward and without concealment. Could you explain the principles and training methods of the Navy's 6 styles to me? Not in the mood. I'm not that idle. And why do you want to know? Just curiosity. Can I train? Wu Yi chuckled, stating his goal openly. Not out of naivety, but because he understood training was impossible for any prisoner in the infinite hell. Bound as they were. When something is deemed impossible, if someone claims otherwise, the immediate assumption is deceit. And so, among the inmates of the infinite hell, Wu Ye's words were dismissed as nonsense, mere jest. No one believed he truly sought to train. Training? A cold snort echoed from a distant cell. Unfortunately, I have no patience to indulge you. Oh, is it that you don't know, or that you're too unskilled to explain? Wu Yi retorted, employing the age-old tactic of provocation, crude, yet often effective. This time, however, he failed. A dismissive voice drifted back. Believe what you will. I'm going to sleep. Don't disturb me. No matter how you pressed further. No answer came again. Wu Yi let out a bitter laugh, yet he remained undaunted. Time was on his side. If not today, then tomorrow, the day after. Or even a week later. He was willing to persist until the other party, exasperated beyond endurance, yielded the information. After all, he had time to spare. Little brat. Hitting a wall, aren't you? A rough voice jeered. Don't you know that so-called rear admiral still clings to his rank, strutting about with that arrogance of his? He looks down on us as if we're all lost souls in need of salvation, refusing to stoop to our level. Kid, why waste your time on those worthless Navy techniques? Let me tell you about my peerless swordsmanship. It'll leave you spellbound. Excellent, Wu Yi replied without hesitation. While the Navy's 6 powers were his primary goal, he had never intended to limit himself to them. Any formidable martial art or swordsmanship was fair game. One condition. He added coolly. I know nothing of swordsmanship, so if you're going to boast about your techniques, don't just rattle off names and feats. Break it down from the fundamentals, otherwise, I'll assume you're just blowing hot air. He had no patience for empty bragging. What he sought were concrete methods of cultivation. You doubting me, brat? Back in the day, on the open seas, who hadn't he heard of enough? Another voice cut in before Wu Yi could interject. Spare us the theatrics. Who here doesn't he have a tale more extraordinary than yours? This was no gathering of wide-eyed novices. These were men who had weathered storms and walked through fire. Their own exploits were legend enough. Kid, how about I teach you my formidable martial arts instead? Clearly, the idle prisoners, aching for distraction, were now drawn into the exchange. Outside, the clamor of voices swelled, echoing through the corridors. Wu Yi hastily spoke up, lest the clamor render his efforts futile. Quiet down, let me hear about swordsmanship first. The commotion subsided slightly before someone responded to Wu Yi's inquiry. Allow me to explain. The foundation of swordsmanship is, in truth, quite simple perseverance. The strength of swordsmanship stems from one's own strength. No matter how refined the technique, if the wielder lacks power, it is useless. There are no shortcuts in swordsmanship, only relentless training, starting from the most fundamental forms: thrust, slash, sweep, cleave, flick, and twist. 10,000 repetitions daily. Persist. And unless one is a fool, their swordsmanship will not be lacking. So simple? Wu Yi was taken aback. In his mind, even the most basic swordsmanship should have been an elaborate doctrine. It seemed that in this world of pirates, swordsmanship was less about flourish and more about raw power. Very well, then what swordsmanship do you know? Wu Yi pressed, his mind already clearing, prepared to memorize the formidable techniques that would follow. If we speak of my swordsmanship, there is only one style, no blossom. No blossom? Wu Yi had not expected such poetic nomenclature for his sword technique. Indeed, that is the name of my swordsmanship. But no blossom is merely the title of its strongest strike. It is a complete system, divided into 4 forms: 1 sword, 3 blossoms, 1 sword, 7 blossoms, 1 sword, 10,000 blossoms, and 1 sword, no blossom. Oh, Wu Ye's interest was piqued. It sounded formidable. Explain the principles, everything. I intend to learn from you. His last remark drew laughter from the crowd. Learn from us? What use is that here? They found it amusing, utterly unconcerned. Even if he memorized every detail, he could never practice it, nor could he ever leave. Learn from us? Huh. Their mirth was telling. Had this been the outside world, none would have so casually divulged their life-preserving techniques. Let me first describe its effects, the voice continued. This swordsmanship has 2 manifestations. In close combat, 3 blossoms delivers 3 strikes in rapid succession, creating the illusion of simultaneous wounds, each cut shaped like a flower. The injuries, blooming in grotesque beauty, resist healing. The second form conjures 3 hovering blossoms midair, forged from condensed sword energy. Spinning at blinding speed, their edges can shred even steel plates. 7 blossoms and 10,000 blossoms follow the same principle, only more refined. That's it. Wu Ye was incredulous. Such a simplistic explanation? Surely this can't be real. It seemed nothing more than speed and the manipulation of sword energy. Do you doubt me? Came the indignant retort. Wu Ye responded casually while stroking his chin, pondering whether the swordsmanship in the pirate world could truly be so vastly different. In the martial arts of Huaxia, every technique was intricate and ever-changing. Without secret manuals, mastery would be impossible. Yet here, a single phrase could encapsulate an entire sword style? Evidently, the disparity between the pirate world's swordsmanship and that of Huaxia was profound. The pirate world emphasized sheer, overwhelming power, where the chasm in strength was so vast that finesse and agility became meaningless before absolute might. Thus, their techniques remained rudimentary, their principles straightforward. In contrast, among the warriors of Huaxia, where individual prowess seldom diverged dramatically, subduing 10 opponents through brute force alone was implausible. Hence, the contest inevitably shifted to the refinement of skill and artistry. I committed the principles of the flowerless sword technique to memory, then callously discarded the now useless prisoner and turned to the others, demanding, next. Kid, you're ruthlessly pragmatic, one scoffed. Oh well, since I've nothing better to do, I might as well share my most prized technique, Divine Shift. Divine Shift? I leaned in, intrigued. The name alone suggested formidable power. Listen close, brat. Divine Shift is an advanced footwork technique, moving at blinding speed between 2 points. When pushed to its limit, the sheer velocity creates the illusion of splitting into 2. Though only one body exists, the rapid transitions make both apparitions' attacks real in that fleeting moment. Impressive, no? Indeed, I murmured, pleased. Such an ability would be devastating in combat, leaving opponents helpless against its unpredictability. Of course, the pinnacle of Divine Shift allows for 4 simultaneous apparitions, encircling the foe from all sides. But the demands on speed, footwork, and control are monstrous. I've only mastered 2. 2 is still remarkable, I praised. Now, explain the principles. That's what matters. Flattered by the offhand compliment, the man divulged the training methodology in full. I absorbed every detail, realizing the technique was deceptively simple, a refinement of leg movement, yet achieving mastery bordered on the impossible. Enough for today. Having secured 2 powerful techniques, I saw no need to push further. Greed would only lead to confusion. There would be time later to extract the rest. With the flowerless swordplay and Divine Shift now etched into his mind, his thoughts turned to the Marine Vice Admiral. How to coax the fool into surrendering the secrets of Rokushiki. A wry smirk curled his lips. Seems I'll have to resort to something childish and utterly shameless. Hey, Vice Admiral, he barked, feigning outrage. Spit out everything about Rokushiki right now. Don't you know I have obsessive tendencies? I was to even that interested, but now that you're withholding it, out with it, now. Wu bellowed at the top of his lungs, his voice reverberating throughout the infinite hell. Naturally, the Major General ignored him while others found it amusing. Unperturbed, Wu Ye remained indifferent. Subsequently, those prisoners who had initially mocked his naive methods soon tasted the bitter fruits of their amusement. The darkness was not an incessant scream, but rather intermittent roars and interrogations. Without the slightest warning, abrupt bellows or thunderous impacts against the walls would startle everyone, jolting them from their peace. At first, they dismissed it as mere childish antics. But after a day and night of this torment, they began to taste true suffering, especially when, in the depths of slumber, a furious roar would wrench them awake. The prisoners writhed in agony, for the ceaseless demand was always the same: the secrets of the Navy's 6 powers. The relentless voice declared that unless answered, the disturbance would never end. Time was of no consequence. Damn brat, shut up already. If you were in my cell, I'd have gagged that foul mouth of yours. Enough. Can't you just be quiet? I'm trying to sleep, tormented by this unending cacophony day and night. Even the most hardened souls found themselves yearning for the silent abyss of the past, when the infinite hell was truly infinite in its stillness. Nightshade turned a deaf ear and continued his own way. After all, they weren't in the same cell. He had nothing to fear. Clearly the other prisoners knew this too, helpless and powerless against him. Damn it, that Rear Admiral, Nightshade cursed inwardly. Why can't you just say it out loud? The Navy's 6 powers aren't some supreme techniques worth keeping secret. Humph. In another cell, the Rear Admiral snorted coldly. Truth be told, the noise was bothering him as well. But he refused to let some brat have his way so easily. Nightless remained as obstinate as ever. 2 days later, some prisoners could endure no longer. Damn it. Are there no other inmates in that Rear Admiral's cell? Either kill him or force him to talk. That little brat wants he have any way to keep tormenting us then. I swear, this kid is unbearable. KH. My dear Rear Admiral, you heard them. I can't take it anymore. So death or confession? Your choice. The 3 other prisoners in the Rear Admiral's cell closed in on him. Their lips curled into cruel smiles. Bloodshot eyes glared at him. No, in fact, every prisoner in the block now had bloodshot eyes. 2 sleepless nights of relentless noise would do that to anyone. Damn it. The Rear Admiral watched his approaching cellmates, knowing full well they meant every word. You little bastard. Fine. I'll tell you. Just stop the racket. And so, Nightless finally obtained what he wanted, the training methods for the Navy's 6 powers. A childish tactic, yet surprisingly effective. Though only in the unique environment of the infinite hell could such a method work. Anywhere else, it would be impossible. Truth be told, the Rear Admiral had long wanted to spill everything about the 6 powers just to silence the noise. Only his pride had held him back. After all, the 6 powers weren't some forbidden technique. Many in the Navy knew them. And even if he revealed them here, what did it matter? No information could leak from this place. No consequences would follow. Now, cornered by his 3 cellmates, the Rear Admiral seized the opportunity to divulge everything, if only to finally get some peace. See, Rear Admiral, you brought this on yourself. If you just told that brat earlier, we wouldn't have suffered these past 2 days. Yeah, and you call yourself a Rear Admiral? What kind of idiot are you? Prisoners from other cells, finally able to rest, hurled accusations at the Rear Admiral. What a useless bastard. Can't even handle a simple situation. Only the Rear Admiral wept silently in despair. What did I even do wrong? I was just lying here, minding my own business. This is all that damn brat's fault. How is any of this my fault? But who could blame Nightless? Alone in his cell, he had no restraints, no consequences. Meanwhile, the instigator himself, Nightless, was already committing the 6 powers training methods to memory. As for the other prisoners, they finally succumbed to sleep. 2 days without rest had taken its toll. The Navy's 6 powers, Sorrow, shave rapid consecutive kicks against the ground to generate explosive bursts of speed. Jeppo, moonstep kicking the air with such force as to defy gravity, enabling aerial movement. Kamii, paper drawing flowing like paper in the wind. Evading attacks with minimal motion. Tekai, iron body hardening the muscles to an iron-like density, rendering the body nearly impervious to strikes. Shurgon, finger pistol thrusting a finger with lethal precision, capable of piercing flesh like a bullet. Rankyaku, storm leg a slash unleashed through a powerful kick, generating a blade of compressed air. These techniques primarily enhance physical prowess through specialized methods, granting abilities beyond ordinary human limits. Practitioners may adapt and refine them to suit their individual strengths, amplifying their lethality. And thus, the Rear Admiral imparted to Nightless the secrets of the Navy's 6 powers. Those who have cultivated to the pinnacle can rely on treading the air to execute precise movements, even sharp turns. The training method of shave is the only explicitly mentioned technique among the Navy's 6 powers in the original text. And the description aligns perfectly with what the Rear Admiral stated. Hence, Muya concluded that the Rear Admiral had not deceived him. Moonwalk. Its fundamental principle mirrors that of shave, though the frequency of treading air is lower, requiring each step to reach a certain threshold of force and speed. There seemed to be some scientific rationale behind it. Muya stroked his chin contemplatively. As speed gradually increases, the resistance of the wind intensifies rapidly, and the pressure grows heavier. Theoretically, when velocity reaches an extreme limit, the air ahead becomes akin to an impenetrable wall. Evidently, when the speed of treading air reaches its peak, it mimics stepping onto solid ground, thereby generating the force necessary for ascent. Paper art. By leveraging the acute judgment of a six powers practitioner, one can anticipate an opponent's attack trajectory by discerning the flow of air and subtle muscular shifts, allowing for preemptive evasion. Iron body, powerful muscles undergo instantaneous hyperexpansion, coupled with a slight hypnotic trance induced by willpower, numbing the body's nerves to enhance resistance against external force. Those who master it to perfection can even employ this technique while in motion. Muya had no objections to this. Ordinary individuals, when tensing their muscles, often find them impervious to pain and remarkably rigid. He estimated that if he were to tense every muscle in his body, even a blade wielded by an average person would fail to pierce his skin. As for firearms, even if a bullet breached the surface, it would struggle to penetrate the tightly wound, steel-like musculature. As for the slight hypnotic trance, Muya understood it as a form of psychological conditioning. Finger gun. Applying the principle of iron body, the fingers are rendered indestructibly hard. Then, in the instant of thrusting, the muscles within the arm rapidly contract and expand multiple times, accumulating immense kinetic energy, thereby concentrating the force of the piercing finger to an unparalleled degree of destructive power. Tempest kick. The muscles of the leg contract and expand at blinding speed, generating kinetic energy before delivering a kick that surpasses the speed of sound. This compresses the air ahead of the leg, forming a razor-sharp air blade to strike the enemy. The ultimate pinnacle of the six powers, Rokugan. All muscles in the body simultaneously contract and expand at extreme speed, generating kinetic energy. The arm muscles rotate, allowing the force to spiral outward, delivering the full brunt of kinetic energy into the opponent's body at close range. The Navy's six powers, along with the divine swordless technique, were all meticulously committed to Muya's memory. After silently reciting them several times to ensure they would not be forgotten, he finally relaxed. Outside the door, the rhythmic sound of snoring rose and fell like waves. Wu Ye smiled faintly. Clearly these past 2 days had tormented them severely, yet he felt no trace of remorse. From childhood, the base had instilled in Wu Ye the doctrine of achieving goals by any means necessary. And Wu Ye had always adhered to this principle unwaveringly, by any means necessary, which encompassed not only ruthless and sinister methods but also shameless and unscrupulous tactics, as long as they achieved the objective most efficiently. Wu Ye also leaned against the wall, closing his eyes as he sank into deep slumber. These past 2 days he had not slept at all, who could endure 3 days and nights without rest. But now there was clearly no need to torment himself so. Upon awakening, Wu Ye had no idea how many hours had passed. Outside the iron door, some food had already been placed, and intermittent noises drifted from the other cells. After savoring the meal, under the cover of darkness, the youth known as Wu Ye began his ritual of stretching and warming up, his mind silently reciting the newly acquired techniques from the previous day. Today marked a departure from the monotonous training of yore, while the cultivation of raw strength would forever remain a constant in his regimen. Wu Ye now sought to intertwine it with the refinement of martial forms, believing that the fusion of both would yield greater efficiency. He contemplated how to seamlessly merge strength training with technique practice. For the finger gun, he decided upon 2-fingered push-ups, or even inverted 2-fingered push-ups, thereby honing both finger strength and overall power. As for Sara, one of the Navy's 6 powers, he recognized its similarities to the divine rotation technique and resolved to train them in tandem. The Tempest kick, he mused, could be paired with leg raises. While maintaining a horse stance, he would tense every muscle in his body, simultaneously practicing Tekai, the iron body technique. Yet, a frown creased his brow as he realized the absence of a blade. How was he to train in swordsmanship? Glancing around the barren cell, he found no weapon. Not even a makeshift wooden substitute. With a sigh, he resigned himself to using hand chops as a temporary replacement. Having finalized his training plan, his warm-up concluded. Muscles awakened and primed for the grueling session ahead. 1,000 inverted 2-fingered push-ups to start, effortlessly flipping into a handstand. Wu Ye balanced with ease before gradually shifting his weight onto his fingers, first all 5, then only the index and middle fingers of each hand. In the past, such a feat would have been unthinkable. The sheer pressure on those delicate digits would have shattered them instantly. Now, however, he dared not recklessly commit to the position. A single misstep could spell disaster. Fractured fingers with no hope of treatment would be a death sentence. His fingers darkened, sheathed in the impenetrable armament Haki, ensuring absolute safety. Then, with painstaking slowness, he withdrew the protective energy, retracting it incrementally, ready to abort at the slightest sign of strain. Only when his fingers were fully exposed did he confirm their resilience, aching, but unbroken. Begin. And so, the brutal training commenced once more. In the silent confines of his cell, the young man poured his sweat and will into each movement, his mind counting the repetitions as he had done every day for 3 years. 1, 2, 3. In the darkness, his inverted form rose and fell with disciplined rhythm. 482. Though his breath remained steady and his brow dry. His teeth clenched against the searing pain in his fingers. The bones within throbbed under the strain, yet his wrist remained unshaken, his body unyielding, no sweat, no falter. Only the relentless burn of his digits bore witness to his suffering. Nightless' physique had long since transcended its former limitations. Even the most grueling handstand push-ups in triple digits couldn't possibly exhaust him. With no other choice, Nightless pressed his palms firmly against the ground, abandoning his usual two-finger stance. Perseverance alone wouldn't suffice now. Over 3 years, he had continuously shattered the boundaries of his physical endurance. Surrender was never an option in his vocabulary. Yet stubborn persistence now would be sheer folly. Finger training required gradual, methodical progression, maintaining his inverted position with palms flat. Not even a drop of sweat had formed. How could this mark the end of training? Merely the conclusion of finger exercises. No counting. Nightless drew a deep breath and exhaled slowly, preparing for true limit-pushing training. No predetermined number of handstand push-ups. He would continue until complete physical collapse. His hands planted firmly. Nightless' speed multiplied severalfold, executing multiple push-ups per second as he silently tallied in his mind. In the darkness, after what seemed an eternity, faint labored breathing gradually became audible. Deep within the solitary cell's impenetrable blackness, the young man's respiration grew erratic, beads of sweat beginning to trace down his forehead. Surely past 10,000 by now? Nightless persisted through the burning exertion. The exact count eluded him, the numbers too vast, his initial tempo too rapid. Each inverted push-up equaled 7 or 8 conventional ones in difficulty. Surpassing 10,000 handstand push-ups equated to nearly 100,000 standard push-ups, an astronomical figure bordering on unbelievable. Yet Nightless had achieved this in merely 3 years, reaching levels inconceivable to Earth's strongest and attainable by only the rarest elite in the pirate world. Though his arms screamed with lactic acid fire and his inverted stance wavered precariously, Nightless continued pouring sweat into his efforts. His rapidly growing strength came not through shortcuts or tricks, but solely through this relentless dedication, benefits that would manifest supremely in future battles. His breathing grew increasingly ragged. Pearls of sweat now fell in steady rhythm, forming visible pools on the ground. His entire body steamed with exertion. Teeth clenched to the point of near fracture. The world spun dizzyingly before Nightless' size, must be approaching 20,000 now? His arms trembled with familiar, unbearable agony. Thud. Minutes later, Nightless' exhausted form collapsed to the floor. At his current physical level, such impact caused no injury. Lying prone, he gasped heavily, allowing his spent body to recover. After a brief respite, though every fiber protested movement, he forced himself upright. Methodically, he began massaging arm muscles and pressure points in sequence. The ache of exertion. An hour later, the sweat had long since evaporated. Countless sit-ups. Lying on the ground, Muya began another set, push-ups, sit-ups. How many had he done? He didn't know. Only that by the time the next meal arrived, his abdomen burned with a searing heat, tingling faintly, his 8-pack carved like blades, strikingly defined. Propping himself up, he replenished his fluids with food, swiftly restoring his stamina. Then, he began his kicks. 10,000 side kicks. This time, Muya consciously controlled the muscles of his calves, preparing for the training of Rankyaku. In the darkness, the boy crouched in a horse stance, his right hand forming a blade, sharp as a spear, thrusting forward with a sound that split the air. The art of swordless swordsmanship. Its techniques, the wielding of a sharp blade, not with slashes or hacks, but solely with thrusts. Crouching in a horse stance on one foot, while the right hand stabs forward repeatedly, like a machine. It must be said that from the very beginning of his training, Muya had been like a machine, repeating the same simple drills day after day. Yet the hardship within was something few could endure. Now, deep down, Muya truly felt gratitude toward the base. Had he not been molded from childhood, had he been raised in comfort like an ordinary person, he would never have believed he could endure years of such monotonous training. In the darkness, the boy continuously tapped the ground with his foot, the movement slight but rapid, while his hands thrust forward without pause. His entire body tensed in unison. This was not mere multitasking, but mastery over every muscle. An exceedingly difficult feat, to command the body with such precision. The abyss of eternity. A realm destined for oblivion. None cared to remember, none deigned to know. The infinite hell stood in the uttermost depths of Impel Down, a realm of absolute solitude. Day after day, some succumbed to despair and chose death, others perished in futile struggles, while new prisoners arrived. Such was the unending cycle. In one of the most ordinary cells of this abyss, a young man persisted in his relentless training, year after year, day after day. The monotonous grind of his practice never ceased, each repetition seemingly identical to the last. Yet none knew that with every cycle, the numbers he silently counted in his heart grew larger, his stature and strength increasing imperceptibly in the consuming darkness, in the forgotten passage of time. Saru. 3 months later. He executed the Marine's 6 powers technique, Soru, for the first time, instantly traversing a meter. 5 months later, 3 meters. By the 8th month, he could cross the entire length of his cell in a single motion, from one corner to the farthest, within the pitch-black confines of his solitary cell. An eerie phenomenon unfolded. 2 indistinct silhouettes gradually materialized, flickering like illusions. Over time, these phantoms grew more defined, though their outlines remained unstable, constantly shifting. Eventually, the 2 figures became indistinguishable, standing motionless. Yet none could perceive that they were one and the same, seamlessly alternating at a speed beyond mortal sight. This was no mere feat of velocity, it demanded absolute mastery over power and precision, ensuring every movement aligned flawlessly with the phantom's form, not a single misalignment permitted. His inner strength swelled ceaselessly. He could no longer gauge the sheer force of his strikes, but he sensed that even a small hill might crumble beneath his fist. 2 years prior, his armament Haki had barely covered a single fist. Gradually, it expanded, both fists, then his wrists, then his arms. Now, at last, his entire forearms were sheathed in the impenetrable black armor of Haki. The art of the flowerless sword technique has reached the level where one can manifest 5 blossoms with a single stroke. The 6 naval styles have long been mastered, and not without considerable depth. Over these 2 years, through methods of old, Muya has acquired several new forms of attack. Explosive fist, utilizing hidden force. It shatters the enemy from within or strikes through barriers like a mountain-splitting blow. Blade radiance, a slash that releases a luminous arc of cutting energy. Chi shield. By rotating the muscles of both arms, kinetic energy is transformed into a swirling shield of air between the palms, capable of both defense and offense. All these transformations have unfolded in silence. This year marks Muya's 5th in the infinite hell. In terms of physical age, he is now 15. In the outside world, the Great Pirate Era has entered its 9th year, and Luffy, if he exists there, should be 4 years old. Standing at 1.75 meters within his cell, Muya surveys his form, powerful yet retaining a sleek, streamlined physique brimming with explosive potential. A slight frown creases his brow. Perhaps it is time to depart? Nocturnal's gaze pierced upwards, seemingly penetrating through the ceiling, traversing the apex of the 6th layer's infinite hellscape, arriving at the enigmatic 5th stratum he had only learned of through the original texts. The time to venture there was nigh. Weary of confinement, the oppressive cell stifled his growth, too cramped to unleash blade auras or tempest kicks. How could one truly strengthen oneself? Moreover, as his prowess grew, so too did the magnitude of his training's disturbances. The shackles tightened, the risk of discovery multiplied. Yet the original scriptures revealed truths. The 5th layer sprawled vast, unknown to Impel Down's Marines, a realm where cultivation could unfold unshackled. Perhaps fugitives already lurked there. Serendipitous sparring partners to remedy his current dearth of combat experience in this piratical world. The ascent from the 6th layer to the 5th would itself serve as training for prison breaks. Should discovery occur, so be it. Escape remained an option. To linger in this stifling cage would only fetter his progress henceforth. Resolve flickered in Nocturnal's eyes like tempered steel. Earlier, he'd chosen to train within the cell, fearing that should his breakout to the 5th layer be detected, he'd lack means to resist. Now, with strength honed, accidental discovery would at least grant him a fighting chance. Slowly, he moved to the cell's shadowed corner. Fingers traced the darkness until they closed upon a slender wire. With solemn bearing, he approached the iron gate, eyes locking upon its imposing padlock. Muya's heart was resolute and unwavering. His sole contemplation now was how to stealthily reach the 5th floor. He recalled that mysterious space on level 5, whose entrance was through a sewer on the 5th level. To descend from the 6th to the 5th floor, opening the iron gate without anyone noticing presented itself as the first formidable challenge before Muya. While the gate itself could be easily unlocked, avoiding detection proved exceedingly difficult. Directly across from Muya's cell stood another prison chamber housing 3 inmates he remembered. As he approached the iron gate, Muya found no concealment, no shadows to mask his movements. Everything lay exposed under stark visibility. Standing before the gate, his gaze pierced intently outward into the unknown. The infinite abyss was devoid of any light source. The pitch-black environment bestowed upon the entire space an infernal desolation. with the pervasive stench of decay emanating from every direction. Gazing beyond the iron gates, Wu Ye recently wore a faint smile. As if the first problem wasn't too difficult after all. Killing all the prisoners in the opposite cell? That would be the simplest solution. Even if they weren't in the same tier of cells, Wu Ye had ways to make the inmates turn against each other without anyone suspecting his involvement. Yet he chose to abandon this path, for there were other methods available. Wu Ye's gaze meticulously assessed the infinite hell's light rays, determining the maximum distance his vision could penetrate. He harbored no fear towards the so-called observation Haki, for anyone audacious enough to employ it to perceive others' conditions would undoubtedly incur collective wrath. Several months prior, Wu Ye's observation Haki had once spanned several kilometers, inadvertently surveying the entire infinite hell in a single sweep, an act that nearly provoked universal fury. He was almost crushed beneath the overwhelming and imposing auras of all, yet he stubbornly withstood the pressure. Naturally, Wu Ye had gleaned comprehensive knowledge of the infinite hell's layout, including the distribution of surveillance den mushi. This discovery stirred a trace of unease within him, for there existed no path that could entirely evade the watchful eyes of the numerous surveillance snails. However, one small consolation remained. No den mushi was directly positioned before the iron door of Wu Ye's cell. Not only do others casually employ observation Haki in Wano country, but even when someone idly utilizes their sensory perception through this ability, even without the cover of night, he could conceal his presence from others through his innate observation Haki. The only hindrance to his stealth was the reliance on visual perception. Even without physical obstructions, the pitch-black abyss of the infinite hell seemed to serve as his perfect shroud. The infinite abyss was shrouded in an omnipresent gray haze. Wu Ye prided himself on possessing exceptional vision. Yet even he could only vaguely discern objects within a 5 to 6 meter radius. Beyond 3 meters, everything dissolved into indistinct blurriness. At 5 meters, mere faint silhouettes remained, while past 6 meters lay an unfathomable abyss of darkness. The corridor separating the two opposing rows of countless prison cells spanned 4 meters in width. This meant that even if Wu Ye pressed himself against the iron bars of his cell door, he could barely make out the hazy outline of the opposite cell's entrance. Anything deeper than 2 meters within the opposing cell remained utterly invisible to him. Wu Ye thought to himself, if all the prisoners in the opposite cells remained inside, even with the iron doors open, they wouldn't be able to see. As for the cells diagonally across, being even farther away, they were of no concern at all. Currently, there was only one prisoner leaning against the iron door of the opposite cell, meaning he could barely make out the door of Wu Ye's cell. It seemed all he needed was patience. Wu Ye sat leisurely by the iron door, savoring this rare moment of respite. He felt no urgency, knowing that in times of tension and critical moments, maintaining a calm demeanor allowed for the most accurate judgments. Meanwhile, his mind pondered the path ahead after opening the iron door. Escaping the cell was merely the first step. What followed would be far more arduous and fraught with the risk of discovery. Once detected, his only option would be to immediately attempt a full-scale prison break. Time slipped away, second by second. The abyss of eternity knows no distinction between day and night. Yet the rhythm of existence persists through the measured cadence of delivered meals. Though time holds no dominion here, the prisoner's circadian patterns align with the external world through this thrice-daily sustenance ritual. We also waited for the arrival of night outside, when most prisoners in the endless hell would likely be deep in slumber, making it harder to detect his movements. Meanwhile, he used the wire in his hand to unlock the sea-stone collar around his neck. Opening the iron door, closing it, and leaving all had to be done in an instant. The shorter the time, the lower the chance of being discovered. Wu Ye couldn't practice his lockpicking speed with the lock on the iron door, so he had to rely on the sea-stone collar around his neck for training. As he practiced, he mused silently. Even if I escape, as long as I'm not caught, the other prisoners probably won't notice that someone is missing from this cell block. And the meal deliverers likely wouldn't have a clue either. Even if they found out, it wouldn't matter. By then, I'd either be on the 5th floor, dead from being caught, or successful in my escape. 3 possible outcomes, none of which required him to worry about whether his absence would be noticed after his departure. Time slipped away in silence. The moment had come. Wu Ye surmised that it must be the wee hours of dawn outside, as faint snores echoed throughout the infinite abyss. The 3 prisoners in the opposite cell were nowhere to be seen within Wu Ye's line of sight, and naturally they couldn't perceive Wu Ye either. Wu Ye stood beyond the iron gate, her presence unseen even as she spoke. Night fell silently as Wu Ye slowly rose to his feet, a slender wire poised before the tiny aperture of the iron gate, ready to pick the lock. The metal filament slid delicately into the keyhole, while he pressed his ear against the cold surface, rotating the wire with practiced fingers. Attuned to the faint whispers of turning gears within the mechanism, his heart remained as tranquil as an ancient well. Having weathered countless life and death moments, he had long grown numb. No longer prone to panic in critical situations. Click. The lock yielded with a crisp sound, though not loud, in the absolute stillness of the space. It rang out with piercing clarity. Nocturnal's gaze remained fixed upon the opposing cell and the one diagonally across. No anomalies detected. Then, with deliberate slowness, he began retracting his hands, preparing to open the iron gate, a portal untouched for years, now rusted and groaning with a shrill, grating protest as it yielded. His movements were measured, excruciatingly gradual, minimizing the abrasive symphony of decay to the barest whisper. That long-sealed iron door, untouched by time's passage, gradually parted to reveal a slender sliver of darkness beyond. The night was poised to unfold in an instant, then vanished just as swiftly. The lock clicked shut, and in a heartbeat, he was gone. Speed was of the essence. Even if some were startled awake, by then he would already be 100 meters away. The iron gate firmly closed behind him. Damn it, had someone come? The force with which we had been pulling the iron gate abruptly dissipated, leaving an unsettling sensation from the sudden halt. Hastily, he pushed the slightly ajar gate back into place and silently secured the lock. At that moment, clamorous footsteps echoed from outside. Fortunately, he hadn't rushed out immediately. Listening to the approaching footsteps, Wu exhaled a heavy breath. Had he left just moments earlier, he would have collided with this group head-on. There would have been no escape but to break free by force. What could they be doing at such a late hour? Frowning, Wu strained his ears, deciphering the rhythm of the distant steps. The abyss of perdition was a desolate place, seldom visited by anyone, sometimes not even a soul for months on end, save for the occasional meal deliverer. Apart from these fleeting visits, the only times the Marines would descend into its depths were to incarcerate new prisoners, escort those condemned to execution, or retrieve the lifeless remains of the departed. A distant glow and the echo of footsteps roused many of the inmates from their stupor. Through the iron bars, they watched as a contingent of over a dozen Marines marched down the corridor. A newcomer? Could it be a Marine? Seems our abyss is about to welcome another Marine among its ranks. From the murmurs of the prisoners, Wu had already pieced together the situation before even laying eyes on the procession. His eyes gleamed with interest. A Marine? Soon, the group arrived at the corridor outside Wu's cell. The Marines stood tense, rifles at the ready, flashlights gripped tightly in their hands. Among them was a prisoner, bound in chains, yet clad not in the standard inmate garb, but in the uniform of a Marine vice admiral. The Marines scanned the cells, deliberating over where to place this disgraced officer, just as Wu prepared to call out, urging them to assign the man to his own cell. The sight of the intact uniform stirred something within him. With a Marine's attire, the possibilities would be endless. To his surprise, the group halted right before Wu's cell. Their flashlights swept the interior, confirming he was the sole occupant. Open it. The iron door creaked open, and the shackled vice admiral was shoved inside. Without delay, the Marines hastened away. None wished to linger in the accursed depths of Impel Down's lowest level. Well now, a vice admiral? Wu mused, his gaze lingering on the newcomer who had settled in a corner, deliberately ignoring him. He rose and sauntered closer. Another Marine turncoat, perhaps? Is that why you've been cast down here? The disgraced officer finally lifted his head, his eyes cold as he regarded Wu. Piss off, brat, he spat. I've no interest in conversing with the likes of you, unforgivable scum. A disgrace. Ah, another self-righteous fool, I see. From the surrounding cells, jeers and mocking laughter erupted. Idiot. You're a prisoner too, yet you still put on airs? How hypocritical. How utterly pretentious. With a faint smile, Nocturne approached the captive brigadier general. I shall borrow your garments and your life, he murmured. In the blink of an eye, he materialized before the man, seizing his throat with an iron grip and slamming him against the wall. His knee pressed mercilessly into the prisoner's abdomen while his other hand effortlessly restrained both arms. The brigadier general, utterly powerless in Nocturne's grasp, could neither resist nor utter a sound. The night whispered like a demon in his ear, murmuring softly, struggle not too much, lest this dignified naval admiral's uniform be stained with blood or dirt. How unbecoming. Whimpering, the admiral prisoner's pupils dilated in despair as he stared fixedly at the endless night. He could not comprehend why a prisoner bound in the infinite hell could still wield such formidable power. He understood not why he must be slain. With but a slight exertion of force, a crisp snap echoed as the admiral's neck gave way. His face, flushed crimson from asphyxiation, fell silent forever. Having only just arrived at the infinite hell, his soul returned to its native land. One could only say he possessed what the endless night desired. He slays by night, yet not indiscriminately. He ensures that those he kills shall receive their due. An absolute pragmatist of self-interest. He transforms into the most ruthless demon when profit beckons or threats emerge. Without gain, his kindness surpasses most mortals. The battle unfolded in utter silence, its conclusion shrouded in obscurity. Only when the Navy arrived to collect the corpse did the other prisoners learn of the death in the infinite hell. No clash was heard, leaving them to presume illness or suicide had claimed the fallen. With a faint smile, Muya observed the Navy officers flaunting their Commodore-level prowess. Meanwhile, he himself was now clad in an exquisitely tailored Commodore's uniform, having discarded his prisoner garb. His military boots clicking authoritatively against the ground, transforming instantly into a dignified and dashing naval Commodore. Earlier, Muya had even taken the liberty of using the remaining drinking water from the last meal delivery to wash himself. Though rudimentary, it had rid him of the grime and sweat, allowing him to don the splendid uniform with pride. Had he been outside, his striking appearance alone would have drawn countless gazes. Yet, upon inquiring with other inmates, Muya had learned that no Commodore was stationed within and held down. Thus, his plan to escape by masquerading as one was doomed from the start. Still, he harbored no disappointment. This uniform served another purpose entirely. In the darkness, he waited. 2 days later, the opportune moment arrived. By the outside world's reckoning, it was the dead of night, and the prisoners of the infinite hell had succumbed to slumber. Most crucially, the cells opposite and diagonally across stood empty by their iron gates. No prying eyes to witness his movements. No longer hesitating, he picked the lock. A deep breath. Click. The grating screech of metal echoed through the infinite hell as the iron door swung open abruptly. In one fluid motion, Muya yanked it wide, slipped through, then snapped it shut behind him, relocking it in the same instant. By the time the prisoners stirred awake, he had already vanished without a trace. What was that? Did anyone else hear a door open and close just now? Huh. Yeah, I heard it too. Did the meal delivery come early? Or is there a new prisoner? Maybe someone's being taken out for execution? Prisoners from every cell roused in confusion, pressing against their gates to peer down the corridor, yet no one was there. Did we all hallucinate at the same time? Are there ghosts in here now? Unanswered questions lingered in the prisoners' minds, yet even through fervent discussions, no solutions emerged. Though consumed by burning curiosity and gnawing doubts, they detected no overt anomalies. Surely, there couldn't be any issues, could there? At the far end of the endless abyss, a solitary figure pressed against the cold stone wall, vigilant in all directions. The murmurs of prisoners echoed through the cells, their hushed discussions filling the air. Under the cover of darkness, he remained fully vigilant while employing his observation Haki to render himself imperceptible to others. Though there was a tacit agreement among them not to use observation Haki to invade each other's privacy. The current circumstances left the prisoners restless. What if they decided to employ their Haki to probe the depths of the infinite hell? Meanwhile, he focused his observation Haki toward the entrance of the 6th level, deliberately avoiding the prison cells themselves. To scan the cells would be to recklessly reveal his own position. His breath grew quieter, his presence fading into the shadows. We couldn't be certain whether he had been captured by the surveillance Den Mushi. If discovered, and if a large contingent of Marines arrived at the entrance shortly after, his only option would be a forced prison break. He pressed himself against the wall, concealed in the shadowy recesses beyond the last cell. His mind replayed that fleeting moment, the instantaneous opening and closing of the door, the metallic click of the lock engaging, all transpiring in less than a second. Then, with the blinding speed of the Soru technique from the Marine's 6 powers, he had traversed the distance in a heartbeat to reach this concealed refuge. Nocturnal was akin to departing in utter silence, drawing no attention whatsoever, yet such a feat was fundamentally impossible. The iron gate, long unopened and rusted, would inevitably betray his movements with its grating protest. No matter how gingerly he manipulated it, a swift, decisive motion, despite the noise, proved less conspicuous than a painstakingly slow attempt to slip away undetected. Armed with exhaustive knowledge of Impel Down's layout, he now understood his cell lay nestled within the heart of this labyrinthine prison. Stealthy escape? Even disregarding the impossibility of evading every vigilant Den Mushi, navigating past countless cells unnoticed bordered on fantasy. Fortunately, during that pivotal moment, Nocturnal had mapped every cell's position. A single burst of Sara carried him to the periphery. The prisoner's bewilderment concerned him little. His true dread lay in whether the surveillance snails had captured his fleeting silhouette. For even the speed of Soru, however blinding, was not true teleportation. Wu Yi estimated that there was merely a 10% chance of being discovered, and an even slimmer probability that the Navy would mobilize to capture him. Complacency is an inherent human flaw. He refused to believe that after all these unchanging years, those naval officers could maintain unwavering vigilance over surveillance footage. Nor did he trust that, given his speed and the abyssal darkness of the infinite hell, anything more than a faint wisp of shadow would be captured in that fleeting moment. And yet, in the depths of infinite hell, even if glimpsed, such a trace would likely be dismissed as inconsequential. Still, he dared not relax. His senses remained sharp, his observation Haki ever attuned to the entrance. At the slightest anomaly, he would burst forth in an instant. HM? Is something amiss in the 6th level of infinite hell? An impel-down surveillance room. A dozen or so naval officers lounged in boredom, some dozing, others playing cards. One wall was entirely occupied by monitors, 5 rows deep, displaying dozens of feeds transmitted by the din mushy cameras throughout the prison's various levels. What is the matter? The drowsy officers stirred, casting puzzled glances at their comrade who was fixated on the 6th level feed. Their eyes flicked to the screen. Nothing unusual. Just now I thought I saw a shadow. Faint. Maybe even imagined. The officer on watch sounded uncertain. The others scrutinized the footage for a long moment. Nothing. Must VE been your eyes playing tricks? A shadow? You think someone s breaking out? Pfft. As if everyone s golden lion Shiki. Go back to sleep. Don't bother me. If you're so worried, go check it out yourselves. A collective shudder ran through the room. The 6th level of infinite hell? No amount of persuasion could drag them down there. Dark and frigid was one thing, but the denizens within were another matter entirely. Guess I really did imagine it. Noctis waited a full hour in utter silence, as even the prisoners ceased their murmurs. The endless abyss regained its eerie tranquility once more. It seemed the most formidable trial had finally passed. With a sinister grin, Noct silently groped his way toward the entrance in the darkness. Several months prior, that single encounter had awakened his observation Haki. Nocturne discerned the parameters of the infinite hellscape. Initially, he presumed its expanse would be modest, yet to his astonishment, the domain defied expectations, spanning thousands of square meters, akin to a small township. Within this vastness stood approximately 200 cells, half of which lay eerily vacant or housed but a solitary inmate. The infinite abyss is a desolate expanse, where 8/10 of the land lies barren and forsaken. Beyond the prison cells, there exists naught else within its confines. Moving stealthily through the darkness, we as soon arrives before a colossal gate, as vast as a city's entrance. Naturally, it leads to the staircase ascending from the depths of the infinite abyss. Alas, the door stands firmly shut. Undeterred, Wuya shifts his position and gradually approaches another site, a square opening, shallow in depth, where an elevator once operated. Gazing upward through the cavernous opening, Moya surveyed the only 2 paths leading out of the abyssal hell, the stairwell and the elevator shaft. The stairway's massive gates stood sealed, an impenetrable barrier. His observation Haki could not pierce the suffocating stillness within, no whisper of air or presence betraying what lay beyond. Worse still, he feared the lurking gaze of a den mushy, its unblinking eye trained upon the entrance. Should he force those gates open, discovery would be inevitable. As for the elevator shaft, it was a vertical chasm, a direct conduit to the lowest depths of impel down. Unlike the stairwell, it was not shrouded in absolute darkness. Faint illumination flickered within. Yet this very light posed its own peril. If naval sentries peered down from the upper levels as he ascended, there would be no refuge. No guarantee of concealment. The shaft's walls, smooth and unyielding iron, offered no purchase for climbing, though this, at least, troubled Muya least of all. Weighing the risks, he deliberated between the 2 precarious choices. The elevator shaft, then, his brow furrowed. Though neither path was truly safe, the stairwell's fate rested on sheer chance. The moment those gates parted, fortune alone would decide his exposure. The shaft, however, demanded only speed. If he moved swiftly enough, unseen, he might yet slip through unnoticed. Wuya never prayed for fortune or luck, relying solely on himself even in the face of failure. Wuya gazed upward through the elevator shaft, yet no one peered downward from above. The world outside was shrouded in darkness. And who would bother scrutinizing an empty elevator shaft anyway? Drawing a deep breath, Moonstep. In an instant, he propelled himself upward along the shaft, his feet kicking violently against the air, producing faint explosive sounds as his body shot forth like an arrow released from its bow. His legs pistoned relentlessly against the void. In this moment, we forgot the immense physical toll each moon step exacted, All that mattered now was speed, the utmost swiftness. Through the elevator shaft he soared, his ascent blisteringly fast. His eyes remained fixed on the heights above. Should anyone glance downward and discover him, there would be only one path left: forcible escape. Snap. 2 seconds. Merely 2 seconds. Yet they stretched into an eternity. Wu Yi rushed into an opening above the elevator, vanishing into the elevator shaft. Was he not detected? He recalled those fleeting 2 seconds within the shaft, standing there, yet no one had glanced toward it. With the 3 most perilous steps now behind him, Wu Yi finally allowed himself a deep exhale of relief, pausing at the elevator entrance. His gaze swept across the brilliantly illuminated expanse before him, a stark contrast to the oppressive gloom of the endless hell. Was this the 5th level, the frigid hell? Before him stretched an endless, desolate whiteness, the entire space blanketed in snow and ice, devoid of color save for the biting, bone-chilling cold that threatened to freeze flesh solid. Yet the sub-zero temperatures, plunging well below -10 degrees, troubled Wu Yi little. As a warrior of formidable strength, and clad now in the thick, ornate, and insulating uniform of a major general, the cold was but a trivial inconvenience. Under the pale moonlight, his gaze swept across the desolate expanse. Finding no surveillance din mushy in sight, a wave of relief washed over him. His eyes then traversed the frigid wasteland of the frozen hell, lingering upon the distant row of prison cells half buried in swirling snowflakes. First, locate the drainage outlet. The original narrative had revealed to him that the enigmatic interlayer between the frozen hell and the eternal hell lay concealed beneath the 5th level S drainage system. Yet, the frozen hell S 5th level was vast. Its circular expanse stretched nearly 3 to 4 kilometers in diameter, with ceilings towering over 100 meters high. Such scale rivaled that of a small town. Worse still, the entire ground was blanketed in layers of unyielding ice, rendering the search for the drainage outlet even more arduous. Moreover, he dared not employ observation Haki. This level housed formidable prisoners. Though their average strength paled in comparison to the 6th level S denizens, they were far from weak. Unleashing observation Haki here would be tantamount to broadcasting his presence. Thus, while observation Haki appeared practical at first glance, its flaws were too glaring, even self-sabotaging. Rarely did true masters rely upon it. In later stages, it became virtually obsolete, abandoned by the strong. No choice but to search manually. Nightless searched inch by inch. An immense task indeed. Growl. Ice wolves? Mayan had anticipated that after merely 2 or 3 hours of searching, he would find himself encircled by over a dozen of these creatures. The pack snarled in unison, baring their sinister fangs as they lunged toward Nightless. His fists hardened with the armament Haki. Boom. A single punch shattered the skull of the nearest ice wolf mid-leap. Though each of these beasts possessed strength several times that of an earthly lion, within moments, Nightless had dispatched several with effortless ease. The remaining wolves, teeth bared and lips curled, fixed their gaze upon Nightless, but began retreating step by step. Even these mindless creatures recognized an adversary far beyond their prowess. Soon, the surviving ice wolves vanished into the shadows. We have buried the corpses of the ice wolves beneath the frozen ground, covering them with snowflakes to eliminate any traces that might reveal his presence. Once more, he plunged into the endless search. When the meal deliverers approached the prison cells, Wu Yi concealed himself beneath the ice in advance. Only after their departure did he resume his exploration. For an entire week, Wu Yi scoured the area. He was grateful he had the foresight to carry ample chunks of meat in his cloak, sustaining himself throughout the ordeal. For water, he simply melted snowflakes in his hands. How could it not be here? Over the course of that week, aside from the interior of the prison cells, Wu Yi had meticulously inspected every corner of the 5th level multiple times, yet he found no drainage outlet. Had he misremembered? Had he overlooked something? Sitting in the snow, Wu Yi furrowed his brow in frustration. Such a colossal oversight, he had accounted for countless possibilities, only to be thwarted by what he assumed would be the simplest step. Could it be inside the prison cells? His gaze shifted toward the distant row of cells. Prisoners were housed within, and Wu Yi had deliberately avoided investigating them. Surely not. The Navy wouldn't be foolish enough to place a drainage outlet inside a cell, would they? Then where else could it be? His eyes swept across the vast, frozen expanse of the frozen hell. Should I return to the abyssal darkness of the infinite hell? Or should I attempt an escape outright? Or should I train here? Or fight? Will you cast a sweeping gaze around? Indeed, the frozen hell served as an excellent training ground. Its natural frigidity stimulated the body's cold resistance, enhancing physical constitution. Of course, for ordinary people, lingering here would be nothing short of suicide. Moreover, the vast expanse provided ample space. There were no surveillance den mushy. No jailers, and the prison cells occupied merely a tenth of the area, tucked away at the edge of the space. Plenty of room remained for Wu to train. Yet despite these advantages, training in the frozen hell carried the constant risk of discovery. The lack of security meant vigilance was required at all times. A single moment of inattention, an unexpected intrusion, and Wu Yi would be exposed before their very eyes. Better to keep searching, unless absolutely necessary. Wu Yi would much prefer the secrecy and safety of the enigmatic 5.5 level, where training could proceed undisturbed. A distant howl pierced the air, ice wolves. Their frenzied eyes, upon spotting Wu Yi seated in the snow, flickered with unmistakable fear. Whimpering, they vanished without a trace. Those wolves, their bellies heavy with frustration, had unwittingly welcomed such a monstrous presence into their territory. Wu Yi remained motionless, gazing at the spot where the ice wolf had vanished. He had no desire to harass the creature, his brow slightly furrowed. Throughout the week, Wu Yi had not provoked the ice wolf, and evidently, the ice wolf dared not provoke him either. It seemed the wolf's den had not been discovered. Wu Yi had no interest in engaging in battle with the ice wolf. And during his search, he had deliberately avoided their lair. Perhaps it's time to confirm. A figure flickered across the snowy expanse, covering hundreds of meters in mere moments, leaving no footprints behind. Hell. The ice wolf den was nestled within a massive block of ice, as formidable as a city wall. Across the entire fifth layer of the frozen abyss, nearly 100 ice wolves roamed. Now, all of them had gathered outside the entrance of their lair, baring their fangs at Wu Yi as he approached. Is it inside? The wolves blocked the entrance, obstructing his path. But Wu Yi's attention was fixed on the icy cavern behind them. With a single step, he vanished. The snarling wolves blinked in confusion at the empty space before them. Had that damn monster left? Meanwhile, Wu Yi was already walking deep within the cavern. The interior was vast, spanning over 200 square meters, and to his surprise, it housed several ice wolf pups. So it really is here. His gaze sharpened as it landed on a corner of the cave, a manhole cover, an utterly ordinary drainage lid. Speechless with amusement, he chuckled. Could it truly be within the lair of the ice wolves? How utterly absurd. Mai realized he had squandered an inordinate amount of time. He strode toward the manhole cover, murmuring admiration for its ingenious concealment. What a remarkable location. This drainage entrance was already obscurely hidden, yet it lay nestled within the very lair of the ice wolves. No wonder the naval forces in the original narrative had failed to uncover it for so many years. Even Mai, armed with foreknowledge of the original tale, had nearly overlooked it, almost resigning himself to retreat. If a truly enigmatic space existed here, exposure seemed the least of his concerns now. Crouching beside the manhole, he hooked his fingers into its grooves and heaved it open, revealing a pitch-black abyss below. Outside, the relentless ice wolves, still prowling in futile pursuit of their elusive quarry, gradually closed in on the entrance, unaware that their prey had already slipped into the narrow, lightless passage, the cover sealing seamlessly behind him. A descent of several meters later, Mai's feet met solid ground. His observation Haki had long since been activated, for the darkness here was absolute, swallowing even the faintest trace of light. To his right, stagnant water flowed sluggishly, its murky channel just wide enough to permit passage. Noctis proceeded along the narrow passageway, advancing with measured steps. In such an environment, even the observation Haki proved scarcely useful. The corridor branched in intricate patterns, and at every turn, Noctis would commit the path to memory while leaving behind subtle markings, indiscernible traces that bore no semblance of human artifice. Wu Yi had lost count of how many turns he had taken in this seemingly endless labyrinthine passageway. The narrow corridor sloped downward at certain points, plunging deeper into the oppressive darkness beneath the Earth's surface. Though merely an interstitial layer between the 5th and 6th levels, its staggering thickness exceeded 100 meters, a calculation Wu Yi had long since confirmed. 100 meters, equivalent to the height of 30 or 40 skyscrapers stacked together. The sheer scale of impel down surpassed even Wu Yi's expectations, accustomed as he was to towering modern structures. Not even Earth's advanced technology, it seemed, could construct such a colossal edifice beneath the sea. Lost in these wandering thoughts, a faint glimmer suddenly pierced the monotonous darkness. Nocturne's eyes gleamed with delight as he remained fully alert, inching ever closer to the luminous entrance with silent steps. Snap! The moment Nocturne stepped into the radiant, daylight-like space, his expression darkened. Someone? The Navy. The words had barely escaped his lips when Nocturne vanished from the entrance in an instant. The next moment, he surged into the hidden chamber. Boom. In an instant, Wu Yi kicked the ground violently. The terrified, mysterious figure, already half buried in the earth, found his desperate attempt to burrow deeper thwarted as the collapsing terrain betrayed him. Simultaneously, a powerful fist struck his abdomen mid-rebound, sending him hurtling backward through the air. With an icy gaze, Nocturnal watched the enigmatic figure being flung backward, his eyes swiftly scanning the mysterious space around him. A look of incredulous astonishment flickered in his eyes. "Don't even think of burrowing underground again. And for the record, I'm not with the Navy," Nocturnal declared coldly as the mysterious man landed heavily in the distance. The bloodied stranger halted his attempt to tunnel into the ground, staring at Nocturnal with bewilderment. "Who are you? How did you find this place?" "You're definitely not a Marine. There are no rear admirals in Impel Down." Having concluded that Nocturnal was no threat from the Navy, the mysterious man's panic subsided, though he remained wary, keeping his distance. "And who might you be?" Nocturnal countered, his eyes still sweeping the cavernous space, the shock lingering in his expression. The area, though only half the size of the infinite hell on the 6th level, spans several football fields in breadth. But what truly stunned him was the sight in the distance, an entire football field's worth of space piled high with provisions and food supplies. Enough to sustain a single person for years. Wu Ye grinned, his worries about sustenance seemingly alleviated. The dimensions of this space also formed in his mind, a ceiling merely 30 meters high, given that this place was situated roughly 30 meters beneath the 5th layer. With a 100-meter thick stratum separating the 5th and 6th layers, it meant there remained another 30 meters above to the 6th layer's roof, equivalent to the height of a 10-story building. Within such a vast and secluded expanse, any cultivation he undertook would likely go unnoticed by the outside world. Beyond this, in the distance lay a solitary bed. And at the edge, a small pool where water seeped slowly from the wall. Whether it was seawater remained uncertain. There was also an enormous boulder. These were the only features of the entire space, devoid of any other presence. Notably absent was the infamous Okama King from the original tale, though. Given that the events of the original timeline were still 13 years away, his absence here was hardly surprising. Wu Ye thought to himself, it seems that to enhance combat experience, alternative methods must be sought in the future. "How did you find your way here?" the mysterious figure inquired. "By sheer coincidence. Rest assured, I too have escaped from imprisonment." Wu Ye replied with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, the enigmatic individual visibly relaxed. What an extraordinary coincidence. Were there no others from Impel Down who noticed? The mysterious figure questioned. Wu Ye nodded slightly. "Was this space discovered by you, or did you create it?" The middle-aged man in his 40s, with a somewhat shifty and unseemly demeanor, flashed a smug grin. "What do you think? Surprised, aren't you? It took me over a year of relentless effort using my devil fruit powers to carve this out. And as for the provisions, those I painstakingly stole from Impel Down over several years." "You created this?" Wu Ye regarded the mysterious man with curiosity. "So your devil fruit ability must be of the Zoan type, something like a weasel or a rodent." "Pangolin Zoan," the man corrected, his wariness toward Wu Ye diminishing slightly as he took slow steps forward. "Since fate has brought you here, why don't we keep each other company? It's not like we're ever getting out of this place. Might as well live in seclusion, free and unbothered." Pangolin Zoan, Wu Ye mused. With such an ability, creating a space like this wasn't beyond imagination. He watched the man approach, though he kept his guard up. If that's the case, why not just tunnel straight through to the 1st level and escape? Or break through into the sea? Wouldn't that make the prison break much simpler? The man scoffed. "You're being naive. Every floor's ceiling, floor, and walls are lined with seamless sea stone, impossible to penetrate. And the outer walls of Impel Down are several meters thick, solid sea stone. How could anyone tunnel through that? Even if you could, it's the ocean out there. A devil fruit user would be signing their own death warrant." He gave Wu Ye a look of exasperation, as if dealing with an ignorant fool. "Is that so?" Wu Ye sighed in resignation. Of course, it wouldn't be that easy. His gaze swept across the space once more. "So, what do you say? Stay here with me? It gets lonely, you know. And I don't dare bring in other prisoners from the cells." The man's tone betrayed his weariness of solitude. "All right," Wu Ye agreed with a smile, nodding. His eyes narrowed slightly, his grin radiant, almost blindingly so. In an instant, his foot shifted. Divine shift technique, he thought. My friend, I must say, fate truly is a funny thing." The man chuckled heartily. But the next moment, his laughter froze. His body stiffened as he stared in shock at the hand that had pierced clean through his abdomen. With great effort, he turned his head, his vision already fading. "Why you? How?" His bewildered gaze flickered between the Wu Ye standing before him and the one behind, the one whose blade hand was still buried in his gut. "Why are there two of him? Why?" The man couldn't comprehend why you would kill him. There was no reason, no motive. You serve no purpose alive. Only trouble. The Wu Yi in front of him dissipated like mist, while the one behind slowly withdrew his bloodied hand. His voice cold and detached. Human life held no value in Wu Yi's eyes. The middle-aged man dissipated before the nightless one, who stood behind him, slowly drawing his blade with indifference. Human life holds no value in the eyes of the nightless, he uttered coldly. In this place of cultivation, extreme training often suppresses all power. Under such circumstances, anyone could potentially eliminate the nightless. He would never allow threats to emerge, even those harboring no ill intent yet. As for using him as a combat opponent, too weak. In that fleeting moment, Nightless had already judged his reaction speed lacking, his strength inferior, likely ranking at the very bottom even among fifth-tier practitioners. The middle-aged man's venomous gaze remained fixed upon Nightless until the end. The latter impassively withdrew his blade, flicking it, now sheathed in armament Haki, sending droplets of blood flying. A dazzling floral pattern bloomed across the man's abdominal wound, its petals bursting forth in a crimson shower the next instant. The flowerless sword technique. Wounds shaped like blossoms resist healing and treatment. With his abdomen pierced thus, survival became impossible. To his dying breath, the middle-aged man never comprehended why death had claimed him. Wu Yi dispatched the corpse outside for the ice wolves to devour, ensuring not even bones remained. Afterward, he slew one of the beasts, extracting its longest bone to fashion into a crude sword for his future training. Returning to the hidden chamber, he sealed the entrance with earth. Contrary to expectations, the space wasn't shrouded in darkness. The deceased middle-aged man had somehow secured a light source, bathing the entire area in an ethereal glow. Perfection. As Wu Yi surveyed the chamber, astonishment overtook him. Beyond his wildest imaginings, provisions were abundant. A small freshwater pool, fed by an ever-dripping fissure in the wall, eliminated thirst. A makeshift bed and, most crucially, a massive boulder stood as the ultimate training apparatus. Gratitude swelled within him. The stranger had crafted an impeccable sanctuary. Now action. Bare-chested and clad in shorts, Wu Yi stood upon the vast training ground, his military uniform discarded in the distance. Solitude rendered modesty irrelevant. Tempest kick. His right leg lashed forward, a blade of compressed air shrieking through the void. In an instant, Wu Yi vanished, reappearing ahead of the arc to unleash another kick. Twin shockwaves collided midair. Unrestrained by prying eyes, he trained with abandon. Every technique, every strike executed without reservation. Each punch carried the fury of a thunderclap, winds coiling around his arms. The so-called bone sword, a meter long, needle-like fong, gleamed in his grip. A thrust sent it piercing forward, its tip splitting the air with a sonic boom. 5 spectral blossoms bloomed mid-flight before spiraling downward, each carving flawless craters into the earth. Lift. Before the colossal boulder, Wu Yi drove his fingers into its unyielding surface. Muscles, typically streamlined, now bulged with primal strength as he roared, boom. The monolith, weighing thousands of gene, yielded. Squats under such burden made a single repetition eclipse 1,000 ordinary ones. 100 of these Herculean feats marked his limit. Yet here lay the essence of efficiency. Tools transformed months of toil into days. Mastery accelerated. In the unfathomable void, the youth toiled ceaselessly, his existence reduced to only cultivation between scant moments of sleep and sustenance. For an entire year, Wu Yi remained confined within this mystical realm without venturing beyond its boundaries. 200. With a massive boulder strapped to his back, Wu Yi finally achieved his goal of completing 200 push-ups. His arms surged with power, propelling his body upward as the colossal stone was launched skyward. In an instant, Wu Yi materialized beneath the airborne boulder, catching it effortlessly before descending gracefully to the ground where he gently deposited his burden. The time had come to seek worthy adversaries. After indulging in a leisurely bath and donning his military uniform, Wu Yi's gaze settled upon the sealed entrance he had blocked months prior. Half a year had passed since he last pursued combat, for this sacred training ground accelerated his progress exponentially. Only when certain of his advancement did he deem it appropriate to test his newfound strength. These 6 months of cultivation yielded greater results than an entire year spent in the infinite hell. His armament Haki had ascended to the 2nd tier, formless yet colored. 2nd stage, enabling him to imbue weapons with his spiritual energy. The once pristine white bone sword in Wu Yi's grasp now bore a faint obsidian hue, irrefutable proof of his mastery. Having just attained this realm, the art of the flowerless swordplay has been honed to the level where a single stroke can manifest 7 blossoms. The divine shifting technique now allows for the faint silhouette of a third figure to emerge, though the full manifestation of this third form remains a distant goal. The 6 powers of the Navy have all seen improvement, and naturally, raw strength has surged beyond measure. Half a year ago, Muya still doubted whether he could rival a rear admiral, but now he harbors absolute confidence, surpassing most rear admirals in sheer might, though combat experience remains the sole exception. The final piece of the puzzle is now ready to be set in motion. Clad in freshly laundered military attire, exuding an air of undeniable authority, he unseals the concealed entrance and strides through the pitch-black passageway, emerging swiftly from the manhole of the ice wolf den. He pays no heed to the bewildered gazes of the surrounding beasts. Assured that no naval officers or meal deliverers linger in this level, he vanishes without a trace. You out. Muya arrives at the frigid prison of the 5th level, swiftly picking the lock of a cell with a wire. Without a word, he drags out its sole occupant, slams the iron door shut, and leads the bewildered prisoner toward the ice wolf's lair. Hey, what's going on? Today's not my execution day. The shackled man, wrists and ankles bound in sea-stone chains, stumbles along helplessly, his frustration mounting. What the hell is happening? I was sleeping just fine. And now some weird Navy guy drags me out? What was that about? From the other cells. The fleeting glimpse of Muya's figure is all the prisoners catch, too fast for any clear recognition. What else? Another poor bastard being hauled off to die. But why only one officer? Who cares? Save your breath and energy. Fight the damn cold instead. The 5th level of the frozen hell houses only the most notorious pirates and criminals with bounties exceeding 100 million berries, as ruthless as those in the infinite hell. Sympathy is non-existent here. All are merely waiting for death. This minor incident is quickly forgotten among them. What are you doing? Are you even Navy? The prisoner, powerless against Muya's grip due to his sea-stone restraints, stumbles along obediently toward the ice wolf's den. Who the hell are you? This isn't the way out. The burly man, likely in his 30s, glares furiously at Muya's impassive face. Expressionless, Muya delivered a precise strike to his abdomen. Too much talk. The force was measured, enough to inflict excruciating pain without being fatal. The unfortunate youth's mouth gaped wide, veins bulging across his forehead in agony, emitting muffled whimpers. Who are you? Ice wolves? When Muya dragged him back to the ice wolves' den, the terrified man stared at the surrounding beasts, unaware that the wolves themselves were regarding Muya with dread. Bastard. Even the condemned have rights. Who the hell feeds people to ice wolves? The 30-year-old man raged, his voice laced with both fury and terror. Muya lifted the manhole cover, hurled the shrieking man inside, then leapt in himself before sealing the entrance behind them. Upon arriving at the 5th-dimensional space with Wu Yi, the utterly stupefied man gaped in speechless astonishment at the surreal surroundings. Where is this place? He stammered, his mind reeling from the impossibility before him. The sheer incredulity of it all left him questioning whether he was trapped in some fantastical dream. Nightless flung him to the ground, then stepped forward to loom over him with a chilling yet smiling gaze. What's your bounty? How strong are you? What abilities do you possess? Clearly, Nightless wasn't foolish enough to recklessly release this man whose depths remained unknown, though he appeared harmless now. Who could predict the power he might unleash once freed from those sea-stone chains? If he proved stronger than Nightless, wouldn't that be courting death? Nightless sought combat experience, not to plunge himself into peril. The man instinctively cursed under his breath, but upon seeing Nightless' icy yet smiling expression, a shiver ran down his spine. His life was in the other's hands, so he obediently revealed everything. Not bad at all. Nightless grinned upon learning the man's strength. Competent, but still inferior, perfect for sparring. No need for curiosity. I'll tell you everything. I'm no Marine. I'm a prisoner too, though I escaped. And here, I discovered this space. See it? Like paradise, isn't it? But solitude wears on a man, so I sought company. Will you join me? Huh? The man blinked, staring at Nightless' warm smile. Was this fortune falling from the heavens? Though hard to believe, nothing seemed amiss. He nodded eagerly. Yes. Brother, you're incredible, finding such a place and treating me like this. Say no more, from now on. You're my sworn brother. Good. Nightless laughed heartily. Then I'll remove your shackles now. But first, promise me one thing. Name it. Anything. I'd die for you if needed. Years of boredom have left my hands itching. Spar with me, just a friendly match. Gladly. The man grinned, flexing his fingers. Been too long, I'm itching for a fight myself. True brotherhood. Nightless chuckled, unlocking the man's restraints before stepping back to face him from a distance. Come then. Don't worry, brother, just a friendly bout. I'll go all out. But I won't harm you. The knight no longer smiled brightly. The first layer's fierce confrontation echoed through the mysterious space, with violent tremors even felt within Impel Down. TCH. Those damned Sea Kings must have accidentally crashed into Impel Down again, muttered the Marine stationed there, sensing the faint vibrations beneath their feet, though they paid it little mind. Boom. Within the fifth layer, the two fiercely clashing figures abruptly separated. Let's end it here for today. We'll continue tomorrow. Nightless withdrew. Both of them slightly breathless from exertion. Over the following days, they engaged in daily battles. Initially evenly matched, Nightless gradually gained the upper hand. Though inherently stronger, he had initially struggled with adapting to combat. Yet as the fights continued, his experience grew, allowing him to dominate. A week later, "Brother, I can't fight anymore. You're too monstrous. After just a week, I'm no longer your match." The man panted heavily, drenched in sweat, while Nightless merely appeared slightly winded. Over this week, the man had confided in Nightless as if they were true brothers. Here, where no conflicts of interest existed. The only companionship one had was bound to be sincere, or so it seemed, at least on the surface. "Then let's stop. We'll go eat." Nightless smiled, stepping forward to support the man as they headed toward the food storage. A bone sword slid silently from Nightless' sleeve, aimed at the man's back. Still smiling, Nightless continued conversing warmly, until the next moment. The bone sword, sheathed in ornament Haki, pierced through the man's heart in an instant. As blood sprayed forth, Nightless swiftly retreated to a safe distance. Why? The man clutched his chest, blood seeping through his fingers, his disbelieving gaze fixed on Nightless. How could the brother he had trusted just moments ago betray him so cruelly? Why? The man clutched his chest, blood seeping through his fingers, his disbelieving gaze fixed on Nightless. How could the brother he had trusted just moments ago betray him so cruelly? With a perpetually gentle smile, Wu Ye gazed at the blood-dripping bone sword and softly remarked, "Because you have outlived your usefulness." Thud. The man collapsed to the ground, his eyes brimming with venomous hatred. His lifeless body was then carried away by Wu Ye to be fed to the ice wolves. Nightless had no inclination to reclaim them. Although recruiting some formidable individuals might prove beneficial for the prison break, the appointed time was still far off. How could he possibly leave these people here? Far too perilous. Thereafter, Nightless resumed his solitary cultivation within the void, silent and unseen. Over the course of 3 months, he meticulously refined the combat experience gained from his week-long battle with that man, rapidly assimilating it while enhancing his own strength and fortifying every aspect of his being. By the end of those months, a qualitative transformation had taken place in all his faculties. When the 3 months passed, Nightless, now nearly 6 feet tall, stretched his limbs, his bones emitting crisp cracks. Donning his military uniform, he murmured, "It's about time to seek out the second opponent." With that, he stepped out of the enigmatic space. Following the exact same procedure as before, he returned with another adversary. A week later, having once again forged a brotherly bond in the man's eyes, Nightless ended his life with a faint smile. Just as before, because he had outlived his usefulness. Another 3 months of solitary cultivation ensued before he sought out yet another. Thus, every 3 months or so, Nightless would escort a prisoner from the 5th level ice prison. This cycle persisted for a full 2.5 years. Combined with the initial half year he had spent cultivating in the fifth dimensional space, Nightless had now trained within the infinite hell for a full 3 years. Within the fifth dimensional void, 2 figures collided midair with such force that the entire space trembled, rippling like disturbed waters. 10,000 blossoms, 1 sword. The obsidian bone sword in his hand thrust forward, and suddenly, the air bloomed with countless resplendent flowers, an endless sea of petals swirling around Nightless. Then, another thrust. The blossoms surged forward like a storm. On the ground below, a grizzled man of about 50 let out a furious roar. His once withered frame swelled with sudden vigor as a tempest of energy erupted from him. His fingers curled into talons, slashing relentlessly through the air. Azure claw marks streaked forth, clashing against the floral onslaught. Sword energy tore through the void, leaving countless gashes across the space, on the ground, the ceiling, everywhere. Boom. Another Nightless materialized behind the elder. His upper body encased in the hardened black sheen of armament Haki, only his lower half remained uncoated. The second tier, 3rd level of armament Haki allowed full body hardening. But Nightless had yet to master it completely. His darkened fist shot toward the elder with such force that the air itself screamed in protest. "Young friend, I witnessed this trick just yesterday. A clone, is it?" The elder didn't even turn, countering with a backhanded punch. Their fists collided, and the ground beneath them shattered instantly. Sinking several meters like quicksand, Wu Yi retreated 3 steps, while the old man staggered back 5. "My old friend, it seems you are unaware that I can now divide into 3, Wu Yi remarked coolly. As the elder stepped back, another Wu Yi materialized behind him. a bone sword poised precisely at the base of his heart. 3 figures now stood in the chamber, one suspended in midair, another before the old man, and the third, slightly unstable in form, pressing the blade against his back. "Huh. Extraordinary body technique," the elder chuckled, his voice laced with reluctant admiration. "This old man has truly witnessed something remarkable. I concede this battle. Now, withdraw your blade." His tone was resolute. The hardened armor of Busashoka Haki still clinging to his torso, though it was already dissipating. Wei smiled faintly, his expression betraying no hostility. Yet the moment the elder's defensive Haki faded, the bone sword plunged forward without hesitation, piercing cleanly through his heart. "Why?" the old man gasped, staring in disbelief at the bloody blade protruding from his chest. Wei offered no answer, his smile unwavering as he withdrew the weapon with practiced ease. Then, with the same chilling efficiency, he disposed of the corpse. Once the task was complete, he reclined on the bed, surveying the barren remnants of his hideout, the empty food stores, the crumbling walls. "Almost time to plan the escape," he murmured to himself. "Worthless fools." The warden of Impel Down roared, his fury echoing through the prison's iron halls. 10 prisoners vanished without a trace from level 5 in 3 years. Vanished. And now, not even their corpses remain. Incompetent. "Warden, we've scoured every inch of level 5, the entire prison. There's nothing." The Marines stood stiffly, their voices tinged with unease. It's as if they evaporated from existence. One disappears every 3 months, like clockwork. It's unnatural. Evaporated? Do they sprout wings and fly out of Impel Down? The warden bellowed. "Sir, the remaining prisoners claim the missing ones were taken by a rear admiral." A Marine ventured hesitantly. "Ridiculous." The warden's face darkened. "Since when does Impel Down have a rear admiral? Then find this phantom officer. You have 3 days. Fail, and you'll replace the missing prisoners. Now move." "Aye, sir." Gurgle. Wei's stomach growled as he returned to the hidden chamber of level 5. The aftermath of battle leaving him drained. He strode toward the food storage, only to find it barren. A wry smile touched his lips. Last night's meal had been the final scrap. No matter, he mused. It's time to leave this place anyway. Rubbing his temples. He was not concerned about sustenance. In terms of physical age, he had already reached 18, standing at a height of 1.80 meters. His prowess was incomparable to the past, with significant enhancements in all aspects, not merely in domineering strength but also in the mastery of techniques. Moreover, Wei had personally developed a hidden trump card. However, this trump card was still in its nascent stages, fraught with numerous drawbacks, yet its potential power was undeniably staggering. First, he would address his hunger, then contemplate the means of escape. Glancing around, his gaze swept across the space he had inhabited for 3 years. Devoid of any lingering sentiment. Even if this place were truly a paradise, Wei would never remain. A paradise without freedom. Where even stepping outside required utmost caution, what purpose did it serve? Frowning in contemplation, his hunger was now unbearable, though he could endure it. Embarking on an escape while famished was unwise. Escape, a perilous endeavor, fraught with life and death risks. Wei needed to restore his physical condition to its peak, meticulously strategizing every possible countermeasure and contingency. Failure was not an option. It meant death, or worse, the permanent loss of any chance for freedom. But where could he find sustenance? A year prior, out of curiosity, he had sampled the meat of an ice wolf. No matter the method, the flesh remained perpetually cold, revoltingly unpalatable, and seemingly devoid of nourishment. Moreover, Wei knew these ice wolves were fed the corpses of deceased prisoners within Impel Down. Killing had never troubled his conscience. But consuming the flesh of creatures that fed on human remains, that was a depravity he refused to entertain. To the 6th level, then, under the cloak of night, Wei advanced silently toward the entrance. The prisoners of the 5th frozen hell endured far harsher conditions than those in the 6th layer. Provisions arrived but once a week, barely enough to sustain life. Ordinary men would perish under such deprivation, yet the denizens of the 5th circle, hardened by adversity, clung to existence amidst relentless cold and torment. The 6th layer, by contrast, was a realm of relative ease. Soon arriving at the ice wolf's lair, Wei disregarded the cowering beasts and surveyed the 5th level with meticulous care. Finding no unexpected presences, he slipped unseen toward the elevator shaft. Cautiously peering upward into the vertical passage, he confirmed neither observers above nor active elevator movement. Drawing a steadying breath, he plunged downward through the shaft. At the 6th level's threshold, his feet brushed against the air itself, arresting his meteoric descent before alighting without a sound. Emerging into the familiar darkness of the 6th prison layer, Wuya moved through the sepulchral silence, a realm where time itself seemed petrified, heavy with the scent of decay. His Haki cloaked his presence as he approached the cell block, confirming no marine guards attended their duties. Creeping along the walls, he found the foremost cells empty yet still bearing their weekly rations, 5 portions per cell. A luxury that would stir envy in any upper level. Swift as shadow, he gathered the untouched meals and melted back against the outer wall. Seated in meditative stillness, Wuya consumed the chilled provisions with deliberate slowness, savoring each morsel while his mind wove intricate plans. The elevator shaft offered one path, a daring ascent to the first level, perhaps undetected, followed by a violent breakout before the prison's guardians could mobilize. Seize a warship, vanish into the sea. Countless escape scenarios unfolded behind his watchful eyes as he replenished his strength in the endless dark. None can attain perfection, cursed as this impel down is, built upon the sea. Its location so inconveniently close to Marine headquarters. And of all places, it teems with formidable figures. At present, only 2 among them command Yui's attention, Warden Magellan and Chief Jailer Shiridu of the Rain. The former's prowess and abilities require no elaboration, undoubtedly Admiral tier. The bane of all close combat specialists. Only long-range assaults stand a chance against him. As for the latter, even with knowledge of the original lore, Yu remains uncertain of his exact capabilities and strength. Likely sword-based, yet in the original narrative, he was spoken of in the same breath as Magellan, surely at least a peak vice admiral level. Muyue estimated that his current strength surpassed that of an ordinary vice admiral. Though whether he had reached the pinnacle of vice admiral level remained uncertain without direct comparison. Over the past 3 years, he had engaged in battles with over a dozen 5th-tier powerhouses. Some wielded formidable abilities, others mastered unparalleled physical techniques or secret arts. Each had bounties exceeding 100 million berries, and the strongest among them had once claimed to have fought a vice admiral to a standstill. Yet even that one had fallen to Muyue's blade. As he quietly consumed his meal, his mind raced. Even if there was no flawless method of escape, he needed to devise the closest approximation, simple, safe, and efficient. Behind him, the row of cells stretched in eerie silence, so profound it cast doubt on whether any prisoners remained within. Damn it. All my treasures, my life as savings, hidden away. Who knows which bastard will stumble upon them now? A voice, bitter and muttering, suddenly erupted from an unseen cell, startling Muyue. The previously soundless depths of the infinite hell gradually stirred with life, murmurs rising like ghosts from the dark. Oh, spare me your whining. I spent my whole life hoarding riches, never enjoying a single berry of my billions before they dragged me here. Makes me want to vomit blood. For a moment, the prison transformed into a symposium of grievances. Muyue even recognized a few familiar tones among the lamentations. These were once mighty figures who had commanded storms in the outside world, amassing fortunes now forever beyond their reach. Listening, a spark ignited in Muyue's eyes. Though still trapped within impel down, escape might yet be possible, and if successful, wealth would be indispensable. Wiping his mouth, now sated, he lowered his voice and scoffed, "TCH. Who do you believe any of that? Hell, I could claim I've got hundreds of billions stashed outside. Who has to say?" The voice of Nightless resembled that of an elder, and through the modulation of his tone, he concealed his location. To the prisoners. His words seemed to emanate from the adjacent cell one moment, then from a distant one the next, utterly eerie. "TCH, would I need to lie?" Many inmates roared in anger. Since none can leave to verify, anyone can claim anything. Nightless' voice, ever shifting, echoed once more. "Who the hell is this annoying bastard? Everything I said was true." Many prisoners, their claims dismissed, cursed in frustration. Already miserable, they found no solace, only cruel mockery. Who is that damned old man? As detestable as that brat 3 years ago who never made a sound. If you wish to prove your claims, this old man has a method. Nightless smiled, his voice still morphing. State the quantity and nature of your treasures, whether gems, gold, or other valuables, along with their precise locations. The more detailed, the more credible your claims. Otherwise, if you cannot provide such specifics, what else could it be but lies? Isn't that logical? If you dare not speak, then shut your mouths. Do not disturb this old man's rest. After all, it's all worthless drivel. Go to hell. Mine is in the western region of Alabasta, 3 kilometers from the coast. I forget the exact name, but it's a stone forest. Beneath it, I buried countless treasures, all gold, worth 1 billion berries. Only I know of it. Unless someone stumbles upon it by sheer luck, it will remain there forever. At once, many began divulging the exact locations, quantities, and values of their hidden fortunes. The flood of information was overwhelming. Each revelation would have caused a stir in the outside world, yet here they poured forth endlessly. Trapped, the prisoners knew escape was impossible. Secrets they would have taken to the grave now held no weight. Their sole purpose was to prove past glories. And Nightless committed each detail to memory. Naturally, most were useless. Many treasures had been known to subordinates and likely plundered long ago. But Nightless memorized 10 locations, treasures unknown to the world. If he escaped, these hoards, totaling nearly 10 billion berries, could be his. With such wealth, countless possibilities would unfold. What delightful people, Nightless mused, utterly smitten. Not only had they gifted him mastery of Haki and techniques, but now fortunes too. So generous. Of course, all hinged on his successful escape. Otherwise, it meant nothing. It seems you all speak the truth. Now silence. This old man must rest. Nightless, ever the pragmatist, discarded them the moment their usefulness waned. Rising slowly, he prepared to slip away, to begin his covert escape. Can I still speak? A faint voice murmured, I possess no treasure, but upon my arrival, I obtained a devil fruit. Scarcely had I acquired it when the Marines surrounded me. With no other choice, I concealed it hastily in a certain place. In that battle, I was captured, and all my subordinates perished. That devil fruit likely remains undiscovered by the Marines. Yet I cannot recall the precise location's name, only that it lies on an island dominated by an impossibly towering monolith, akin to the heavens themselves. I buried the devil fruit within a small hollow in an ancient tree, some dozens of meters away. A devil fruit? Weah halted his steps. The powers of a devil fruit. This was something he had long coveted. Though his current strength was considerable, obtaining a formidable logia, mythical zoan, or even a potent paramecia ability would grant him the confidence to rival an admiral in short order. At present, he lacked any devil fruit power, leaving him free to choose and consume one at his discretion. What ability does that devil fruit possess? Weah inquired with keen interest. If it were a mere zoan or an ordinary paramecia, his enthusiasm would wane. I cannot say for certain, came the reply, but it is definitely not a zoan. Whether it is a paramecia, logia, or even a mythical zoan, I dare not speculate. Time was too fleeting then. I had no opportunity to consult the devil fruit encyclopedia for comparison. Once more, Weah meticulously verified the location. Though he was uncertain of the precise coordinates, the towering tree on that island, reaching skyward like a celestial pillar, served as an unmistakable landmark. Venturing outside to investigate should make it relatively straightforward to pinpoint. Since it wasn't a zoan-type devil fruit, it was certainly worth his effort to seek it out. If the power proved formidable enough for personal use, excellent. If not, selling it would fetch a handsome sum, or perhaps he could bestow it upon a subordinate in the future. Adorable bunch, Weah murmured, offering a casual wave toward the rows of darkened cells standing in silent opposition within the abyss. Pray that I succeed in this escape. If fate permits, I might just return to liberate you all someday. And as fair compensation for such a rescue, a lifetime of service seems only reasonable, no? A perfectly equitable transaction, wouldn't you agree? With that, he turned and melted into the shadows, slinking toward the lift. His foot hovered mid-step, frozen before touching the ground. Someone was coming. A meal delivery? He strained his ears, deliberately avoiding the use of observation Haki. The faint, grating scrape of machinery echoed from the lift. Someone was descending toward the infinite hell, and they were nearly at the entrance. Weah initially assumed it was the meal delivery personnel. However, some words drifted from the elevator. The food deliverers were deaf mutes. Were they incarcerating new prisoners? Or perhaps escorting inmates for execution? What a nuisance. Weah scanned his surroundings, searching for a place to hide. Though the infinite hell offered no cover, its vast expanse was shrouded in darkness. Even if the Marines arrived with flashlights, their visibility would barely extend beyond a few dozen meters. Evading them, therefore, would not be difficult. I swiftly retreated into the distant darkness, gazing toward the elevator entrance. Soon enough, a dozen Marines came into view. The Marines failed to capture his attention, for his astonished gaze was drawn to the prisoner restrained in their midst. One figure seized all of Mai's focus, filling his eyes with delight as he silently mused. A fishman? Before him stood the shackled fishman, pitch black in hue. Not merely dark-skinned, but an absolute void of color, with gill-shaped ears unmistakably marking his aquatic lineage. It seems fate has been rather kind to me, I thought, lips curling into a faint smile. A fishman. A dream come true. With one of them, so many problems could be resolved. Lurking in the shadows, he observed as the fishman and another prisoner were confined within the first cell, the very one from which Mai had earlier procured his meal. The clanking of chains and murmurs of conversation drifted through the air. Sir, Imprisoning this wretched fisherman here is tantamount to sentencing him to death. Bah. He's slated for execution in 5 days anyway. No need for special treatment. The Marines secured the cell door and retreated toward the elevator, soon vanishing from the abyssal prison. Their fading voices carried words that sent a chill through that damn mysterious rear admiral. What a despicable bastard. Let's hurry to the 5th level and continue the search. Looking for me, are they? My glance down at the rear admiral's uniform he wore, then quietly shedded in the darkness, revealing the pristine, white shirt beneath. Stealthily, he advanced toward the cell. Ugh, what rotten luck, getting stuck with a fishman as a cellmate. How can such a lowly race share the same hell as us? Exactly. Those Marines must be out of their minds. Since when do fishmen belong here? The jeers and insults from other prisoners echoed through the corridors. A testament to humanity's ingrained sense of superiority over the fishmen. As I crept to the rear of the first cell, more voices spilled out. Filthy fishman. Stay the hell away from me. You disgraceful vermin aren't fit to share a cell with someone of my stature. You taint my noble presence. The haughty words were met with silence from the fishman, punctuated only by the sickening thuds of kicks and punches. My smile widened, radiant with anticipation. Biding his time. He rummaged through his garments and retrieved a slender wire. Thank heavens I held on to this all these years. He bent it into a peculiar shape, then waited. The abyss gradually settled into quietude, save for the relentless sounds of violence emanating from the first cell. Almost time. Wuya estimated that the other prisoners in the cells likely hadn't noticed this place. Whoosh. In an instant, he vanished, reappearing before the iron door of the first cell. He had already determined there were no surveillance den mushy directly filming this particular cell door. Inserting a wire into the lock, he swiftly turned it. Open, pull, close. The entire sequence happened in the blink of an eye, though some noise was inevitable. Though the cell was dark. Every detail instantly imprinted itself in Wuya's vision as his mind raced. The fishman stood roughly 2 meters tall. His build not overly burly but slightly more imposing than an average strong man. His wrists and ankles were shackled, his hands bound behind his back, with an additional chain linking his restraints to the wall. No wonder the Marines had spoken with such confidence. Confined like this, movement was nearly impossible, his range of motion too restricted, and eating outright unfeasible. Within 10 days, death would be inevitable. The abyss of perdition harbors no fellow inmates to offer aid. Before this merman stood another prisoner, a collar around his neck, limbs unshackled, yet frozen mid-assault. His fists and feet suspended in violent motion. Now, he gaped in astonishment at the sudden apparition of Wuye before him. A storm of questions raged in his mind. Who is this? How did he appear? What does he want? The merman, however, merely cast a vacant glance at Wuye before dismissing him entirely, his hollow eyes devoid of interest. The stunned prisoner, mouth agape, teetered on the brink of a scream, but in that fleeting moment, Wuye moved. A breath later, Wuye was upon him, fingers closing around his throat, lifting him effortlessly into the air. The grip was precise, paralyzing. The prisoner hung limp, limbs useless, pupils dilated, face flushing crimson with terror and suffocation. His eyes pleaded silently for mercy. Your friend? Wuye inquired of the silent merman. The latter spared a lifeless glance, then shook his head. Good. Wuye smiled faintly at the suspended man. Farewell. A sharp crack, the spine snapped, the head lolled. The corpse was discarded without ceremony. The body warranted no further attention. Wuye stepped past it, approaching the merman with measured strides, studying him. The merman's empty gaze met Wuye's own. You wish to strike me as well? Why would I? Wuye countered. Bitterness and loathing simmered in the merman's eyes. Every soul I encounter regards me with scorn. Many hurl stones. Wuye arched a brow. He had not anticipated the merman's plight to be so dire, far worse than in the original tale. Shaking his head, he replied, I do not prey upon the weak. Nightless never bullied others, only killed. Really? Unexpectedly, this seemingly obvious question stirred a flicker of excitement in the merman's eyes. Of course. Nightless felt somewhat exasperated. This demeanor hardly seemed fitting for someone who had entered the infinite abyss. Weren't all who dwelled here supposed to be ruthless and fearsome? How could anyone be like this? How did you end up here? You sat casually before him, conversing. A nobleman slaughtered my kin in the streets. Enraged, I went to kill him. Yet, all the humans there surrounded me, clamoring for my death. I had no wish to harm anyone. So I fled, only to be cornered by the Navy. 3 naval officers encircled me. Unable to defeat them, I was captured. Oh, 3 naval officers? You found it hard to believe they were mere ordinary Marines. If one couldn't even overcome 3 common sailors, they wouldn't even qualify for the first level, would they? He inquired, Those three who defeated you, what distinguishing marks did their uniforms bear? The fishman dredged up the memory and related all to Wu Yi. The knight was slightly startled. 3 naval officers, identified by the merman's description of their uniform features and ranks, appeared to be 2 rear admirals and 1 vice admiral. Moreover, by inquiring about his combat experiences, Wu Yi deduced that the merman's abilities should be at the peak of rear admiral level or the most basic vice admiral tier. A rather formidable strength indeed. Wu Yi was merely slightly more formidable than him. Though the disparity was not insignificant, it was not overwhelmingly vast either. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps echoed from outside at that moment. The meal deliverer indifferently placed the food by the door, casting an apathetic glance at the corpse in Wu Yi's cell before departing. Within minutes, naval officers arrived to collect the body. Wu Yi harbored no fear of exposure during his 5 years in the infinite hell. He had not only immersed himself in training, but also gathered various intelligence. He knew the corpse retrieval team and the prison guards operated under entirely separate systems. Eliminating any risk of discovery, the body was swiftly removed. Only then did Wu Yi retrieve the meal left outside. The fishman gazed longingly at the food, his stomach growling audibly. Yet utterly incapable of feeding himself. Eat, Wu Yi offered, bringing the food to his lips, actively assisting him. The fishman stared blankly at Wu Yi, shimmering with disbelief. You don't despise me? His words dissolved into choked sobs. Why should I despise you? In my eyes, what difference is there between fishmen and humans? This was no hollow platitude. As an outsider, Wu Yi genuinely perceived all intelligent races in this world as equals. He never identified as a native of this world. His blood remained that of the Huaxia lineage. But, shouldn't you despise me? The fishman countered as though stating the obvious. As if Wu Yi's contempt would be the natural order. Clearly, a lifetime of scornful gazes had conditioned him to accept this as immutable truth. Wu Yi smiled faintly and placed the food before his lips. After the meal was consumed, Wu Yi gazed at the merman whose eyes shimmered with excitement, gratitude, even the glimmer of tears, and inquired, "Are you to be executed in 5 days?" The merman's eyes darkened as he nodded solemnly. "Would you like to escape this place?" Wu Yi murmured in a voice laced with temptation. Though this merman appeared wretched, Wu Yi had always been a pragmatist, acting only when it served his own interests. Everything prior had merely been preparation for this very moment. Yes, the merman replied simply yet resolutely, for no soul willingly embraces death. Then depart with me, Wu Yi whispered, lowering his voice. What? The merman stared at him in astonishment, unable to comprehend such a notion. Could one truly flee from this place? A simple question, will you escape with me? It would be a prison break, fraught with peril, where death may find us. Are you willing? Wu Yi pressed. The merman studied Wu Yi's face in prolonged silence before declaring, very well. I shall follow you. Regardless of what transpires, I owe you my life from earlier. Whatever may come, I shall heed your command. His words carried unwavering determination and a profound sense of gratitude. Excellent. Wu Yi responded with quiet satisfaction. Wu Yi nodded slightly. With the merman joining their ranks, the prison break seemed to be growing increasingly feasible. Though unmoved by the merman's words of gratitude, Wu Yi understood that since the escape would benefit them both, there was no risk of betrayal or half-hearted effort. As long as the merman gave his all, the reason behind his cooperation mattered little. What is your name? Wu Yi asked while picking the locks with a wire. Gahe. Gahe? Wu Yi refrained from commenting on the peculiar name. What kind of merman are you? With a click, the shackles around the merman's wrist fell away. Gahe stared in disbelief at his newly freed hands, trembling with excitement before replying respectfully, Eo. Soon, Wu Yi had removed all restraints, granting Gahe complete freedom. Now, let me explain the details of the escape, Wu Yi said. Once we begin, you need only follow my directions. I'll point you toward a path. Run straight ahead until you reach the first level, then charge out of impel down. Remember, your sole task is to destroy the warships outside the prison, all but one. Leave exactly one intact. Speed is crucial. The other vessels don't need to be completely obliterated. Just breach their hulls sufficiently to sink them. But, aren't there many powerful figures guarding impel down? Gahe inquired hesitantly. Focus only on the task I've assigned you, Wu Yi replied sternly. Leave everything else to me. Your only duty is to remember your mission. With that, Wu Yi stepped toward the iron gate, assessing whether this was indeed the optimal moment to make their escape. Noctis waited. This was clearly not the optimal moment for an escape. The Marines had just removed the corpses, and using the elevator had been part of Noctis's initial plan. But to attempt an escape now, wouldn't that risk encountering those very Marines in the elevator? Moreover, the ideal time for a prison break was undoubtedly under the cover of night. Regardless of circumstance, the vigilance of Impel Down's Marines would inevitably wane in the darkness compared to broad daylight. The vast, shadowed sea would also make it easier to shake off pursuers. The abyss of eternity knows no concept of time. Wu Ye could only estimate the passage of hours by the arrival of meal deliveries. Upon inquiring with other inmates, he learned that the most recent delivery marked the second meal of the day, luncheon. As he waited, Wu Ye engaged in idle conversation with the merman beside him. Through their discourse, he gleaned a comprehensive understanding of the aquatic being's circumstances. The merman had never ventured into the human world, having spent his entire existence amidst the coral kingdoms of the merfolk beneath the waves. His nature remained as guileless and innocent as a child's. Time flowed languidly in the desolate expanse of the abyss. Then, from the depths of the endless prison, faint echoes of movement arose. Another arrival? Wu Ye tilted his head, listening intently. The sounds originated from the direction of the lift. Certainly not the meal deliverers, for too little time had elapsed. It could only mean one of two things. Either another condemned soul was being led to execution, or a new prisoner was descending into this abyssal purgatory. In haste, Wu Ye swiftly shackled the merman once more with chains on his wrists and ankles. He then picked up the collar obtained from the slain prisoner and fastened it around his own neck. He had no desire to draw the attention of the Navy over such trivial details, lest his carefully planned prison escape meet an untimely demise. Soon, the sound of approaching footsteps and flickering lights reached his ears. Noctis leaned leisurely against the wall, his gaze slanting through the iron gate. In his eyes, only the dark scenery was gradually replaced by light. 3 silhouettes emerged before Noctis' vision. Snap! A chill ran through Wu Ye's eyes, stirring unease within his heart. Noctis was currently confined in the first cell of the endless hell. Initially assuming it to be a trivial matter, he hadn't anticipated the naval officers lingering outside his cell. With an indifferent gaze, he observed the 3 figures beyond the iron bars. Something seemed amiss. Their presence didn't suggest the delivery of another prisoner. Could they be escorting someone to execution? Surely not himself. Perhaps the fishman? But no, wasn't that scheduled 5 days later? Business? Noctis feigned an air of haughty disdain, though his eyes meticulously scrutinized the trio. 2 were clad in standard naval attire, wielding flashlights that swept beams across the cell, stationed on either side of the iron door. The central figure, however, stood directly before the entrance, his uniform distinct, unlike any naval garb Noctis recognized. Black military dress, a cap perched atop his head, a cigar clamped between his teeth. Towering at over 2 meters, the burly man bore a long sword at his waist, its blade shimmering crimson, clearly no ordinary weapon. It couldn't be him, could it? Racking his memory for characters from the original narrative, Noctis massaged his temples. Surely not. What rotten luck. You. The cigar-smoking naval officer pointed at Noctis, his voice a command. Out. What for? I'm not slated for execution today, Noctis retorted with bravado, though inwardly startled. Me? Why? I only just returned to the endless hell. How could they be here for me already? Unless they know about everything in the 5th layer? Not execution. The man replied coolly. But you're coming out. TCH. And who the hell are you to order me around? Noctis sneered. Because I'm the chief jailer of Impel Down. Because I'm Shiryu of the Rain. Is that reason enough? Shiryu's voice dripped with imperious authority. Nocturne's pupils contracted slightly. It was indeed him, just as he had suspected. Yet, he found no reason to smile. Of the 2 individuals feared most in Impel Down, why would they seek him out? And why now, at this critical moment? Shiryu of the Rain? That brat from back then? So he's become the head jailer now? Nocturne sneered inwardly. If that was the case, then Magellan, that bastard, must have risen to warden. From the surrounding cells, jeers and taunts erupted as other prisoners took notice. Only the ancient monsters locked in the infinite hell for decades would dare call Shiryu of the Rain a brat. TCH. So what if you're some damn head jailer? Think you can just waltz in here and bully us in the infinite hell? Nocturne's voice dripped with cold mockery. He hadn't forgotten the one unbreakable rule of this place, and he had no intention of forming any connection with Shiryu. His only goal was to escape without complications. Listen here. You little runt, one of the older prisoners growled. You love killing, we know. But don't bring that bloodlust into our domain. Get lost. Or you might not survive the weight of our combined presence and killing intent. To Nocturne's relief, the infinite hell's ironclad rule remained unchanged. He could only hope Shiryu would leave, though deep down, he knew the chances were slim. Shut your mouths, you worthless convicts, Shiryu snapped, taking a deep drag from his cigar before exhaling a cloud of smoke. Your so-called rules don't apply to me. I'm not here to torment you. I'm here to challenge this one, a fair fight. Any objections? Challenge. Prisoners pressed against their cell bars, staring in disbelief. Challenge me. Why? Nocturne frowned. He had been absent from the infinite hell for 3 years. If Shirita sought battle, why not target the infamous figures here instead? That prisoner you just killed, it was you. Wasn't he it? Shirita's gaze bore down on him, cold and assessing. Your technique was clean. You must be decently strong. I'm bored. This endless monotony without combat is unbearable. I checked the records. Oni Kitsune Mayataka, sentenced to life. Why not fight me? Consider it your one and only battle before death. Surely that's more entertaining than rotting away, no? Wuya let out a bitter chuckle, never expecting such an ironic twist of fate. He had initially thought the heavens had sent him a merman to aid in his prison break, only to have every door slammed shut in the end. Ghost Fox Palace long? His brows furrowed slightly at the peculiar title and name. Could this be connected to the reason behind his imprisonment and failed escape? His mind raced as he replied coldly, My name is Wuya. You've mistaken me for someone else, and I have no interest in fighting you. That's not for you to decide. Shiryu of the Rain sneered, his voice dripping with menace. Either die or face me in battle. He then turned and bellowed at the other prisoners. I challenge him fairly. Any objections? If so, muster whatever killing intent and presence you claim to have. Let us see if it can shake me. Humph. Shiryu of the Rain, if you dare challenge one of ours. You're courting death, roared another inmate. We stand with the one you've challenged. Fight. Let those worthless impel-down guards see that their so-called chief jailer is no match for any of us. Don't disgrace the depths of the infinite hell. As the voices of the prisoners echoed around him, Wuya's expression darkened. It seemed their influence would be negligible. From the start, he had never truly believed the inmates could force Shiryu to retreat. He knew all too well the man's strength, a force comparable to Magellan himself. Even if the combined bloodlust and pressure of the entire infinite hell could unsettle him, driving him back was nearly impossible. The infinite hell, where not a single soul could rival Shiryu of the Rain. To fight or not? Muya questioned himself. How could he be willing? How could he possibly consent to such an absurd and inexplicable battle? Whether victory or defeat, the outcome was unbearable and unacceptable for Muya. With a slow exhale, he gazed at Shiryu of the Rain and declared, Fine, I'll fight you. Good. A hint of courage. Open the gate, Shiryu remarked with satisfaction, his eyes gleaming with brutality. No, they had always gleamed thus. Wait, I'll take Muya's place. I'll fight you, suddenly interjected the fishman, Kuro. Oh, do prisoners harbor sentiments for one another? Shiryu regarded the fishman with surprise but shook his head. Pity. I have no interest in battling a fishman. Open the gate, Shiryu commanded the nearby marines once more. Wait. This time, it was Muya who spoke. What now? Shiryu turned to him. Have you changed your mind? You should understand. You have no right to refuse. I agree to fight you, Muya said, but having been imprisoned for so long, my limbs have grown stiff. Grant me a day to stretch and prepare. We shall fight tomorrow. How does that sound? Shiryu of the Rain stared at him. Impossible. No one makes me wait a day. Wuya felt a pang of disappointment. If granted just one day, he would have chosen to escape immediately and engage in battle with Shiryu of the Rain. He pressed on. 3 hours. Give me 3 hours to warm up. If you dare not even grant me that, could it be fear that I might regain my peak strength and overpower you? A mocking smile played at the corners of his lips. Huh. Boy, your attempt at provocation is rather crude. Shiryu of the Rain spat out a cigar and declared. But fine, I'll give you those 3 hours. You two stay here. After 3 hours, bring him to the 3rd level, the starvation hell desert. I'll face him there. Shiryu commanded the 2 marines before turning away, uninterested in waiting idly for the allotted time. Yes, sir. The marines saluted as Shiryu strode toward the elevator. Then took their positions on either side of Wuya's cell, flashlights in hand. Hey, prisoner, don't embarrass us. You'd better win, voices echoed from the surrounding cells. The inmates rallying behind him. Noctis gazed at the 2 marines outside the cell, massaging his temples with a self-deprecating smile. The heavens truly favored him, pushing him into a desperate situation even before his prison break attempt had begun. Noctis exchanged a meaningful glance with the fishman, who seemed about to speak. But Noctis cut him off. There are still 2 marines out there, he murmured. Some words are better left unsaid. Noctis sat in the cell, performing slow movements as if genuinely warming up. Casually, he approached the fishman gay, lowering his voice to a whisper only the 2 could hear. Later, after I unlock the cell and eliminate the 2 marines, don't hesitate. Run straight for the elevator. Ascend all the way to the 1st level. Then break out of impel down. You understand the rest of the mission, right? Do you remember? What about you, Noctis? Gay asked, his eyes filled with concern. Don't worry about me. Focus on yourself. Remember, no matter what happens along the way, don't stop, don't engage anyone, don't waste a single second. A single moment could determine whether we live or die. Understood? Noctis spoke with utmost gravity, for this was a matter of life and death. Outside, Marines stood guard, making it impossible for Noctis to slip out unnoticed. The only option was to fight his way through. Killing the two Marines wouldn't be difficult, but one of them was under the surveillance of a den mushy. The moment they fell, the higher-ups would know instantly. True stealth was impossible. Damn it. Noctis cursed inwardly. The night did not commence immediately. After an hour of patient waiting, he slowly approached the iron gate. The two naval officers turned to regard him with wary eyes, yet without fear. Separated by the barrier of the gate, they knew that though the prisoners here were monsters, none could unleash their true strength. Nonchalantly, Wuya leaned against the iron gate, his arms positioned just so to obscure the massive lock. With deft precision, he slipped a wire into the keyhole, turning it with utmost caution. A deep breath. His heartbeat quickened. Life or death, today would decide. In the next moment, hesitation abandoned. He flung the gate open. The sudden appearance of Shiryu of the rain shattered all of Wuya's carefully laid plans. From the moment he had been imprisoned, he had pondered the optimal method of escape. Now, all of it rendered useless. Fighting Shiryu was out of the question. Even if Wuya could somehow defeat him, the cost would leave him utterly spent, sealing his fate back in captivity. And if that were all, perhaps it could be endured. But Wuya did not know how Impel Down determined the restrictions on devil fruit abilities, leaving only physical combat and Haki. The next time he was imprisoned, his fate would not be as simple as a mere sea stone collar. His wrists and ankles would be bound in chains, his tendons pierced through with sea stone needles. Mai had long since determined that the needles were welded onto the wrist and ankle chains, impossible to remove unless severed like the golden lion. Yet without that formidable and eerie devil fruit power, what difference would it make to sever both hands and feet? Defeat. 9 times out of 10, he would be slaughtered by Shiryu of the Rain. The original text had already revealed to Mai just how bloodthirsty that man was. The remaining 1/10 chance? The outcome would mirror victory itself. The 3 hours he fought for were merely to buy himself time to escape. Even if it meant a desperate breakout, it was still preferable to facing Shiryu head-on. No hesitation. Not a shred of doubt remained. The heavy lock on the iron door clicked open. If strength fell short, he would stake his life. Exhaling a slow, heavy breath, he knew this pull would decide life or death. Steadying his nerves, gritting his teeth, he gathered his strength and yanked the door open. Boom. The iron door flew open with a deafening crash as Mai vanished in an instant. The two Marines outside barely had time to turn in shock before he reappeared before them, one punch, and their skulls shattered. In the next heartbeat, he was back inside the cell. Standing before the fishman gay, the prepared wire already in hand, he worked at blinding speed to undo the chains. Faster. Every second counted. Remember, he hissed, run straight for the elevator. Don't look back. Run as if your life depends on it. Because it does. Mayo roared furiously at the fishman gay. Both of them burst out of the prison cell simultaneously. Run. Mayo pointed toward the distant elevator. Fortunately, Gay was not the melodramatic type who would hesitate at a critical moment. With all his might, he sprinted toward the elevator in a furious dash. Meanwhile, in the surveillance room, the Marines monitoring the various screens fed by the din mushy cameras had grown indifferent to the monotonous, gloomy scenes of the infinite hell. However, moments earlier, as 2 Marines had been stationed near a particular cell, several of the watching Marines had curiously fixed their eyes on that feed. Then, in the blink of an eye, the heads of the 2 Marines exploded. Yet, those observing the screens detected no assailant. Immediately afterward, Mayo and the fishman, having erupted from their cell, seized their attention. Terror struck them, followed by instant realization. Prison break. The Marines monitoring the screen shrieked in alarm. Sound the alert. Notify the warden. Prisoners are escaping from level 6, the infinite hell. A piercing, ear-splitting siren wailed through the facility as the Marines scrambled for the den mushy to contact the warden. Meanwhile, Mayo had already arrived swiftly before another cell. Disregarding the bewildered gazes of the prisoners who couldn't comprehend what was happening, he swiftly picked the lock with a wire, and an iron gate swung open. Anyone who wants to escape, get out now. The next moment, we dashed toward another cell, wrenching open its iron door as well. Mother of mercy, it's really open. Are we breaking out? Hell yeah, what are you waiting for? Run. The prisoners whose cells had been unlocked by Wuyu surged out in frenzied delight, charging toward freedom. Hurry, open ours too. Quickly. The remaining prisoners, now understanding the situation, roared in desperation. Who wouldn't seize the chance to escape? Everyone halt. Assemble here. After unlocking 4 gates and wasting precious time, Wu Yi ceased his efforts and instead commanded the escaped convicts to gather. Get over here now. I'll remove your shackles. Wu Yi bellowed. These damned fools, did they really think they could escape in their powerless state? At his words, the previously indifferent prisoners obediently crowded around him. Shut up. One at a time. Wu Yi had no patience left, his voice a thunderous growl. With deft fingers, he undid the collar around one prisoner's neck, then moved to the next, ignoring the pleas from the remaining cells. Get lost. Wu Yi snarled, shoving aside a prisoner whose limbs were pierced with long needles. Useless dead weight. By the time he finished, roughly 8 prisoners had gathered around Wu Yi in the corridor. Nightless spent approximately 1 minute releasing all their restraints. Those who wish to live, follow me. Without lingering further, Nightless moved swiftly. A minute was already too long. Ample time for the Marines of Impel Down to react and mobilize. The long-awaited prison break had begun. After today, perhaps the pace would stabilize at 3 updates per day, maybe even today. Those who wish to live, follow me. Nightless did not delay. A minute was already excessive, more than enough for the Marines of Impel Down to respond and take action. Nocturne led the 8 howling prisoners, charging wildly toward the stairwell connecting the 6th to the 5th floor. Behind them echoed the desperate pleas of inmates still trapped in their cells. Noctis also desired to liberate all the prisoners. Such an act might render Impel Down powerless to stop them. Yet time was an insurmountable constraint. Freeing just 8 had already consumed so much time. To continue squandering it thus would mean, at most, releasing 20 before the fortress's formidable forces encircled them. Though the infinite hell housed many formidable figures, few among them possessed the strength of an admiral. Not even vice-admirals were plentiful. Most were mere rear admirals, commodores, or even mere captains. 20 warriors of such caliber could hardly inspire confidence in withstanding the full might of Impel Down, even if they could hold their ground. Breaking through the siege seemed implausible. And even if escape were possible, the time required would surely allow the Navy's elite to arrive in force. Knight swiftly led the 8 men to the colossal gate that loomed like a city's entrance, now tightly shut. Break it, he commanded. Having retrieved the bone sword left outside the prison cell earlier, Knight slashed at the gate several times, causing the entire structure to collapse with a thunderous roar, revealing a stairwell. Noticing surveillance Din Mushy mounted on the walls, clearly monitoring the gate, Knight curled his lips into a smirk before bellowing at the 8 prisoners behind him. What are you standing around for? Run. The 8 prisoners immediately bolted up the spiraling staircase. Yet Knight, instead of following, stepped back before abruptly turning and dashing toward the elevator shaft. A cold smile played on his lips as he mused. These 8 should draw the attention of most of Impel Down's forces, including its strongest. That should buy me enough time to secure my survival. Knight was no selfless hero. His generosity had its limits. Rushing into the elevator shaft, he glanced upward and spotted Fishman Gecko already 400 meters above. Given that each level spanned 200 meters in height, Gecko had likely reached the 4th level of hell by now. Unable to use moonwalk, Gecko's method of ascent was as crude as it was effective. The steel walls of the shaft meant little to a fighter of his caliber. They might as well have been clay. He leaped upward, driving his fist into the wall to anchor himself before propelling himself higher with another powerful jump. Knight leaped away, stepping onto the crater left by the fishman's dark fist before springing off once more. He was unwilling to employ moonstep. Each use drained a considerable amount of stamina, and Knight needed to conserve his energy for the unknown challenges ahead, with the craters on the iron walls serving as footholds. His continuous leaps were scarcely slower than utilizing moonstep. As he passed the elevator shaft leading to the 5th level, the frozen hell, his gaze swept swiftly across the floor. Clenching his fist, he noted numerous Marines scouring the area as if searching for something. Ideally, Knight would have preferred to return silently to level 5, biding his time before slipping away unnoticed. But luck was not on his side. Helpless, Wu Yi continued leaping upwards along the iron-walled pit, gradually closing the distance between himself and the 2 fishmen. Go hey. Hurry. Inform the warden. 10 prisoners have escaped from the infinite hell and are charging through the passage. The Marines in the surveillance room urgently relayed the situation while watching a screen where 8 convicts were dashing up a spiraling staircase. Warden, are you not ready yet? Prisoners have escaped from the infinite hell. In the 4th level, the scorching hell, the deputy jailer anxiously called out toward a restroom, from within which came the sound of a torrential downpour. What? The restroom door burst open as Magellan, still pulling up his pants, rushed out in shock. He then roared furiously, damn it. Another prison break. The inmates of infinite hell aren't supposed to wield their strength. Are they all golden lions now? Send Shiryu of the Rain to stop them immediately. I'll be right there. Inside the elevator shaft, Nightless had already closed in on the swiftly ascending fishman. Kuro. Nightless. Kuro turned in surprise at the sight of Nightless remaining behind. Don't speak. Nightless seized Kuro without hesitation, abandoning all caution. Moonstep activated at full power. He propelled them both upward through the passage at breakneck speed. Clang. Above, the sound of sliding chains echoed. A descending elevator was hurtling toward them, inescapable. This outcome had been anticipated. The Navy would inevitably deploy the elevator. With a swift upward slash of his bone sword, Nightless unleashed a razor-sharp arc of energy, cleaving through the descending metal plate. Boom. Debris and shattered metal rained down, forced to endure the fallout. Nightless gripped Kuro with one hand while sheathing his bone sword at his waist. His free palm struck upward, conjuring a spiraling shield of air to deflect the falling wreckage. Yet his ascent never faltered. As they breached the entrance to the third level of hell, whoosh! A crimson blade light slashed toward them with startling speed. At the very moment they surged into the third level passage, a cerulean slash tore through the air. Too fast. Too sudden. No room to evade. No chance to flee. With a guttural roar, Nightless unsheathed his bone sword in an instant. His right arm and the pale blade darkened, hardened by armament Haki. He crossed the sword before his chest. The azure slash extended far beyond the width of the elevator shaft, slicing through the thick walls as if they were mere tofu. Unstoppable, it collided with the bone sword. Screech. Sparks erupted. Sword energy scattered, carving countless gashes into the ironclad passage. The overwhelming force hurled Nightless backward. His body cratered into the wall with a deafening crash. Embedding both him and the fishman, he clutched into the metal. Screech. The relentless slash gnawed at the bone sword. Despite the reinforcement of armament Haki, fractures spiderwebbed across the blade, its steel-like hardness insufficient against such an assault. Damn it. Trapped within the wall, leverage was impossible. The suddenness of the attack had left him no time to gather strength. One misstep led to absolute disadvantage. And with his left hand occupied by Kuro, his options dwindled further. To make matters worse, the collapsing walls unleashed a torrent of boulders and rubble. The peril was dire. Below, the fishman Gahei let out a beast-like roar, his right fist clenched tightly, crackling with arcs of electricity that danced along his knuckles. With a thunderous impact, he struck the crumbling bone sword's radiant edge. A deafening explosion followed, the narrow space seemingly expanding under the force of the shockwave. The sword's gleam shattered into stardust under the weight of his punch. Flash. Standing not far from the third-floor elevator entrance, Shiryu of the Rain watched the collapsing passageway. His crimson blade, Shodai Kitetsu, slashed forward, unleashing a blue arc of sword light that cleaved through the elevator shaft from top to bottom. The entire structure crumbled. Massive boulders tumbling down and piling up in the wreckage. Surely they wouldn't die so easily, Shiryu mused coldly. His sharp gaze fixed on the debris-filled passage as he raised his left wrist, where a tiny den mushy rested. Magellan. I'm holding off escapees on the third floor. The prisoners charging up the stairs, they're your problem. What? There are escapees on the third floor too. The den mushy roared in response. Shiryu spared a glance at the ruined elevator shaft. Just two unlucky fools. With that, he severed the connection. Boom. Simultaneously, a resounding explosion erupted from the pile of rubble. Two figures burst forth, landing firmly on the ground with enough force to shake the earth. Shiryu of the Rain? Though unharmed, Muya was visibly disheveled, his piercing glare locked onto the swordsman who had forced them into this desperate escape. His eyes swiftly scanned the scorching expanse of the third level, the starvation hell. The environment mirrored the original depiction perfectly, blistering heat warped the air. Rows of prison cells lined the space, their skeletal inmates barely clinging to life. Beyond lay a vast desert, and at its distant edge, a closed city gate stood visible even to the naked eye. Found it. A flicker of triumph crossed Muya's face as he pointed toward the gate and barked at Gahei, run. Without needing further instruction, the fishman sprinted forward, veering around Shiryu. As he ran, he shouted back, Lord Muya, don't die. Lord? Muya's brow furrowed at the unexpected title. Gahei didn't respond. Now was not the time for reckless chatter. Every second counted, and hesitation meant death. Teeth gritted, he pushed himself to his limits, knowing that speed and precision were his only allies. Leaving ISNT an option, Shiryu's gaze tracked Gahei's desperate sprint. With a flick of his blood-red blade, a razor-sharp arc of sword energy tore through the air, kicking up a storm of sand in its wake. The whistling slash reached Gehay's back before the sound did, its lethal intent prickling his skin like 1,000 needles. As he gritted his teeth and prepared to turn back and resist, a thunderous roar erupted behind him. A voice bellowed, "Don't look back. Just run." My vanished instantly from the collapsed elevator entrance, only to reappear between the sword aura and the fishman Gehay in the next moment, gripping his sword with both hands. He swung forward forcefully, unleashing a roaring blade of energy that clashed against the one wielded by Shiryu of the Rain. Both dissipated simultaneously. The fishman Gehay sprinted desperately across the desert. "Oh, Ghost Fox, your skills seem to differ from the records. A master swordsman?" Shiryu of the Rain regarded me with surprise. Such speed, such swordsmanship, could this truly be the Ghost Fox, whose physical abilities were supposedly lacking in the archives? "I am Mai. Remember that." Mai remained on guard, his peripheral gaze briefly assessing the retreating figure of the fishman Gehay. Under the cover of night, wary and vigilant, his peripheral gaze lingered on the retreating figure of the fishman, Gecko. The pace was not particularly swift indeed. The speed of a fishman on land seemed incongruent with his formidable strength. A silent thought crossed his mind. It seems I can only delay Shiryu of the Rain for a brief moment before making my escape. Otherwise, none of us will make it out alive. Fortunately, Magellan is currently preoccupied with restraining those 8 prisoners, which should buy us some time. As long as my timing is precise, there should be no immediate danger. With a swift conclusion drawn in his mind, his eyes turned lightly toward Shiryu of the Rain. Shiryu observed the increasingly distant figure of the fishman, but made no move to pursue. Instead, a mocking smile played on his lips. "How Navi," he murmured before issuing a command into the transponder snail in his hand. "Dispatch all warships beyond Impel Down, distance them from the prison." His voice dripped with cruel amusement. "Now, you have no hope left. Oh, and let me remind you, the waters surrounding Impel Down teem with sea kings. Even a fishman would be of no use here. One more thing, Marineford has already been alerted. Word has it that an admiral is en route. Though unnecessary, headquarters cannot afford another successful prison break from Impel Down. Naturally, we won't allow such a disgrace to occur. Is that so?" Nightless chuckled softly, though inwardly, curses seethed. Why is my escape so much harder than Luffy's in the original timeline? And why does luck seem so utterly against me? Time was slipping away. If the admiral arrived, all hope would be lost. His mind raced. One misstep, and the consequences would be fatal. "How were you so certain it was me?" Nightless pressed, seizing the opportunity to stall. "And how did you know I'd escape via the elevator?" He hadn't forgotten Shiryu's earlier words through the transponder snail, spoken before the walls had even crumbled, as if he had known Nightless would be there. If he could delay without engaging in combat, conserving his strength, all the better, and the best way to do that was through conversation. "Who else in level 6 would dare challenge you?" Shiryu countered. "A prison break at the same time, what a coincidence. Yet, the surveillance showed 8 prisoners fleeing via the stairs. And you weren't among them. That leaves only the elevator. Of course, it was merely speculation at first. But then I waited here on level 3, anticipating our duel. Orders were to intercept escapees. Naturally, the elevator would be the most convenient route. You simply had abysmal luck. Is that so?" Nightless smirked. "Indeed. Luck had abandoned him today, as if the heavens themselves conspired against his freedom." Shiryu advanced, sword in hand, his steps deliberate. "Enough idle talk. The battle begins now. I can't afford inaction. Magellan would find it disgraceful if I failed to dispatch you before his arrival." With that, Shiryu lunged forward, sand erupting in his wake. A single swing of his blade sent a devastating slash tearing through the desert, hurtling toward Nightless. Swift footwork carried Nightless out of harm's way, reappearing dozens of meters away as the lethal arc of steel whistled past. Evasion might prove a simpler means of buying time than direct combat. And then the rain fell. Having just narrowly escaped the razor's edge, a detached voice echoed from the air behind him. "So swift?" Turning around, Shiryu of the Rain stood suspended in the low sky behind him, his leap and control over speed no less than his own, perhaps even surpassing it. With a single sweep of his blade, not a mere sword beam but countless azure needles erupted, scattering like relentless rain upon the earth, leaving no room for evasion. Pivoting, his feet kicked off the ground in rapid succession, propelling him backward with moonstep, his form darting through the air. Yet Shiryu matched his retreat effortlessly. Appearing instantly behind him, his sword descending in a sweeping arc, a crescent of energy howling forth, trapped between the storm of needles ahead and the slashing wave behind. Evasion was impossible. Break. A sharp cry, and his upper body darkened, armament Haki hardening without restraint. Rankyaku. His right leg lashed forward, a blade of air surging forth as his sword thrust skyward. Hayaka. Shhhhk, the Rankyaku clashed with the sword beam, their razor edges carving countless scars into the desert. As the rain of needles descended, blooming flowers materialized around him, spinning in midair. Each petal intercepted a needle, their dance of destruction scattering some into the sands, leaving behind bottomless fist-sized craters, proof of their lethality. Hayaka versus Rainfall, two pinnacles of swordsmanship, renowned for their overwhelming numbers. Their collision churned the very air. Invisible threads of cutting force rippling through space. Enveloped within, Knight found himself amidst an unseen storm, where even the slightest touch of those ethereal strands could sunder steel. From the very beginning, Wuya unleashed his full armament Haki without restraint, solely for the purpose of defense. By reinforcing it with hardening, he fortified his protection to the utmost. The ubiquitous threads of sword energy coiled around Muya's entire being. His tattered shirt disintegrated into ribbons of cloth, severed midair. The blade's aura scraped across his obsidian-hardened torso, leaving pale streaks in its wake. Simultaneously, Muya's hands moved with blinding speed to intercept the tendrils of sword chi entangling his legs, for he had yet to extend his hardening Haki below the waist. Damn those incompetent fools, Shiryu of the Rain thought, his mind reeling as he watched Muya's performance. He mentally cursed the naval intelligence officers who had compiled Muya's dossier to the deepest abyss. This is the man they classified as merely a devil fruit user? A mere paramecia specialist? The truth glared back at him. Here stood a master of physical combat. The sky itself seemed to tremble with their clash, until at last, the storm of blades dissipated into nothingness. The knight descended slowly upon the ground. His piercing gaze remained fixed upon Shiryu of the Rain. With a swift pivot of his foot, he surged forward with explosive momentum. He had come to realize that perpetual defense would only condemn him to eternal passivity. Should he remain trapped in an endless onslaught, escape would become an impossibility. Simultaneously, his awareness remained attuned to the disturbances emanating from the layers beneath his feet. Evidently, whether it was the 4th or 5th level below, the formidable forces of the Navy had already clashed with the 8 individuals he had unleashed. Noya's form abruptly vanished on the spot, leaving behind an explosion of countless grains of sand. No, he remained in place, yet what lingered was merely an afterimage. In the eyes of Rain Shiryu, the path of Nocturnal's traversal was strewn with countless afterimages, an endless multitude beyond reckoning. Countless afterimages overlapped ahead, forming a human wall composed of Muya. Eerily bizarre. This was the ultimate application of speed. Yet Muya himself materialized out of thin air behind Shiryu of the Rain, thrusting his bone sword toward the back of the man's skull, silent and soundless, without any trace of a powerful technique. Yet, Shiryu of the Rain felt an icy chill envelop his entire body, his skin prickling under the razor-sharp aura of the sword's energy. His eyes widened in terror. He dared not resist, nor could he even fathom a defense. SSSSHHH, the piercing bone sword lanced through the back of his skull. Boom. The row of prison cells ahead collapsed in an instant. Dozens of cells, their iron walls now bearing identical, gaping holes shaped like blooming flowers, connected from the first cell to the last, piercing through layer upon layer of reinforced barriers. As for the prisoners within, whether they lived or died, who cared? Had he dodged it? Muya gazed at the fading silhouette of Rain Shiryu, pierced by his own bone sword, until it dissipated into nothingness. Simultaneously, a sharp whistling sound sliced through the air from his right. In the midst of such a fierce and rapid battle, turning to see every attack would mean death 1,000 times over. With a swift motion, his bone sword intercepted the blade that had materialized out of thin air beside him. Boom. A shockwave erupted beneath their feet, sending towering sand dunes 10 meters high surging outward in all directions. Clang, clang. Their movements were a blur, their afterimages flickering across the sky as they clashed at blinding speeds. The bone sword met the legendary blade, Shodai Kitetsu, one of the 21 great grade swords, again and again, shaking the very foundations of the prison. The desert itself trembled beneath their relentless exchange, dozens of strikes per second. Rumble. Muya wielded his bone sword with desperate precision, attacking and defending without reservation. In this prolonged duel, he had already assessed Rain Shiryu as strength, slightly superior to his own. Not by much, but enough. Holding back now would be a betrayal of his own survival. Damn it. Mid-clash, Muya sensed something amiss. The battle beneath him had gone silent, already over? His mind reeled. How could they be so useless? No time. The delay had been brief, but it was enough. His eyes flickered toward the shattered gates, destroyed earlier by the fishman Kuro, as he intensified his assault against Rain Shiryu. Huh. Running out of steam? Shiryu sneered, pressing forward with frenzied strikes. But in an instant, his smirk vanished. Something was wrong. His blade cleaved through Muya's form, only for the bisected figure to dissolve into mist. An afterimage? No, afterimages don't fight back for seconds on end. A flicker of movement caught his peripheral vision. A figure darting into the distant corridor entrance. You little. With a roar, Shiryu gave chase. Muya sprinted up the spiraling staircase, each leap covering dozens of steps. His breath came heavier now. The battle, though brief, had been fought at full strength, every clash draining him. Unlike Logia users, he had no endless stamina to rely on. Yet, even exhausted, his endurance surpassed that of most warriors of his caliber. Just a little farther. His Shuinpa technique had bought him precious seconds, but the cost was steep. The farther the illusion stretched, the greater the toll. Every moment burned through his energy like a wildfire. But he had no choice. The hunt was on. The abyss of infinity. Each layer spanning approximately 200 meters in depth. A towering behemoth equivalent to dozens of skyscrapers stacked vertically, an extraordinary and seldom seen height. Each stair step measures roughly 20 centimeters, meaning every floor consists of about 1,000 steps. Such an ascent would be nearly insurmountable for an ordinary soul. And even if conquered, the climb alone would be enough to render one utterly exhausted. We took a full 10 seconds to dash into the next entrance. Staircases were not elevators. They didn't connect directly from the 6th floor to the 1st. Instead, each floor had distinct entry and exit points leading upward or downward. 2nd floor already? Wu Yi gazed at the similarly shattered door ahead, a surge of joy rising in his heart. He would soon break free. He wondered how far the fishman Guhei had progressed. Noctis could only silently pray for Kuro the fishman in his heart, with no one left to buy him time. The other formidable forces of Impel Down, along with Magellan, were now charging upwards. His earlier decision to depart stemmed from the fear of being encircled by both Magellan and Shiryu of the Rain. Should such an encirclement occur, all hope would truly be lost. Whoosh. Muger swiftly dashed out from the entrance of the 2nd level. Boom. Simultaneously, a colossal emerald pillar erupted from the ground ahead, materializing before him as a figure surged forth from within the verdant column. Magellan? At the same moment, the sharp whistle of slicing air and the furious curses of Shiryu of the Rain echoed from behind. Sengoku, what's going on? I heard there's been another breakout at Impel Down. Within Marine headquarters, Garp lounged carelessly on a sofa, eyeing Fleet Admiral Sengoku, the Buddha. Sengoku massaged his temples. Indeed. And this time nearly 10 prisoners escaped. Who were they? Garp inquired curiously. They both knew the impregnable defenses of Impel Down. Escape was nearly impossible. Even they, standing at the pinnacle of the world, harbored no absolute confidence in breaking out. Garp pondered. There didn't seem to be any inmates comparable to Golden Lion Shiki imprisoned there. Should I head over? No need. I've already dispatched Admiral Kazuru. Sengoku declined. Even if the entire prison revolts, with Magellan, Shiryu of the Rain, and the dispatched Admiral Kazuru, the situation can be stabilized. 3 Admiral-level powerhouses, indeed, more than enough to suppress any uprising among the prisoners. Sengoku, you're truly cautious, Garp remarked, surprised that a full admiral had been mobilized. Sengoku sighed wryly. There is no choice. Impel Down cannot afford another escape. The disgrace would be unbearable. For centuries, no one had broken out until Golden Lion Shiki created a miracle 8 years ago. But he was Shiki, and even he paid with his legs. If some unknown convict succeeds now, Impel Down's reputation would plummet to its lowest in history. True. Impel Down, Eni's lobby, and Marine headquarters, the 3 pillars of the world government. None can afford failure, Garp agreed, nodding in understanding. By the way, who were the escapees? According to reports, they were all level 6 prisoners, with the ringleader being a pirate known as Ghost Fox, with a bounty of 180 million berry. Ghost Fox? Garp frowned. No notable figure came to mind. Shrugging it off, he chuckled. Well, regardless, their fate is sealed. Magellan and the others will handle it perfectly. Sengoku smiled faintly. Indeed. Absolute confidence radiated from his words. Beyond Marine headquarters, several kilometers out at sea, the colossal gates of justice slowly creaked open, revealing a narrow passage. A warship slipped through the gap. Admiral Kizaru, we'll reach Impel Down in approximately half an hour. Understood, replied Kizaru, standing at the prow. His gaze fixed upon the distant horizon. The warship approached Impel Down. Within the depths of Impel Down, in the 2nd level known as the Beast Hell, a frantic figure came to an abrupt halt at the entrance leading from the 3rd level, the Starvation Hell. Nightless, panting from his desperate sprint, stared in horror at the colossal emerald pillar erupting before him. From within its swirling depths, a shadowy figure gradually ascended, fixing a piercing gaze upon him. Nightless' eyes narrowed with grim recognition. Magellan, he muttered under his breath. Dread coiled in his chest. This was the adversary he least wished to confront. A curse burned in his mind. How could he be this fast? Even with the poison path, this speed is beyond reason. In the original tale, Magellan couldn't catch up to Luffy and the others as they fled. So why is it that no matter what I do, I can't shake him off? The moment of stillness shattered. Magellan, his body oozing virulent green poison, coalesced the toxic liquid into the form of a monstrous dragon, which lunged at Nightless with terrifying force. The very air thickened with noxious fumes, tainting every breath. Mui hastily retreated toward the rear passage while slashing forward with his skeletal sword. A blade's radiance howled through the air, cleaving the charging venomous dragon in two. Yet it was futile, as more dragons surged forth from behind the severed remains. "Brat, I will kill you," came the menacing growl. To worsen the dire situation, a sharp whistling sound pierced the air from behind. A ruthless blade swept toward Mui from the rear. He pivoted, evading, just narrowly avoiding a collision with the oncoming Shiryu of the rain. Simultaneously, his foot lashed out, unleashing a crescent of energy, Rankyaku, to intercept the advancing venomous dragons. "Seems like there's no way out now," Mui muttered with a bitter smirk. His gaze locked on Magellan and Shiryu, blocking his path ahead. A thunderous crash echoed from the distance. His observation Haki had remained active, allowing him to perceive every shadowed corner of the second level, the beast hell, a cramped, pitch-black labyrinth of irregular prison cells. Through his senses, he could discern unconscious beasts sprawled across the crisscrossing corridors, and in the distance, a shattered gate, its destruction marked by the explosive force of Fishman Gecko's escape. Without observation Haki, navigating such an environment was near impossible. No wonder Gecko had only just broken free from the second level. "Magellan, leave this brat to me," Shiryu snarled, gripping his sword with murderous intent. He had been outmaneuvered. Had it not been for Magellan, the prisoner might have escaped. A disgrace. "Shiryu, we don't have time for delays or idle talk," Magellan countered coldly. "We strike together. Kill him now. If the Marine admirals arrive before this is settled, it will be our entire Impel Down that suffers the humiliation." To Muyi's dismay, Magellan showed no interest in Shiryu's proposal. With a disdainful scoff, Shiryu shot Magellan a glare, his contempt for the warden unmistakable. "Brat," he sneered, "your only path now is downward." Nocturnal glanced back at the passage behind him. Descend? It might ensure temporary survival, but retreating now would only make escape more arduous later. Even if it meant death, he wouldn't take a single step backward at this moment. His gaze weighed heavily upon the two figures blocking his path ahead, perfectly positioned to cut off all routes of escape. Shiryu of the Rain matched his speed effortlessly, while Magellan's entire body exuded lethal toxins, making close combat impossible. In terms of strength and circumstance, there truly seemed no hope left. There was no other choice. Nocturnal drove his bone sword into the ground before him, surrendering, or so it seemed. His eyes, cold enough to chill the soul, began to glow a deep crimson. "If you intend to stop me, then try. But don't you dare retreat." Nocturnal's smile was unervingly sinister. Simultaneously, waves of heat began radiating from his body, the unyielding ground beneath his feet disintegrating into nothingness like dust. This final gambit must not fail. With a roar that tore through the air, he unleashed his last resort. The second level, the Beast Hell, its environment alone made it nearly impossible to breach. Both passages leading from the second level to the stairs of the first level, Crimson Hell, were blocked, one by Magellan, the other by Shiryu of the Rain. Escape was impossible. Nocturnal had to admit that Shiryu's speed and strength surpassed his own. Breaking through from this side? Nearly unthinkable, and even if possible, it wouldn't happen quickly. Against Magellan, Nocturnal was confident in his superior speed. But the man's venom fruit made this path even more treacherous than Shiryu's. Wu Yi must not merely break through, but transcend. A mere breach would leave them relentlessly pursued, rendering true escape impossible. The task demands not only breaking free, but also shaking off their pursuers, a feat so daunting it borders on impossibility. Given Wu Ye's current capabilities, achieving this seems nearly unattainable. I understood, better than anyone, the gravity of the current situation. Retreat was not an option. Each step backward would only bring him closer to death. Nor could he afford to waste even a moment, for time itself was a relentless adversary drawing him toward his demise. He knew all too well that the arrival of the high-ranking officers was imminent. Should they appear before he escaped Impel Down, his fate would be sealed. Before my lay only one choice, one slim chance for survival, break through in an instant and outpace them. But how? Even with the strength of a rear admiral. Exhausted as he was, the task seemed insurmountable. Yet when no path remained, he would carve one with his own hands. If death awaited, then let it find him charging forward. There was no other way. Block me if you dare. He lowered his stance, knees bent, weight centered, arms shielding his chest. Head slightly bowed. Blood frenzy. A desperate gambit, victory or annihilation. With a guttural roar, primal and resonant, the sound reverberated through the prison's second level. Shiryu of the Rain and Magellan frowned, observing the sudden shift in Mai. Another roar tore from his throat. The stone beneath his feet disintegrated, not shattered, but reduced to dust. Scattered by sheer force. His skin flushed crimson, as if scorched by fire. His hair stood on end, wisps of white vapor rising. Within him, a tempest raged, muscles, blood, bones. And meridians trembled at an impossible frequency, a sound like the thunder of beasts. But this was no ordinary tiger and leopard thunder resonance. The technique he once used to condense his muscles. This was faster, far faster, pushed to the absolute limit of the flesh. A cicada's hum, faint yet distinct, resonated from within. Every cell vibrated violently, kinetic energy surging to its peak. Blood coursed through his veins at multiple times its normal speed. Everything was transforming. This was his final trump card, a technique born from the tiger and leopard thunder resonance. Once, while refining his muscles at an extreme frequency, an anomaly occurred. His blood accelerated. His cells erupted with explosive power. The result? A drastic surge in speed and strength. The discovery had thrilled him. Since then, he had honed it, learning to wield this frequency, pushing his body to its utmost limit. But the toll was immense. A weaker constitution would crumble under such strain, blood surging too fast, the heart unable to bear it. Some might even disintegrate entirely. Yet I had no choice. He would burn bright or burn out. Wuya was currently utilizing the maximum frequency his body could endure, enhancing his strength to the utmost without endangering his life. However, this technique was not without its drawbacks. In essence, it bore similarities to Luffy's Gear Second. Yet there were significant differences. While both methods provided an instantaneous boost in power and speed, Gear Second exacted a heavy toll, shortening one's lifespan. Wuya's technique, on the other hand, did not reduce longevity. Instead, it left his muscles utterly exhausted after use. The longer he sustained it, the more debilitating the fatigue became. And exceeding his limits would render him as limp as a ragdoll. Another side effect was the rapid circulation of blood, which naturally surged through his brain, inducing symptoms like congestion and violent, bloodthirsty impulses. Yet, these effects could be mitigated through disciplined training. The most crucial distinction lay in the nature of the power surge. Gear Second multiplied strength and speed by a fixed factor, whereas Wuya's enhancement, though not as drastic, was undeniably superior to his previous state. Moreover, as his physical endurance grew, so too could the frequency of his power spikes, thereby increasing the magnitude of his instantaneous boosts. Overall, his method was both stronger and more practical than Gear Second. What's happening? Shiryu of the Rain wore a grave expression, sensing that Wuya now surpassed him in strength. How could this be? How could his power escalate so dramatically in an instant? It must be an illusion, yet the terrifying aura radiating from Wuya was undeniably real. His skin flushed and steaming with energy, Wuya bared his teeth in a grin at Shiryu. He yanked the bone sword embedded in the ground free and said, "Thanks for the time." The next moment, he vanished. Where? Shiryu's instincts flared, but he couldn't track him. During their earlier clashes on the third level, even at Wuya's fastest, Shiryu had caught glimpses of his movements. Now, there was nothing. Hiss. A sharp sound erupted right before Shiryu. Bad. His face twisted in alarm as he instinctively raised his sword to block. Boom. A deafening impact reverberated through his blade, and an overwhelming force surged into his body. The sheer momentum sent him skidding backward, his feet carving deep grooves into the corridor floor as the ground crumbled beneath him. Wuya's figure materialized where Shiryu had stood moments before. With a powerful push-off, he streaked like lightning toward the airborne swordsman. Clang, clang. His bone sword descended in rapid, relentless slashes. Shiryu was relentlessly driven back, his hands trembling as blood seeped from his torn palms. Even gripping his sword with both hands, he could barely withstand the onslaught. How? He refused to believe it, refused to accept that Wuya had surpassed him. Venom Dragon. Nocturnal utterly suppressed Shiryu of the Rain. From behind, Magellan charged forth, unleashing a venomous dragon that surged toward Nocturnal. With a single leap, knocked his sword through the air, darting behind Shiryu of the Rain, compelling him to confront the venomous dragon. As the monstrous serpent collided with the startled Shiryu, it suddenly twisted midair, bypassing its original target to charge toward Noctis instead. Rokugan. With a single palm thrust forward, Noctis unleashed a devastating shockwave that struck the dragon head-on, triggering a cataclysmic explosion. Toxic venom sprayed violently in all directions. Rokugan, an advanced technique derived from the secret art of the Rokushiki, the Six-King gun. By condensing and projecting explosive force like cannon fire, its destructive power rivals that of 60 simultaneous artillery strikes. Each of the Rokushiki techniques can be further refined and expanded into new, formidable forms. Knightless had already developed techniques far more potent and intricate than the standard Marine 6 styles, evolving them into a derivative form, with plans to perfect an ultimate version. Venom flew through the air, splattering indiscriminately. Shiryu of the Rain dodged frantically, cursing Magellan as a fool, while Knightless swiftly retreated, with a furious roar to the heavens. His upper body darkened into an obsidian hue. He drove his fist into the ground with devastating force, sending violent tremors through all of Impel down. Beneath his knuckles, the earth shattered, fissures sprawling over 100 meters, cells collapsing, walls tilting, and massive boulders flung skyward. The knight raged like a tempest, striking relentlessly in all directions. With a fierce slash of his skeletal blade, the sword's gleam effortlessly sheared off the roofs of dozens of prison cells. Countless boulders hung suspended in the air for a fleeting moment before crashing down with a thunderous roar, plunging the entire second level into a veritable hellscape. The anguished cries of countless prisoners echoed with despair and terror. Damn it, what is that brat doing? Shiryu of the Rain and Magellan dodged the falling debris frantically. Having wrought this devastation, the knight turned and in the next instant, reached the staircase leading to the first level, charging upward without hesitation. That damn brat. Shiryu and Magellan now understood. He was using the cascading boulders to obstruct their pursuit. Within the stairwell, the knight moved backward, relentlessly swinging his blade to unleash sword gleams that shattered the structure. Massive stones tumbled from the crumbling walls, rolling down the stairs in a chaotic avalanche. Soon, the knight burst through the first level, the Crimson Hell. His observation Haki flared, scanning the surroundings swiftly. The gate has been destroyed. Jinbi has already escaped. Knightsky's gaze swept across the area in an instant as he charged forward with tremendous force. Clang, 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 while passing the prison cells. His razor-sharp blade swiftly dispatched numerous jailers while simultaneously cleaving through the iron gates. The first level of Crimson Lotus Hell. These prisoners weren't even worthy of being confined in cells made entirely of sea stone. In Knightsky's hands, steel became as soft as tofu. Those who wished to escape, follow me. Roaring as he continued demolishing the prison cells, Knightsky's voice reverberated through the corridors. Escape? The prisoners within the cells stared blankly at the shattered iron gates, frozen in disbelief. The next moment, their expressions transformed into wild euphoria. Charge. Escape? Who wouldn't want to break free? Moreover, the prisoners of the first level of Crimson Lotus Hell endured relentless torment from the jailers, living in perpetual agony worse than death. Given this chance to flee, who would ever refuse? The deafening cacophony of countless roars drowned out the Crimson Lotus Inferno. Nearly 100 prisoners surged forth from cells shattered by Muya's destruction, converging upon the corridor in chaotic unity. Knightless was swiftly demolishing the prison cells. The first level, Crimson Lotus Hell, held the largest number of prisoners, thousands of them, yet less than a tenth had been freed so far. Charge toward the gates. He roared at the foolish inmates who stood frozen in place, even as he continued shattering the iron doors. The prisoners scrambled and sprinted frantically toward the exit, their faces alight with joy, as if freedom were already within their grasp. As Knightless lost count of how many doors he had cleaved through, a massive green pillar erupted from the depths of Crimson Lotus Forest at the heart of the prison. Magellan rose from within it. And from the wreckage of the shattered floor, the dust-covered Shiryu of the Rain emerged as well. Finally decided to show up? Knightless sneered at the two figures in the distance, their eyes burning with murderous intent, as if they wished to tear him apart limb from limb. You're too slow. With a pivot of his foot, he dashed toward the exit. The throngs of panicked prisoners did nothing to hinder his speed. Brat, I'll kill you. Shiryu and Magellan were truly enraged, humiliated beyond measure at being outmaneuvered by a mere boy. They lunged toward Knightless with furious determination. Hurry. Magellan is coming. The prisoners, now in utter chaos, stampeded toward the gates. Whoosh. After several mid-air shifts, Knightless had already overtaken them all. Only 100 meters remained between him and the shattered gates. Beyond them, he could see the vast ocean, the azure sky, everything beautiful. I'm out. The moment he burst through the gates. The moment he stepped into the outside world, Mariejois let out a roar of exultation. Yet he knew the battle was far from over. Turning, he gazed upon the chaotic swarm of prisoners behind him, their faces alight with desperate hope as they stampeded toward the gate in a frenzied bid for freedom. Beyond them, the relentless figures of Shiryu of the Rain and Magellan surged forward with terrifying fury. A grim smirk curled his lips. With a single swing of his bone sword, he cleaved through the fortress walls flanking the gate. The blade's arc shattered stone, sending massive boulders crashing down to pile upon the entrance, sealing it completely. Surveying the barricade now blocking all escape, Mariejois grinned darkly. These prisoners, they buy me some time. Then he turned his gaze toward the distant armada of warships looming a kilometer away. Breakout of impel down, standing before the ruined gates of the prison. His crimson-tinged body gradually reverted to its normal state. Drenched in sweat, steam rising from his overheated flesh, he panted heavily, the toll of blood frenzy now painfully evident. An endless tide of exhaustion washed over him. Had only a minute passed? The frenzied Blood Knight had just come under his control, not yet fully mastered. Still in the exploratory phase. To endure even a single minute was already pushing his body to the brink. His blood vessels might burst. His very form could disintegrate. His stamina had plummeted beyond measure. The charge from the 6th level to this point had taken little time, yet every moment demanded his utmost effort. Heedless of the toll on his strength, if measured precisely, he now retained perhaps 30 to 40% of his power. Yet, he found solace in one fact. He had finally breached impel down. Now, the task was simple in theory, seize a warship and escape, but the peril it entailed dwarfed all previous dangers. His gaze swept swiftly across the horizon. Where the vast sea met the boundless sky, a sight unseen for 8 long years. A surge of exhilaration welled up within him. The warships lay anchored over a kilometer beyond impel down, scattered across the tranquil waters, 20 or so in total. Amidst the calm, a lone figure streaked toward the nearest vessel, cutting through the waves with inhuman speed. Gecko the fisherman? Gecko! He roared, pointing toward the foremost warship. Destroy every ship except that one. The fisherman glanced back at the figure standing beyond impel down's gates, eyes alight with fervor. With a firm nod, he adjusted his course, surging toward the nearest target with renewed urgency. Moonstep, though he could swim, and swiftly at that. Crossing a kilometer of open sea was no trivial feat for a non-fisherman. Time was a luxury he could ill afford, and he knew these waters teemed with sea kings. With a powerful leap, he launched himself skyward, rebounding off the air itself as he raced across the ocean's surface. Each bound carried him dozens of meters before he kicked off again, hurtling toward his goal. Warden! Warden! A frantic voice crackled through the den mushy on one of the warships. The prisoner. He-s using Moonstep. He-s coming straight for us. Back within impel down's crimson hell, the prisoners who had dared to dream of freedom now found their path to liberation choked by an avalanche of boulders. Behind them, the relentless advance of Shiryu and Magellan left no room for retreat. Despair gripped them. In that moment, they understood. Their supposed savior, the man they had hailed as their deliverance, had used them as mere pawns. Curses filled the air, but none would reach his ears. Out of my way. Shiryu snarled, his blade gleaming with murderous intent. But the fallen rubble and the mass of desperate prisoners clogged the passage, thwarting his pursuit. Magellan's voice cut through the chaos, cold and commanding. No time for games. Return to your cells now. Yes, yes. The prisoners, broken and terrified, scrambled to obey. In the depths of despair, these prisoners dared not resist. Their only thought being to retreat to the safety of their cells. They scrambled forward in panic. But the path from the gates to the prison was but a single narrow passage. Hundreds of convicts tumbled and crawled in chaotic retreat, making it even harder for Shiryu of the Rain and his men to advance. These worthless vermin. Shiryu's brow twitched with fury. I have no time to waste on such trash. Shiryu, hold your hand. Magellan urgently interjected. But the latter paid no heed, his blade flashing with lethal precision, reaping lives with each stroke. In mere moments, over a dozen prisoners lay dead at his feet. Magellan, if we wait for these wretches to clear the way, that brat will have long escaped. What is the cost of 200 or 300 worthless convicts compared to the price of a single prisoner breaking free? Shiryu's sword moved faster, each slash claiming another life. The prisoners, who had been fleeing mindlessly toward their cells, now recoiled in terror, staring in horror at Shiryu advancing toward them, his blade dripping with blood. Magellan clenched his teeth in anguish. These were hundreds of lives, even if they were criminals. Most of them were not sentenced to death. Yet he had to admit, no matter what, that brat could not be allowed to escape. His silence was tacit approval of Shiryu's brutal method, undeniably the fastest way to break through, cruel as it was. They had brought this upon themselves with their foolishness. At the same time, the tiny din-din mushy on Magellan's wrist crackled to life, the frantic report of the Marines outside. By any means necessary. You must stop him from commandeering a warship and escaping. Do you understand? And summon the Sea Kings we've been breeding. Magellan roared into the receiver. Yes, sir. Shiryu, like a god of slaughter, carved a path through the terrified masses, his unstoppable might crushing all resistance in the throng. The desperate prisoners, pushed to the brink, erupted in fury. Death is inevitable either way. Roars of fury erupted. Let's fight them to the death. Since we're doomed anyway. Yes, fight. The desperate prisoners, in this moment, summoned an astonishing surge of energy. Though individually weak, their sheer numbers made them formidable, snatching up stones and iron rods. They howled as they charged toward Shiryu of the Rain and his men. A bunch of trash, yet the gap in strength could not be bridged by mere outbursts. Still, the resistance was slightly more troublesome than before, delaying Shiryu's advance. Watching the rioting prisoners, Magellan gritted his teeth, his hesitation now gone. Shiryu, move aside, he bellowed. Poison surged violently from his body, gathering behind him into the shape of a colossal, crimson skull, no longer green, but blood-red. Venom Demon, Hell's Judgment. Oh, Magellan is truly enraged. Shiryu swiftly retreated, unwilling to face this attack head-on. Magellan charged toward the densest cluster of prisoners, unstoppable, slaying gods if they stood in his way, slaughtering Buddhas if they dared oppose him. Outside, Moguryu rapidly ascended through the air with Moon Step, darting toward the central warship. All cannons, aim, fire. The Marines aboard the 20 warships reacted swiftly, loading and adjusting their artillery. Hundreds of pitch-black cannonballs erupted from the barrels, hurtling toward Moguryu from all directions. A dense, obliterating barrage enough to level a small hill. Mid-air, with no room to evade, Moguryu altered his trajectory with Moonstep, narrowly dodging the onslaught. Where evasion failed, his bone sword flashed, slicing the cannonballs cleanly in half, rendering them harmless as they plunged into the sea. Yet despite the bombardment, Moguryu closed in on the warship relentlessly. Meanwhile, some vessels dumped strange liquids into the ocean. The substances dissolved rapidly into the water. Beneath the waves, dozens of colossal sea kings, most dormant until now, stirred awake. Grotesque and monstrous. They surged upward in unison, their massive silhouettes darkening the depths. Boom. Nightless endured the relentless barrage of hundreds of cannonballs at every moment, his armament Haki fully unleashed. At times, he even used his own body to block the projectiles directly. Despite this, he drew ever closer to the central warship, now merely 100 meters away. The terrified expressions of the Marines aboard were already visible. Simultaneously, a deafening explosion erupted from a distant warship. What's happening? The vessel trembled violently, its Marines staggering and panicking in disarray. Lieutenant, it's bad. The hull's been breached, a massive hole. Seawater is flooding in. A frantic Marine reported to the commanding officer aboard. Yet, no explanation was needed. Every Marine on board could feel the ship tilting ominously, the lower decks already submerged. It wouldn't be long before the vessel sank entirely. Never mind that. Keep attacking. The lieutenant gritted his teeth. The ship can be destroyed, but we absolutely cannot let him escape. Meanwhile, the fishman, Karubi, began to play his part. Thud. After enduring countless rounds of cannon fire, Nightless finally landed upon the warship's deck. Unharmed, yet vitality wanes further. Disregarding the Marines pointing swords or guns at him, he roared, "Set sail if you don't want to die." Boom. A deafening explosion erupted from the second warship in the distance as the fishman Kuro destroyed 2 vessels. Let's fight him. We outnumber him. What's there to fear? The Marines surrounding Muya on deck bellowed in rage. Meanwhile, the other warships dared not continue bombarding this ship, as it carried numerous Marines. Set sail immediately, do you hear me? Muya's murderous gaze swept across the crowd as he pivoted on his feet. Before their very eyes, he vanished into thin air. The next instant, crimson lines appeared across the necks of all armed Marines. Fountains of blood erupted as dozens collapsed lifelessly onto the blood-soaked deck. I said set sail. Do you hear me? Muya pressed his bone sword, hardened with armament Haki, against the neck of the ship's sole remaining officer. The razor-sharp blade drew blood from the man's throat. Release the captain. The surrounding Marines stared at Muya in terror, none daring to make a move. Set sail. Muya growled as the blade bit deeper into flesh. A mere flick of his wrist would end the captain's life. To his credit, the captain displayed some backbone despite trembling with fear. Gritting his teeth, he spat. Impossible. I'll never obey your orders. Kill me if you dare. The blade flashed. The captain's head soared through the air, his dying thought one of stunned realization. He actually did it? Given another chance, he'd never have chosen such foolish bravado. But Muya had no patience for psychological games. In fact, the officer's death made it easier to cow the remaining Marines into submission. Set sail, or I'll slaughter every last one of you. Muya's killing intent blanketed all Marines on deck. Terrified sailors shrank back, their very souls quaking before this devil incarnate. Set sail, or share his fate. Muya materialized before a petrified Marine. His bone sword danced, and moments later, the man was reduced to screaming. Dismembered flesh and a grisly display of Lingchi execution. No one understood better than Nightless that fear was the most potent weapon to shatter spirits and bend others to submission. Who truly wishes to die? If you don't, then set sail. Nightless had no time to waste. He couldn't gauge how soon Magellan's forces might break free, nor when the admirals would arrive. With his own stamina plummeting, how could he possibly stand against an admiral? I'll fight you to the death. Many of the terrified, mentally broken Marines, after screaming in panic, charged recklessly toward Nightless. To such Marines, Nightless needed only a single stroke. All were dealt with. His gaze, cold as a demon's, swept over those who had already lost control in sheer terror. One final command: set sail. It wasn't tea that Nightless refused to sail. Nor that he had tea prepared. He had questioned many prisoners, but none knew how to operate a ship. At best, they could handle pirate-style sailboats, not naval warships. Nightless had never even seen a battleship before. Clearly, this wasn't tea like Earth. How could he possibly navigate one on his first try? Even if he wanted to. It would take time to figure out. But time was a luxury he didn't have. Boom. Explosions echoed from other areas as the Fishman Gay continued wrecking warships underwater. Marines aboard the sinking vessels slowly tipped into the sea. Though gradual, their ships were clearly beyond salvage. No sailing? Then I'll just kill you all. Nightless gripped his bloodied sword, advancing slowly toward the last few Marines collapsed on the deck. His steps were deliberate. He understood psychology. The terror of impending doom could drive anyone to madness. The Marines scrambled backward in horror, their eyes locked on the demonic figure approaching. When Nightless stood before them, his blade pointed at the youngest among them, youth being the least willing to die. The Marine completely shattered. Sobbing uncontrollably, he wailed, "Don't kill me. I'll do it." The others didn't blame him. Instead, they exhaled in relief. None wanted to die, but as Marines, they also feared punishment for compliance. With one breaking the silence, the rest relaxed. Then hurry. Sail, and I swear I won't kill you. Nightless offered the promise they craved most. Why yes. Right away. The Marines scrambled toward the helm, stumbling in their panic. Remember, head away from impelled down. If anyone steers toward the gates of justice, you die. Understood? Nightless' voice was ice. The Marines shuddered, nodding frantically. Within moments, Nightless felt the deck tremble beneath him as the ship sluggishly began moving, crawling forward before gradually picking up speed. For Nightless, exhausted to his limit, this was the best news possible. His spirits lifted. Striding to the railing, he glared down at the churning sea and roared, "Fishman Gay, hurry up and get on board." At this moment, we realized that more than half of the warships had already capsized. In his eyes, the Fishman Gay were not mere cannon fodder, at least not like the disposable prisoners from the 6th and 1st floors. With the fishmen aboard, there was a desperate escape route when all hope seemed lost. Meanwhile, the other naval forces watched helplessly as the remaining intact warships slowly sailed into the distance. Those still operational hurried to follow, while the heavily damaged ones could only stare in despair. Even the pursuing vessels continued to suffer destruction along the way. In no time at all, the Fishman Jinbi could breach the hulls of all the other warships. Yet none dared to fire upon Knight's vessel, unwilling to bear the stigma of slaughtering their own comrades. Warden, disaster. The prisoners have seized a ship and are making their escape. The din mushy crackled with Magellan's furious roar, followed by the thunderous sounds of chaos. But Warden, the other warships, their hulls have been breached by the Fishman. They can't sail. Damn it. Magellan's voice was laced with frustration before the line erupted with the sounds of struggle, then his sharp interrogation of Shiryu of the Rain. Marines, I order you, fire upon that ship immediately. The din mushy carried Shiryu's icy command, underscored by the desperate howls of prisoners. The ranking officer hesitated. But there are still Marines aboard that vessel. I said fire. Shiryu's voice turned murderous. Consider them martyrs. None of us can afford the consequences of an escape. Fire, or I will personally execute you the moment I step out." Simultaneously, Magellan's furious protest cut through. "Have you lost your mind? Those are Marines, not prisoners." Magellan could stomach executing criminals, but the slaughter of his own men was unthinkable. Yet Shiryu had already severed the connection. On the lone listing warship, the sole remaining admiral stared at the din mushy, torn. His gaze shifted to the distant vessel, already 100 meters away, before his jaw tightened in resolve. "All ships, train your cannons on that marine vessel and fire." "But Admiral," some protested. "I said fire," he bellowed. "Those Marines are already dead. Do you understand? They were doomed the moment they boarded. Fire, or prepare to answer to Ini's lobby." "Aye." The command rippled through the fleet via din mushy. The order was met with horror. How could they turn their guns on their own? Yet military orders were absolute. Fire. The cannons roared. The sinking warships, their crews resigned to swimming to impel down, mattered little now. Every remaining gun turned toward the distant vessel, unleashing the same thunderous volleys as before. The fleeing ship was engulfed in the storm of artillery from its own fleet. The naval officers behind Muya, maneuvering the warship, wore expressions of terror, even despair. "Steer your vessel. Leave the rest to me." Standing at the prow, Muya took a deep breath. He could never allow the warship to be destroyed, even if he could swim. In the vast ocean, it would be suicide. He possessed moonstep, but could such a technique truly traverse the sea? Divine shift technique. Swift as the night. Wu Yi split into three, standing firm at the rear and both flanks, with no warships or artillery shells assailing the front. At this moment, Wu Yi could no longer afford to consider whether his body could endure the toll of the divine shift technique. Gritting his teeth, he pressed on. Only by breaking through the barrage's lethal radius could safety be assured. The three incarnations of Wu Yi brandished their swords with lightning precision, intercepting the onslaught of hundreds of screaming projectiles, shattering each one in mid-flight. Mugio was enveloped in a shroud of steam, his teeth bared and veins bulging as an overwhelming tide of agony racked his body. Yet he clenched his jaw and endured. Almost there, just a little further to escape the barrage of cannon fire. At that moment, the fishman Kuro had already decimated the warships at the rear, swiftly swimming through the sea toward Mugio's vessel. Huff gasping for breath, Mugio nearly collapsed onto the deck. But they had finally broken free from the cannon fire's reach. The relentless volley of shells now only struck the churning waters behind their fleeing ship, sending towering plumes of spray into the air. It was unstoppable. The Marines aboard the remaining warships could only watch in despair as their target sailed beyond their range. Now, their only concern was survival. Their own vessels were sinking fast beneath them. Boom. Simultaneously, at the gates of Impel Down, a devastating shockwave shattered the barricade of massive boulders, revealing the gaping entrance. Magellan and Shiryu of the Rain burst forth, leaving behind a gruesome trail of corpses, some cleaved apart, others dissolved in pools of crimson venom. A scene of utter carnage. Their bloodshot eyes locked onto the distant warship, already 2 kilometers away. Impossible! Magellan roared in disbelief. Was he to suffer another prison break under his watch? A high-ranking figure within the world government, a name feared across the seas. Hailed as the strongest warden in Impel Down's history. Even with the invincible venom demon at his back, he could only stand there, consumed by crushing futility. Unacceptable. Utterly unacceptable. Another prison break succeeded. The image of Golden Lion's escape 8 years ago involuntarily surfaced in my mind. Golden Lion, one of the 3 legendary kings of the previous era, a figure whose status rivaled that of the current 4 emperors. Even he had to sacrifice both legs and slip away unnoticed rather than fight his way out to earn the distinction of being the sole escapee. But he was Golden Lion, after all. Magellan couldn't comprehend how that brat had managed it as well. This time, it wasn't a silent departure, it was a full-blown assault. And now, despite Impel Down's defenses being stronger than 8 years ago, the enemy had still prevailed. This wasn't just disgraceful, it was outright incompetence. The losses today were incalculable. Forget the prisoners. Even the Marines had suffered devastating casualties, and every single battleship had been destroyed. Damn it! A furious roar tore from Magellan's throat. But the vast sea remained an insurmountable barrier. With no intact warships left, he could only watch helplessly as the enemy sailed away. This bitter powerlessness was something he had never experienced before. How is this possible? The surviving Marines, stranded in the water amidst the wreckage of their fleet, stared in disbelief at their enraged yet impotent warden, then at the distant silhouette of the retreating ship. They slumped into the waves, numb. They hadn't witnessed the chaos inside Impel Down. But if someone could escape from under the noses of Magellan and Shiryu, the 2 supposedly invincible forces of the prison, Then that alone spoke volumes of their strength. And now, they had seen it with their own eyes. 20 battleships, twice the number of a buster call, failing to even slow the enemy down. Could such a monstrous existence truly exist in this world? Aboard the fleeing vessel, the terrified Marines, who had resigned themselves to death, now gazed at the figure standing at the stern. They couldn't fathom how a single person could intercept every cannonball, dozens, even hundreds per second, let alone shield an entire ship from destruction. Fear in their eyes gradually gave way to something else. Awe. Mariejois stood calmly at the stern, watching impel down as gates recede into the distance. Contrary to what others might assume, the toll this had taken on him was far greater than they imagined. If possible, he would have collapsed right then, too exhausted, physically and mentally, to even stand. Was it finally over? He couldn't be sure, but he dared not show weakness. Behind them, Fishman Karubi surged through the waves, his gaze fixed on Mariejois with reverence. How long until the admirals arrive? Magellan could only cling to that hope now. About 10 minutes. This was the Navy's response. Shiryu of the Rain cast a disdainful glance at Magellan beside him. It's all because of your dithering that we wasted time, he sneered. Retreating toward the shattered gate behind him, his voice turned icy. Magellan, you can wait here uselessly for a miracle. That brat, I'll handle him alone. With a sudden burst of speed, he shot out from the sea. As he descended, his right foot kicked off violently. Moonstep. Perhaps he truly would remain here forever. Gazing at the sky, his thoughts drifted into silence. Mike could not fathom why escaping from prison proved so arduous, nor why every twist of fate conspired against him. He remained unaware of Golden Lion's prison break, though he knew of Luffy's original jailbreak where death had brushed close. Yet most coincidences had favored the protagonist. First came Boa Hancock's aid, followed by the likes of Buggy and others, culminating in the assistance of 3 warlords, Emporio Ivankov, Crocodile, and Jinbe, whose strength rivaled the 7 warlords. Even Blackbeard's arrival unwittingly lent him crucial support, and when departing aboard a marine vessel, it was Mr. 2 who staked his very life to ensure their escape. Nightless had never sought their aid. Since childhood, he had shouldered every burden alone, bearing even what seemed unbearable. Yet he could not fathom why today was fraught with so many misfortunes, each one relentlessly driving him toward death's door. Perhaps the heavens truly refused to let him depart? A self-deprecating smile curled upon Nightless' lips. This time, there was truly no hope left. But so what? The absence of hope did not equate to surrender. Gazing at the rapidly approaching Shiryu of the Rain, darting through the air with the familiar technique of moonwalk, one of the Navy's 6 powers, his speed was staggering. Even though the warship was already 2 kilometers away, a distance that should have been safe, under Shiryu's frantic moonwalk, the vessel's pace seemed agonizingly slow. Escape was impossible. Covering 2 kilometers with moonwalk would indeed drain immense stamina, but Nightless had no doubt Shiryu could manage it. Meanwhile, the fishman Gay, swiftly swimming through the sea, found himself ensnared in peril. Surrounded by a horde of sea kings, one colossal creature resembling a dinosaur lunged at him with gaping jaws. With no choice, he leaped into the air, only for the monstrous sea king to surge from the depths, its maw snapping upward. Even half-submerged, its exposed mass exceeded 20 meters, an absolute behemoth. Gay clenched his fist, arcs of electricity crackling around it, and struck downward with all his might, slamming into the sea king's skull. A deafening crash echoed as the creature's massive frame plummeted back into the sea, sending towering waves in its wake. Without the ability of moonwalk, Gay could not maneuver midair and descended toward the water, where the swarm of sea kings awaited. There was no escape, at least not now. Watching this unfold, Nightless laughed, a bright, almost radiant laugh. How flattering, he mused. The final path had vanished. In Nightless' heart, Gay had been his last resort, the one who, in the direst hour, would carry him through the sea to safety. But now, Lord Nightless, go. Don't mind me. Gay roared, dodging and striking at the sea kings while shouting toward Nightless, who stood at the warship's stern. Go. Nightless desired nothing more than to depart. Yet how could he? Shiryu of the Rain stood closer to the naval vessel. It wasn't that Nightless lacked faith. If escape were possible now, if leaving truly meant freedom, he would never have waited for the fishman Gecko. Nor was he the type to forsake his sole chance of survival to save others. But now, fate had been sealed. So be it. With no path left, he could abandon all restraint. Nightless grinned wildly, roaring into the void. Come then. While breath remains, shall I fear the heavens' mockery? What does it matter if there is no path? What does death matter? What does hopelessness matter? His battered body trembled, muscles straining against exhaustion, summoning strength that might no longer exist. Nothing else mattered now. Halt, Marines aboard that ship. He commanded. Proceed, and you all face execution. Shiryu of the Rain was now mere meters away. To Nightless' dismay, the swordsman ignored Gecko entirely, charging straight for him, determined to kill Nightless at all costs. Lord Shiryu. The Marines manning the ship behind Nightless stared in terror at the approaching figure, a flicker of hope in their eyes. Were they saved at last? Knight turned his head sharply, his piercing gaze sweeping over the naval soldiers. Set sail at once, or I shall slaughter every last one of you now. Remember, you have already betrayed the Navy. Whether you turn back or not, your fate is sealed, either delivered to Eni's lobby or thrown into the depths of Impel Down. Fight with me now, and you might yet live. Though the warship's speed paled in comparison to Shiryu of the Rain. Every moment of pursuit forced him to expend even the slightest fraction of his stamina, perhaps negligible, but Knight would seize every advantage, no matter how small. And as long as the ship remained, so too did hope. The panicked naval soldiers hesitated, uncertain. Ahead, Shiryu surged toward them with a vicious, cutting howl. His cruel and icy expression now fully visible in Knight's vision. Come. Knight roared at the sky before launching himself from the warship, leaping into the air. With each step, his feet struck the empty space beneath him, releasing a sharp crack as shockwaves erupted beneath his heels, propelling him forward. His calf muscles trembled with exertion, the price of pushing his limits. Rag. With a savage cry, the two clashed midair. Boom. Their blades collided. A shockwave tore outward, and the sea beneath them split apart, a massive depression forming where their power met. Waves surged outward in all directions, the gale-force winds rocking the distant warship violently. You're finished, brat. Shiryu snarled, his face twisted in malice. Tremendous force surged through his blade, Shoei Kitetsu, as he pressed the assault. Whoosh. The knight was severed like a loosed arrow, hurtling backward through the air in a straight trajectory, leaving a luminous trail in its wake. Ha! So the boy has finally exhausted his strength, Rain Shiryu sneered, his cruel gaze fixed upon the retreating figure. That earlier resistance must have been your absolute limit. Pushing beyond your potential. Now you're powerless, aren't you? With a burst of speed, he pursued relentlessly. Clang, clang, clang. Rain Shiryu's blade slashed wildly through the air, forcing his opponent to raise his skeletal sword in desperate defense. Each strike sent him reeling backward, utterly overwhelmed. Boom. In a swift midair pivot, Rain Shiryu appeared above his foe, his sword descending with crushing force. The impact struck the raised bone blade, sending the defenseless figure plummeting downward like a falling star. Below, the warship surged forward at full speed. Crash! The body collided violently with the deck, shattering the wooden planks and leaving a gaping hole as it disappeared into the ship's depths. Admiral Shiryu, should we halt the ship? We must stop. The panicked Marines, who had stubbornly kept the vessel moving despite the earlier defiance, now wavered. Witnessing the overwhelming disparity in power, they swiftly realigned their allegiance to the Navy. Unnecessary. Rain Shiryu replied coldly, a sinister glint flashing across his lips. Disregard the pleading sailors on the deck, brandishing his longsword through the air. The blade's radiant arc howled forth, intent on obliterating the entire warship. No vessel, boy. Let's see how you fare now. The screaming sword energy tore toward the ship first. The naval soldiers sprawled across the deck wore expressions of utter despair as they lay paralyzed. From the shattered epicenter of the deck, within that collapsing void, erupted a thunderous roar accompanied by a tempestuous aura. A shadowy figure burst forth from the crumbling abyss. Nightless. The desperate sailors on the deck gazed at Nightless with hope, for he was their only salvation now. Soaring through the air, he swung his bone sword with tremendous force, unleashing a razor-sharp arc of energy that howled through the sky. Clashing against another blade's gleam in midair, the two strikes collided. The sword's energy carved countless scars upon the ocean's surface, sending waves erupting violently, even cracking the warship with numerous fissures. This move again? Shiryu of the Rain observed Nightless, now enveloped in steam, his body glowing crimson. He would never forget this technique, the very same one that had completely overwhelmed him in the second level of Impel Down, the prison of starvation. Come then, once more. Nightless activated blood frenzy, a desperate measure, his only path forward. Even if his body couldn't endure it, even if it might kill him, better to die than let headquarters triumph. With a furious roar to the heavens, his crimson eyes burned with unbridled savagery. He charged toward Shiryu of the Rain in a rage. Rainfall. Midair, Shiryu swung his longsword, releasing countless azure spikes of energy that rained down like a storm, covering an area of dozens of meters. Even the warship was caught within the onslaught. 10,000 blossoms. Brilliant. Ethereal flowers bloomed around Nightless, dazzling and deadly. Once again, the same confrontation unfolded in the sky. "Brat, don't get too arrogant," Shiryu bellowed from above, his sword slashing relentlessly, sending wave after wave of devastating sword energy crashing toward the warship. The same was true for Muya. Blade clashed against blade. As for the terrified Marines cowering on the deck, screaming with their heads in their hands, all they could do was pray for Muya's victory. From the very beginning, they had no control over their own fates. Unable to protect them, Muya's lips twisted into a grimace. His current state was dire. Veins bulged like writhing dragons beneath his skin, a sign they might burst at any moment. Steam erupted incessantly from his pores as the tremendous kinetic energy of the tiger leopard thunder roar generated unbearable heat within his body, causing his internal temperature to skyrocket. Perhaps in the next second, Muya would cease to exist. How he longed, how desperately he longed, to safeguard this warship, then depart with a carefree flick of his sleeves. Yet he knew if he persisted in protecting them now, the likely outcome would be his own explosive demise or death from exhaustion. At most, Shiryu of the Rain would merely plunge into the sea. Nightless was never one to hesitate. If he couldn't protect, then he wouldn't. Whoosh. In an instant, he vanished from sight. With no one left to stop him, Shiryu of the Rain unleashed his endless barrage of attacks. On the deck, the horrified faces of several Marines were the last thing seen before countless sword beams rained down upon the warship. No, their agonized screams were drowned out as the vessel, riddled with gaping wounds, shattered into countless fragments, with splinters scattered through the air like a macabre snowfall. Shiryu of the Rain, at the gates of Impel Down. Magellan watched the scene unfold, a storm of emotions raging within him, elation that escape was now impossible, fury that Shiryu had truly slaughtered Marines. How much longer until the Admiral arrives? Magellan demanded, his voice trembling with barely restrained intensity. Approximately 7 minutes, a Marine answered meekly. Good. Magellan's lips twisted into a grimace. 7 minutes. No miracles left now. No one could escape this place in 7 minutes. No one. Then Nightless reappeared in a flash, materializing at Shiryu's right flank. His blade swept outward in a deadly arc clang, but Shiryu intercepted the strike with his own sword. Get lost. Nightless roared, channeling every ounce of his strength. The sheer force strained his body to the breaking point, his skin splitting under the pressure. How? Shiryu's eyes widened in disbelief. How do you still possess such power? He refused to believe it. Yet reality proved undeniable. And despite his furious resistance, he was sent flying backward, with crimson eyes burning coldly. Nocturnal gazed upon the retreating form of Shiryu of the Rain. His feet danced swiftly upon the air, yet he did not pursue. Though his heart yearned more than any to slay Shiryu, reason whispered that his true purpose lay elsewhere, towards the merman, Black. Without a vessel, escape was impossible. Only Black's power could bridge the vast expanse of the sea for a mere human. Cutting through the sky, Nocturnal surged toward the merman, locked in combat with the leviathans of the deep. Boom. Shiryu, meanwhile, tumbled across the waves, carving frothing arcs before vanishing into the abyss. Out of my way. Before Nocturnal could reach Black, the sea erupted as another monstrous sea king breached the surface. No time for these wretched beasts. A single slash of his blade, and the creature split in twain, its carcass crashing back into the crimson-stained waters. Black, show yourself. Nocturnal roared into the churning depths, where the merman waged war against the behemoths below. Then movement. A shadow, swift and dark, arrowed upward through the water, pursued by titanic forms. Faster. Faster. Nocturnal dove toward the waves, his mind a storm of urgency. Almost there. As the moonless night was about to encounter the fishman Karubi, a sudden explosion erupted from the sea behind them. A towering column of water surged upwards, and from within it emerged a figure, accompanied by a roar brimming with murderous intent. Brat, I'm going to kill you. Drenched from head to toe, Shiryu of the Rain howled at the heavens, his dignity trampled upon repeatedly by this upstart, leaving nothing but seething fury in his heart. With a mighty slash, a blade's radiance capable of rending the very ocean itself came hurtling toward the moonless night. Just a little more. The moonless knight's face twisted in frustration. Every time, it was just a little short. What more must he do? The hope he sought was right before his eyes. Gritting his teeth, he turned and kicked off the sea's surface, now mere inches away, launching himself skyward. The colossal blade's gleam carved through the ocean, leaving behind a fissure stretching 1,000 meters long and plunging deep into the abyss. Several unfortunate sea kings were cleanly bisected, while the fishman Karubi, by sheer luck, narrowly avoided the strike, swept away by the roaring, turbulent waves. Mealtime soared into the night sky, piercing through the darkness like a shooting star. As he ascended to a height of 100 meters, a sinister voice suddenly echoed from above. Perish. The infamous Shiri of the rain materialized midair, his razor-sharp blade descending with lethal precision toward Mealtime's form. The metallic clang of steel meeting steel reverberated through the heavens as their weapons collided. The night was endless as he lay suspended in the air, his hands gripping the hilt and tip of his bone sword. The blade, hardened by armament Haki, blocked the descending slash from above. His feet continuously kicked against the void, generating force through moonstep to prevent himself from plummeting into the sea. Though he could swim, he was no fishman. His movements would be severely restricted, not to mention the countless sea kings lurking beneath. Shiri of the rain relentlessly assaulted him with razor-sharp sword slashes from the water's surface. To fall into the ocean now would mean certain death. Noctis refused to let himself plunge into the sea, desperately suppressing what little remained of his already depleted strength, uncertain whether he was now exhausting his very life force. Nightless and Shiri of the rain roared in unison, locked in a deadly stalemate midair, one above the other. The entire crowd watched with bated breath, oblivious to the perilous tension between them. Amidst this frozen tableau, crack. The sound was unmistakably Nightless' death knell. In his bloodshot eyes, the bone sword shattered at the very point where it crossed blades with the gleaming edge. Forged from an ice wolf's bones, the weapon's hardness could at best rival steel. But what difference did steel make to Shiri of the rain? It might as well have been tofu, were it not for the reinforcement of armament Haki. The bone sword would have snapped long ago. Yet now, even that enhancement could not defy the inevitable. Its fracture was absolute. A desolate smile curled at the corners of Wuye's lips. Perhaps this truly was the end. The grin on Shiryu of the rain widened with cruel delight. His blade severed the bone sword and slashed toward Wuye's abdomen. Armament Haki. Wuye roared in defiance. Even without hope, he would fight to the bitter end. What did it matter if it proved futile? The razor edge tore downward across Wuye's chest, splitting open his stomach. Sparks flew as metal met hardened flesh. His upper body, reinforced by armament Haki, avoided being cleaved in two, yet a long, crimson gash now marred his abdomen. All strength drained from his body. Powerless, he plummeted from the sky toward the sea, trailing a mist of blood, a sight both breathtaking and sorrowful. Was this death? Boom. A colossal sea king, shaped like a crocodile, erupted from the waves. Its gaping maw stretched wide, swallowing the falling figure whole in a single, merciless gulp. His consciousness wavered, his mind adrift. He felt nothing. This was his reality now. His body seemed to float, weightless. Had he reached heaven? He wasn't sure. Yet, a faint memory surfaced, being tossed into the air by the beast's jaws. Instinctively, he drove his broken blade into the warm, fleshy tongue beneath him, anchoring himself to avoid being devoured entirely. In the churning depths, pain seared through the creature. The crocodilian sea king thrashed violently, its monstrous mouth agape as blood spilled forth. Seawater flooding in. The lifeless body swayed within the crocodile's maw-like seaweed adrift in the ocean. To perish within the belly of a sea king, what an ignominious end for a fool like you. Yet perhaps this is the most fitting punishment. Shiryu of the rain stood upon a drifting plank, gazing at the tumultuous waves, a smirk of triumph playing upon his lips. Yet he panted heavily, beads of sweat glistening upon his brow. Exhaustion weighed upon him. He doubted he retained even 30% of his strength. A tremor of awe passed through him. This boy had reached such heights. Had they both been at their peak, one-on-one, Shiryu harbored no certainty of victory. Was he dead? None cared for his fate. Only cheers and revelry echoed, celebrating his demise. Within the crocodile's jaws, seawater rushed in, suffocating, drowning him in endless darkness. His consciousness waned. Yet a faint, self-deprecating smile curled his lips. Memories of 2 lifetimes flashed before him. Failures, all failures. In his past life, the so-called king of mercenaries, the god of assassins, had been nothing more than a hunted dog, fleeing from the relentless pursuit of his own base. And now, in this life, his first glimpse of the sky, of the vast ocean, would also be his last. How bitter. To die without even knowing why he had been imprisoned. How bitter. How unbearable. To let the faces of Impel Down's denizens twist in victorious glee. How unbearable. To be remembered only as the fool who dared escape and was slaughtered for his arrogance. How could he die here? At the very least, he longed to witness the grandeur of the pirate world. At the very least, to know the reason for his imprisonment. At the very least, tell him. How could he be allowed to fall here? Tell him. A roar of defiance erupted within his mind. Inside the crocodile's maw, his eyes snapped open. A furious bellow tore from his throat. Why should I be stopped here? A shockwave erupted from the depths, hurling the surrounding waters outward. The once calm sea erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, a monstrous whirlpool forming in its wake. The Marines, still reveling in their triumph, mocking the fool who had dared challenge Impel down, were silenced mid-celebration. Such an overreaching idiot, thinking he could escape. Now he knows the might of our prison. Fed to a sea king? Too merciful. He deserved to be thrown to the dogs. Their laughter still hung in the air when boom. The ocean itself seemed to rebel. Inform the admiral, someone muttered, voice trembling. Tell him. He need not come. He may turn back. Magellan continued issuing commands to the navy. Shiryu of the Rain began sheathing his longsword. Everything had come to an end. Yet, in the same breath, everything began anew. The tranquil sea surface abruptly ruptured. A colossal maelstrom emerged. A roar, born of self-discontent, of defiance against fate. A howl from the very soul erupted from the ocean's depths, surging through the monstrous whirlpool. The Marines, still smirking, Magellan, still wearing his composed smile, Shiryu, who had been ready to retreat for a peaceful slumber, all froze. Their expressions stiffened, their gazes locked onto the rapidly expanding vortex. In that moment, was there any difference between them and clowns? Who was that brat? Shiryu clutched a wooden plank in panic, the tempestuous waves nearly dragging him into the abyss. In this disheveled state, was he not a clown himself? His eyes widened in disbelief at the titanic whirlpool. Was that an illusion? An illusion, my ass. Look at the sea. The Marines gaped at the swirling expanse stretching for kilometers. What in the world is happening? Shiryu, disregarding his own exhaustion, propelled himself with moonstep, soaring above the vortex's center. And there this. How? His voice trembled with incredulity. Within the maelstrom, suspended midair, was a gargantuan crocodilian sea king. Its massive form, defying logic, hovered amidst the chaos. Why must I stop here? Why does it end like this? The voice, as if challenging the heavens themselves, bellowed from within the beast. Simultaneously, an overwhelming pressure, boundless and emanating from the depths of the soul, descended from the sky, smothering the entire atmosphere. What is this? The Marines stationed at Impel Down paled, some collapsing unconscious. Even Magellan stood rigid, his face etched with horror. No. Impossible. This can't be. Conqueror's Haki. His voice cracked with disbelief. Conqueror's Haki. Shiryu, suspended in midair, gritted his teeth until blood trickled from his lips. He refused to accept it. This aura, this presence, was the legendary Conqueror's Haki, said to awaken only in those with the qualities of a king. How could it manifest around a brat who should already be dead? Under Shiryu's horrified gaze, under the moonless sky, the colossal crocodile sea king parted its gaping maw. As the figure of Muya emerged slowly, his chest still oozing crimson, his body drenched in seawater, his appearance utterly battered. Yet in this moment, Shiryu of the Rain felt an overwhelming urge to submit, though he stood above, and Muya below. The angle of Shiryu's gaze made it seem as though Muya was the one looking down upon him from an imperious height. Tell me, Muya's voice was glacial, his eyes piercing as he turned to the trembling crocodile sea king beside him, its eyes, larger than basketballs, now brimming with terror. The massive beast shook its head frantically, its gaze screaming submission. Good. A smirk curled Muya's lips before he vanished. In the next instant, he reappeared beside Shiryu, his foot slamming down upon the swordsman's skull with brutal force. A cry of pain tore through the air as Shiryu was sent hurtling backward into the water. As he plummeted, Shiryu stared up in horror at Muya, now standing where he had once been. How is this possible? Remember, Muya's voice was merciless, his finger pointing at the falling swordsman. Next time, I want to even grant you the privilege of retreat. Then, he was gone again, reappearing atop the gargantuan crocodile's back. Move. The beast, now fully subdued by Muya's Conqueror's Haki, obeyed without hesitation. With a powerful lash of its tail, it surged forward, cutting through the waves at breathtaking speed. As they passed the battlefield where the fishman gecko clashed with other sea kings, Muya's gaze alone sent the monstrous creatures fleeing in terror, their panicked shrieks fading into the distance. Without needing instruction, Gecko swiftly leaped onto the crocodile's back. The colossal reptile, its spine like a moving island, sped away, leaving the stunned Marines of Impel Down in its wake. Impossible! A Marine shrieked, watching the distant silhouette vanish toward the horizon. How could this happen? Such a miracle it can't be. Magellan stood frozen, his face a mask of disbelief. Conqueror's Haki, how? How did he escape? Helplessness crashed over him like a tidal wave. Shiryu of the Rain. Someone cried. Stop him. But it was far too late. The beast and its master were already beyond reach. Magellan could only rely on Shiryu of the Rain. Yes, we still have Lord Shiryu of the Rain, who will undoubtedly intercept the enemy as magnificently as before. The Marines seemed to have met their demise. Involuntarily, my gaze swept across the ocean's surface, yearning for Lord Shiryu to emerge in an instant, just as he had before, commanding and awe-inspiring, pursuing and utterly overwhelming the foe. Huff, huff. At this moment, the tension in Nightless' nerves dissipated, leaving him utterly drained as he collapsed upon the crocodile's massive spine. He could not move, not even a single finger. Lord Nightless, how are you? The fishman Jinbei regarded him with concern. I am unharmed. Do not lower your guard. This may not yet be over. Nightless forced his voice to remain steady, though the exhaustion within could no longer be concealed. Fortunately, the colossal Sea King crocodile was vast enough, its spine broader than a warship's deck, sparing them the fate of plunging into the waters. Moreover, under Nightless' command, the beast did not submerge but instead surged swiftly across the surface, carrying them away. Memories of the recent ordeal resurfaced. The knight felt surreal. Never did he anticipate awakening the Conqueror's Haki at the final moment. Yet, this formidable power was far from invincible. Though it exudes an aura of intimidation and signifies the potential of a ruler, its manifestation in true strength remains scarce. At the very least, he knew that relying solely on Conqueror's Haki to subdue Shiryu of the Rain was nothing short of a fool's dream. Even the legendary red-haired Shanks couldn't achieve such a feat, let alone himself, who had only just awakened this power. In that fleeting instant, throughout the earlier battle, he couldn't discern whether he had exhausted his vitality, but he was certain that the single strike that had felled Shiryu had undoubtedly drained his life force. Otherwise, he would never have mustered the strength to move again. No one desired to slay Shiryu of the Rain more than Muya. Yet in that fleeting moment, it was merely the sudden awakening of Conqueror's Haki that caught Shiryu off guard, coupled with Muya's desperate exertion of his remaining vitality to muster one final burst of action. Had Shiryu been fully vigilant, such a strike would never have landed, even if Shiryu was momentarily stunned by Muya's awakening of Conqueror's Haki. The notion of effortlessly crushing him was nothing short of delusion, unless Muya still retained his full strength, unspent and untapped. The crocodile Sea King surged through the waves at a speed several times that of a warship, lying sprawled across its massive back. Muya fixed his gaze intently upon the distant horizon, knowing full well that Shiryu still lived. The only variable now was whether his stamina had been equally drained. The distant cries of disbelief from the Marines at impelled down fell upon deaf ears. A faint smirk curled at Muya's lips. He could well imagine their incredulous shouts. Damn it. Has Shiryu still not emerged? Magellan glared helplessly as the colossal Sea King vanished into the horizon. How much longer until the Admiral arrives? Warden. Approximately 5 minutes. A Marine answered meekly. By now, the Admiral's vessel should have passed through the gates of justice, possibly mere moments away. Yet 5 minutes was ample time for fate to shift beyond redemption. Then, a sudden eruption of water shattered the surface where all eyes were fixed. A figure burst forth from the depths. Shiryu of the Rain. Hope flared anew in the Marine's eyes. Surely, Lord Shiryu can still stop him. You brat, I'll kill you. Shiryu roared. Suspended midair with Jeppo, seawater streaming from his battered form. His head seemed sunken into his shoulders, his neck invisible, testament to the brutality of Muya's earlier strike. His furious gaze swept the horizon before locking onto the distant silhouette of the fleeing Sea King. With another enraged bellow, he propelled himself forward in pursuit. As expected, from the Sea King's back, Muya observed the scene without despair. Instead, a knowing smile played upon his lips, just as calculated. Shiryu's movements were noticeably slower, his stamina clearly waning. Though he might still close the distance, his time aloft would be brief, teetering on the brink of exhaustion. Once he caught up, mere moments of resistance would be enough to send him plunging helplessly into the sea. Muya's lips curled in quiet confidence. He can still catch up. But his aerial pursuit will be short-lived, his strength nearly spent. Once he reaches us, only a brief struggle will be needed before he collapses into the waves. With a faint smile playing on his lips, Muya turned to the fishman gangster beside him and inquired, "Can you hold them off?" Earlier, when Muya had taken the fishman gangster with him, he had wasted nearly 10 extra seconds. 10 seconds might seem trivial, but in such a critical situation. If the fishman gangster hadn't been useful, Muya wouldn't have bothered sparing even a moment for him. All of it was for this very moment. Yes. The fishman gangster nodded firmly, rising to his feet with determination, his fists clenched tightly. Shiryu of the Rain, you must succeed. Magellan and all the Marines of Impelled Down cheered for Shiryu, desperate to stop Muya. The disgrace of a prisoner escaping, especially one who had humiliated them, was unbearable. One man charging forward, thousands trying to stop him, yet failing. They couldn't fathom the scorn they would face from the world, even from the government itself, afterward. If Muya escaped, the entire Impel Down would become nothing more than a stepping stone for his infamy. They refused to let that happen. "Brat, I'll kill you," Shiryu roared as he sprinted. His speed still considerable but gradually waning. Each stride grew slightly shorter, his breathing heavier. Dozens of seconds later, Impel Down was now far behind. Muya and his companions, along with Shiryu, no longer visible from its towering structure. They had put enough distance between themselves and the prison, at the cost of his already dwindling stamina. Shiryu finally caught up. The distance between him and the rapidly swimming crocodile Sea King narrowed to mere dozens of meters. With a furious bellow, he swung his sword wildly. Blade after blade of sword energy tore through the air, still formidable, but far weaker than before. Straight fist. The fishman gangster threw a punch forward. The force of his strike creating a sonic boom. An invisible shockwave surged forth, colliding with one of the sword beams and shattering it. Thunder fist. Electricity crackled around his fist as he swung again. The punch carried a thunderous force, crashing into another sword beam and obliterating it. Shiryu slashed relentlessly. His sword beams frenzied as he maintained his pursuit with Jeppo, keeping close behind. Meanwhile, the fishman gangster countered with his own attacks, dismantling each incoming sword beam. Boom. The sky trembled with their relentless clashes. Nightless continued to soothe the rapidly swimming crocodile Sea King, urging it to maintain its swift forward motion. In the air, dozens of clashes per second ensued, fist against sword. Neither cared to tally the toll. One was utterly determined to annihilate Nightless. The other, wholly resolved to protect. Boom. Shockwaves erupted across the sea surface, churning waves into froth. This relentless confrontation stretched for a full kilometer. The crocodile Sea King surged forward, covering that distance in its wake. By then, in the sky, Shiryu of the Rain panted like an overheated hound, his legs numb and weak. He attempted to push forward to keep pace, but his exhausted body could no longer sustain moonstep. His sword swings grew feeble, devoid of their once razor-sharp brilliance. Like Nightless, his stamina had been utterly drained. Fury contorted his face as he glared at the receding figure of the crocodile, Sea King, and Nightless upon its back. So close, just a little more. And he could have slain that detestable brat, erased the humiliation, ended it all, and emerged a hero. Yet that minuscule gap rendered him powerless in a way he had never known. Fishman Karubi, too, slumped in defeat, his endurance spent. Had Shiryu held on just a moment longer, but he couldn't. With a roar of frustration, Shiryu's body plummeted helplessly toward the sea. From the beast's back, Nightless watched Shiryu's descent, their gazes locked in mutual hatred, each burning with the intent to kill. Then, though moments earlier he could barely twitch a finger, Nightless had regained a sliver of strength. With a backward kick, he unleashed a feeble Rankyaku, weaker than even a Commodore's casual strike. Yet it was all he could muster, fueled by sheer will and the last dredges of his vitality. His loathing for Shiryu demanded this final strike. Whoosh! The blue arc sliced through the sky, hurtling toward the falling swordsman. Nightless, lying on the beast's spine, turned his head to track the attack. Shiryu, descending helplessly, could only watch as the blue crescent closed in. He willed his legs to move, to evade with moonstep, but they were numb, unresponsive. His arms, too, failed him, his sword, already slipping from his grasp, tumbled alongside him toward the sea. No, Shiryu howled in despair. Would he truly perish at the hands of this wretched boy? A streak of azure energy flashed in Mugetsu's vision, slicing across the abdomen of Shiryu of the Rain. The black military uniform he wore was cleanly severed, leaving a crimson trail that extended from his right shoulder, down his chest, across his torso, and all the way to his hip bone. A fountain of blood erupted, mirroring the identical wound now marring Mugetsu's own chest. Still alive? A flicker of resentment stirred within Mugetsu, displeased that his blade had failed to cleave his foe in two. As Shiryu of the Rain plummeted toward the sea, his body gushing torrents of scarlet, his crimson eyes locked onto Mugetsu's retreating figure one final time. Their gazes met once more, burning with mutual fury. I will kill you. Next time, not one cut, but 10,000. This unspoken vow passed between them in that fleeting moment. With a splash, Shiryu plunged into the ocean, sending up a brief spray before vanishing beneath the waves. A faint tinge of red blossomed on the surface, only to be swiftly swallowed by the vast, indifferent sea where all things, no matter how violent, are reduced to mere ripples. Kill me? Then you'd best not perish in these depths. Nocturnal withdrew his gaze from the distant sea. simultaneously issuing commands to the remaining crocodilian sea kings to depart at their swiftest pace. Impel Down had been resolved entirely, no longer posing any challenge to him. Yet he remembered the marine admirals might lie ahead, perhaps not far at all. This distance from Impel Down was perilously close. Only greater distance could ensure true safety. Should he confront an admiral now, neither Conqueror's Haki nor any awakened power would avail him. "We've succeeded, Lord Nocturnal," murmured the fishman Gehe, lying beside him as he gazed at the azure sky. The euphoria of survival felt surreal. When he had pledged himself to Nocturnal, he had embraced the certainty of death, preferring to perish in battle rather than submission. The notion of escape had seemed a distant dream, but now Impel Down had vanished beyond the horizon, as though it had never been. "Gehe," Nocturnal spoke, each word a labor, his pallid face ghastly, lips drained of color. The gruesome wound spanning from his right shoulder to his hip still seeped blood, the flesh torn and raw from seawater exposure, a sight unbearable to behold. Had his constitution not far surpassed that of ordinary men, death would have claimed him already. Yet even so, blood loss left the world spinning, his consciousness fraying at the edges. Gehe nodded, turning to him with confusion, only for his gaze to fixate on the horrific injury. "Lord Nocturnal, you're wounded, are you?" Panic seized him as he scanned their surroundings, but the vast ocean offered no aid, no medicine upon the Sea King's back. "Cauterize it," Nocturnal gritted out, his voice strained against the agony that would drive lesser men to madness. "No, the shock would kill you." Gehe recoiled at the demand. The wound alone was mortal. How could anyone endure such torment atop it? "If you don't, I will die?" Teeth clenched, Nocturnal forced the words. An open wound in the sea was a death sentence, blood loss, infection, the salt water's corrosive bite. Had he not forbidden the Sea Kings from submerging, the ocean itself would have finished him. Fresh water might have spared him, but this was the merciless sea. But, Gehe trembled, terror gripping him at the mere thought. "Now." Nocturnal's fingers dug into the beast's hide, his voice a blade of command. "Do it." The merman Kuro hesitated, not daring to approach, under the relentless pressure from Muya. He gritted his teeth and finally reached his side. Slowly, he extended his hand and placed it over a segment of the wound. Muya's torso bore a gash several dozen centimeters long, far too extensive to be covered by a single palm. "Lord Muya, hold on. If it becomes unbearable, tell me, and I will end it." Kuro clenched his jaw, arcs of electricity flickering along his arm before surging violently into his palm. The crackling current flooded into Muya's body, the terrifying lightning searing over the wound. The agony was indescribable. Muya's fingers dug deep into the crocodile's hide, his teeth grinding together, yet he refused to let even the faintest sound escape, no matter the circumstance. Even beneath the heavens themselves, Muya would never permit himself to show the slightest weakness. He could lose everything, but never his unyielding resolve. The stench of charred flesh filled the air. Kuro couldn't bear to watch. This torment surpassed even the legendary ordeal of scraping poison from bone. "Lord Muya, are you all right?" The palm-length wound had blackened into scorched ruin, the bleeding ceased. "I'm fine. Continue." Muya forced a smile, though in this state, it twisted into something ghastly. Kuro nodded firmly, wasting no further words. He understood. Lord Muya needed no pity, no hollow concern. To him, sympathy was an insult. All that mattered was obedience and faith. Hiss, crackle. A minute passed. Muya lost count of how many times he had skirted the gates of hell. But at last, the wound on his chest was thoroughly cauterized, the bleeding fully stanched. "It seems even the heavens cannot claim me." Muya grinned, baring his teeth in a savage smile. At Impel Down, all Magellan and the others could do was stare at the distant, tranquil sea, their gazes fixed on the unseen battle beyond the horizon. They had no way of knowing whether Shiryu of the Rain had succeeded in stopping or killing his foe. They didn't know. All they could do was wait, hoping that in the next moment, Shiryu would return triumphant. Yet that moment never came. Could it be? "Lord Shiryu has. Don't speak nonsense." There's no way Shiryu of the Rain could lose. But his opponent was him. Perhaps most of the Marines were seeing Noctis for the first time, unaware even of his name, yet his silhouette would forever be etched in their memories. Such a battle, one of unprecedented intensity and brutality, was impossible to forget, far exceeding anything they had ever imagined. "Shiryu of the Rain, you must succeed." Magellan silently prayed, his heart gripped with anxiety. Strangely, what he feared was not the disgrace Noctis' escape would bring upon Impel Down, but rather the threat this man would pose to the entire Marine forces once free. It seemed almost absurd. Here stood the warden of Impel Down, a man whose strength rivaled that of an admiral, whose standing within the government perhaps even surpassed theirs, yet he was terrified of the havoc a single prisoner might wreak upon the Marines. But this was Magellan's genuine fear, a dread he had never felt before, not even when Golden Lion Shiki had broken free from the prison's depths. How many years had he spent in Impel Down? Magellan could no longer recall. He had overseen countless prisoners, witnessed the incarceration of infamous figures who had once bathed the world in blood and chaos. Yet never before had a single inmate unsettled him so profoundly. His mind, his nature, his sheer power, everything about Noctis was terrifying. If he escapes, will the heavens themselves bear his mark? Magellan chuckled bitterly, surprised at his own thoughts. Never had he held a prisoner, much less one who had slipped through his grasp, in such terrifying regard. Far, far beyond the waters of Impel Down, Wuya lay exhausted, unable to speak, gazing at the azure sky as he reflected upon the day's events. Truly, they had snatched life from the jaws of death, having failed multiple times, yet ultimately succeeding in the end. It was worth it. My lord Wuya, a ship approaches in the distance, came the astonished cry of the merman Gehe by his ear. Nightless slowly turned his head, his gaze drawn to the distant horizon where a massive vessel loomed. His eyes narrowed sharply as he discerned the Navy's seagull insignia fluttering upon its mast. An admiral's ship? Given their current location, it was unmistakably the vessel dispatched to reinforce Impel Down. Admiral, there are two individuals in the distance. A Marine aboard the warship, scanning the surrounding waters through binoculars. Urgently reported to Admiral Kizaru, through the Marine's lenses. At the 2 o'clock direction, precisely the path Nightless and his companions were traversing, the surface spine of a crocodilian sea king came into view, with Nightless and the fishman Kuro standing atop it. Two people? Kizaru, who had been surveying the direction of Impel Down from the bow, turned with mild curiosity. Where? There. The Marine pointed toward Nightless' location. Kizaru's gaze swept across the tranquil sea, empty. No figures, no vessels, not even a seabird in sight. Frowning, he cast a displeased glance at the reporting Marine. There's no one there. Eh? The Marine blinked, lifting the binoculars once more for a thorough inspection. Strange. Where had that small island vanished? And the people? Had he imagined it? But it had been so vivid moments ago. He scanned the surrounding waters again, still nothing. Perhaps I was mistaken, he admitted awkwardly, offering Kizaru an apologetic bow. My apologies, Admiral. It must have been an error on my part. Mistaken? Kizaru mused, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. In that fleeting moment when he had turned, hadn't he too glimpsed a shadow dissolving into nothingness? A trick of the eye, perhaps. Or merely marine life. No matter. Even if there had been humans, what of it? Reaching Impel Down is our priority, Kizaru dismissed. Do not complicate matters. These affairs are irrelevant to us. Admiral. Not far from the warship, in the opposite direction, the crocodilian sea king surged through the depths, carrying its passengers swiftly away. Wu Yi clenched his teeth with all his might, his fingers digging deep into the crocodile's back to prevent himself from being thrown off its spine. If he were to lose his grip in the vast ocean, death would be perilously close. After all, this colossal sea king crocodile stretched nearly 100 meters in length. The wounds inflicted by 10 fingers were but fleeting scratches, imperceptible to such a behemoth. Even if it did sense the pain, Wu Ye's overwhelming conqueror's Haki pressed down like an unyielding force, ensuring the beast dared not shake him loose amidst the churning depths. Mayo exerted all his strength to hold his breath. Meanwhile, Gehe, being a fishman, swam effortlessly through the ocean without any discomfort, circling around Mayo with a gaze full of concern. Just moments ago, upon spotting the naval warship, Mayo had urgently commanded the crocodile sea king to dive beneath the waves. It was unmistakably the vessel of an admiral. A confrontation at this stage would be nothing short of suicidal. Beneath the sea, the suffocating pressure and the relentless surge of the currents pushed Mayo to the brink, forcing him into a desperate struggle against death itself. Even as his body neared its limits, his mind raced with calculations. The temptation to surface the crocodile sea king was overwhelming, but doing so prematurely risked delivering them straight into the admiral's grasp. Above the waves, the warship advanced swiftly toward Impel Down, while the crocodile swam in the opposite direction beneath the surface. The distance between them narrowed relentlessly. 2 minutes later, far beyond the warship's wake at the horizon's edge, the crocodile sea king breached the surface once more. On its back, Mayo gasped for air, his chest heaving. This time, it truly was over. Everything had unfolded with flawless precision. Mayo's ability to calculate, honed through countless life and death encounters, had served him once again. He understood all too well that even the slightest miscalculation could have meant his demise. In that critical moment, he had weighed the warship's speed against the crocodile's, factored in the maximum visibility range at sea, and determined the exact window for resurfacing. Too soon, and they risked detection. Too late, and Mayo might have drowned. Lord Mayo. Are you all right? Gohei's voice trembled with reverence, his eyes alight with fervent admiration, though his own strength was not far inferior. He gazed upon Mayo with the devotion of a disciple toward his faith. I'm fine. Nocturne forced a smile upon his lips while issuing commands to the Crocodile Sea King, alter course and continue swimming. At impel down. A multitude of Marines alongside their wardens stood in anxious anticipation, their gazes straining toward the horizon, yet the spectacle they awaited never materialized. Restless and impotent. They could do nothing but wait. Look. A ship approaches. A Marine vessel. Where sky met sea in the distance. A warship emerged into the collective sight of the assembled Marines. Has the Admiral arrived? Magellan's tightly wound nerves eased ever so slightly. Upon the deck of the Marine vessel. The sailors and Admiral Kazara gazed in astonishment at the devastation surrounding Impel Down. What in the world happened here? Why are there so many sunken ships? Even the gates of Impel Down have been destroyed. Could the battle truly have been this fierce? Kazara's eyes widened with incredulity. How terrifying. Could the escaped prisoner truly be this formidable? The silence suggests the matter has been resolved. Yet as his gaze settled upon the gathered Impel Down personnel stationed outside the gates, confusion flickered across his features. How peculiar. If it's already over, why are they all stationed outside? He was not naive enough to believe they had assembled solely to welcome him. In a flash of golden light, Kazara streaked toward the exterior of Impel Down, his luminous form coalescing before Magellan. Warden Magellan. Kazara regarded him with a measured tone. Has the situation been contained? Magellan offered a bitter smile and shook his head. The prisoner has already escaped, Admiral Kizaru. Did you not encounter them en route? Escaped? Kizaru's typically languid expression sharpened into rare severity. How dreadful. To successfully break out of Impel Down. Fully aware of the prison's impregnable defenses and the near impossibility of escape, even he could not claim absolute certainty of succeeding. Yet an unknown convict had achieved the unthinkable, and in such a short span of time. Though perhaps not entirely successful, Magellan interjected urgently. Shiryu of the Rain pursued them. Admiral, did you witness any conflict during your approach? Kazara shook his head. The seas ahead were undisturbed. No signs of battle whatsoever. Then, Magellan clenched his fists. Only one explanation remained. Shiryu had been defeated and slain, while the fugitive slipped away unnoticed. But how? No matter how he reasoned, the conclusion seemed inescapable. Admiral Kizaru, Magellan pressed. Dispatch your vessels in pursuit at once. Compose yourself, Warden, Kizaru replied evenly. First, enlighten me. How did they depart? By marine vessel? How long ago? And in which direction? 5 minutes passed, Magellan answered. Aboard a Sea King. Their trajectory aligned with your approach. Kazara's brows lifted. A Sea King? But what truly gave him pause were the other details. 5 minutes. Our paths should have crossed. Yet why did we not meet? A sudden realization flashed through his mind. Admiral Kazara recalled the mysteriously vanishing island and figures encountered earlier in the voyage. Calculating the time taken from that stretch of sea to their current position, approximately 5 minutes. Could it be them? Kazara's expression shifted abruptly, his gaze snapping back toward the open waters. What troubles you? Magellan inquired, perplexed by the Admiral's sudden change in demeanor. No time to explain. Transforming into a streak of golden light, Kizaru shot across the horizon, vanishing from sight in an instant. Within moments, he hovered above the very waters where the Phantom Island had disappeared earlier. The sea lay unervingly calm beneath him, propelling forward several kilometers, his hands ignited with radiant energy. Barrages of luminous projectiles rained upon the ocean's surface, detonating in spectacular geysers of white foam. Methodically, he carpet-bombed the expanse, churning the tranquil waters into a tempestuous frenzy for kilometers ahead. Yet his efforts yielded only turbulent waves and the unfortunate demise of marine life. Wrong direction? Kazara's brow furrowed in frustration. The 10-minute window had closed, recovering targets across the boundless ocean now bordered on impossibility. To think a momentary lapse had cost him the final opportunity. The Admiral nearly choked on his rising vexation. With no alternative, he turned back toward Impel Down. At the prison's entrance, Magellan watched the golden streak return from the horizon. Kizaru materialized before him, unceremoniously dropping a limp figure onto the ground. Shiryu of the Rain? Magellan and the surrounding Marines gaped at the battered form. Disbelief paralyzed the onlookers. Impossible. Our head jailer, slain? The prison staff reeled from the revelation, Magellan most of all. You found Shiryu? The warden demanded, voice trembling. But what of the damned escapee? Gone. Beyond pursuit. Kizaru shook his head grimly. I discovered Shiryu adrift at sea, barely clinging to life. 30 seconds later, he'd have been fish food. Internally, the admiral grappled with the implications. He knew Shiryu's capabilities well. To think a single prisoner could orchestrate this, a flawless escape. The annihilation of marine vessels and near-fatal defeat of their strongest jailer? Preposterous. Yet the evidence lay broken before them. Even the esteemed Admiral Kizaru found it hard to believe that Impel Down harbored such a formidable individual. He privately admitted that if he were to attempt an escape from the 6th level, breaking through the combined forces of Magellan and Shiryu, destroying all battleships, and nearly killing Shiryu, all within a mere 20 minutes. He himself would be incapable of such a feat. Magellan urgently ordered the Marines to take Shiryu away for medical treatment. His eyes still wide with shock. The unthinkable had come to pass. Staring blankly at the sky, he realized that today, the entire Impel Down had been trampled underfoot by a single prisoner. The impregnable fortress had fallen. Warden Magellan, Kizaru interjected hastily. You must first provide me with all the details about the prisoner, his information, and the circumstances of his escape. I need to report this to headquarters immediately. Perhaps they can still mobilize a response and intercept the fugitive at sea. Magellan understood, though he held little hope. Relaying everything he knew, he handed Kizaru the surveillance photos of the escape. Kizaru froze as he examined the image of the man named Muya, coupled with Magellan's account. He nearly blurted out, "Are you joking? Is this some kind of story?" He couldn't bring himself to believe it. "Are you absolutely certain this is real?" he pressed. With a bitter smile, Magellan confirmed it repeatedly. If only it were fiction, but every word was true. What a terrifying man, Kizaru murmured, this time not out of habit, but genuine dread. He immediately reached for his den mushi to contact Marine headquarters. Marine headquarters. Kizaru should have arrived at Impel Down by now, right? I assume the situation has been resolved? Garp lounged on the sofa, munching on rice crackers. Sengoku, the Buddha, nodded. He should be reporting back any moment now. As if on cue, the den mushi on the table rang. The two exchanged knowing smiles. It's over. Sengoku picked up the receiver with a relaxed smile. But as the voice on the other end spoke, his expression gradually stiffened, then twisted into shock. He didn't even register Garp's words. Sengoku? Sengoku, what happened? Garp nudged him, bewildered. In all his years, he had never seen Sengoku react like this. With a hollow expression, Sengoku lowered the receiver and met Garp's concerned gaze. His voice was heavy. The prisoner has escaped. What? Garp was stunned. You mean, Impel Down failed to stop him? Kizaru arrived too late? That's impossible. Impel Down did fail, Sengoku confirmed grimly. And by the time Kizaru arrived, it was already over. Sengoku's countenance had already stiffened, still mired in shock. Such news, even for a fleet admiral of the Navy, required time to digest. Garp furrowed his brows. Could the opponent have slipped away unnoticed like Golden Lion, evading all detection, hence making it impossible to stop? No, Sengoku forced a bitter smile. According to the report, he fought his way out of Impel Down. The prison suffered catastrophic losses, all warships destroyed, and Shiryu of the Rain teetering on the brink of death. Is this true? In just those few words, Garp grasped the gravity of the situation. The sheer peril and difficulty involved surpassed even defeating an admiral. True. Sengoku nodded heavily. It seems the world government is once again thrust into the eye of the storm. And the architect of this chaos? A prisoner, an unknown convict from before. Indeed. It appears the seas have birthed another untamable king. Garp sighed repeatedly. This was no mere bad news, it was disastrous. Summon the officers. Sengoku barked into the den mushi. Moments later, several officers arrived. Issue the order. Dispatch 30 warships to scour the seas outward from Impel Down. Simultaneously, announced to the entire world, Oni Kitsune Miyate's bounty is raised to 400 million. Anyone who reports his whereabouts will receive 100 million. The officers paled in astonishment. Who was this so-called Oni Kitsune to warrant such an exorbitant bounty? And for the fleet admiral himself to issue the command, 30 warships? That was treatment reserved only for the most formidable of pirates. As for Garp, he found no fault in Sengoku's orders. If anything, he believed the measures could be even more severe. Go. One missive after another swiftly disseminated from Marine headquarters to every naval base across the world. The winds of change had begun to howl upon the vast seas. Exhausted, Wu Yi lay upon the spine of the crocodilian sea king. Finally able to rest, both body and soul finding solace. He commanded the leviathan beneath him to alter its course continuously, never sailing in one direction for long. The vast ocean stretched endlessly, a monotonous expanse devoid of bearings. To eat? Raw slices of fish. To drink? The blood of sea beasts. And so, he drifted, adrift upon the boundless sea. Wu Ye was recuperating from his injuries, yet they were far too severe, with little improvement over several days. This time, he had teetered on the brink of death multiple times, utterly drained and exhausted. Recovery was anything but easy. For days on end, he lay motionless, relying entirely on the merman Gehe for sustenance and care. Though grievously wounded, Wu Ye sensed profound transformations unfolding within him. Over the past 3 years, he had weathered numerous battles. Yet none had been life or death struggles. It was the desperate struggle at death's door that truly ignited human potential and forged unparalleled strength. Wu Yue had no idea how much his strength would increase once fully recovered, but he was certain it would surpass even his own expectations, even if there were no increase. The mere fact of successfully escaping prison and awakening the Conqueror's Haki made it all worthwhile. Drifting across the ocean, he occasionally encountered naval ships or pirate vessels along the way, but Wu Yue had the Sea Kings evade them all. With his recovery incomplete, peace was preferable. Meanwhile, the entire world was in an uproar over the newspaper headlines. What kind of joke is this? Someone actually escaped from impelled down? How is that even possible? Is the Navy spreading fake news? And this kid in the photo looks so young. Could it really be him? Everyone who received this news couldn't help but curse. Not out of disbelief, but out of sheer unwillingness to accept such a shocking revelation. The so-called strongest era of impelled down, this time, their reputation has been utterly shattered. How pitiful. TCH. And they still had the nerve to claim that their 2 trump cards formed an impregnable fortress? Those cards were completely crushed. What an embarrassment. Pirates, who despised impelled down even more than the Navy, since many of them met their end there, had long harbored deep-seated fear toward the infamous prison. Now, seeing someone successfully break free, they rejoiced, feeling the weight on their shoulders lighten. So impelled down isn't so invincible after all? This kid interesting. Looks like the seas are about to get even more thrilling. Such was the assessment of many renowned pirates regarding Wu Yue. Someone actually escaped impelled down? A golden-haired elder stared at the newspaper, stunned into stillness. So great was his shock that he failed to notice the blades replacing his legs sinking into the ground from the sheer force of his emotions. Enigmo? How? That's not me. Wait. Aboard a pirate ship, one of the crew members stared at the paper in horror. But all of this had nothing to do with Wu Yue. Still adrift at sea, near an island, 10 kilometers offshore, Wu Yue lay atop the back of a crocodile-like sea king. Soon, a splash erupted nearby as the fishman Gehe surfaced, clutching bundles of supplies. Placing the food and fresh water beside Wu Yue, he wiped seawater from his face and said, "Lord Wu Yue, just as you predicted, your bounty is everywhere now." Wu Yue, reclining calmly, gave a faint smile. An inevitable outcome. Let us go? At his command, the crocodile sea king dove into the depths. Until he regained full mobility and strength, Wu Yue had no intention of setting foot on land and risking exposure. Lord Wu Yue, are we really heading to Fishman Island next? Gehe asked eagerly, recalling their discussion the previous night. He hadn't expected Wu Yue to actually agree. Wu Yue nodded slightly. Truth be told, he hadn't yet determined their next destination. The path ahead would be carefully charted only after his injuries had fully healed. Very well. From then on, whenever they passed an island, the fishman Gehe would stealthily infiltrate it, pilfering ample provisions and fresh water while gathering whatever intelligence he could. For half a month, they drifted aimlessly across the sea. At last, his condition had mostly recovered. By the time the silhouette of Sabeti archipelago appeared on the horizon, Wu Yue was already able to stand. Though his spirit still seemed somewhat diminished, he had regained enough strength to move freely and wield some of his former power. Nightfall. Under the cover of darkness, Wu Yue and the fishman Gehe stealthily infiltrated the Sabeti archipelago. Wu Yue, the king of assassins, effortlessly disguised himself with practiced ease. As he strolled through the bustling streets of Sabeti, he had transformed into the visage of a rugged 30-year-old man with a thick beard, a far cry from the wanted posters bearing his name. The night concealed their movements like an inky shroud. Under the cover of darkness, Wu Yue assassinated a noble in Sabeti archipelago, amassing a considerable fortune. He dispatched the fishman Gehe to procure a ship and have it coated, while he himself indulged in lavish feasts across the archipelago, replenishing the nutrients lost over the past fortnight. Truly a ravenous state. For 3 full days, Wuye's previously gaunt appearance gradually transformed. Yet after each indulgence, he diligently trained to burn away the excess fat, maintaining his physique in perfect, streamlined form. By the third day, Wuye had gathered numerous useful pieces of information. Meanwhile, Gehe successfully completed the ship's coating with the allocated funds. The two then set sail aboard the coated vessel, diving deep into the ocean's embrace. With Gehe's presence, Wuye's awakened conquerors Haki, and no sea beast daring to disturb their path, they advanced swiftly and uneventfully. Inside the coated ship, Wuye gazed upon the distant, dreamlike beauty of Fishman Island in the deep sea, though he had seen it in the original records. Witnessing it firsthand left him utterly awestruck. Such a sight existed only in legends back on Earth. Fishman Island had arrived. These 3 chapters serve as transitional segments, marking the conclusion of One Piece Volume 1, The Great Jailbreak. The next volume and its opening chapter will undoubtedly take many by surprise. A decade has passed since the death of the Pirate King, and the age of pirates has long since begun. Across every corner of the sea, pirates and marines engage in an endless cycle of slaughter and survival. Sabaody Archipelago, though situated near the Red Line and close to Marine headquarters, boasts a unique geopolitical landscape where pirates, merchants, marines, bounty hunters, and nobles converge, creating a complex and volatile environment. Areas 1 through 30 of Sabaody are a paradise for pirates, bounty hunters, and human traffickers, those who live by the blade. Here, human life is the cheapest commodity, something to be trampled upon and traded. Beyond the archipelago's waters, a modest ship sailed forth. On its deck stood 6 or 7 individuals, their faces alight with excitement as they beheld Sabaody. Their attire bore no insignia, neither marine nor pirate, yet the scent of blood clinging to them betrayed their true nature. Several severed heads lay strewn across the deck, unmistakable proof that they were bounty hunters, despised even more than marines in the eyes of pirates, for they made their living hunting down those with bounties. As the ship neared the visible shores of Sabaody, its speed seemed to increase. The archipelago's most striking feature was the colossal ancient tree that blotted out the sky. An unspoken rule governed Sabaody. One status determined which island they could access. The ship's leader, a burly man, surveyed the heads on the deck and remarked, "This was a fruitful haul. Once we exchange these in Area 71, we ought to take some time to relax and enjoy ourselves." "Boss," one of his men chimed in, "I heard a new tavern opened in Area 16. Their liquor is supposed to be exceptional. Why don't we head there?" A hotel that had opened less than 6 months ago had already become the prime destination in the eyes of bounty hunters. "Good," the leader declared with finality. "I hear the liquor there is expensive, but this time, it should fetch us quite a fortune. If we can capture the legendary Ghost Fox, with a bounty of 400 million, we could all retire and live comfortably." "Boss, the Ghost Fox has been seen in half a year. How are we supposed to find him? Besides, he is not someone we can handle." On Grove 16 of Sabaody Archipelago, the island was small enough to take in at a glance. Scattered across it were a few sparse buildings, and by the shore stood the only bar on the island, a simple wooden structure no larger than 100 square meters. Yet, in the past 6 months, it had become the favored haunt of bounty hunters. All for the bar's singular offering, its liquor. The bar itself was unassuming. Its sign a weathered plank of unknown origin, bearing 4 large characters, "No night beyond the shore." No one knew what they meant. The lighting inside was decent, but the furniture was worn, the walls merely planks of wood fitted together, lending the place a raw, rustic charm. The counter was nothing more than a steel plate resting on 2 wooden beams, and behind it stood several large barrels, from which wafted the heartbreakingly rich aroma of alcohol. Behind the counter was not a wall, nor a cellar, but an open space, a wall that wasn't a wall. Beyond it stretched the sea, its surface just a meter below the floor. From inside the bar, one could gaze far across the water, the view unobstructed, a design choice unique to this establishment. The air was thick with the scent of liquor, but more so with the acrid tang of cheap tobacco and sweat. A dozen rough-looking men, armed and dangerous, were scattered throughout the bar. Behind the counter stood a man in his 30s, tall, lean, with an almost sickly pallor, as though untouched by sunlight. He wore simple trousers and a shirt, his black, tousled hair drifting lazily in the sea breeze. His face was handsome, the stubble lending him the air of a mature, distinguished gentleman. He seemed out of place here. Among the armed, blood-stained patrons, he stood apart. He remained still behind the counter, quietly observing the drinkers. Everyone who came here knew this was the owner of the bar. Time passed in quietude until the half-opened door creaked, admitting new guests, the bounty hunters who had just cashed in their latest haul. As they entered, The bar grew quieter, many casting appraising, respectful glances their way. But upon realizing they were of the same ilk, the others lost interest. Though it was their first visit, the bounty hunters moved with practiced ease. The rest of the group found a table and called out for their usual drinks. But the man behind the counter had only one answer. There is only one kind of liquor here. Strong liquor. The bounty hunters grumbled discontentedly, cursing the absurdity of a tavern without liquor. Their leader, a burly man, strode up to the counter and declared, "A tavern with only one kind of drink? How peculiar. Bring us 10 large mugs of that strong brew first, followed by some roasted meat." "There is no meat, only liquor," replied the man behind the bar impassively. 10,000 berries per cup. Payment first, then the drink." "What?" the bounty hunter captain bellowed in exaggerated disbelief. "Did I hear that right? A tavern without meat? 10,000 berries for a single drink? Am I drinking liquid gold? This is daylight robbery. We risk our lives hunting wanted criminals for months just to earn a few million berries, and you dare charge this much? On what grounds?" He scoffed. "Fine. Since we're here, we might as well try it. Let us see if it's worth 10,000 berries. But I don't have the money. How about this blade as payment? Do you dare take it?" With a loud thud, the bounty hunter slammed his heavy cleaver onto the counter. The weapon was weighty, its chipped edge stained with dark blood and flecks of flesh, a blade that had claimed countless lives. The tavern fell into complete silence. The other patrons, all bounty hunters themselves, turned their gazes toward the counter, watching the brawny newcomer with faint, knowing smiles. The man behind the bar poured 10 cups of strong liquor from the cask. The glasses were crude, worse than the cheapest available, yet each drink was valued at 10,000 berries. Pushing the cups forward, the man glanced at the cleaver and remarked coolly, "A man's tool of survival should not be carelessly surrendered. Without it, there is only death. This blade is worthless. It cannot settle the debt." The burly man at the counter twitched at the corner of his mouth, his massive frame leaning forward as he bared his teeth in a grin. "And what if I refuse to pay?" Unmoving, the man replied with the same calm, "I will use your own blade to sever your head." The bounty hunter stared intently into the man's eyes, pitch black, fathomless, betraying no ripple of emotion, like an ancient well in the abyss. His gaze swept over the bartender's pale, delicate skin, unblemished by calluses, showing no signs of combat training. There were no weapons in sight. Even if there were, he wouldn't have time to draw them. The man's shirt, fastened only by 2 buttons, revealed an ugly, massive scar across his chest, starkly out of place with his otherwise refined appearance. The bounty hunter's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. An inexplicable chill seeped into his bones. Cold sweat beating on his forehead, the primal instinct of a man who had brushed against death too many times. Taking half a step back, the bounty hunter forced a laugh and sheathed his cleaver. He then pulled out a stack of bills and placed them on the counter. "Just a joke, nothing more. May I take these drinks now?" The transaction was mechanical, payment given, liquor handed over. The tavern's lively atmosphere returned, though some patrons sighed in disappointment, lamenting the missed spectacle. Murmurs spread among the crowd, foolish newcomers, reckless enough to court death in a place like this. Though foolhardy, he was rather clever in the end by ceasing his provocations. What a pity there was no spectacle to behold. "It's been ages since we last witnessed the bar owner, Muya. Take a life. His killings possess an artistic flair, a rare sight indeed." "Indeed," murmured the patrons. "Anyone who dares court death before Muya has already met their end." With no drama unfolding, the onlookers withdrew their gazes, returning to their drinks. Behind the counter, Muya's expression had settled into serene indifference. He carelessly stowed the money from the bar into a cabinet below before turning his back to the establishment, gazing out at the sea. From his coat, he produced a harmonica and brought it to his lips, its ethereal melody drifting through the air. The newly arrived bounty hunters, their leader in particular, cast a wary glance toward the bar's proprietor before slinking to another table. In hushed tones, he inquired, "What's his background?" "I've faced countless pirates, yet none chill me to the bone like him. That's Muya. He arrived half a year ago and opened this bar. It's stood ever since. Understand now?" The burly man's eyes widened in realization. The exorbitant price of the drinks, though undeniably potent, was sheer profiteering. Yet in the lawless 16th district, the mere fact this establishment still thrived spoke volumes. "Has anyone ever caused trouble here before?" The hunter pressed cautiously, morbidly curious about what might have transpired had he persisted earlier. "Of course," the informant replied. "In the beginning, troublemakers were plenty, pirates, ignorant bounty hunters like yourself. But without exception, they all met their end. That includes a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million, 3 months ago. Before the hunter could gasp, the storyteller continued, 3 months back. A rear admiral came to apprehend a pirate, but was driven out. The rule here is simple. No disturbances, whether by man or devil. Outside these walls, life and death are irrelevant. No way, the hunter muttered skeptically. And the rear admiral didn't just tear this place apart? Not a chance. He waited obediently outside until closing time. The pirate, with nowhere left to hide, stepped out and was captured. The hunter stole another glance at Muya. His back turned to the room as he played his harmonica toward the sea and felt nothing but relief. Patrons came and went, the bar's rhythm undisturbed, its atmosphere unremarkable. Then the half-shut door swung open once more, admitting a young woman. Her curly, grass-green hair framed a face of striking beauty. A snug top accentuated her curves, revealing a slender waist, while fitted trousers completed the picture of perfection. Youth and vitality radiated from her, an incongruous burst of vibrancy in this dim den. Every inch of her seemed to exude the freshness of rain-drenched grass, making her the brightest light in the room. Instantly, she became the focal point of every male gaze in the bar. Well, came a leering voice, how much for a night with you, sweetheart? A bounty hunter who had just arrived for the first time shouted. The young girl paid no heed and strode directly to the bar, seating herself upon it. Sitting at the counter, she gazed at Muya, who slowly lowered his harmonica and turned around. The newcomer, ignored, grew somewhat displeased. Yet, some companions nearby kindly warned him. If you value your life, don't provoke her. Huh? Why? The bewildered bounty hunter stared at the elegant silhouette at the bar. Such a youthful maiden. Surely her strength couldn't be formidable? Could she possess some powerful backing? But in the world of pirates, what truly mattered was strength alone. Those who lived by the blade cared little for mere connections. She wields a Logia-type devil fruit. Need I say more? Huh. A single sentence struck terror into the hearts of the uninformed bounty hunters. The significance, rarity, and sheer might of a Logia were universally understood. The brash newcomer who had dared to jest now trembled in fear. Abandoning his unfinished drink, he fled in disgrace, for few dared to defy a Logia user. Muya turned around, his indifferent gaze finally shifting slightly upon seeing the young girl. His voice remained calm as he spoke. Have you considered it? Will you come with me? He continued to regard her with serene composure, repeating, have you made your decision? Will you follow me or not? The young girl rolled her eyes in exasperation and retorted, Uncle, why do you ask me the same thing every time I come here? With a faint smile, Nightless poured a glass of strong liquor and slid it toward the young woman before him. Because I admire your strength, he said. The girl before him had crossed paths with Nightless 3 months prior, a chance encounter that revealed her formidable abilities. Drawing from his knowledge of the original narrative, he recognized her identity, Monet, wielder of the snow fruit, a Logia-type devil fruit. Old man, you run a bar. What could you possibly need me for? Don't tell me you want me to be your waitress, she retorted, rolling her eyes as she took a sip of the liquor, her brow furrowing slightly at its harsh taste. Strong liquor was a man's indulgence, especially for those who lived by the blade. But few women took pleasure in its burn. Nightless himself never drank. He refused to allow himself the vulnerability of intoxication, the loss of control over mind and body. Indifferent to alcohol, he knew little of its varieties. The so-called strong liquor he served was nothing more than ordinary spirits, distilled to a higher potency. In response to her skepticism, Nightless answered simply, of course not. I intend to help you unleash your abilities to their fullest potential. TCH. The girl scoffed, unconvinced. Old man, you've fallen so low you're running a bar, and yet you still spout such grand claims? This bar is merely a temporary arrangement, Nightless replied. It had been 5 months since its opening. Half a year ago, he had successfully escaped imprisonment and, alongside the Fishman hack, made his way to Fishman Island. Though the island was an unfamiliar world, Hack's influence ensured Nightless a warm welcome. The Fishmen held considerable status and ranked among the island's top 3 strongest warriors. There, Nightless recuperated in peace, free from worries. After half a month, his injuries fully healed, and he began contemplating his next move, how to establish himself in this world of pirates, under what identity. The bar was open not for profit, but as a means to gather intelligence, to understand the intricate workings of this world before diving headlong into its chaos. Nightless preferred to hold all the cards. Throughout those 6 months, his training never ceased. The man he was now bore no resemblance to the one from half a year ago. Now, having obtained all the information he sought, the bar had served its purpose. His final objective was standing before him Monet, the Snow Woman. Though her Logia-type devil fruit might not rival the likes of magma or light, it was still a force to be reckoned with. With proper training, she could rise to prominence among the world's strongest. And strength was precisely what Knightless coveted. Oh, the girl leaned forward, closing the distance between them. The faint scent of vanilla wafted from her, intoxicating in its own way. Old man, I don't even know your strength or your identity. Why should I follow you? Follow me, and you'll learn everything in time, Knightless replied. She leaned back again, waving a dismissive hand. Forget it. You're too late. The Don Quixote family of Dressrosa has already reached out to me. They want me to join them. Knightless's gaze darkened slightly. Don Quixote da Flamingo, is it? A faint smile graced Wu Ye's lips as he mused. In the original work, Monet was indeed one of da Flamingo's subordinates. How intriguing that I arrived late. With an air of gentle amusement, he continued, it appears I must offer my sincere apologies then. Nocturnal's gaze returned to its ancient well-like calmness. His fingers lightly tapping the bar with a crisp and rhythmic sound. Then, 10,000 berries for a drink. Huh? Monet, who had been sipping her drink, coughed a few times behind her hand, casting a reproachful look at Nocturnal. Uncle, don't be so stingy. You know I didn't bring any money. Then I'm sorry. Nocturnal offered an apologetic smile. The rule here, no money, no life. Monet, initially relaxed and thinking he was joking, suddenly felt a chill creep up her spine as she noticed the indifference in his eyes. Could he be serious? In a timid voice, she said, Uncle, you wouldn't really do that, would you? At most, I'll just return the drink to you. With a meek gesture, she pushed the barely touched glass back toward Nocturnal, the rim still bearing the alluring imprint of her lipstick. I declined the proffered wine with a detached air. His voice cool as he remarked, rules are rules. Of course, you may also interpret it as my deliberate choice, seeking a pretext to act. Don't you find that having a reason to kill is far more exhilarating than killing without one? Monet gazed at my sinister smile, a deeper chill settling in her heart. Timidly, she stammered, Uncle, surely you're not serious? You wouldn't be so petty, would you? No. I shook his head. And before the girl could even begin to smile, he continued, killing you holds no benefit. It would only earn me the enmity of da Flamingo. 100 harms without a single gain. That is not my way. Exactly. That is more like it, Uncle. The girl patted her ample chest in relief. However, I mused, his tone shifting, as the first person I've personally invited, failure is infuriating. And anger, you see, can be a far more compelling motive than mere profit. Don't you agree? He smiled faintly, then posed another question. As for provoking da Flamingo, consider it from another angle. It might just align perfectly with my interests. Do you know what matters most when navigating the vast seas? Power? The girl ventured weakly. Precisely. I nodded. But beyond power, there is reputation, whether for good or ill. And reputation, naturally, should soar as high as possible. After this, using the da Flamingo family as a stepping stone to make my name known across the world. That would suit my next series of actions rather well, wouldn't it? His grin was deceptively gentle. The girl before him could only stare in growing dread, thinking to herself, just what kind of madman is this uncle? Wu Yi continued, of course, perhaps your status is not significant enough to make da Flamingo oppose me. It seems you haven't fully committed yet? You still have a choice now. A choice? The young girl gazed at Wu Yi with bewildered eyes. Yes, life or death. Wu Yi smiled faintly. Of course, you could also take a gamble. It shouldn't disappoint you. It might make you realize that perhaps I am a better option than the Don Quixote family. Emona rolled her eyes at these words, her tension easing slightly. This guy is really full of himself. But mister, I don't even know who you are. How can I choose you? Emona retorted. Wu Yi said, who do you wish me to be? The young maiden furrowed her delicate brows and pondered with a soft hum. If you were one of the 4 emperors. That would be ideal, though, of course, you couldn't possibly be. Perhaps a notorious pirate of great renown, or one of those formidable figures with exorbitant bounties. Best of all, the young man who escaped from Impel Down half a year ago. But judging by your appearance and age, you don't seem to match any of the famed legends. Unless you're a hidden pirate lord lurking here? That could be possible. A faint, enigmatic smile played upon Wu Yi's lips. Perhaps. But mister, I'm not easily swayed, Monet retorted. Though young, barely 17 or 18, she had already begun navigating the treacherous seas alone. She was no impulsive fool. 3 months. Wu Yi extended 3 fingers. The girl regarded him with confusion. In 3 months, everything will become clear. By then, an event of great magnitude may unfold, one that could surpass even the shock of that escaped youth you hold in such high regard. His tone was cryptic. A mysterious event? Leaning forward with eager curiosity, she pressed. What kind? Follow me, and you'll know. Wu Yi offered no direct answer, his smile deepening. Dare you take the gamble? Stay by my side for 3 months. If not, well, the fish of the sea will have a feast. Just as the girl fell silent, the half-open door of the bar was flung wide. A striking figure rushed in, her movements hurried as she made straight for the counter. Under the astonished gazes of the patrons, this radiant young woman, whose beauty rivaled Monet's, leapt onto the counter with a single fluid motion, vaulting over Wu Yi's head. In that fleeting moment, he caught a glimpse of a faint violet hue. She landed behind Wu Yi, then dashed toward the rear of the bar. When she reached the back wall, which opened to the sea, she stood frozen, staring blankly at the vast waters before her, utterly bewildered. The next instant, she whirled around. Once more, she leapt over the counter. Wu Yi glimpsed that flash of violet again, before bolting toward the exit in frantic haste, as though pursued by urgency. Yet outside the bar, the clamor of numerous approaching footsteps had already begun to rise. Through the unclosed doorway, you could clearly see a large contingent of Marines surrounding them from outside. Naturally, everyone in the bar noticed, including the young maiden who was hastily making her way toward the entrance. The patrons scattered throughout the tavern simultaneously had greed flicker in their eyes. Those targeted by a Marine siege were undoubtedly criminals, wanted fugitives. And as it happened, they were all bounty hunters. With sinister, covetous gazes, the drinkers stared at the bewildered maiden frozen in the doorway, while she stood there helplessly watching the overwhelming Marine forces closing in. Nocturnal's gaze remained fixed on the young maiden, the corners of his mouth gradually curling into an increasingly pronounced arc. Hey, old man, that expression of yours is utterly lecherous, Monet teased with biting sarcasm. The way you ogle at beautiful women gives me every reason to believe your invitation wasn't made with honorable intentions. Wu Yi smiled faintly before regaining his usual composure. Is that so? Yet his gaze remained fixed on the silhouette of the young woman standing at the entrance. His smile grew even more enigmatic as he mused to himself. Nico Robin. In that fleeting moment, Wu Yi recognized the identity of the flustered girl who had rushed into his bar. He was surprised, yet quickly deduced her predicament, surrounded by the Navy, seeking refuge in his establishment to escape, unaware of its unique layout. There was no back door, only the main entrance. The sole alternative exit lay behind Wu Yi, connected to the open sea, a passage forever inaccessible to devil fruit users. Well, who do we have here? The demon child, Nico Robin, with a bounty of 79 million, Wu Yi remarked, his tone laced with amusement. What luck. Never thought I'd stumble upon business just by drinking. No one is going to steal this from me, right? Enough chatter. Whoever kills her keeps the bounty, one of the patrons snapped. The bar's clientele, well-versed in the world's most wanted, immediately recognized her. Weapons were drawn, eyes gleaming with the predatory hunger of hunters. To them, Nico Robin was nothing more than a lucrative prize, stacks of gold personified. Already disoriented by the encroaching Navy outside, Robin now faced the chilling hostility within. Though young, her years of wandering had honed her instincts. She recognized the patrons for what they were, bounty hunters. A bitter, desolate smile touched her lips. Trapped between the Navy and a den of bounty hunters, hope seemed a distant illusion. The patrons set down their drinks, rising with cruel grins. Then, a calm yet commanding voice drifted from the bar counter. Have you forgotten the rules of this place? At those words, the hardened expressions of the patrons faltered. Fear flickered in their eyes before they obediently settled back into their seats, docile as tamed cats. Robin stared in disbelief. Had she imagined it? Uncle, if you were always this domineering, I might just follow you willingly, Monet murmured, her gaze lingering on Wu Yi's fleeting display of authority. But now, he seemed nothing more than an ordinary bartender, polishing a glass with practiced ease. No trace of that earlier intensity remained. Let us all just drink quietly. No need to upset Wu Yi, one patron muttered. Yeah, the pray isn't going anywhere, another agreed. One by one, the patrons offered silent apologies to Wu Yi before resuming their drinks as if nothing had happened. Robin questioned her own memory. Had it all been an illusion? And what did their words mean? With the Navy swarming outside, even if she had no chance of escape, wouldn't they be the ones to capture her? How could bounty hunters possibly seize the opportunity? Wu Yi's voice broke her thoughts. Since you're here, care for a drink? Nightless looked up with a smile at Robin, resembling an eager shop assistant trying to attract customers, which made Monet in front of him roll her eyes in exasperation. Just moments ago, she had thought this uncle exuded an air of dominance. Clearly, she must have been mistaken. Faced with Nightless' invitation, Nico Robin hesitated near the doorway. Since you can't leave, why not sit down quietly and have a drink? Nightless smiled at her. Monet, standing before him, became even more convinced that this uncle was nothing but a lecherous old man. Otherwise, why would he invite a beautiful woman for a drink at first sight? She had fallen for the same trick herself, now trapped under his threats. What a despicable man. The clamor of footsteps outside abruptly ceased. Through the open door, everyone could see the hundreds of Marines surrounding the wooden bar, their guns trained on the entrance, poised for action. There truly was no chance of escape. Nico Robin seemed to realize this as well. With a bitter smile, she walked toward the counter and took a seat beside Monet. Monet studied the woman beside her with a scrutinizing gaze. Women, especially beautiful ones, always wished to be the fairest of them all, and this uncle seemed particularly interested in her. Settling into her seat, Nico Robin, treating this as her final moment, allowed herself a rare indulgence. "A drink," she said. Noctis slid a glass of potent liquor towards her with a faint smile. "Fair maiden, it appears you find yourself in peril?" Nico Robin, momentarily choked by the fiery drink, did not respond. Instead, she cast a reproachful glance at Noctis. Had she known of this tavern's peculiar architecture, she would never have stepped inside. Now she was ensnared in an inescapable predicament. "Require assistance?" Noctis inquired cordially. "Assistance?" Nico Robin studied him briefly before shaking her head. "There are hundreds of Marines outside, led by formidable officers, and you, merely the proprietor of this humble establishment. What aid could you possibly offer?" Thud, thud, thud. Several Marines strode through the entrance. At the bar, Nico Robin's slender frame tensed imperceptibly. Flight was futile, there was no escape. "Demon child, surrender quietly," one Marine barked, charging toward her with a pistol leveled at her chest. Nico Robin crossed her arms delicately. This common foot soldier was utterly unworthy of even raising a weapon at her. The surrounding patrons regarded the Marine with looks of sheer incredulity. What folly, to dare draw arms in this place. Under Knight's indifferent gaze, the ordinary sailor paled before his attention shifted to the officers at the entrance. "Is this your intention?" he remarked coolly. Beneath that impassive scrutiny, the officers stiffened. The Marines were the most formidable force in the pirate world, yet in places like Sabaody Archipelago and many corners of the sea, they were far from omnipotent. The first 30 islands of Sabaody were not under Marine jurisdiction. The waters here ran too deep, teeming with desperate outlaws and figures of formidable influence. Auction houses on Grove 1, coating shops, even the Marine base itself, had explicit orders forbidding interference. And among the Marine archives, Grove 16's bar was listed as an establishment best left undisturbed. Not because it was untouchable, but because provoking its patrons invited unnecessary trouble. A Marine captain barked at the reckless subordinate, "Get back here." "But sir, the fugitive is right there." The oblivious sailor protested, bewildered by his superior's hesitation. "Allow me to assist." Knight murmured, his smile faint. He hadn't moved, yet a pistol now rested in his hand. The sailor gaped at his own empty grip. Hell? Too fast. The patrons and officers alike stiffened, their shock palpable. None could discern whether Knight had truly acted, or if the weapon had simply materialized in his grasp. The two women nearest him, Monet and Nico Robin, stared, wide-eyed. "Uncle, did you just move?" Monet asked, baffled. He hadn't stepped from behind the counter. Yet the pistol had vanished from the Marine 2 meters away. She was beginning to understand. This man was as unfathomable as the rumors claimed. Robin shared her astonishment. If this bartender was no ordinary man, could he truly aid her? But why would he? "Give that back." The humiliated Marine lunged forward, his pride wounded by the silent disarmament. His superiors shouted, "Too late." Bang. The gunshot echoed. Smoke curled from Knight's raised pistol as the bar fell deathly silent. Drawing and firing should be seamless. Understood? Knight tossed the weapon back to the stunned Marine. "1 ear, your penalty for poor form." The man didn't even react as the gun struck his chest. Only when he clutched his bleeding ear did the pain register, his howls shattering the stillness. "Remove him," Knight said mildly. "He's disturbing the peace." Ouya pointed at the wailing Marine and addressed the officers still frozen at the doorway. The officers gazed at Ouya with peculiar expressions, devoid of anger but filled with astonishment. They realized that the owner of this bar might truly be as formidable as their superior, the Rear Admiral, had described. Recalling how even their Rear Admiral had once yielded meekly to this man, they harbored no resentment and hastily escorted the howling Marine away. Only then did the officers approach the counter. The leading commander, a lieutenant colonel, smiled at Ouya and remarked, "Truly, you live up to your legendary reputation as the bar's proprietor. Such boldness. No wonder our Rear Admiral often speaks of missing you." The officers took their seats along the counter, their gazes deliberately avoiding the still unconscious Nico Robin, as if she were invisible. Wishing for my demise, are they? Wuya chuckled lightly. The rear admiral in question was the same one who, 3 months prior, had been forcefully expelled by Wuya and made to wait obediently outside the bar. The officers let out awkward laughs, but offered no reply. Unperturbed, the rear admiral was no longer in Wuya's eyes. Even if the rear admiral harbored resentment, so what? Even if the entire navy stood behind him, without an admiral, Wuya feared nothing. Such a trivial matter, would they dispatch an admiral? And even if an admiral were to come, Wuya was no longer the naive and inexperienced youth of yesteryear. Wuya gazed at the officers and said, "You know the rules here, don't you?" "Of course." The officers replied, glancing at Nico Robin as she hastily ducked behind the counter. Their eyes lingered on her briefly before shifting back. "But the bar still closes at 6. Right?" The Marines checked the time, 3 in the afternoon, 3 hours remaining. Running the bar was merely a means for Wuya to gather intelligence, not his primary occupation. Operating hours were strictly from 1 to 6 in the afternoon, sometimes closing early but never extending. Afterward, Wuya would devote himself to training. Leaving the brewing entirely to the fishmen, his reputation in Fishman Island was impeccable. With a faint smile, he answered the officers, "Of course. Perhaps today will be an early closing." The officers chuckled, relaxing visibly. With so many Marines outside, Nico Robin had no chance of escape. They merely had to wait until the bar closed before making their move. In high spirits, the officers began ordering strong liquor, 1 large glass each. "Mind stepping aside? You're rather unsightly." "I don't need men lingering in front of me for too long," Wuya remarked smoothly, his smile unwavering as he observed the officers seated at the counter. Without protest, they obediently retreated to find a table. "Hey, Marines. Once we kill Nico Robin, you'll owe us 79 million berries, right? TCH, don't count on it." The officers retorted, engaging in banter with the bounty hunters. Both sides were biding their time, waiting for 6 o'clock. Meanwhile, Nico Robin, hidden behind Wuya, was utterly bewildered. Is this really just a bar? She stared at him in disbelief. It was clear, neither the officers nor the bounty hunters dared to act recklessly here. They all feared the man standing before her. "This is astonishing. Old man, if you keep this up, I might just have to stick with you," Monet teased playfully. Without sparing him a glance, Wuya turned to Nico Robin behind him and said, "Would you mind moving to the seat in front of me?" "Oh." Nico Robin obediently returned to the bar counter. She understood that staying in the tavern seemed safe for now, yet she also knew that after 6 o'clock, there would be no escape. "Fair lady, your predicament appears rather dire," Wuya remarked with a faint smile, leaning slightly closer to whisper in her ear, "Do you require assistance?" This scene did not escape the notice of the bounty hunters and officers nearby. They jeered, "Wuya, you still have 3 hours, plenty of time to do whatever you please. Since she's doomed anyway, why not indulge yourself? Pity there's no private room here, but we wouldn't mind watching you defile this demon child right before our eyes." Smirks of crude understanding curled at the corners of their lips. Nico Robin's cheeks flushed crimson, but her own safety took precedence. Leaning toward Wuya, she whispered urgently, "Can you save me?" Monet, observing the hushed exchange between the two, clicked her tongue in disdain. She grew even more convinced that following this man was unwise. How could she possibly protect herself otherwise? "Patience," Wuya murmured, gently pressing Nico Robin's shoulder to ease her back into her seat. His fingers tapped rhythmically against the table. "If there is a need, then there is a transaction. Now, we may discuss the price." "A transaction?" Monet frowned in confusion. Were they already negotiating the cost of such an arrangement? Nico Robin simply stared at Wuya, bewildered. Lowering his voice, Wuya murmured, "Given your current predicament, should I choose to assist you further, are you aware of the price I must pay? To stand against every bounty hunter present? To vanquish hundreds of Marines, and more crucially, to become an enemy of the Navy henceforth? I, a law-abiding citizen, would instantly be branded a criminal. Such sacrifices, how does 30 billion sound?" 30 billion? Nico Robin gazed at Wuya in stunned silence. The sum was exorbitant. Though she understood the magnitude of his potential losses, she meekly replied, "I don't possess that much." Nocturnal rubbed his temples in vexation. "You may defer payment and gradually settle your debt. Until it's fully repaid, you shall remain by my side and serve me. Rest assured, I shall never compel you to sacrifice your body or life. Each task completed shall reduce a portion of your outstanding balance." His voice dripped with temptation. Monet rolled her eyes, realizing belatedly that the previous gentleman had treated her rather kindly by comparison. Nico Robin stood utterly dumbfounded, never imagining such matters could be negotiated. Meanwhile, outside the hotel, hundreds of Marines stood in miserable formation, their rifles at the ready, bound by orders. They could only endure the torment of waiting for 6 o'clock to arrive. Beyond the Marine encirclement, a group of officers approached, clad in naval coats. Their leader was a broad-shouldered man of imposing stature and undeniable authority. "I hear Nico Robin has been captured?" he remarked. "The world government has been relentless in demanding her apprehension. Where is she now? I shall personally escort her to Marine headquarters. Vice Admiral." "She is currently surrounded in the bar ahead." Back inside, Nocturnal's voice laced with allure. "Shall we negotiate?" Nico Robin remained frozen, her lips slightly parted, her wide eyes brimming with disbelief. She had never fathomed such a transaction was possible. 30 billion? She finally managed. Isn't that exorbitant? 30 billion was an astronomical sum to anyone. In this world, bounties exceeding 100 million already marked legendary figures, while those worth billions were titans of influence. 30 billion was unprecedented. Even cornered and desperate, Nico Robin refused to surrender herself so easily. "Bargaining," she countered. "My bounty is less than 80 million. 30 billion is dozens of times that. Utterly unreasonable. How about 3 billion? Her tone carried a delicate balance, hinting at temptation, laced with feigned grievance, evoking pity, yet underscored by an unshakable chill. 30 billion was unacceptable. She doubted she could ever repay it. 3 billion, though steep, at least offered a glimmer of hope. 3 billion? Nocturnal chuckled. "Worthless. Do you comprehend the cost I bear? The price is not calculated so simply. Without my aid, you face certain death. With it, though indebted, you retain your life. Tell me, which holds greater value?" Nix harbored no fear that Nico Robin might refuse, nor did he worry about any ulterior motive should she agree. As long as she wasn't foolish, she had no choice but to comply. If she stubbornly chose death over concession, such an inflexible character was hardly worth keeping. Nico Robin twirled a strand of her hair between her fingers, finding herself at a loss for words. Though her expression seemed to weigh the terms of the deal, her mind raced with other thoughts, perhaps slipping away unnoticed afterward. A transaction without binding constraints. A faint smile curled at the corners of her lips. Though still young, barely more than a girl, she had endured far more than most middle-aged souls, her wisdom far surpassing her years. "Miss, it seems the price may need adjusting," Nix remarked playfully, interrupting her contemplation. She blinked in confusion, only to follow his amused gaze toward the open doorway. Her delicate features stiffened. Beyond the entrance, a vice admiral flanked by officers approached the barricade of Marines encircling the tavern. "Vice Admiral X, the devil child Nico Robin is inside that bar," one officer reported. Pointing ahead, the burly, one-eyed vice admiral, his remaining eye sharp as a blade, glared at the establishment and demanded, "If you've already surrounded it, why hasn't she been captured?" "Sir, the tavern's owner is somewhat." The accompanying officer hesitated, flustered, aware that this vice admiral hailed from headquarters and was unfamiliar with local affairs. He struggled to articulate the embarrassing truth. "Oh." The vice admiral's interest peaked as he studied the building. "So the owner is formidable? A wanted criminal? A pirate? If guilty, regardless of identity, I'll drag them back to headquarters today." "Sir, the tavern owner has no criminal record." Beads of sweat formed on the officer's brow, not out of concern for the proprietor, but to avoid unnecessary complications. "Then I shall spare them. Now, follow me to apprehend the devil child." The vice admiral strode forward, the Marine ranks hastily parting to clear his path. A vice admiral? The insignia on his uniform left no doubt about his rank. From her perch at the bar, Nico Robin had a clear view of the approaching officer. Despair twisted her delicate features. Vice admirals stood among the world's elite, and this one hailed directly from headquarters, where their caliber surpassed even that of branch officers. Now she understood Nix's earlier jest, though laughter eluded her. "Your luck truly is abysmal, a vice admiral in person," Nix remarked, utterly unperturbed. Nico Robin let out a bitter chuckle. "Does our earlier deal still stand?" The vice admiral's arrival had shattered her resistance, leaving her no choice but to yield. Noctis's fingers lightly tapped on the bar counter, producing crisp and rhythmic sounds, yet he made no move to answer Nico Robin. Time could make her more anxious and fearful, easier to control, wasn't that right? He knew Nico Robin was no match for a rear admiral. In the original storyline, her strength was never formidable, let alone now. Everything was firmly within his grasp. Watching Noctis, Nico Robin found her palms beginning to sweat with nervousness. A bitter smile tugged at her lips, of course, with a rear admiral arriving. Why would he still choose to make a deal with her? "Ah, a rear admiral has arrived? Seems like we're out of luck today. TCH, what rotten luck." The prey we had in our hands actually slipped away. The bar patrons, observing the rear admiral entering through the main door, muttered curses under their breaths. Earlier, they had been confident they could eliminate Nico Robin before the Marines, but they had no illusions about snatching prey from a rear admiral's jaws. At the same time, their lips curled with schadenfreude. It seemed there would be quite a spectacle, though it was unclear whether their amusement was directed at Noctis or the rear admiral. The rear admiral stood at the entrance, broad-shouldered and imposing, blocking the entire doorway. The light in the bar dimmed momentarily. The officers who had arrived first were still leisurely enjoying their drinks, waiting for 6 o'clock. Upon seeing the rear admiral, they jolted upright, hastily setting down their glasses and scrambling to stand before him, saluting sharply. "Rear Admiral, sir, what is the meaning of this?" The rear admiral berated the officers, their breath reeking of alcohol. His gaze then fell upon Nico Robin at the bar, and he roared, "The devil child is right before your eyes. And you're lounging around drinking? Report to the military court afterward." "Sir, it's not like that. We were waiting until after 6 to make the arrest." "That's right, Rear Admiral. We weren't neglecting our duties." The officers hurried to explain. "Oh, 6 o'clock?" The rear admiral frowned at them. "Why must you wait until then? Can't you apprehend her now?" "Sir, you see, the bar closes at 6, so we could." One officer stepped forward, lowering his voice to explain. But his words trailed off under the rear admiral's furious glare, and he obediently fell silent. "Useless fools." The rear admiral kicked the officer away. He bellowed. "Officers of the Marine rank, yet so utterly incompetent that you need to wait before daring to arrest a criminal? Pathetic." In his rage, the rear admiral delivered a kick to each of the officers. The unfortunate men crashed into several tables, drawing curses from the bounty hunters. The bounty hunters all retreated to the walls, their drinking forgotten. Their eyes flickered between the rear admiral and Noctis, anticipation gleaming in their gazes. Fighting was forbidden here. Yet someone had just violated that rule. They were curious. Would the enigmatic bar owner uphold the establishment's rules and punish the transgressor? Or would he yield under the pressure of a rear admiral? After all, they acknowledged the latter. The admiral strode directly towards the bar with measured steps. "Fortune truly favors me today," mused Wu Ye with a radiant smile as he observed the approaching officer. Had his abysmal luck during the prison break finally reversed itself? Nicole Robin and Monet stared in bewilderment at Wu Ye's inexplicable cheerfulness. "Hey, old man, wipe that grin off your face," Monet goaded with faint concern. "Someone's blatantly violating your establishment's rules. Surely you won't tolerate this? I've got your back." Her curiosity about this mysterious man's true capabilities burned brightly. Even if he couldn't match the admiral, surely he surpassed a rear admiral's strength? With her assistance, escape remained an option. "Monet, your persistent curiosity about my identity and power shall soon be satisfied," Wu Ye remarked, his initially amiable tone gradually hardening. "The question isn't whether you'll accompany me, but whether you prefer that alternative to becoming shark bait. You still owe for your drinks." Unfazed, Monet rolled her eyes dramatically. "Save the threats, uncle. First handle your immediate problem. Should your credentials impress me, perhaps I'll consider joining you. Disappointment isn't in my nature." Wu Ye chuckled before shifting his gaze to the trembling Nicole Robin. "I trust we've moved beyond negotiations?" The resigned archaeologist stared in astonishment, hope rekindling in her expressive eyes. Could negotiations still be possible, even with an admiral approaching? With no way out, she hastily nodded. "How about raising the price to 4 billion? Taking advantage of the night's chaos, Monet once again realized that following the old man might not be wise. Otherwise, she could truly be sold off without any rights. "Fine." Nico Robin agreed decisively. For now, escaping this predicament was paramount. The future could be considered later. Snap! Under the watchful gazes of the bounty hunters, the admiral strode forward. His footsteps measured, before halting 3 meters behind Nico Robin and her companions. "Demon child, come with me," the admiral commanded coldly. His indifferent eyes fixed upon Nico Robin from his towering stance. Nico Robin leaped from the bar counter, landing behind it before seeking refuge beside Muya. Since the deal had been struck, it was now his responsibility to face the consequences. This scene darkened the admiral's gaze, his attention shifting sharply to Muya. The latter, seemingly out of nowhere, produced an abacus, swiftly calculating something before slowly lifting his head. 5 damaged tables, 13 shattered glasses, 2 broken floorboards. How about 400 million berries? With a faint smile playing upon his lips, Wu Ye gazed at the admiral, appearing in Monet's eyes as nothing short of a consummate profiteer in that very moment. Such words from Muya left the bounty hunters scratching their heads in bewilderment. Even the officers who had gathered at the bar nearly stumbled in shock. At a time like this, he was still concerned about such trivial matters? Those shabby items couldn't possibly be worth more than a few thousand berries, let alone 400 million. Was this outright robbery? Nico Robin realized that her own 4 billion seemed to have been granted as a special favor by comparison. Muya, completely indifferent to the reactions around him and the twitching fury on the Vice Admiral's brow, continued calmly, resorting to violence? If no lives were lost, how about leaving behind an arm? Judging by your stance, you likely favor your right hand in combat. Then, leave the left one. He even studied the Vice Admiral thoughtfully, as if genuinely considering his convenience. Monet could only cover her face in exasperation. Boom. The Vice Admiral appeared instantly before the bar counter, slamming his fist onto the steel surface with such force that it left a deep imprint, damaging the bar. 10 billion. Muya remarked without even lifting his gaze to the enraged Vice Admiral, his tone indifferent. Get out of the way. Who do you think you are? One more word, and we'll charge you with obstructing official duties. Don't make us send you to impel down. The officers behind the Vice Admiral could no longer contain their fury. These men, having followed him from headquarters, were unaware of the local situation and carried the arrogance of Marine officers from the Central Command. They drew their firearms, aiming them squarely at Muya. Impel down? Ah, what a nostalgic place, Muya mused with a faint smile, brushing the dust from his sleeves as he rose slowly. So, you've chosen neither payment nor an arm. Then, I suppose you'll be leaving your lives behind? His ever-present smile gradually faded, replaced by an icy chill. Killing with justification truly is quite satisfying. Nocturnal stretched his limbs languidly, casting a cold glance at the Rear Admiral. By the way, when you return to Naval Headquarters, deliver a message for me. They got my name wrong. Chapter 75, Daring to Kill a Marine. Out of consideration that you are not yet a criminal, I suggest you close this door and leave now. If I'm in a good mood, I might spare this wretched excuse for a bar. Otherwise, obstructing official duties grants me the authority to execute you. Strangely, the Rear Admiral was no longer consumed by rage. Slowly withdrawing his fist from the shattered counter, he issued his command with an air of superiority. Yet, Nocturnal paid him no heed. Instead, he addressed the bounty hunters lining the walls. My apologies, but we're closing now. I trust you have no objections? At this point, the bounty hunters understood what was about to unfold. Drinking was the last thing on their minds. As compensation, consider this money returned to you. Nocturnal casually retrieved the day's earnings, roughly several 100,000, and tossed them before the hunters. None dared to pick it up, though the sum was substantial. Their curiosity about the impending confrontation outweighed any desire for wealth. Well, old man, I always took you for a miser. Who knew you could be so generous? Monet remarked, eyeing the scattered coins in surprise. The same man who haggled over every last berry now seemed indifferent to it. Money? Merely a convenient means to an end. Nocturnal replied with a faint smile. I do value fairness, when it suits my mood. Only then did he deign to acknowledge the Rear Admiral and his men. His voice was icy. This bar may be shabby, but it is not yours to destroy. A slight tilt of his head followed, his gaze shifting to the officers behind the Rear Admiral, their rifles trained on him and Nico Robin. Last time, it was an ear. This time, it will be your lives. Before the words fully settled, the officers who had been kicked earlier shouted frantic warnings, but it was already too late. The night stirred slightly as an inexplicable whirlwind arose. In its wake, several firearms materialized upon the bar counter. The Vice Admiral's eyes narrowed slightly, flickering with astonishment, while the officers behind him blinked in bewilderment, staring at their now empty hands in shock. When had it happened? Pathetic weapons, murmured Wu Ye as he disdainfully examined the firearms on the counter. Selecting two, he callously destroyed the rest. Gripping the chosen pistols, he leveled them at the stunned and furious officers who had been poised to charge. The barrels of the guns froze them in place. Impressive speed, the Vice Admiral remarked, his tone laced with grudging admiration. No wonder the worthless Marines of Sabaody Archipelago fear you so. Yet his lips curled into a sneer, confident in his assumption. But you wouldn't dare pull the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. Black smoke curled from the muzzles as Wu Ye fired without hesitation. Tossing the spent weapons into the sea behind him, he regarded the Vice Admiral, whose expression had hardened into disbelief, and remarked coolly, You talk too much. Behind the Vice Admiral, the officers stood frozen, their faces rigid, eyes still flickering with the remnants of consciousness. Horror dawned in their gazes as they stared at Wu Ye, their brows suddenly blooming with crimson. Blood seeped from neat bullet holes drilled into their foreheads before they toppled backward, collapsing onto the ground. A collective hiss of shock rippled through the bounty hunters. He actually killed them. Navy officers, no less, and right before a vice admiral's eyes. The implications were unmistakable. Behind Wuya, Nico Robin and Monet were both startled. They hadn't anticipated that Wuya would fire without hesitation, one moment smiling, the next pulling the trigger. This was far more chilling than those who constantly wore menacing expressions. With such a person, you could never predict when the knife might come for you. You're courting death. The vice admiral finally regained his senses and roared. A powerful shockwave erupted from within him, overturning tables and making the entire wooden cabin tremble violently. Night vanished in an instant. The next moment, he appeared before the vice admiral, his palms striking forward with a sudden, thunderous force against the man's abdomen. A powerful gust erupted, sending the vice admiral flying backward with a mix of frustration and disbelief etched across his face. His heels scraped against the ground, leaving a trail of shattered earth in their wake. Boom. He crashed through tables, then obliterated the wooden wall, hurtling into the ranks of the Navy outside. The formation collapsed into chaos, soldiers tumbling like scattered dominoes. Announcing your attack like a fool before striking, how utterly idiotic, Knight remarked coldly, slowly retracting his hands as he observed the disarray outside. His gaze then shifted indifferently to the bounty hunters and remaining officers inside the bar, all frozen in shock. What? Do you intend to linger in a bar that's already closed? Without waiting for a response, he ignored the officers scrambling out in terror, their faces pale with fear. Instead, he turned his attention to the two women, their expressions identically stunned, necks craned as they stared at him, and the devastation he had wrought. Returning behind the bar, Wu Yi retrieved a long sword from beneath the counter. Simultaneously, he withdrew a small din mushy from a concealed compartment, connecting it to another. Ignoring the chaos outside, the din mushy swiftly established a link. Addressing it, Wu Yi commanded, "Gahe, set sail for Island 16 at once." A surprised voice crackled through the receiver. "Lord Wu Yi, weren't we scheduled to depart tomorrow morning? An unexpected development has arisen. We leave now. A minor complication, swiftly resolved, and one that carries its own advantages." Wu Yi replied with a faint smile. "Understood." Tucking the din mushy into his coat, Wu Yi grasped the gleaming blade. With a casual flick of his index finger across the steel countertop, the metal split cleanly in two, clattering to the floor with a resonant clang that startled the two women nearby. "Come, we depart now." Sword in hand, Wu Yi strode confidently toward the shattered entrance. Oh, the women nodded instinctively, hastening after him. As Nico Robin passed the severed counter, her gaze lingered on the bisected steel, her delicate features registering astonishment. She had witnessed it, merely a flick of his finger. To cleave steel so effortlessly, what manner of strength was this? It defied comprehension. Yet it seemed she had indeed aligned herself with a figure of extraordinary prowess. "Uncle, you seem different," Monet observed, studying Wu Yi's back. The man she had known for months now felt unfamiliar. "Oh, how so?" Wu Yi inquired, amused. Monet frowned in thought. "Before, you seemed carefree, even irreverent. Now, there's an air of cold authority. Is that it? Is that so?" Wu Yi chuckled, but offered no answer. Personality? If pressed, he might describe himself as a conqueror, though that was perhaps self-flattery. His gaze drifted beyond the ruined doorway, toward the boundless sky. How far will this path lead? The scenery along the way may prove intriguing. Outside, the unfortunate vice admiral, hurled away before he could react, block, or evade, crashed catastrophically into the naval ranks. The impact sent soldiers scattering like leaves in a storm, the formation dissolving into disarray, covered in dirt and blood. The disheveled officer was yanked from the ground where he landed headfirst. Spitting out soil, he jabbed a furious finger at the bar and bellowed, "You incompetents! Open fire, now!" "Aye, sir." Hundreds of Marines raised their rifles. A hail of bullets streaked toward the bar. Clang, clang. Bullets carpeted the air, piercing through the thin wooden boards, tearing apart everything within the tavern. "Old man, need my protection?" Monet, now in her elemental form, glanced at Yami. Without breaking stride, Yami extended his right arm. Nico Robin, her abilities insufficient to block such a hail of bullets, obediently took shelter behind him. Air shield. The kinetic force generated by the tension in his arm muscles coalesced into a barrier of compressed air in Yami's grasp. Clang, clang. Bullets rained upon the shield in a relentless barrage, clattering like hail against metal, yet none could breach its defense. Holding the shield aloft, Yami led the two women toward the bullet-riddled entrance. Under the ceaseless gunfire, the wooden structure groaned ominously, teetering on the verge of collapse. Wu Yi stepped out the door with the two women in tow. "Stop. The admiral bellowed, watching helplessly as bullets proved utterly ineffective against them. With a furious wave of his hand, he halted the assault, his burning gaze fixed on Wu Yi. Dare to oppose the navy, and you shall never escape the archipelago of Sabaody. Wu Yi gazed at him and said, there's no need for concern. Your sole task is to return and relay a message to naval headquarters. They misspelled my name. Huh. The admiral and the naval officers, along with the two women behind Wu Yi, all stared at him in astonishment. What on earth did that statement mean? With an enigmatic smile playing upon his lips, Muya leisurely traced his fingers across his visage, as he peeled away the false beard and smoothed out the faint creases at the corners of his eyes. A startling transformation unfolded before the astonished naval officers. Had he been in disguise all along? They murmured amongst themselves, watching the rapid metamorphosis with widening eyes. Playing tricks like some charlatan, the vice admiral muttered under his breath, unimpressed. Meanwhile, bounty hunters observing from a distance gasped as the once mature tavern owner, a man seemingly in his 30s, shed his facade to reveal the youthful countenance of a lad barely 18. The change is too drastic, one exclaimed. How can the tavern master be this young? Another marveled. Unbelievable, so young, yet so formidable. To think he concealed himself so deeply. Amidst their astonished murmurs, one bounty hunter alone remained silent, his brow furrowed in intense scrutiny. There was something hauntingly familiar about Muya's true face. His mind raced, sifting through memories until realization struck like lightning. His pupils dilated in shock, and his voice failed him momentarily before he finally managed to choke out, GG Ghost Fox. Ghost what? His companions turned to him, baffled by his sudden outburst. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, the bounty hunter bellowed, Ghost Fox, Onamaru. The name sent a ripple of terror through the crowd. Had someone uttered Onamaru the Ghost Fox half a year prior, few would have recognized it. But now, though not yet on par with the Emperors of the Sea, the name resonated across the world as one of infamy, all because of a single earth-shattering feat, escaping from impel down. That alone had sent shockwaves through the world. Yet, after his legendary breakout, the enigmatic Ghost Fox had vanished without a trace, leaving behind only whispers and wild speculation. Some pirates even conjectured that the Marines had secretly captured and executed him, a theory met with derision by those with any sense. After all, who didn't he know the humiliation impel down and the world government had suffered? If they had truly apprehended Onamaru, they would have paraded his execution before the entire world to reclaim their lost honor. What nonsense are you spouting? What does Ghost Fox have to do with this? One bounty hunter snapped at his hysterical comrade, but the man's gaze remained fixed on Muya, surrounded by the Marines. Pointing frantically, he cried, can't you see? Doesn't Team Muya look exactly like Ghost Fox now? The other bounty hunters turned, scrutinizing Muya's features. Frowns deepened. If there was one group that knew the faces of the world's most wanted criminals by heart, it was bounty hunters, arguably even better than the Marines themselves. And indeed, the resemblance was uncanny. Must be a coincidence, one muttered. People can look alike, after all. With a helpless wave of his hand towards the Navy, Muya said, see? They got the name wrong again. Onamaru Takashi is indeed a fine name, but I am Muya. I have no intention of changing my name. Nor do I wish for the Navy to rename me. Could you kindly inform the naval headquarters to correct my name back? The scene instantly fell into silence. So quiet one could hear a pin drop. Everyone stared at Muya in wide-eyed astonishment, doubting their own ears. The two women who had been standing behind him had yet to notice the change in his appearance. They hurriedly rushed in front of him, gazing at him intently. Monet and Nico Robin pressed close, their beautiful eyes fixed upon him. You uncle, how did you suddenly become so young? Monet looked as if she had seen a ghost. Just moments ago. He had been a mature man in his 30s. How had he transformed into a youth no older than herself in the blink of an eye? The change was simply too drastic. Could you be? Nico Robin, however, was more concerned with the shocked murmurs spreading among the bounty hunters. Could he truly be the one who had captured the world's attention half a year ago? Uncle, tell me honestly, did you take some kind of miracle drug to become young again? Monet still couldn't believe that the familiar uncle she knew had suddenly turned into a young man. She reached out to pinch Muya's face, only for him to coldly sweat her hand away. Stay behind me quietly, or don't blame me if I don't protect you, Muya said, pulling the two women behind him. His gaze swept over the stunned Navy soldiers before him. Now do you understand what I meant? I don't care how high you set my bounty. After all, it's a testament to my strength. But I cannot tolerate my name being written incorrectly, Muya declared. It had already been half a year since he left Impel Down. Noctis had undoubtedly investigated the reasons behind his imprisonment and why he was referred to as Onakitsune Mayataka, an utterly unfamiliar name and title. The answers he uncovered ignited a furious blaze within his heart. Onakitsune Mayataka did indeed exist in the world of pirates. 8 years prior, this notorious thief had plundered countless treasures from noble households across the seas. In his final, foolish act, he had broken into a marine base, only to be captured and subsequently imprisoned and impelled down. Nightless would never mistake Onamaru Takashi for himself, nor naively believe these deeds were his own doing. Impossible amnesia. Utterly baseless. The final piece unraveled many of his perplexities. Onamaru Takashi was a mimic fruit user, Nightless understood now. The mimic fruit, known from the original records, belonged to Mr. 2 of Crocodile's subordinates, granting the ability to assume the appearance of anyone touched, a shape-shifting technique. Though it was Mr. 2's power in the original timeline. 8 years prior was nearly 2 decades before those events, so its manifestation in another was hardly surprising. Nightless was certain he had been framed by Onamaru, forced to endure imprisonment in his stead. As for why their paths had crossed, or the circumstances leading to his confinement and impelled down, those answers remained elusive. But for the one who had condemned him to 8 years of torment, his heart seethed with murderous intent. Onamaru had become the first name on Nightless' list of those who must die. Yet, despite half a year of investigation, Onamaru had vanished without a trace since 8 years ago. But even to the ends of the earth, though distant, he would be slain. 8 years in prison, Nightless would not bear this injustice silently. Had his crossing occurred in the outside world, he harbored no doubt his achievements would surpass his current state. And those 8 years would have been far more exhilarating than the confines of his cell. Since he was not Onamaru Takashi, Nightless refused to carry that name across the seas. Moreover, the bounty poster bore his likeness. Changing his name would be futile. Beyond that, Nightless had no desire to live in obscurity. Having chosen to set sail, he would stride forth openly, ensuring the world knew who Nightless truly was. Are you truly Onamaru Takashi? The one-eyed vice admiral's voice trembled with shock. He had never imagined that what began as a trivial matter today would reel in such a monstrous catch, a man marked for absolute extermination by Marine headquarters. That one? The Marines swallowed hard, their gazes locked on Nightless with terror, their gun-wielding hands shaking uncontrollably. The shadow of a name carried weight. How could they not know the infamy of Onamaru? A monster who fought his way out of impelled down. How are we supposed to handle this? Nearby bounty hunters could only stare skyward in disbelief. After the initial shock, bitter laughter followed. Half a year, and the biggest prey was right beside us all along? How infuriating. Had we known such a prize was in our midst, that 400 million berries would already be mine. My name would be legendary by now. TCH, stop dreaming. A man like this is beyond our reach. Let us just enjoy watching the Marines suffer. Kakik, well said. That arrogant vice admiral just kicked an iron block, how tragic. Did he forget to pray today? The bounty hunters watched the scene with amusement, though their eyes, when flickering toward Nightless, betrayed both greed and awe. You mispronounced the name again. Though I am the one you assume, my name is not Onamaru, it is Nightless. There will be no further chances for error. Nightless spoke coldly. The vice admiral gritted his teeth, looking somewhat helplessly at Nightless, uncertain how to proceed. Are you truly the one who escaped from impelled down? Under Nightless' piercing gaze, tinged with a hint of conqueror's Haki, the vice admiral obediently corrected himself. After confirming repeatedly if it was indeed him, he understood this situation had already surpassed his capability to control. Correct. You should have sensed it just now. Among those younger than me upon the seas, none should yet surpass my strength, no? Nightless declared with arrogance, not mere bravado, but absolute confidence. Half a year ago, Nightless had already reached the pinnacle of vice admiral level. Only slightly weaker than the pseudo-admiral, Shilyu of the Rain. That battle had honed him greatly, and after recovering from his injuries, he was confident he could rival Shilyu. 6 months later, though he hadn't soared to unprecedented heights, he now believed himself beyond the rank of vice admiral. Perhaps not yet admiral level, but he feared none among them. Among the younger generation upon these seas, is there anyone under 19 who can rival an admiral? The vice admiral recalled the moment he had been sent flying, his abdomen still throbbing faintly. He no longer doubted. Unbelievable. Headquarters assumed you had the sense to remain hidden in the shadows, yet you truly dared to reappear. The vice admiral's gaze darkened as he swiftly drew a din mushy from his coat. He lacked the confidence to detain Nightless. This situation had to be reported to headquarters immediately. Nightless watched him calmly, his gaze sweeping indifferently across the surrounding sea. Gecko Moria had yet to arrive. There was still time to wait. Behind him, Monet tugged at Nightless' sleeve. Uncle. No, I shouldn't call you uncle now. Should I call you brother? Or younger brother? She hesitated over the proper address before even posing her question. Any respectful term will suffice, so long as it carries respect. Any form of address is acceptable. Nightless turned to her with a smile, only to receive an eye roll in return. Are you really that legendary figure? Without a doubt. Truly? Do you doubt it? Monet scrutinized him from head to toe, unable to contain her astonishment. I never imagined you were him. She hadn't anticipated this at all. Recalling their earlier conversation in the bar, a blush crept onto her cheeks. She had actually expressed hope that he was the famed escapee. And now it turned out to be true. She had even mocked his self-assuredness. But now, it seemed that so long as he didn't meet an untimely end. Surpassing the Don Quixote family wasn't beyond possibility. Even more shocked than her was Nico Robin. Her beautiful eyes had been fixed on Nightless back from the start, as if caught between dream and reality. She never imagined the man she had struck a deal with was the very figure who had shaken the world half a year ago. Now, she no longer worried about their immediate safety. But the transaction, was she truly bound to him henceforth? Even legendary figures harbor some resistance within their hearts. No one wishes to simply surrender everything to another so easily. Her gaze subtly swept the surroundings. The atmosphere grew silent and still. The Marines encircling Muya and his companions began to sweat profusely, their palms damp, their grip on their weapons unsteady, though Muya made no threatening gestures. The mere thought of surrounding him sent tremors through their hearts. The Vice Admiral, while connecting with headquarters via a small din mushy, kept a wary eye on Muya, fearing he might suddenly erupt into violence. As the call connected, beads of sweat formed on the Vice Admiral's brow, his mind silently urging, hurry, pick up. Finally, after several seconds, a voice came through the din mushy, and the Vice Admiral exhaled in relief, speaking urgently. Fleet Admiral, is that you? It's you, X? Have you retrieved the Devil's child? The authoritative voice belonged to Fleet Admiral Sengoku, the Buddha. Fleet Admiral, a major incident has occurred on Sabaody Archipelago. The Devil's child has allied with Muya, also known as Onakitsune Mayonori. The Vice Admiral swiftly relayed the situation through the din mushy. Clink. A sharp sound echoed from the din mushy. Fleet Admiral, is everything all right? The Vice Admiral asked cautiously. It's nothing. Sengoku, still reeling from shock, ignored the shattered cup that had slipped from his hand. Is this all true? Absolutely. They're right here, surrounded by our forces, the Vice Admiral affirmed. How many Marines are present? Sengoku pressed urgently, though he had never encountered Muya personally. The detailed reports from Impel down 6 months ago had made Muya's terrifying strength abundantly clear. Approximately 200 from the Sabaody Archipelago Marine Base. The Vice Admiral answered after surveying the troops. Your task is to stall them. Reinforcements will arrive shortly. And I'll immediately order all Marines on Sabaody to converge on your location, Sengoku commanded anxiously, repeatedly emphasizing that they should avoid direct confrontation and focus on delaying. Sengoku had no faith that a single ordinary Vice Admiral and 200 branch Marines could possibly restrain Muya. If they could, wouldn't that imply Impel down was weak? And was Impel down weak? Understood. The Vice Admiral saluted the din mushy. Finished? Muya, who had been waiting calmly, spoke as the Vice Admiral prepared to end the call. May I have a word with the Fleet Admiral? But the Vice Admiral abruptly disconnected. A faint smile curled at the corners of Wu Ye's lips. Excellent. Had I conversed directly with the Naval Marshal, your influence would have been negligible and your demise inevitable. But now, perhaps later, you shall come to rue this seemingly insignificant action of yours. Noctis stretched his body slightly, his gaze icy and fixed upon his opponent. Though it may be somewhat lacking to make a name for oneself with a mere Vice Admiral in the first battle at sea, it is better than nothing. He mused coldly. At the same time, in the distant horizon over the waters, the silhouette of a ship emerged. His observation Haki whispered to him, this was the vessel he had been waiting for, the one commanded by Kurohachi. Since you've arrived. With deliberate grace. He unsheathed his sword. The longsword in Muya's hand, named Mariejois, measured approximately 1.2 meters in length. Its blade was pitch black, glinting with a chilling radiance. The prison break had taught Muya the paramount importance of weaponry. During the most critical moment of the escape, had his bone sword not shattered, the ghastly scar on his chest might never have existed, and the outcome could have been entirely different. Over the past 6 months, the daily profits from the bar had exceeded millions. For months prior, at an auction on a nearby island, this very blade, Mariejois, one of the 50 Ryo Wazumono grade swords, had been procured. Infused with an innate icy aura, its obsidian surface gleamed ominously. Yet, Muya was not entirely satisfied. His true desire was to wield one of the 12 supreme Seijo Owazamono blades, though such treasures were rare beyond measure. At the very least, he wished for one of the 21 Owazamono greatswords. But in the absence of such fortune, he had to content himself with Mariejois for the time being. Raise arms. Aim. The vice-admiral barked, his voice stern. Swallowing their fear, the Marines simultaneously lifted their long-barreled rifles, training them on Muya. Fire. Hayaka. Muya thrust his blade forward. In an instant, resplendent blossoms materialized around him, suspended in the air like a breathtaking spectacle. The ethereal beauty of the scene nearly tempted the two women behind him to reach out and touch the floating petals, only to be sharply reprimanded. Keep your hands if you wish to keep them. Stay where you are. Chastened, the women clasped their hands behind their backs. Monet ventured, do you need our assistance? No. Your time for battle will come. But this fight shall be my solo performance. Muya flashed them a grin before the myriad blossoms swiftly converged, layering into a colossal shield that enveloped the two women protectively. At the same moment, the deafening roar of gunfire erupted, the barrage of bullets tearing through the air, loud enough to echo across neighboring islands. Yet, in tandem with the gunshots, anguished cries arose from the semicircular ranks of Marines flanking the battlefield. Within each formation, a shadowy figure darted, blades flashing with lethal precision. Blood sprayed as Marines fell. Limbs severed before they could react. The speed was inhuman, the carnage instantaneous. None could comprehend how such assailants had appeared amidst their ranks. And all the while, the two women remained shielded, untouched by the chaos beyond. Nightless vanished in an instant, leaving only the bullets clanging against the flower-woven protective barrier. Hiss. The vice-admiral's gaze darted around in confusion. What had just happened? Before he could react, a sharp whistling sound cut through the air. A chilling blade gleamed before his horrified eyes. Desperately, he yanked the axe embedded in the ground beside him and raised it in defense. Clang. Nightless materialized before the vice-admiral, his blade crashing against the axe with such force that the shockwave sent nearby Marines flying. The vice-admiral staggered backward. His face contorted in shock, each step causing the earth to crumble beneath him. Whoosh. Nightless disappeared again, only to reappear at the vice-admiral's right flank, his blade slicing horizontally. Clang. The blade struck the hastily raised axe handle, the impact reverberating through the vice-admiral's arms, his palms bleeding as he was sent hurtling backward. He skidded across the ground, carving a trench in his wake, crashing through a dozen Marines before slamming into an ancient tree. Branches trembled, leaves cascaded down, burying the vice-admiral beneath them. The Marines fared even worse. On both flanks, two distinct clones, unlike mere shadow duplicates, wreaked havoc, cutting a bloody swath through the ranks. These ordinary Marines, barely stronger than civilians, stood no chance against even a single clone of Nightless' divine transposition technique. Every flash of steel claimed another life. Screams and pleas for mercy filled the air as Marines scrambled to flee, only to be severed mid-step by a merciless slash. Rivers of blood flowed. This was no battle, but a massacre. Humph. Using the divine transposition technique does weaken each clone significantly. Nightless frowned as the vice-admiral wobbled back to his feet from the shattered tree. Without this technique, 2 strikes would have been enough to end him. A cold smirk curled his lips. Your end has come. The 2 clones slaughtering the Marines vanished instantly. And with them, the cacophony of despair. In less than a minute, 200 ordinary Marines lay dead, their corpses littering the ground. The stench of blood drowned the entire island. With a casual gesture, Wuya pointed towards Monet and her companions, causing the protective layer formed by myriad flowers to dissipate. The faint crimson blossoms gradually faded into nothingness, vanishing without a trace. Head over there and board the ship first, though it's possible I might arrive before you, Wuya said, indicating the vessel that was mere hundreds of meters from reaching the shore. By the time they arrived, the ship would likely dock precisely then. Oh. Monet responded instinctively, still dazed and uncomprehending. The horrors before her were not what shocked her, having traversed the seas, even as a young woman. She had witnessed plenty of bloodshed. What truly stunned her was Wuya's power, which seemed utterly unyielding to his reputation. The escape of Muya from Impel Down undoubtedly sent shockwaves throughout the world. Yet his youthful appearance left many skeptical. Could one so young truly possess such formidable power? Some speculated that he must have slipped away unnoticed, avoiding direct confrontation with the prison's strongest. The details of the battle within Impel Down were known only to a select few high-ranking officials in Marine headquarters. Such conjectures gained widespread acceptance. Had Monet heard these rumors, she would have spat blood in frustration. What are you standing around for? Move. Muya snapped, his disdain for hesitation evident, Swift action was his creed. Monet pouted. What's this? He hasn't even secured my agreement, yet he's already giving orders. Still, she obediently strode toward the approaching ship, while Nico Robin followed behind, her expression unreadable. Muya's gaze shifted back to the battered Marine Vice Admiral struggling to his feet. The man was a pitiful sight, hands stained with blood, clothes caked in dirt, hair disheveled. Clutching his axe, the Vice Admiral gnashed his teeth as he surveyed the carnage. He didn't understand why. The moment he was sent flying, he had become the sole survivor. These were his comrades. What tormented him most was his inability to protect so many Marines who had fallen before his eyes. This was disgrace, an affront to the entire Marine Corps. Rhea. With a furious roar, he raised his axe high, spinning it rapidly. I'll kill you. A tempest howled around him as the axe's rotations accelerated, conjuring a whirlwind that coiled like a tornado. The gale surged forward with a deafening roar. Whoosh. As the Vice Admiral swung his axe downward, the tornado hurtled toward Muya, carving deep gashes into the ground. In an instant, Muya vanished from his position. A blur of motion sliced through the oncoming storm. The Vice Admiral, still recovering from his exertion, barely had time to react before a shadow loomed before him, expanding rapidly in his vision. His eyes widened in terror. Was it one figure charging through the cyclone, or countless? He couldn't tell. The tornado shattered upon contact, dispersing into the wind with a final, furious howl. Aya! With a furious roar, his hands tightly gripping the axe, he leaped into the air. Wuya happened to be standing precisely where he had just been, his longsword piercing through the afterimage of the Vice Admiral. A flicker of interest rose in his eyes. It seemed this Vice Admiral wasn't as useless as he had initially thought. At the same moment, in the direction Wuya's blade pointed, an ancient tree exploded into a cloud of dust, scattering into the sky. The Vice Admiral, Midair, bellowed in rage. Raising his axe high, he brought it crashing down with earth-shattering force, from above to below. The axe struck the ground with a deafening impact. A shockwave roared outward, the earth collapsing layer by layer, fissures spreading dozens of meters, even farther. Yet, Wuya was nowhere to be seen. In the next instant, he materialized behind the Vice Admiral, his blade already slicing toward him. The slash was so swift that not even the sound of cutting wind could keep up. Clang. To his credit, the Vice Admiral proved formidable, managing to block the blade with his axe. But Wuya's lips curled into a faint smile. His left hand, now pitch black, had already been drawn back. Then, with a thunderous boom, it struck the Vice Admiral's right temple. A dull impact echoed. The Vice Admiral's head rang violently, stars exploding in his vision. He was sent flying, tumbling across the ground before finally skidding to a stop 100 meters away. His skull throbbed, the world spinning around him. Wuya had controlled his strength perfectly, just enough to avoid crushing his skull outright. Staggering, the Vice Admiral tried to push himself up on trembling arms. Then, darkness swallowed his vision. The night descended abruptly, crushing down upon his abdomen, sending his barely risen form crashing heavily back to the ground. The Lieutenant General, blood frothing at the corners of his mouth, glared venomously at the towering figure looming above him. Despite his injuries, he desperately reached for the axe that had fallen not far from his side. SSSSHHH. A flash of cold steel sliced through the air, the blade pierced his palm, pinning it mercilessly to the earth. You're being quite disobedient, aren't you? The Knightless One, however, did not direct his gaze toward the Vice Admiral. Instead, his eyes fell upon the two women who were sprinting toward the ship moored by the shore. Monet showed no signs of abnormality, having already reached the waterfront, while Nico Robin, trailing behind Monet, seized the moment when Monet wasn't paying attention. She hastily veered toward the direction connecting the 17 islands, intending to slip away alone. As she dashed swiftly, she simultaneously kept an eye on the battle between the Knightless One and the Vice Admiral. Astonished by the Knightless One's formidable strength, she silently calculated whether she could escape unnoticed. A thought crossed her mind. Had I not been abandoned too many times, had I not still harbored dreams, perhaps I could have followed you. But now, forgive me for breaking our agreement. Nico Robin's life from the age of 8 onward could be described as a chronicle of darkness. She had endured countless betrayals, people who, upon learning her identity, abandoned her, drove her away, or even reported her to the Navy. She had long since ceased to trust anyone. Moreover, she possessed her own dream, the Poneglyphs. She absolutely refused to become someone else's subordinate, stripped of freedom and perpetually at risk of being discarded. Most importantly, she could not bear the thought of being unable to pursue the Poneglyphs. Thus, she made the decision to flee in secret. Yet, The moment she had run barely 100 meters, her footsteps faltered abruptly, her body nearly stumbling. Her beautiful eyes widened in horror as she beheld the figure blocking her path ahead. Her delicate face paled, a mix of shame, resentment, and shock flashing across her features. Nightless. Nico Robin stared weakly at the man obstructing her way, overwhelmed with shame. To be caught red-handed was undeniably mortifying, utterly dishonorable. Out of the corner of her eye, she instinctively glanced back toward the battlefield. Her lips parted slightly, her large eyes widening further as she gaped dumbfounded at the Nightless One standing atop the defeated Vice Admiral. Then she whipped her head back. Yes. The Nightless One was indeed right in front of her. Her gaze darted between the two figures in disbelief. Two of them? Her mind reeled in confusion. Were you trying to escape? The Nightless One regarded her impassively. To break our agreement? In my dictionary, the only consequence is death. Nico Robin had no response. Whether it was shame or fear that rendered her speechless, she knew with certainty that his words were no empty threat. She could almost feel the cold edge of his blade against her throat in the next instant. I was just... Nico Robin's cheeks flushed crimson as she looked at him with an expression of acute embarrassment, feigning urgency. Is that so? The Nightless One's voice was icy. The ship has a restroom. I doubt you'd prefer to relieve yourself in the wilderness. Defeated, Nico Robin turned obediently, casting longing glances over her shoulder at the nearby islands, as though marching toward her own execution as she trudged back to the anchored vessel. Oh, and one more thing, his frigid voice called after her. I've raised the debt you owe to 5 billion. I trust you have no objections? Should another mishap like this occur, there won't be another chance to merely increase the sum. Damn it, stingy, petty, detestable man. Nicole Robin was in an extremely foul mood, kicking at the grass while cursing Wu Ye vehemently in her heart. Yet with profound sorrow weighing upon her, she could only make her way toward the ship. Shortly after, this Wu Ye vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, the Vice Admiral remained pinned beneath Wu Ye's foot, utterly immobilized. Noctis gazed down imperiously at the struggling, contorted Vice Admiral. With chilling detachment, he remarked, 6 months ago, it was already destined that the Marines would never let me go. Naturally, I need show no mercy to the Marines. One less Vice Admiral would make my life easier, wouldn't it? Yet ironically, you must deliver a message to headquarters for me. But sparing you would put me in a foul mood. What do you propose I do? Muyu asked with evident distress, without waiting for the Vice Admiral's response. He curled his lips into a faint smile, drawing the long sword that had pinned the Vice Admiral's right hand. A piercing scream erupted as Muyi leveled the blade's edge at the tip of the Admiral's nose. Oh, it seems those worthless Marines from Sabaody Archipelago are approaching swiftly. Mi murmured, lifting his gaze toward the distant islands. He sensed the encroaching tide of naval forces surging toward them. A smirk played upon his lips as the perfect solution dawned upon him. With a casual flick of his wrist, his sword flashed, for streaks of cold light sliced through the air. Beneath his foot, the Vice Admiral writhed, his wrists and ankles severed, limbs cleanly detached from his torso. A torrent of crimson sprayed forth as the Admiral unleashed a guttural, frenzied howl. Violent convulsions seized him, yet he remained trapped beneath Mu Ye's unyielding boot. With a sinister smile, Noct slowly dragged his bloodstained blade along the Admiral's collar, carefully parting the fabric without breaking skin. The uniform fell open, revealing the man's formidable torso. Without limbs, you're but a useless cripple, no different from being dead, he murmured, his voice deceptively conversational. Yet you won't bleed out before your reinforcements arrive. You'll live long enough to deliver my message. The blade traced idle patterns over the Admiral's exposed chest, carving crimson letters. Noct. Remember this, I am not on Amara Mayataka. Change the name. The Admiral's screams crescendoed into raw, futile howls as he writhed against his bonds. Within seconds, the sword slid back into its sheath, leaving only silence and blood in its wake. Muyuen no longer stepped on the Vice Admiral, gazing with satisfaction at the two bloodied characters carved into his torso with a blade's edge. Muyue, farewell then. With a casual wave to the fallen Vice Admiral sprawled on the ground, Muyue turned gracefully and strode toward the ship. At the shore, with a light tap of his foot, his figure soared through the air before landing effortlessly behind Robin and Monet, who stood at the ship's bow. Gek, set sail. Aye. The command was swiftly executed, and the vessel surged forward. This ship was not manned by merely 4 individuals. Numerous fishmen were among the crew. By the time the ship had traveled 100 meters away, the 16th island was swarmed by Marines pouring in from neighboring isles, overtaking the entire landmass. The Rear Admiral, leader of the Sabaody Archipelago Marine Base, clenched his teeth as he beheld the fallen vice admiral. Unable to bear the sight, he knew the vice admiral was beyond recovery. "What are you all standing around for?" he roared. "Get the vice admiral to medical attention immediately." Amidst the frantic scramble, the vice admiral was carried away. The rear admiral's gaze locked onto the distant ship, now hundreds of meters away. A bestial growl tore from his throat. Muyue. Rage and guilt intertwined in his voice. He had known Muyue for 3 months, yet never imagined he was. Deploy every battleship. All hands, pursue. Relay the situation to headquarters without delay. As Muyue's ship sailed a kilometer away, the stern offered a sweeping view of the entire Sabaody archipelago. From the marine base on the 71st island, over a dozen warships surged forth in pursuit. The spectacle drew gasps from the archipelago's onlookers. Watching the fleet of warships vanish into the horizon, the crowd murmured in astonishment. What catastrophe has occurred? The entire marine force mobilized? Could a notorious pirate have arrived, prompting this hunt? If a true menace had landed. Do you honestly believe these pathetic Sabaody marines could handle it? Under the scrutiny of the archipelago's diverse inhabitants, the warships chased a lone vessel now a mere speck on the horizon. It was clear the marines' target was that ship, though none recognized its identity. No flag flew upon its mast. Speculation rippled through the archipelago. "Sir, a fleet of warships is closing in from behind. Shall I obliterate them?" Dick asked, brimming with confidence in his own power. "Unnecessary." Muyue smirked, then kicked off the deck, launching himself into the air above the sea. Monet and Nico Robin shrieked, unable to bear the thought of him plunging into the water. A soft sonic boom followed as he employed Jeppo, dashing through the sky toward the pursuing warships. "Isn't that one of the Marines' 6 powers?" The women gaped in disbelief as they watched Muyue soar toward the fleet. "Fire upon that airborne target," came the order from the warships. A fleet of over a dozen warships swiveled their cannons in unison, unleashing volleys of artillery shells, each salvo comprising dozens of projectiles, accumulating to hundreds within mere moments. The sky darkened under the relentless barrage aimed at Wu Yi. His mastery of moon step had ascended to unparalleled heights, as had his proficiency in all 6 forms of rokushiki. Beyond the conventional techniques, he had even developed intricate variations, surpassing the standard forms in potency. His next ambition? To delve into the research of the ultimate iteration of rokushiki. To Wu Yi, traversing the air was as effortless as walking upon solid ground. With an elegant pivot of his form, he evaded the streaking cannonballs without sacrificing an ounce of momentum. When avoidance proved unnecessary or impractical, a single, fluid stroke of his blade, cold steel flashing, bisected the incoming shells with effortless precision. In the span of mere moments, hundreds of projectiles failed to so much as graze him. Their sole accomplishment? Churning the ocean's surface into a tempest of froth and spray beneath their explosive descent. Arriving before one of the warships, Wu Yi gripped his sword with both hands and delivered a devastating downward strike. A crescent of sword light tore through the vessel, splitting it cleanly from bow to stern. The horrified cries of the naval soldiers aboard were drowned out as the sundered halves of the ship listed violently, succumbing to the depths. Those left stranded on the wreckage could do little but scream, trapped with no hope of escape. And so, the same fate befell the others. Knights swiftly annihilated warship after warship. The most dreaded naval vessels in the eyes of pirates had now become mere playthings to be destroyed at will. The Marines attempted to resist, but their cannons were useless, their bullets futile. Some officers employed moonwalk, launching themselves into the air, only to be bisected mid-flight. A few were devil fruit users, yet the sheer disparity in power rendered their efforts meaningless. In less than a minute, over a dozen warships were reduced to wreckage, cleaved in two and left adrift upon the sea. Hundreds of Marines floundered in the water, consumed by terror. With a final slash, Knight stood before the last remaining warship, his blade descending once more as a razor-sharp arc of energy tore through the air. A faint smirk curled his lips as his gaze settled upon a familiar figure aboard the vessel. "Long time no see, Rear Admiral," Knight remarked, his voice dripping with icy amusement. "Still wishing for my death, I presume?" "Knight," the Rear Admiral snarled, his face contorted in fury as he unsheathed his own sword, unleashing a matching arc of energy. The two forces collided, but before the Marines could cheer, a crescent-shaped shockwave of blue energy sliced diagonally through the warship. "Renkyaku," Knight said dismissively. The vessel split apart, joining its doomed brethren. "I'll kill you," the Rear Admiral roared, his heart bleeding at the sight of his men floundering in the sea. His entire fleet reduced to splinters. Never had such humiliation been inflicted upon his command. With a furious leap, he propelled himself skyward using moonwalk. Sword raised high for a desperate strike. Yet his blade found only empty air. Night had already vanished, reappearing above him. A single step downward sent the rear admiral plummeting like a stone, crashing into the ocean with a tremendous splash. Consider yourself fortunate, Rear Admiral, Knight murmured coldly. Watching the ripple spread, your rank spared you a worse fate. With that, he kicked off into the air, soaring toward the distant horizon. All of this had unfolded a mere 2 kilometers from the shores of Sabaody Archipelago. 1 minute. Only 1 minute. Meanwhile, the onlookers at Sabaody had watched in stunned silence as the entire Marine fleet mobilized, only to witness its utter annihilation moments later. By the heavens, who was that? One of the Yonko? Gasped a bystander. Did you see that? An entire fleet, wiped out effortlessly. Who could possess such power? Huh. Serves the Marines right. Pathetic fools. Among the civilians, shock reigned. Among the pirates and others who opposed the world government, schadenfreude ran rampant. But one question burned in all their minds. Who was that shadowy figure? The distance was too great to discern clearly. Impressive for one so young, remarked an elderly man with silver hair, holding a small flask of liquor as he observed the scene from the entrance of a nearby coating shop. It seems the tranquil sea is about to be stirred by great waves once more. Though the Sabaody Archipelago was a chaotic melting pot of identities, teeming with pirates. Its proximity to Marineford and the Red Line ensured that most pirates passing through avoided stirring trouble, merely stopping by before moving on. None of them knew exactly who was involved. But they understood one thing. The disappearance of an entire fleet would undoubtedly enrage Marine headquarters, and that fury would inevitably lead to relentless pursuit. Some even speculated that the Marines might assemble a specialized task force solely for the purpose of hunting down those responsible. For a time, the Sabaody Archipelago was gripped by unease over the incident. Meanwhile, Mugetsu landed smoothly on the deck of his ship, brushing off the dust with a casual flick. Gecko. Full speed ahead, he commanded. This vessel was no ordinary pirate ship reliant on sails. It was a warship, acquired at great expense, designed to move without dependence on the wind. Aye. Gecko relayed the orders to the fishmen and the slaves Mugetsu had purchased at the auction. After all, setting sail was never a solitary endeavor. More had long been prepared. The crew was complete, sailors, laborers, a cook, and even a physician, amounting to roughly 20 souls. More, are you truly intending to oppose the Navy? Monet gazed at the distant expanse of sea, where the wreckage of ships still floated upon the waves. This act was nothing short of an open declaration of war against the Navy. With a faint smile, Wuye countered, "Do you truly believe the Navy would ever spare me? The moment I escaped from Impel Down, my fate was sealed as their sworn enemy. There can be no other outcome. My lord Wuye, shall I return to Fishman Island to deliver my report?" A merman approached Wuye with deference. "Go ahead. Inform Tiger that I shall return in 3 months' time," Wuye replied. "I will accompany him to Mariejois then." "As you command, Lord Wuye." The merman bowed deeply before leaping into the sea and vanishing without a trace. Nocturne turned his gaze towards the distant sea, where the faint silhouette of mountains seemed to emerge. He knew it was the renowned Red Line. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he reflected on his prolonged stay at Fishman Island, all because of Hody's presence. As a savior, Nocturne swiftly integrated himself into the upper echelons of Fishman Island society. Yet what astonished him most was that Fisher Tiger had not yet embarked on his infamous raid on Mariejois to liberate the enslaved celestial dragons. However, plans were already in motion, set to unfold 3 months later. We volunteered to accompany Tiger on the perilous journey, though fraught with danger. He was convinced the rewards would far outweigh the risks. Otherwise, he would never have jeopardized himself merely for the sake of relationships. Holy Land Mariejois, a name that resonated like thunder in the ears of all, yet few in the world had the privilege to set foot there. To most, it was nothing short of a realm of legend. The two women stared at Wu Yi in astonishment. Nico Robin had yet to fully awaken from the silent dread of the naval fleet. She understood better than Monet the sheer terror of warships. Her homeland had been utterly obliterated beneath the might of 10 such vessels, and this time, the fleet was even larger. Only 5 vice admirals were missing, no, 4. Her gaze lingered on Wu Yi, and an unbidden thought arose in her heart. If only he had been on O'Hara Island 10 years ago, she would have given anything for her homeland. "Stop staring at me with such curiosity," Wu Yi said to the two women. "Go settle into your rooms. If you have time, rest or train. The road ahead won't be easy." He had no intention of revealing all his secrets to them. "Gray, you know the route ahead, correct?" Wu Yi confirmed. The course after setting sail had long been planned. Over the past 3 months, Wu Yi had meticulously charted his path, including the locations of numerous treasures obtained from prisoners and impelled down as level 6. In 6 months, he had secured eternal pose compasses leading directly to each treasure-laden island. The only regret was the towering ancient tree. Its exact location remained uncertain. He distinctly remembered one prisoner had hidden a devil fruit within its branches. After half a year of investigation, he discovered 6 islands across the world with such colossal ancient trees, some located in the latter half of the Grand Line, or even the Four Blues. This complicated matters. Searching each one would consume far too much time and stretch his route beyond reason. What troubled him more was the possibility that the devil fruit he sought might turn out to be an ordinary, unremarkable ability. In those 6 months, Wu Yi had encountered several opportunities to obtain devil fruits, but their powers, mostly mediocre zoans or underwhelming paramecia, held no appeal for him. He would rather remain without such lackluster abilities. Lord Wu Yi, the course has already been set. We are currently heading toward the first destination, Gray replied, the perfect executor of Wu Yi's commands. Then, with curiosity, he asked, Lord Wu Yi, what identity shall we assume while sailing the seas? Identity? Wu Yi raised an eyebrow. Whether as pirates, merchants, a family, or another organization, everyone needs an identity to navigate the seas, Gray explained. How about forming a family? The Wu Yi family? Ugh, that sounds terrible. The Monet family? Much better, right? Monet chimed in excitedly. From within the cabin drifted a soft, haunting voice, the Shadow Order. It was Nico Robin, who had gone below to familiarize herself with the ship. The women's suggestions left Wu Yi exasperated. With finality, he declared, we'll be a pirate crew. Monet pouted in dissatisfaction as her proposal was rejected, but the next moment, she exclaimed cheerfully, the Monet Pirates. The Snow Pirates. How about that? The Shadow Pirates. Get lost. With a dismissive slap, Muya pushed Monet away. What kind of names are those? He strode to the bow of the ship, gazing at the vast sea ahead. With unwavering determination, he clenched his right fist and declared, the Woody Pirates. The world had its emperors, but he disdained to be one. The world lacked an emperor, so he would become the sole one. Within those words lay Muya's boundless ambition. To surpass an emperor was to become a sovereign. Just as Muya's heart swelled with fervor, a voice beside him shattered the moment, the invincible pirates? Uncle, no, that's just narcissistic. Robin, emerging from the cabin, nodded in agreement, equally unimpressed by the melodramatic name. Woody, D as an emperor, not D as an enemy, Muya clarified. But I still think the Snow Pirates sounds better. Monet persisted, still fixated on naming the crew after herself. How proud that would be. Nico Robin chimed in, the Shadow Pirates is quite fitting too. Enough. Muya waved them off dismissively. You're only on this ship because of debts. You don't get a say. Then, Lord Muya, what shall our pirate flag be? A pirate crew needed not just a unique name, but also a distinctive flag, one that would strike recognition in the hearts of all who saw it. We'll decide when we reach the next island. There's no way to make a flag now anyway. Such trivial matters were beneath Muya's concern. Besides, he had no true intention of becoming a pirate in the conventional sense. His dream was to embrace the sea or to chase the title of Pirate King. Being a pirate was merely a means to navigate the seas. Since circumstances had forced him into opposition with the Navy, piracy was simply the most practical choice. Suddenly, Nico Robin's expression turned icy as she approached Muya. You owe me an explanation. Muya regarded her with surprise. An explanation? I've inspected the ship thoroughly. Everything suggests this wasn't a hasty departure. It was meticulously prepared. Food, fresh water, equipment. And since you're already a wanted criminal by the Navy, saving me didn't actually place you in opposition to them. You were already their enemy. So, Muya said. So, Robin said indignantly, our so-called deal was never fair. Even without me. You were the Navy's foe. You would set sail regardless. There was no real loss on your part. The transaction should never have been valid. Is that so? Muya turned fully toward her. He took a step forward. Robin retreated hastily, her eyes wary. She might as well have asked aloud, what are you planning? Would you perish without me? Wu demanded coldly. I would. Nico Robin finally nodded. Then I need not explain further. With a wave of his hand, Wu's terrifying expression melted into gentleness. Since you did not die, why nullify our deal? If it's nullified, fine. I never force others, truly. So now, the deal is off. How about that? Huh? Monet watched this scene in astonishment, eyeing Wu skeptically. In her mind, he had never been so benevolent. Could his earlier actions truly have been an act of selfless heroism? Really? Nico Robin brightened. Having witnessed Wu Ye's strength, she knew escape was impossible without detection. Yet she had no desire to sell herself to another. 50 billion berries. She couldn't fathom repaying such a sum in her lifetime. Of course. Wu Yi smiled warmly. Like the sun in March. If you deem it unfair, then let it be voided. I always deal fairly. His smile remained, but his expression gradually hardened. However, I also expect others to respect my personal boundaries. The cheerful Nico Robin blinked in confusion. What do you mean? But she waved it off, her mood still light. Rest assured, I would never pry into your affairs. I place great importance on personal boundaries, Wu said. I dislike unrelated individuals intruding upon my domain. I feel the same. Nico Robin nodded in agreement, though something felt off. She just couldn't pinpoint what. Since our deal is nullified, we now have no ties, correct? Wu Ye's smile remained gentle. Yes. Nico Robin's jubilant expression slowly stiffened, as if realizing something was amiss. This ship belongs to me, does it not? It is my private territory, yes? Yes. She could only nod, finding no room for rebuttal. The realization struck her, and she hurriedly added, but I'll leave at the next port. I want to disturb you further. If we are unrelated, why should I help you? Wu Yi distanced himself coldly. Leave now. I'm in a foul mood. I might just kill someone. Monet slapped a hand over her face. She knew Wu Yi wasn't that kind. Devious, utterly devious. Nico Robin turned stiffly, surveying her surroundings. The open sea stretched endlessly in all directions. As a devil fruit user, she couldn't fly. How could she leave? Swim? Certain death. Then, can we strike another deal? She asked weakly. Take me to the next island, and I'll owe you 10 million berries. No, 100 million. How about that? I'm not in the mood for deals. Wu Yi waved dismissively. The sum dropped by 100 billion. I've lost all interest. He flicked his fingers. 3 choices. Admit the original deal was fair and uphold it. Leave this instant. Or propose a new deal. I take you to the next island. And you owe me 100 billion. Choose. Now that S fair, I isn't it? Can I choose? Can I choose Nico Robin? Me. Before the words could even leave my lips, they were coldly interrupted by Muya. Choose. 1, 2, or 3. Nico Robin pouted, visibly aggrieved. Staring stubbornly at Muya before weakly extending a single finger. 1. Now, does it still feel unfair? Muya smiled gently. Nico Robin turned her head away. Afraid she might lose control and pummel this infuriating man. So, fairness depends on how you look at it, right? If anything, I think I'm the one at a disadvantage here. Nico Robin began grinding her teeth. You're at a disadvantage? Muya, don't bully her like that, Monet interjected. Unable to stand by any longer. You owe me money too. Do you also think that is unfair? Monet vanished in a puff of smoke. From then on, Nico Robin's gaze toward Muya became peculiar. A mix of resentment laced with dissatisfaction tinged with a hint of fear, and fear intertwined with gnashing teeth. Chapter 84. The Admiral Pursuit Team across the Azure Sea, a ship without a flag cut through the waves. Meanwhile, at Marine headquarters, a storm of gloom loomed. Inside the meeting room at headquarters, Garp strode in casually, spotting Fleet Admiral Sengoku seated at the head of the table. Sengoku, what has happened? Why the urgent summons? Sighing. Sengoku replied, wait until the other admirals arrive. Then I'll explain. His eyes carried a trace of sorrow, but more prominently, fury and killing intent, enough to startle Garp, who took his seat beside him. Soon after, the 3 Marine admirals arrived in succession. Kizaru, ever nonchalant, quipped with exaggerated concern, has something truly dreadful occurred? 5 figures now occupied the room. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, the 3 admirals, Akainu, Akiji, and Kizaru, and the sole Vice Admiral, Garp. Together, they represented the highest authority and pinnacle of strength within the Marines. Sengoku, you can speak now, right? Garp's curiosity was practically bursting. Sengoku surveyed the 3 admirals and Garp before announcing, the Ghost Fox has reappeared. Ghost Fox. The 4 frowned, momentarily puzzled. After half a year of silence, the name didn't immediately register. Kizaru slammed the table in realization. That Ghost Fox, the one who escaped from Impel Down half a year ago? Damn it. He dares show his face again? The failure of that mission still stung as a personal disgrace. Correct, Sengoku confirmed. So, after vanishing for half a year, he resurfaces? Garp mused. I assumed he'd disappear like Shiki, fading without a trace. What is his aim this time? Sengoku, where did he appear? Sabaody Archipelago, Sengoku answered. His purpose remains unknown, but it seems he has decided to oppose the Marines. Take a look. Buddha Sengoku handed several photographs to the four individuals. As they gazed upon the images, their expressions twisted into fury. The handful of photos they held depicted a gruesome scene, hundreds of Marines lying in pools of blood on the ground, and one with severed limbs. His bare torso bearing two massive, blood-written characters, Mui. The final photograph showed the sea's surface, littered with the wreckage of ships. Each image conveyed nothing but severe devastation inflicted upon the Navy. Who did this? Akainu clenched his fists, his rage mirrored by the other three. Though their interpretations of justice differed, they were all unwavering in their commitment to the Navy's ideals. Oni Kitsune, Buddha Sengoku uttered gravely. Even he had not anticipated such catastrophic losses. To be so ruthless, what could drive him to this? Garp's voice was heavy with disbelief. Indeed. The Navy and pirates were natural adversaries. While the Navy ceaselessly pursued pirates, few, even among the emperors, dared to launch direct assaults on the Navy. Unclear, Sengoku replied. Reports suggest two possibilities. Either he sought to rescue the devil child, or he demanded we clear his name. Internally, he wrestled with doubt. The first motive was plausible. But slaughtering Marines and annihilating warships seemed excessive. The second reason, however, was almost too absurd to believe, yet the state of the Vice Admiral left him no choice but to consider it. The devil child? Akiji's expression shifted slightly. You mean Nico Robin? Correct, Sengoku confirmed. Though why they are connected remains unknown. Whatever the reason, such brutality cannot be tolerated. Garp slammed his fist onto the table. This cruelty must be met with justice. The moment he escaped from Impel Down, he sealed his fate. Justice cannot be defied, Akainu declared darkly. His strength is formidable, not an easy man to kill, Kizaru remarked. The discussion revolved solely around Mui. None spared a thought for the devil child, Nico Robin. To these pinnacle figures of the Navy, she was hardly significant. Otherwise, they would have hunted her down long ago. Her survival thus far spoke volumes of her unimportance in their eyes. Not that she was entirely insignificant, merely that, at this moment, she paled in comparison to Mui. Indeed, his power is immense. A vice admiral is no match for him, Sengoku agreed, gesturing to the photo of the mutilated officer. If vice admirals are insufficient, then an admiral must step in, Garp asserted. Sengoku scanned the room. Precisely. Only an admiral can subdue and capture him. Who among you will take this mission? Escaping Impel Down, slaughtering so many, and sinking countless warships, he has earned the right to face an admiral, Akainu conceded. Let me handle this. Akainu, leave him to me. Kizaru interjected. He slipped through my grasp once. It's only fitting I be the one to reclaim him. Admiral Kizaru and Akainu were locked in a fierce dispute. While Akiji inquired, shouldn't the target have already left Sabaody Archipelago by now? Even if we dispatch forces at this point, wouldn't it be futile? Therefore, Fleet Admiral Sengoku declared resolutely, I intend to establish a specialized pursuit unit, led by an admiral, with the sole objective of eliminating the target. The four present were visibly startled. A specialized pursuit unit? And led by an admiral? The three admirals and Garp exchanged glances in astonishment. Such measures were not unprecedented. In the past, Garp himself had commanded a dedicated pursuit fleet tasked with hunting down the legendary pirate Gold. Roger. Once such a unit was formed, every member would have but one mission, to eradicate the enemy. There would be no time constraints. The mission would persist until the target was slain. Until then, no other assignments would take precedence. A situation like this had not arisen in over a decade. Sengoku, isn't this a bit excessive? Garp countered, his disapproval evident. Establishing a pursuit unit led by an admiral would effectively deprive Marine headquarters of one of its strongest assets for an extended period, possibly years. Losing an admiral's presence at headquarters was no trivial matter, though Garp acknowledged the formidable strength of the target. He did not believe it warranted such drastic measures from the Marines. In the past 30 years, specialized pursuit units had been deployed only twice. The first was Garp's relentless, decade-long hunt for the Pirate King, Gold. Roger. Wherever Roger went, Garp followed. The second instance occurred when Fleet Admiral Sengoku, then still an admiral, led a unit in pursuit of the Whitebeard pirates. Both targets were legends. One, the Pirate King of the previous era, the other, the foremost among the current four emperors. Though the four emperors held no official ranking, both pirates and Marines alike regarded Whitebeard as their de facto leader. The other admirals pondered silently, sharing Garp's sentiment that the fleet admiral was overestimating the threat. No matter how formidable the target, he had yet to reach the level of a true admiral. Facing their skepticism, Sengoku responded firmly, on the contrary, I believe this is entirely necessary. Consider this, the target is not yet 19 years old. Fleet Admiral, isn't Onigitsu nearly 40? As a user of the copy fruit, isn't his youthful appearance merely a transformation? Admiral Kizaru exclaimed in astonishment. According to the records, when Oni Kitsune was imprisoned 8 years ago, he was already over 30 years old. Precisely, Fleet Admiral Sengoku interjected. His brow furrowed with suppressed fury. That's why the admirals deemed it unnecessary to make a grand spectacle of it. At 40, though still at one's peak, strength inevitably begins to decline. No one escapes this fate. Especially for masters of physical combat, their stamina deteriorates faster than devil fruit users after 40. Sengoku's voice hardened. But the one we dealt with was not Oni Kitsune. We were clearly mistaken. He was Muya, incapable of possessing the copy fruit. Reports from Impel Down half a year ago confirmed he showed no weakness to sea stone and exhibited no fatigue in seawater, definitely not a devil fruit user. His anger simmered beneath the surface. The Marine headquarters and Impel Down, institutions of such prestige, had committed an unforgivable blunder with devastating consequences. The three admirals and Garp stood frozen. Had they truly apprehended the wrong man? Where, then, was the real Oni Kitsune? And how had such a mistake occurred? The real Oni Kitsune must still be hiding somewhere in the vast seas, Sengoku declared. I've already issued orders to track him down. As for 8 years ago, the report stated that Marines cornered Oni Kitsune in a room, only to find a 10-year-old child inside. Naturally, they assumed it was his transformation and took him in. Rubbing his temples, Sengoku lamented the absurdity. The one who had inflicted such catastrophic losses had emerged through such a ludicrous oversight. So, Muya is not even 19. At around 18 half a year ago, he broke out of Impel Down, evaded Magellan's attacks, and nearly killed Shiryu of the Rain in an evenly matched duel. Tell me, does the pursuit squad I assigned still hold any meaning? Garp, were you this strong at 19? Garp hesitated, reflecting on his youth before shaking his head. Though confident he could defeat Muya now, at 19, he had been far from admiral-level strength. And during those 8 years in Impel Down, how did he train without detection? His meticulous planning is chilling. Every detail of his escape proves he is far more dangerous than the reckless pirates we usually deal with. What a terrifying young man. Kizaru mused. Then, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, allow me to lead the pursuit squad until his death. Good. Borsellino, you may recruit any elite from Marine headquarters. Sengoku was resolute. Muya must be eradicated before another king could rise. After issuing further instructions, Sengoku studied Kizaru, hesitating before finally uttering a single word, swiftly. What he truly wished to say was, kill him quickly. Grant him no chance to grow further. Because Sengoku feared that once Muya reached his full potential, even an admiral might not be enough to stop him. Akiji, Kizaru addressed his fellow admiral, select 500 elite marines for me, preferably with as many strong fighters as possible. Prepare 5 battleships and all necessary provisions. I will head to Sabaody Archipelago first. Perhaps I can uncover traces of his departure. After speaking, Kizaru transformed into a beam of light and soared through the window toward the distant horizon. Garp, go inform the intelligence division to investigate their location. Once we have any leads, relay the information immediately to Admiral Borsellino. Understood. The Navy, the undisputed strongest organization in the world, mobilized its immense power with swift efficiency. Kazan, prepare everything for Borsellino. And Sakazuki, reissue the bounty for Nightless, increasing it by another 80 million. Everyone has their orders. 80 million? So that makes it 480 million in total? As Garp and the others stepped out, they were stunned. A bounty of 480 million before even turning 19, unprecedented, and likely unbeatable in the future. Upon the vast sea, a mid-sized ship, roughly 100 meters long, cut through the waves. Splash! Behind the vessel, a towering column of water erupted as a figure burst from the depths, walking on air before landing gracefully on the deck. Monet hurried over. Nightless? Were you a fish in your past life? You stayed underwater for a full 15 minutes. What do you keep diving for every day? The voyage, after all, was tediously uneventful. Noctis was formidable, yet he never allowed himself to stagnate. He knew the path to the pinnacle stretched far ahead, and thus he trained ceaselessly. Aware of the challenges that awaited him, he refused to ever be defeated again, imprisoned, or annihilated. Unwillingness naturally demanded strength to ensure no one could ever force him into unwilling actions. However, the ship was hardly suitable for Noctis' earth-shaking training methods. He submerged himself in the sea, where he could hold his breath for a full quarter of an hour. Training underwater was arduous, yet the gains in speed were swift. With a sudden shudder, Noctis expelled every droplet clinging to his body, leaving not even his hair damp. Though his raw power might not rank among the top 3, his precision in controlling force could rival them. If you have time for idle chatter, you'd be better off training, Noctis remarked to Monet. Throughout the days of their sea voyage, Monet and Nico Robin had been occupied in their own ways, one idling aimlessly, the other sipping coffee while reading under the sun. Training is too grueling. I'm a Logia user. I'm strong even without it, Monet protested, unwilling to endure such harsh discipline. Nico Robin set down her coffee and added, my dream was never to become the strongest. Nocturne narrowed his eyes slightly. Never mind the tedious topic of training, Nocturne. First tell me, why are you so pale? And since you're already this strong, who could have left such a scar on your chest? Monet leaned in close, bending down to stare intently at the mark on Nocturne's torso. That hideous scar stretched across his entire upper body. A sight so gruesome it was horrifying to imagine how anyone could survive such an injury. The first time the two women had seen it, they had been stunned into silence. Only one person knew the origin of that scar. Guy, who was still lifting weights in training, cast a glance in Nocturne's direction, his eyes gleaming with deep respect. Memories of their prison break resurfaced in his mind. Even now, he was still in awe. Why had he chosen to follow Nocturne? Willingly submitting as his subordinate, instead of staying behind on Fishman Island to live a life of leisure? It wasn't just because Nocturne had saved his life. It was also because of Nocturne as character, unyielding, resilient, yet never reckless. He believed, with absolute certainty, that his lord would one day reign as the king of the seas. He wanted to stand by his side and witness every step of that journey to supremacy. And for himself, all he could do was train relentlessly, striving to keep pace with his lord. This scar? Nocturne traced his fingers along the jagged line, as if the wound still throbbed faintly. A constant reminder, you are not strong enough yet. If you wish never to be wounded again, you must reach a level where no one can harm you. Go train. Nocturne said coldly. He had no interest in recounting his past to the two women. Experience was meant to be learned from, not flaunted as idle conversation. But Monet merely pouted, completely ignoring his command, while Nico Robin picked up her book again, sipping her coffee with leisurely indifference. In the depths of Muyez's eyes lay a chilling coldness, a piercing aura of murderous intent. Those who have never faced life and death struggles, who have never tasted the bitter helplessness of survival, could scarcely comprehend the relentless drive to grow stronger that consumed him. Nico Robin, he said, his voice dripping with disdain. Do you truly believe your strength is sufficient? If you were so formidable, why did you require my aid on Sabaody? The truth is, you are weak, pitifully weak. So weak that you dare not even defy me now. So weak that even if I chose to violate you, you would lack the power to resist. Nico Robin's expression darkened. Without pause, he turned his gaze to Monet. In an instant, he vanished, his fingers lashing out toward her. She reacted swiftly, her body dissolving into her elemental form. But Muyez's mastery of armament Haki had reached the pinnacle of the second tier. The third level, his entire body could now be cloaked in its power. The next step, the third tier, form without substance. The ability to project his Haki through the air to strike his foes. Against such might, Monet's elemental evasion was laughable. His hand closed around her arm, fingers tightening just enough to avoid shattering bone but with no regard for her pain. Monet whimpered, it hurts. Let go. Yet me showed no mercy. Now, he sneered. Do you still dare claim your Logia powers make you invincible? Remember this. My ship has no room for the weak. You owe me 5 billion. Monet, tears welling in her eyes from the agony, muttered weakly, 10,000. Her right arm throbbed under his grip, and she couldn't help but protest. It's just 10,000. I'll pay you as soon as I leave the ship. Is this any way to treat someone over a measly 10,000? What kind of person does this? 10,000? Muyez's lips curled into a wicked grin. My apologies. On my ship, the daily lodging fee is 1 billion. You now owe me 3 billion and 10,000 berries. Understood? Monet stared at him, dumbstruck, the pain in her arm momentarily forgotten. Could a person truly be this shameless? This isn't fair, she cried, struggling in vain. Not fair? Muyez's smirk deepened as he locked eyes with her. Here, I decide what's fair. Even if I threw you onto a bed right now, who would dare say otherwise? Muyez released Monet, who stood there in a daze. Pointing at the two women with identical expressions, both cowering slightly, their eyes glistening with unshed tears of grievance yet stubbornly biting their pearly teeth to hold back, he declared, remember, if you desire status and freedom, prove it with your strength. Without power, in my eyes, you are nothing but expendable, worthless. And those I deem worthless shall perish, do you understand? If you don't wish for the day I'm in a foul mood to end with your death or being thrown onto a bed, then don't complain. Otherwise, train obediently now. The two women remained frozen in their pitiful state, thoroughly intimidated by Wu Ye. All I ask is for you to strive in your cultivation, to elevate your strength and prove your worth. Then, no matter what you do, even if it's heinous, even if you stand against the world, I will always stand before you. Humph. The stick and the carrot, Monet chuckled softly. Even Nico Robin couldn't help but let a faint smile grace her lips. You are both ability users. Now, attack me with your most proficient and powerful techniques. Afterward, I will guide you in determining the next steps of your training, Wu Ye commanded the two women. Noctis actually stands upon the vast ocean. His greatest advantage isn't physical prowess, which he cultivated step by step through training. His true edge lies in possessing a conceptual framework that transcends this world's understanding, an unshackled intellect. Though Earth cannot compare to the pirate world in terms of individual physical might, when it comes to breadth of knowledge, even the most elite figures in this pirate realm might pale in comparison to an ordinary otaku's worldly insights. Noya firmly believed that he could develop any fruit's abilities better and stronger than the original user. TCH. Noya, you're not even an ability user yourself. Even if you were, your powers would be different from mine. How could you possibly help me? Monet curled her lips in disdain, retaliating against his earlier threat. She rubbed her right arm, where the clear imprint of 5 fingers remained, silently cursing him countless times in her heart. How could he actually strike me? Not a shred of chivalry. Enough nonsense. I have my own training to focus on. Hurry up, Noya snapped impatiently. Hee, old man, you said it yourself, no fighting back. Monet grinned like a little devil, seizing the chance for open revenge. She wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. Chapter 87. Where does this confidence come from? Spreading her arms, wings formed of swirling snowflakes unfurled behind her. With a powerful flap, a blizzard of icy wind howled forth. Each feather on her wings transformed into razor-sharp blades. Curved like crescent moons, their edges as lethal as forged steel. They shot toward Noya like a storm of blades. Yet, with a single extended finger, he tapped the converging feathers, and Monet's wings shattered under the force of his shurgan. With a single motion, Noct executed one of the Navy's 6 techniques, finger gun. Yet this was no ordinary finger gun, but rather its most intricate variation, explosive finger. Not only did it retain the razor-sharp precision of the basic technique, but upon contact, the spiraling kinetic energy concentrated in the index finger would blast through the target, leaving behind a gaping, cavernous wound. With a single finger, Noctis could pierce through steel plates, leaving gaping holes larger than a palm. Monet hastily retreated, her scattered wings reforming as she flapped them, blanketing the deck in thick snow and plunging the temperature into icy depths. Her wings beat rapidly, each feather releasing multiple ethereal snowballs that hurtled toward Noctis with crushing force, enough to shatter stone. Just as Noctis stepped forward to counterattack, countless spectral arms sprouted from nowhere, coiling tightly around him, binding him in place. Nico Robin had struck silently, her lips curling into a smirk of vindictive satisfaction as she watched Noctis, now immobilized, about to be pummeled by the onslaught of snowballs. Her grudge ran deep. This was her moment of retribution. Yet, in an instant, Noctis' upper body transformed, his entire form hardening with the obsidian sheen of armament Haki. He stood unflinching as hundreds of snowballs crashed against him, the impacts ringing out like hammer strikes on steel. The footsteps of the Nightless One never retreated. At the same time, his body shuddered violently, the arms tightly wrapped around him disintegrated into petal-like fragments. Nico Robin, seated in the distance, let out a muffled groan. With a forward strike, 6 King's gun, the erupting shockwave shattered the still advancing snow rabbits, scattering them into nothingness. The blast then collided with Monet, sending a flurry of snowflakes bursting in all directions, blanketing the deck. Is this your attack? Child's play? Or do you simply find it amusing? Nightless fixed his gaze upon the now standing Nico Robin and Monet, who swiftly reformed from the swirling snow. Humph. To be pointed at and insulted, especially by the one they despised most. Both women wrinkled their delicate noses in unison, standing side by side as they glared at him, their eyes burning with the shared indignation of those facing a common oppressor. 30 flower blooms. Nico Robin crossed her arms before her chest, her voice clear and ethereal, yet laced with a chilling edge. From all directions around Muya, 30 arms sprouted forth, coiling and entangling around his entire body in a deadly embrace. The crushing force sought to twist and contort his form completely, yet Muya's posture remained utterly unchanged. Meanwhile, Monet's wings unleashed a tempest of snowflakes, blanketing the entire deck in a vast expanse of white. She herself dissolved into the swirling snow, vanishing without a trace. The next instant, from the snow-covered ground before Muya, a massive avian monstrosity coalesced from the blizzard, its grotesque visage glaring as it surged into the air. Its razor-sharp beak, capable of shattering boulders, struck mercilessly at Muya's chest. Clang! The impact resonated like the clash of metal, sending shockwaves that scattered the snow across the deck. Yet Muya did not retreat even a step. Sparks erupted where the beak struck, and the biting cold of the snow began creeping over his body. As the frost veiled his eyes, a sharp exhale erupted from within him. A torrent of overwhelming force burst forth, hurling the monstrous snowbird, Monet, back through the air. She reverted to human form mid-flight, landing unsteadily on the deck, while Nico Robin staggered back with a stifled grunt. The snow encasing Muya and the 30 phantom arms disintegrated, the former evaporating in the wake of his power, the latter scattering like petals in the wind. Is this truly your strongest technique? Muya's voice was laced with disdain. Pathetic. His piercing gaze forced the women to avert their eyes, resentment simmering beneath their silence. It's not that we're weak, you're just a monster. With strength like this, where does your confidence come from? Tell me, what delusion convinced you that you were ready? He strode forward, his eyes narrowing slightly, and the two instinctively trembled, unable to meet his stare. Humph. Muya realized he had inadvertently let slip a trace of his conqueror's Haki. Even after half a year, he had yet to master its control. Seeing them cower, he sighed. Perhaps he had been too harsh. Not everyone could endure the solitude of relentless training. His gaze drifted upward. Had it not been for the torment of the infinite hell, he doubted he would have pushed himself so mercilessly. Without discipline ingrained into habit, even he might have succumbed to laziness. Come here, he said, his tone softening slightly as he beckoned. I won't. You'll hit me. Monet protested, stubbornly hiding behind the mast. Nico Robin, meanwhile, pretended to gaze at the distant sky, pointedly ignoring him. Get over here. His tone grew stern in an instant. Like meek lambs, the two girls reluctantly stood before Wu Yi with perfect posture, resembling students being reprimanded by their teacher. Wu Yi could only sigh in exasperation. A gentle smile had no effect. Yet a single shift in his tone brought them obediently to his side. It seemed his strict demeanor was deeply ingrained in their hearts. Gazing at the two girls, who now hung their heads in slight dejection and fidgeted with their fingers, Wu Yu exhaled softly. He patted each of them lightly on the head and spoke. Perhaps you believe there is no danger now. Perhaps you have never experienced hardship, so you do not value strength. But power is needed everywhere, not merely to prove yourselves to me, but to protect yourselves. Wu Ye couldn't help but reflect upon himself, reminiscing about Earth. Amidst the crisis, he ceaselessly cultivated his skills, strengthening his physique and enhancing his multifaceted abilities, marksmanship, combat techniques, and more. He dared not pause, for stopping would mean certain death. In the endless abyss of hell, he trained relentlessly, oblivious to the passage of time, driven solely by the desire for freedom. Now, he persists with the same determination, never again to be crushed underfoot, never again to endure that unbearable despair. The two women whose hair Wu Ye had playfully tousled suddenly noticed his hand had stilled, and his voice had fallen silent before them. Cautiously, they lifted their gazes to meet his. Wu Ye furrowed his brows slightly, his profound gaze tinged with an unfathomable depth, carrying within it an inexplicable weight. There was a weariness in his demeanor that seemed incongruous for one so young. The two women were taken aback. In their eyes, Wu Ye had always been a detestable figure, embodying pettiness, unreasonableness, and tyranny. Never had they imagined he could reveal such vulnerability. Had he endured some unknown suffering in the past? For the first time, they found themselves intrigued by the untold chapters of his life. Perhaps sensing their scrutiny, or perhaps because Wu Ye was not one to dwell in melancholy or nostalgia. He snapped back to the present. His expression hardened once more into its usual indifference, prompting the women to purse their lips in disbelief. Had they imagined that fleeting moment of softness? Now, let me outline your training regimen, Wu Ye addressed them, though neither voiced dissent. Their skeptical expression spoke volumes. They doubted his ability to guide them. After all, he didn't share their devil fruit abilities. What meaningful advice could he possibly offer? Regardless of his own strength? Monet, you possess the snow fruit, a Logia-type ability, Wu Ye observed, his gaze steady. Objectively, your starting point is higher than most devil fruit users, even if the snow fruit ranks among the weaker Logia abilities. Monet gritted her teeth. Why must my power be labeled as inferior? Your techniques, however, lack both variety and potency, Wu Ye continued. Were those earlier moves the extent of your repertoire? No, she admitted. Their also domed snow house, a spherical snow barrier to encase the opponent. I reminisced about all the techniques Monet possessed in the original work, many of which she had yet to develop at this point. He proceeded to recount every skill she would eventually master, such as the snow dome, 10 sheets of grass paper, snow wall, and blizzard. Upon hearing the names and manifestations of these abilities from Monet stared at him in awe, her gaze filled with reverence as if beholding a deity. Nico Robin, unfamiliar with the snow fruit, couldn't gauge the true power of the techniques I described. Yet, judging by Monet's stunned expression, she understood they must be extraordinary. She couldn't help but regard with astonishment. Could he truly devise such formidable abilities for someone after just a brief encounter? Such brilliance bordered on the surreal. The once dismissive expressions of the two women softened into quiet attentiveness as they listened intently. Noctis continued, the snow fruit may not match the ice fruit in terms of hardness and temperature control, nor rival the destructive power of fruits like the magma fruit. However, your future development of this ability could focus on quantitative transformation. When any substance reaches a critical mass through sheer quantity, even the most mundane objects can unleash devastating attacks. Imagine summoning hundreds of tons of snowflakes instantaneously to engulf enemies and warships, an overwhelming force few could withstand. Beyond amplifying quantity, you should refine your mastery over snowflake manipulation. Envelop yourself in protective snow veils or compress adversaries within crushing snow cocoons. Alternatively, enhance the structural integrity of snowflakes. Their hexagonal symmetry makes them perfect throwing weapons. Though currently too fragile, should you harden them to steel-like density, each flake would pierce like bullets. And should you gather billions of such reinforced snowflakes into a cutting tempest, that would elevate you to Admiral-tier combat prowess. While developing your devil fruit abilities remains primary, don't neglect physical conditioning. Basic combat training suffices for emergencies. Though armament Haki is absolutely essential, these paths lie before you, ideally pursued simultaneously, though I suspect your talents may not stretch that far. The character Mariejois was primarily inspired by Byakuya Kachiki from Bleach and certain abilities of Gaara from the Naruto world, with some adaptations. Monet, who had been gazing at Mariejois with starry-eyed admiration, her expression almost fangirlish, suddenly pouted at his last remark. Who says I have no talent? Yet, despite her indignation, she couldn't conceal the reverence in her heart. She recalled how it had taken her years after obtaining the snow fruit to determine just a few paths of development, whereas Mariejois had instantly devised numerous superior strategies. Looking down on me? Just wait until I truly rival an admiral. Then, Mariejois, you'll be finished. A mischievous grin spread across her face as she indulged in vivid fantasies of tormenting him. Then prove it to me when the time comes, Mariejois remarked. Can I really reach that level? Monet suddenly wavered, her confidence faltering. No, I have no faith in you, Mariejois stated bluntly. If I possessed the snow fruit, I'm certain I could reach Admiral-tier strength through its power alone. I'll fight you. You're too cruel. Monet lunged at him, claws bared, only for Mariejois to effortlessly hold her back by pressing a hand against her forehead, leaving her flailing helplessly, her arms too short to reach him. Then, Mariejois turned his attention to Nico Robin. Nico Robin, your Hana no Mi is a paramecia-type ability, a rather weak one. Robin's teeth ground together in irritation. Must he always be so blunt? Your fruit's development should focus on quantity, increasing the number of arms and legs you can manifest. Once you achieve sufficient numbers, you could gather hundreds of arms into a colossal limb to strike enemies or form massive feet, or even assemble wings from arms on your back to achieve brief flight. The Hana no Mi is indeed difficult to refine. Its starting point is too low. The disparity between devil fruit abilities is vast. Noctis merely explained to her the techniques she possessed in the original work. Even so, Nico Robin's beautiful eyes began to shimmer with admiration, gazing at Noctis with starry-eyed wonder. You can manifest numerous arms out of thin air. Though each may lack individual strength, wielding a pistol in every hand, firing simultaneously or ambushing foes, would be an exceptional ability. Your ears and eyes can appear elsewhere. I hope you further develop this aspect of your power, ideally extending the range to great distances. If possible, having your ears and eyes manifest anywhere in the world would be optimal. Failing that, spanning hundreds of kilometers would suffice. Such an ability is of great use to me. If truly perfected, it would be akin to clairvoyance and clairaudience. No longer would we fear encirclement, and we could uncover our enemy's secrets at will. Do you truly need it? Nico Robin, already humbled by Noctis, grew somewhat excited upon hearing his reliance on her abilities. Indeed, Noctis nodded, just as a faint smile graced Nico Robin's delicate face. He added, after all, no matter how much you refine your skills, your combat prowess will remain limited. It's better to serve in a supportive role. Noctis nodded slightly, a faint smile gracing Nico Robin's delicate features as he continued. No matter how much you develop your abilities, your strength will never reach extraordinary heights. Perhaps it would be more fitting for you to serve in a supportive role. The smile froze on her face. With a displeased huff, she retorted, I have no intention of developing in that direction. Yet, the words lingered in her mind. Go and train on your own, Noctis said, turning away without paying heed to their stunned, or perhaps gritted teeth expressions. He strode toward the bow of the ship, assuming a push-up position with one hand planted firmly on the deck. He called out to Gecko, Gecko, place that 10,000-pound lead block on my back. Thud, thud, thud. Emerging from the cabin, Gecko carried a massive silver metallic slab, its sheer weight evident in his sluggish steps. The block, forged from pure lead, was exceptionally heavy, specifically designed by Noctis for training. Crash. As the two women watched in wide-eyed astonishment, the lead block slammed onto Noctis' back. The entire warship tilted slightly, sinking deeper into the water under the immense pressure. With one arm supporting his body, Noctis began his push-ups. The ship trembled faintly with each movement. Wuya silently counted in his heart as he watched himself once again engage in such an extreme training regimen. The two women could only feel numb. No wonder Wuya was so formidable at such a young age. It was all due to this brutal training method. Truly, it was a wonder he could endure it. The two women glanced at Wuya, drenched in sweat. Monet no longer idled aimlessly, and Nico Robin no longer sipped coffee leisurely. Monet transformed into the Snow Woman, while numerous arms sprouted before Nico Robin. They, too, began their own training, their hearts swelling with unprecedented determination. Once we grow stronger, we'll make you pay for this. Their driving force was the fantasy of one day overpowering Wuya. The four most crucial figures aboard the ship had all begun their respective training, steadily enhancing their strength. 3 days later, they had long since left the Sabaody archipelago behind. Passing numerous islands along the way, the ship was no longer without an emblem. It now bore a brand new pirate flag, one of a kind. After much debate, Wuya had imperiously rejected Monet's suggestion of adorning the skull with snowflakes and Nico Robin's proposal of scattering petals across the Jolly Roger. The Jolly Roger, white as its base, featured a dark red tombstone, upon which rested a pale skull. A black longsword pierced vertically through both the tombstone and the skull. Unlike the curved blades common in the pirate world, this sword was straight and double-edged, reminiscent of the traditional swords of Huaxia. The sinister pirate flag sent chills down the spine. Both the flag and the name of the pirate crew embodied Wuya's ambition and resolve. Either this tombstone was prepared for himself, or it represented all his enemies. Moreover, just yesterday, Wuya had learned from the newspapers delivered by seagulls that his bounty had risen to 480 million berries. His name was no longer Onamara Mayataka, but Wuya. As for how much shockwaves this news had sent across the seas, Wuya neither knew nor cared. All that mattered was that his destination was now within reach. 8 days after departing from the Sabaody archipelago, a massive shadow loomed ahead of the ship, an enormous island bathed in the golden glow of the setting sun. Lord Wuya, Gahei announced loudly, we have arrived at the kingdom of Alabasta. Under the moonless sky, he stood at the prow with hands clasped behind his back. Gazing at the desert island ahead, the nation once ruled by Crocodile in the original tale. This marked the second destination on his voyage. Following the first where he had acquired treasures worth nearly $1 billion, now securely stored within the vessel. Even without the presence of Nico Robin, he would have journeyed to the kingdom of Alabasta, for another trove awaited him here, yet with her by his side. The purpose of this expedition grew all the more compelling. Seek a concealed landing spot, he commanded. An hour later, the ship docked along a desolate stretch of shore. Nearly 10 figures disembarked, stepping onto the barren, scorching terrain of the island. A detestable environment. The desert, loathed most bitterly by Monet. Even the fishmen, though equally averse to the arid wasteland, voiced no complaints. Under the cover of night, Wu Yi relied on the address recounted by the prisoner from the endless abyss to seek out the treasure. Deep into the midnight, within a secluded stone forest, a thunderous roar erupted. Towering stone pillars crumbled incessantly, revealing a massive chasm in the ground. Wu Yi and his companions descended into the subterranean space, guided by their light sources. Indeed, it was there, surveying the cavernous expanse. Wu Yi's lips curled into a grin at the sight of gold and gemstones strewn across the floor. By dawn, he commanded Gahei and the nearly 10 slaves behind him transport everything to the ship. Gahei, oversee it. Noctis understood better than anyone that wealth was the most potent temptation to human greed. With the formidable strength of a vice admiral overseeing the operation, failure was impossible. Noctis, how did you know there was treasure here? Did you bury it yourself? Monet leaned in close, her curious gaze fixed on him. This is the second time we've stumbled upon such riches. Meanwhile, Nico Robin withdrew her eyes from the vast hoard of treasure and approached Noctis with a solemn expression. Noctis, there's something I need to discuss with you. Go ahead, Noctis replied. I deserve a share of this treasure, Robin declared. Noctis regarded her with surprise. The Robin from the original story was never one to covet wealth. Why? He asked, intrigued. We found this as part of our pirate crew. Naturally. I should have my portion, Robin asserted firmly. Monet quickly raised her hand in agreement. And mine too. Oh, and what do you need the treasure for? Noctis inquired. To repay debts, Robin answered, her voice laced with resentment. All because of you. If not for your actions, I wouldn't be in such an embarrassing position. I see. Noctis smirked knowingly before his expression turned cold. You get nothing. You both owe me money, and you're not officially part of my crew yet. If you want to share, you'll have to join permanently. No turning back. Choose wisely. The two women gritted their teeth in frustration. Yeko, you handle this place, Noctis instructed. Unwilling to linger while the treasure was being transported, more pressing matters awaited. Seizing Robin's wrist despite her protests, he leaped toward the surface, landing under the pale moonlight. Ignoring her struggles, he pulled her along into the distance. Come, tonight, you have a task. Complete it to my satisfaction. And perhaps I'll deduct a few $100 million from your debt. Robin, still trying to wrench her hand free, regarded him with a mix of hope and suspicion. Would he really be so generous? Of course. I don't lie. I'm a good man, aren't I? Noctis turned back with a smile, earning nothing but an exasperated glare from Robin. Reluctantly, she followed, with Monet trailing behind, chattering excitedly. Beneath the moonlight, Robin realized her palm had grown damp with sweat. Her cheeks flushed. The cover of night spared her the embarrassment of being noticed by Monet beside her. Under the cover of night, Muya swiftly arrived at the location of the Alabasta kingdom with the two women. What truly drew Muya to Alabasta was not some mundane treasure, but rather the clues regarding the ancient weapon Pluton hidden within the royal tombs of the kingdom's nobility. That was the real prize that captivated him. Though he didn't believe that obtaining Pluton would grant him dominion over the world, he was certain it would be far more useful than an ordinary ship. And on the vast seas, a reliable vessel was of utmost importance. Recalling the original records, he easily deduced that the historical text inscribed within the royal catacombs beneath the Alabasta Palace documented the existence of Pluton. The location of the royal tombs, however, was no secret in the kingdom. With some discreet maneuvering, Muya effortlessly acquired the information. Under the shroud of darkness, he led the two women silently to the grounds above the royal burial site. Muya, are we really going to be thieves? Sneaking into the palace to steal? In the black of night, Monet nervously glanced around, fearful not only of ghosts but also of being discovered. Nico Robin's expression was also somewhat uneasy, tinged with awkwardness. Slipping into such a place in secrecy was, indeed, far from honorable. We couldn't be bothered to explain to them. He soared into the air, scanning his surroundings. The royal cemetery was located over a kilometer away from the palace. Being a sacred burial ground for royalty, there were naturally few dwellings in the vicinity. And the guards tasked with protecting the tombs had long since met their demise in the darkness. Such an environment meant you could act with impunity. Even if discovered, he harbored no fear, for he truly believed the kingdom of Alabasta possessed no warriors capable of threatening him. Landing gracefully, he swept his gaze across the area before descending into the underground passage leading to the royal tombs. Though he couldn't recall the exact layout from the original source material, moments ago, through certain ruthless methods, he had compelled the captain of the guard to divulge every detail. In the shroud of night, his observation Haki rendered the darkness as clear as daylight, guided by the intelligence provided by the guard captain. After pressing the concealed button, Noctis heard a faint tremor as a section of the ground tilted upward, revealing a pitch-black opening. Let's go, Noctis said, grasping the two companions as they descended into the subterranean palace. The beam of his flashlight swept across the vast underground chamber. In the oppressive gloom of this eerie and foreboding place, the two women clung tightly to Mayan's sides, gripping his arms, unwilling to take a single step away. Swiftly, Nihilus searched, seeking the historical text, those square obsidian stones inscribed with enigmatic glyphs. He knew with certainty that these were the ancient chronicles he sought. In but a moment, Mugir's eyes lit up as he instantly transported himself and the two women before a pitch-black wall. The mysterious dark stone was inscribed with numerous cryptic symbols. Is this the poneglyph? Nico Robin gasped in delight, her face alight with joy as she impulsively threw her arms around Mugir in celebration. Get down, Mugir said, patting the excited Robin, who had unconsciously clung to him. His hand landed on her shapely derriere. Robin's cheeks flushed crimson as she shot Mugir a peculiar glance, quickly stepping away with an expression that seemed to regard him as a lecherous rogue. What exactly is a poneglyph? Monet asked curiously, tracing her fingers over the strange engravings. Nico Robin, I know you're the only one who can decipher these ancient texts. Tell me the location of the ancient weapon Pluton, Mugir demanded, his piercing gaze unwavering. If you cooperate, I'll reduce your debt by 1 billion. How about that? In the original tale, Robin had refused Crocodile's demands. Would she now deny Mugir as well? Robin studied Mugir intently before swiftly scanning the poneglyph. Her hopeful expression gradually faded into disappointment. Do you know where Pluton is? Mugir pressed. Don't lie to me. And don't refuse. You know the consequences. Besides, I can take you to 2 other poneglyphs if you comply. And even if you withhold the truth. I have other means. I already know where the blueprints for Pluton are hidden. Newt's words caused Nico Robin's expression to shift multiple times, leaving others unable to discern her thoughts. A prolonged silence ensued. Even Monet, who was initially uninvolved, sensed the tense atmosphere and noticed Newt's right hand already gripping the hilt of his sword. Nico Robin remained deep in contemplation with her head lowered. After what seemed like an eternity, she finally raised her gaze to meet Newt's, her eyes devoid of any emotion. Very well, I shall tell you, she said calmly. Throughout the exchange, she never once glanced at the hand resting upon the sword's hilt. Excellent. With a faint smile, Nocturne gently lifted Nico Robin's chin and leaned in closer, whispering, You've made the most prudent decision. Let us depart then, for there is no reason to linger in this place any longer. Without pressing Nico Robin for the exact location of Pluton immediately, Muya led the 2 women back to the ship, coinciding with the return of their crew transporting all the treasures. The next day, deep in the desert, far from the cities of the Alabasta kingdom, stood the only colossal stone mountain amidst the barren sands. Muya, Nico Robin, and Monet stood before it, while Gurii remained aboard the vessel. The location is inside this hollowed-out mountain, Nico Robin declared, pointing toward the massive stone structure. Is that so? Muya surveyed the mountain, not excessively tall, less than 2,000 meters, but sprawling in breadth. In an instant, he appeared at the base and delivered a devastating punch, shattering rocks and carving out a 100-meter-wide crater. Returning to his original position, he observed the destruction. Though the impact was vast, no hidden entrance was revealed. Doubt flickered in his mind. Moreover, his strike had not detected any hollowness within the mountain. Narrowing his eyes, he glanced at Nico Robin, lips curling into a smirk. If this is deception, then the greatest purpose she serves will be forfeit, and she will no longer be of use to me. Like a phantom, his figure blurred across the cliffs, his body encased in black as he rained relentless blows upon the stone. Boulders thundered down in cascades. Yet even as he demolished the mountain, his attention never wavered from Nico Robin in the distance. His observation Haki remained locked onto her presence. Simultaneously, he conserved the bulk of his strength, guarding against any unforeseen circumstances. The entire mountain trembled violently under his assault. Countless boulders plummeted, and dust from the shattered rock face obscured the base. The echoes of destruction reverberated across the desert. Boom. Boss, it seems there's a tremendous noise coming from afar. Somewhere else in the desert, shadowy figures murmured among themselves. Alabasta capital, over 10 kilometers away, uninhabited desert. Under the scorching sun, the air above the sands shimmered with heat distortion. A smooth, conical stone mountain rose from the barren expanse. Upon its cliffs, a figure darted through the air with inhuman speed, leaving after images in his wake. His entire body hardened with armament Haki, Muya traversed the cliffs with moonstep, delivering crushing blows at every point he landed. Boom. The mountain endured catastrophic devastation, its structure crumbling beneath the relentless onslaught. With restrained might, Muya dared not unleash his full strength, fearing the entire cliff might collapse. If the ancient weapon Pluto truly lay within, the falling cliffs could bury it, and the massive boulders might even shatter it. Thus, his strikes were precise, not too forceful. Each attack shattered only a few dozen meters of the cliff, leaving gaping holes as rubble cascaded down from all sides. Dust and shockwaves roared from the base of the mountain, transforming the once smooth cliff face into a pockmarked ruin. Monsters, they're monsters. And they expect us to be like them? How can we, when they're the freaks? From the distant desert, Monet and her companion watched the spectacle. Monet curled her lips in disdain. Being around such inhuman monsters is utterly demoralizing. Boom. The figures atop the cliff vanished. Wu Ye retreated 100 meters into the air. His cold gaze fixed on the ravaged mountain. A frown creased his brow. Did Nico Robin deceive me? Or was the information on the poneglyph false? The upper half of the cliff was now a shattered ruin, rubble piled dozens of meters high at its base. Yet, Wu Ye had still not broken through, as if the mountain were solid through and through. He glanced sideways at Nico Robin in the distance. I'll confirm only after reducing this entire mountain to dust. In an instant, he disappeared, reappearing in a flurry of afterimages across the cliff face. His relentless assault resumed. Thunderous impacts shaking the earth once more. Boom. An hour later, the cliff stood hundreds of meters shorter, its mass nearly halved. Had Wu Ye not held back, the entire mountain would have been obliterated. Then, crack. A different sound echoed, and Wu Ye's eyes gleamed with excitement. The impact resonated hollowly, as if striking a wall. Could Pluto truly be hidden within? He struck again, harder. Cracks spider-webbed outward, stretching dozens of meters before crash. The cliff face crumbled, but this time, the falling debris didn't slide down the mountainside, it plummeted into the mountain. Before Wu Ye's eyes, a yawning black chasm, large as a house, gaped open. Sunlight pierced the darkness, revealing the shadowy outline of something colossal within. Though he couldn't discern its full form, he was certain it was a ship. His heart surged with triumph. In a flash, he vanished from the shattered entrance, reappearing inside the pitch-black cavern. His observation Haki fully unleashed, he strode through the air, intercepting the falling rubble. With precise kicks, he sent the debris hurtling back out through the gaping hole. To Monet and the others watching from afar, Wu Ye had disappeared. Only the dark maw in the cliff remained, spewing forth stones like a furious beast. Could the legendary ancient weapon Pluto truly lie within? Monet's eyes sparkled with exhilaration. And beside her, Nico Robin's smile was laden with myriad emotions as she gazed upon the peak that was being ravaged from within, crumbling from the summit of the cliff. She felt a sense of bewilderment, a touch of hesitation, unsure whether revealing the precise location of Pluto to Wu Ye had been the right decision. Perhaps he won't let me down? With no turning back now, Nico Robin could only place her faith in the hope that Wu Ye would not disappoint her in the days to come. Amidst the cliffs, the destruction began from the summit without restraint. Grasping the blade, he swung it in a wide arc, unleashing a circular sword aura that radiated outward in all directions. Starting from within, it cleanly severed the entire mountaintop. Their lips parted slightly in awe as they watched the peak being sheared away, separating from the mountain itself. Their wide eyes filled with disbelief. The severed summit soared several meters into the air, leaving behind a stark void where it once stood. And then, with a thunderous crash, it plummeted back to the earth. Within Noctis' body, a rapid vibration pulsed with frenetic intensity, the manifestation of blood frenzy. Over the past 6 months, his mastery of this power had reached an effortless precision, allowing him to activate it in an instant. The surge of strength it granted far surpassed the augmentation he had experienced during his prison break. This was why Noctis harbored no fear of the admirals. Though his base strength only neared that of a vice-admiral, blood frenzy elevated him to a level where, for that fleeting moment, he could rival any admiral. Such was the source of his unshakable confidence. With a furious charge, he descended upon the mountain peak, planting his foot firmly upon its surface. He unleashed a calculated strike, not to shatter the colossal mass of stone, but to propel it skyward with precision. The sheer weight of the mountain, dwarfing multiple warships in size, hung suspended in the air for a heartbeat before hurtling through the sky, under the stunned gazes of Nico Robin and Monet. The massive peak traced a graceful arc before crashing into the distant desert with a deafening roar. The impact sent shockwaves rippling outward, kicking up towering waves of sand and stone that surged dozens of meters high. Even from kilometers away, the force of the blast buffeted the two women, their figures swaying in the violent winds. Standing at the edge of the now-hollowed mountain, Noctis peered into the abyss below. Sunlight poured into the cavernous void, illuminating the silhouette of a massive, obsidian vessel. Its metallic hull gleamed ominously, though its full nature remained elusive. Yet, from what he could discern, its sheer scale was staggering. All that remained was to dismantle the remaining cliffs. Then, the legendary Pluton would be his. With relentless determination, Noctis resumed his labor, striking the 10-meter-thick walls from within. Rubble cascaded outward as the mountain's height steadily diminished. Half an hour later, the cliffs had been reduced to mere hundreds of meters. Even from afar, Robin and Monet could now glimpse sections of the exposed ship. When half of the vessel lay bare, Noctis finally ceased his efforts. Emerging from the near-total ruin of the mountain, drenched in sweat, he rejoined the two women, Robin lounging beneath the shade of her conjured umbrella, Monet idly summoning snowflakes to temper the desert heat. Their leisure stood in stark contrast to his exertion. With a swift motion, Muya embraced Monet tightly, eliciting a startled scream from her as she was crushed, though of course, she merely dispersed into elemental form, for Muya had not employed his Haki. Snowflakes cascaded over Muya's entire body. Refreshing. The scorching heat dissipated instantly. What are you doing? Monet reformed from swirling snowflakes, glaring at him with evident displeasure. Cooling down. Muya replied, sitting heavily on the sandy ground, his breathing slightly labored. He then beckoned to Monet, who stood a few meters away, eyeing him warily. She approached cautiously. What do you want now? The moment she stepped before him, Mai's hand reached out towards her, sweeping across her chest. In its wake, a cluster of snowflakes materialized in his palm. Monet clutched her bosom protectively, shrieking, "You rogue!" The shattered fragments of her snowy decolletage swiftly reformed into delicate crystalline patterns. Thirsty, what's the issue? Mai nonchalantly placed the snow cluster into his mouth, letting it melt to quench his parched throat. Monet trembled with fury, her fair cheeks flushing crimson as she pointed a quivering finger at him. You utter scoundrel. Aren't you a Logia user? Can't you just conjure snow whenever you please? Why must you be so petty? Mai reclined lazily on the desert sands, now cooled by scattered snowflakes, his hands cradling the back of his head. Asking for permission? Too troublesome. I never bother consulting those weaker than myself. Monet huffed in resignation, glaring daggers at him from a distance, her vexed expression suggesting she might storm over at any moment to stomp on him in retaliation. Nico Robin, wiser in discretion, chose neutrality. She knew all too well that opposing Mai would only leave her humiliated and seething while he remained utterly unfazed. Nico Robin, hold that parasol over me. Mai commanded idly from his repose. Of course, she complied obediently, stepping closer to shield him from the sun. TCH, a grown man, snatching shade from a woman. How despicable. Monet sneered from afar, savoring this petty vengeance for his earlier transgression. With a faint lift of his eyelids, Ouya glanced at Monet as the ground began radiating warmth, now cooled by drifting snowflakes. Humph, how indulgent of you. Monet scoffed, yet rose nonetheless, unfurling wings woven from frost that sent flurries whispering through the air, scattering crystalline veils across a radius of dozens of meters. Nico Robin held an umbrella over Ouya while gazing toward the shattered remnants of a distant cliff. Amidst the fractured mountainside, the obsidian silhouette of a vessel emerged, half buried in ruin. Is this the ancient weapon Pluton? Ouya was also observing. From the exposed hull, the area was as large as 2 or 3 football fields, an absolute behemoth. In terms of volume, it might rank among the top 3 of the largest sea vessels, with the visible half of its structure towering 70 meters high. The full height undoubtedly exceeded 100 meters. Who knew how many thrilling pieces of equipment lay within? Ouya's heart surged with excitement. He hadn't expected to obtain the Pluton so effortlessly, though there was no time to meticulously assess every detail. He had already noticed numerous gun emplacements and cannons lining the ship's hull. Ouya, why not retrieve the Pluton and leave immediately? The longer we linger, the more precarious it becomes, Nico Robin questioned, puzzled. Was he exhausted? She studied him, though his breath had been uneven and sweat had formed. He hardly seemed drained of energy. No rush. I'm waiting for someone, Ouya murmured, a faint smile playing on his lips as he swiftly recovered his modestly depleted stamina. Someone? Earlier, while shattering the cliffside with his observation Haki fully extended, Ouya had suddenly detected several figures approaching within his perception. Surprised at first, he paused his destruction of the cliff upon identifying them, choosing instead to rest and await their arrival. A flicker of delight stirred within him. Truly, I must have exhausted all my misfortune during the prison break. Since escaping, fortune has favored me at every turn. Even Monet, who had been sulking at Ouya, now regarded him with curiosity. Nervously glancing around, she whispered, could they be from the royal family? If they catch us stealing what they guard, will they kill us? Alabasta? Ouya's lips curled into a faint sneer, not out of arrogance, but because Alabasta lacked true power. A couple of devil fruit users at best, and even then, only the most ordinary and useless Zoan types. Under the scorching sun, Ouya turned his gaze toward the distant horizon where the searing heat distorted the view of the endless desert. 3 silhouettes gradually emerged from the shimmering haze. They've arrived. Ouya murmured to himself as he rose leisurely. Though not yet at his peak condition, The slight depletion in his stamina was negligible, enough for what lay ahead. With a quiet warning to the two women, "Stay cautious," he vanished in an instant, reappearing before the approaching figures. As his form materialized before them, one of the strangers suddenly pointed at him, voice trembling with shock. "Why you? Aren't you one of Kaido the Beast's subordinates? What are you doing here?" Kaido the Beast? A faint trace of bewilderment flickered across Wu Ye's brow. He bore absolutely no connection to the Beast Kaido whatsoever. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him. His eyes darkened with a murderous glint. Could it be? Within Wu Ye's line of sight stood 3 figures arranged in a triangular formation. At the forefront was a man in his 30s, draped in a fur-lined coat, a cigar dangling from his lips. A horizontal scar marred his face, and in place of his left hand gleamed a golden hook. The corners of his lips curled upward, exuding an air of unyielding arrogance. Behind him, to the right, stood a burly man with a monk-like buzz cut. To the left was a figure clad in a swan costume, adorned in ballet attire, though unmistakably male. His mannerisms and speech dripped with effeminacy. A cross-dresser, perhaps? An eccentric trio indeed. The one who had pointed at Wu Ye and exclaimed his supposed allegiance to the Beast Kaido's faction was none other than the flamboyant swan-clad cross-dresser. Gazing upon these 3 individuals, was there even a need to ascertain their identities? In an instant, Wu Ye discerned the identities of the 3 individuals, renowned figures from the original tale, Crocodile, Mr. 1, and Mr. 2. However, Mr. 3 and his cohorts were conspicuously absent. Given that this transpired nearly a decade prior to the canonical events, it stood to reason that not all subordinates had been assembled. Perhaps Crocodile's other underlings had yet to arrive. Little did he anticipate the arrival of Crocodile and his cohorts. During his time in Alabasta's capital, his observation Haki failed to detect their presence, leading him to believe they had not yet infiltrated the kingdom's shadows. Yet here they were, emerging unexpectedly upon this very stage. As Wu Ye observed them, Crocodile was also scrutinizing Wu Ye. Meanwhile, the 2 women in the distance were hastily rushing toward this location. Nocturnal's gaze fixed on Mr. 2 as he inquired, "You claim I am one of Kaido the Beast's subordinates? Why would you say that? Have we met before? Huh? Aren't you Kaido's subordinate? We definitely met. A year ago." Mr. 2 replied in bewilderment. "Mr. 2, you've mistaken him for someone else," Crocodile interjected coolly. A cigar dangling from his lips, his expression unflinching despite the other man's notorious reputation. "This man before you is Nocturnal, the infamous escapee who shook the world half a year ago. A year ago, he was still imprisoned and impelled down." "Oh, I see now. Mr. 2 exclaimed in sudden realization. "Kaido's subordinate looks exactly like you, or rather, he can transform into your likeness. You must have encountered him before. He's a mimicry fruit user. Such an enviable ability." Nocturnal took a deep breath, steadying himself. The moment Mr. 2 mentioned Kaido, he had already guessed as much. A cold smirk curled at the corners of his lips. "So, Onamara the Ghost Fox is now part of the Beast Pirates? Good. Now that I know his whereabouts, vengeance will be simple. 8 years of unjust imprisonment, the forced escape, the inevitable conflict with the Marines, all of it had been Onamara's doing. Could he let it go? Could he refrain from retribution? Kaido the Beast? The name of one of the 4 emperors did nothing to quell the fury and bloodlust in Nocturnal's heart. No matter who stood in his way, Onamara's life was forfeit. This was the reckoning for 8 years of suffering. Now that he knew the trail, all that remained was to bide his time and grow stronger. But at this moment, his focus was on the figures before him. "Crocodile," Nocturnal said coldly. "What brings you to this country? Don't tell me you're here to capture me." Crocodile smirked arrogantly. "I have no interest in doing the Marines' dirty work. I simply didn't expect you of all people to be here, the man they're hunting across the seas. It seems something monumental has happened here. Those deafening explosions earlier, was that the cause?" He pointed toward the distant collapsed cliffs, where the half-exposed hull of a ship jutted from the shattered mountainside. His entire body trembled with barely restrained excitement. Overcome by fervor, he lunged forward, attempting to seize Nocturnal by the arms, but the latter sidestepped effortlessly. "Is that Crocodile?" demanded breathlessly. "The ancient weapon, Pluton? He knows about it too?" The 2 women who had just arrived exchanged startled glances. The existence of Pluton should have been a secret known only to the 3 of them. How did he find out? Nocturnal arched a brow. "And why would you ask that?" We asked curiously. Crocodile calmed his emotions, yet his gaze remained covetously fixed on the ship's hull protruding beyond the mountain peaks. He said, "I had heard rumors that the royal family of Alabasta possessed clues to the whereabouts of the ancient weapon Pluton, initially dismissing it as mere legend. I came to investigate." Never did I expect such a stroke of fortune to encounter such a colossal vessel nestled within these mountains, appearing on Alabasta's soil. The connection to the legends is undeniable. Only the ancient weapon Pluton can unravel all my doubts. Oh, is that so? Wu Yi chuckled, remarking on the serendipity of the situation. Indeed, that is the legendary ancient weapon Pluton. That fool Nocturne. Monet stood behind him, displeased that he had so bluntly revealed such crucial information. He used to be quite intelligent. How could he act so foolishly now? Crocodile's lips curled into a wide grin, his laughter booming as the cigar between his teeth fell to the ground. Fixing his gaze on Nocturne, he declared, "You leave, and the ancient weapon belongs to me." "What do you say?" Newt suppressed a smile, gazing at Crocodile with amusement. "What? Are you also interested in the ancient weapon Pluton?" Of course, with Pluton dominating the world and becoming the pirate king would be effortless, Crocodile declared boldly. Nocturnal's gaze was filled with utter disdain, as if looking upon a fool. "I never imagined you could be so naive." "What do you mean?" Crocodile's eyes gleamed with brutality, the golden hook on his left hand flashing coldly. "The ancient weapon Pluton, I believe it's formidable, likely surpassing all warships on the high seas. But to think you can dominate the world by relying solely on Pluton? Your ignorance is pitiable." Nocturnal sneered. "I'm the fool." Crocodile chuckled. "Boy, you're far too young. Surely you're aware of the legends surrounding Pluton, a single strike capable of annihilating an entire island, the most fearsome vessel in history. Do you understand?" "I don't." Nocturnal waved dismissively. "Legends are just that, legends. Who has ever witnessed it? You? Even if it could shatter an island, tell me, what top-tier powerhouse on the seas couldn't tea? Of course, that excludes you. To think you could rule the world by relying on a single ship, isn't that the height of naivety? Even if Pluton's power defies the heavens, without the strength to protect it, what then? Domination? The moment you obtain it, someone will seize it from you. Like the very ambition you're entertaining right now. Nightless was unaware of Pluto's capabilities, its strength, its speed. Yet he harbored no naive delusion that possessing Pluto would render him invincible. If Pluto truly wielded such overwhelming power, why had the world government, for all these years, relied solely on the incompetence of Eni's lobby to seize its blueprints from Water 7? Had the world government marshaled its full might? Could Tom and his ilk have protected them for so long? To Nightless, Pluto was akin to an aircraft carrier on Earth, formidable, yet far from invulnerable. Acquiring it would indeed augment his strength, ensuring his vessel reigned supreme upon the seas, the swiftest, the mightiest. But dominion over the world? He placed no faith in external artifacts. True supremacy lay within oneself. Chapter 94, Crocodiles Defeat My Thoughts? Crocodile smirked, offering no reply. In an instant, his form dissolved into swirling sand, surging toward Nightless. Reforming before him, his golden hook slashed forward, striking without hesitation, a mirror of Nightless' own temperament. Before Monet or Mr. One could react, the hook cleaved through Nightless' figure. Hiss! A blade's edge severed Crocodile from behind. The Nightless struck by the hook dissipated into afterimages, while the bisected Crocodile crumbled into grains, sinking into the desert. Simultaneously, sand erupted before Mr. One and his allies, coalescing into Crocodile's reassembled form. A single exchange, executed in the blink of an eye. Only then did the onlookers comprehend the clash, their shock yielding to wary vigilance. Whether Pluto is useful or not, it belongs to me. Crocodile extended his right hand, a miniature storm swirling above his palm. Nightless, bounty of 480 million. Your strength must be considerable. But here, in the desert, you are no match for me. Since you've struck, Nightless leveled his blade before him. Your fate is sealed. Before the words faded, he vanished. Crocodile's storm-laden palm struck empty air, the gale forcing the women back. Nightless materialized behind him, steel flashing clang. The hook intercepted the slash. Crocodile pivoted, his desiccating right hand lashing toward Nightless' torso, only to pierce another phantom. Nightless did not reappear beside him. Instead, he stood amidst Mr. One's group, his sword already arcing toward them. Beware! Crocodile bellowed a warning, transforming into a swirling sandstorm that surged toward Monet and the others. Realizing rescue was impossible, he seized the opportunity to capture the two women to coerce Mujutsu. A razor-sharp blade aura sliced through the roaring sandstorm. The scattered grains coalesced in the distance. Crocodile stared in astonishment at Mujutsu, who now stood shielding the women. How had he moved so swiftly? Clang. Elsewhere, the metallic clash of blades resounded once more. Under the moonless sky, before MR1 could react, the razor-sharp blade in Wu Ye's hand clashed against Mr. One's own arm blades, sending shockwaves through the air and forcing MR1 into relentless retreat. With a swift motion, Wuye's foot connected with Mr. One's abdomen. Like a leaf torn by a tempest, MR1 was sent flying backward. Yet Wuye vanished once more, materializing precisely in Mr. One's flight path. The gleaming blade traced an arc across Mr. One's chest. Met only by desperate attempts to reinforce with steel, yet ordinary metal proved futile against Wuye's divine sword. A crimson arc painted the air as MR1 was hurled like a loosed arrow across the desert sands, tumbling violently, his chest weeping scarlet onto the golden dunes. A sharp whistling sound pierced through the night from behind. Mr. 2's pointed shoe tip came slicing toward Muyi. Armament Haki hardened instantly. Mr. 2 cried out in pain. He had truly kicked solid steel. Turning around, Muyi aimed a single palm at the writhing Mr. 2. Rokugan. A blast of concussive force erupted, striking Mr. 2 with a thunderous impact. Blood sprayed violently as he was sent flying 100 meters away, crashing heavily onto the ground. Why? Crocodile narrowed his eyes, a flicker of shock passing through them. His 2 subordinates had been annihilated in an instant. But what stunned him more was the sight of 2 Muyes standing before him. The Muyi who had obliterated Mr. 1 and Mr. 2 landed gracefully. Meanwhile, another Muyi remained positioned protectively in front of the 2 women. They flanked Crocodile from both sides. Your fate has 2 outcomes. Muyi resumed his earlier unfinished statement. But before he could complete it, Crocodile staggered forward, a deep gash splitting open his back. Behind him stood yet another Muyi, blade in hand, its edge dripping crimson. Careless. Crocodile gritted his teeth against the searing pain, realizing his grave oversight. If 2 could appear, then a third was only logical. He had neglected to guard his rear. Death or submission. The words were delivered in 3 fragmented phrases. As the final syllable faded, all 3 Muyi swung their swords simultaneously, slashing toward Crocodile at the center. 3 arcs of razor-sharp energy converged, sealing every possible escape. The ground split beneath the force, leaving 3 precise gashes in the sand. Boom. The sword beams collided, erupting into a storm of slicing winds that carved countless scars across the desert. Oh, I forgot, you're a Logia, and I can't yet infuse long-range attacks with Haki. Muyi smirked as the scattered grains of sand reformed into Crocodile some distance away. Only 1 Muyi remained now. To imbue sword slashes or similar techniques with Haki, one must reach the 3rd stage of Haki mastery, form without substance. Muyi, however, was still at the peak of the 2nd stage, a single step away from that threshold. Blood continued to drip from Crocodile's wounded back. Gazing at Muyi, he pressed his right hand against the trembling earth. The sand beneath Wuye's feet began to whirl rapidly, forming a swirling vortex that threatened to devour him whole. The churning sands sank swiftly into the earth, expanding their reach to dozens of meters in mere moments, yet still they continued their relentless spread. Already, Wuye found himself knee-deep in the merciless quicksand. With a sudden surge of energy, he unleashed a shockwave that sent the surrounding sand flying, freeing his legs, but the grains only gathered anew, relentless in their pursuit. In an instant, he propelled himself skyward with a single, decisive moonstep. Yet no sooner had he taken flight than 4 razor-sharp sand blades came howling toward him. They sliced through empty air where he had stood, but Wuye was no longer there. Nightless had vanished. Crocodile swiftly transformed into sand, scanning his surroundings. Desert spottas erupted in all directions, slicing through the air and the earth to prevent any ambush. Suddenly, an overwhelming presence loomed above. Crocodile looked up to see Nightless diving toward him, a pitch-black palm striking down. Rokugan. The impact shattered Crocodile into a storm of golden sand, while a stream of it fled into the distance. Landing firmly, Nightless reached into the flowing sand with his darkened hand. Haki-infused fingers seeking the true body of the Logia user. Within the shifting grains, a leg materialized, snatched in Nightless' grasp. With a brutal yank, Crocodile was hurled into the ground. Careful now. Move again, and you die. In that same breath, Nightless unsheathed his blade, its edge hardened by Busashoka Haki, pressing lethally against Crocodile's throat. A fraction deeper, and the warlord would perish. Is it over? Monet and Nico Robin watched tensely from afar, hearts clenched for Nightless. Their foe was no ordinary adversary, a veteran of the seas, a master of his element. I lost? Crocodile lay motionless, disbelief and bitterness darkening his gaze. To a brat like you? Death or submission, Nightless stated coldly. The blade already drawing blood. Crocodile smirked defiantly. Kill me if you wish. It matters little. Oh? Nightless tilted his head. And what of your ambitions? Your dream to dominate the world? To claim the title of Pirate King? Your unfinished grudge with Whitebeard, will you abandon it all so easily? A man of Crocodile's caliber was too valuable to discard. His strength alone made him worth recruiting. Defeat strips one of the right to dream. Do it, Crocodile growled. Though a flicker of reluctance betrayed him. Certain? No regrets? Nightless gaze bore into him. You know our kind. We don't spare those we ve bested. Is this truly the end you choose? Crocodile's expression twisted. Clever. Dragging it out to erode my resolve. Fine. I don't wish to die. But defeat is defeat. And mark my words, I am nothing like you. True, Nightless conceded. I've no interest in becoming Pirate King. Crocodile blinked, stunned. In this era. That dream was universal among pirates, especially for someone as formidable and young as Nightless. Why? What does it mean to become the Pirate King? What does it truly signify? Wuya retorted. The pinnacle of piracy, revered by all? Boundless riches? Crocodile replied matter-of-factly. Is that so? Wuya chuckled softly. But the Pirate King is dead, slain by the Navy. No matter the reason, death is death. To become the Pirate King is to meet an inevitable end. One cannot remain at the summit forever. Either the Navy will strike you down, or the next generation will use you as a stepping stone. Dreams? I have none. Only objectives. Wuya gazed at the sky. My goal is simple, to ensure no one can ever threaten my safety, no matter the circumstance. In his past life, Wuya had endured enough of the relentless pursuit, and now, history seemed to be repeating itself. The current Navy was almost identical to the assassin organization from his previous existence. What did it matter to become one of the four emperors? In the end, they merely served as stepping stones for newcomers and targets for the Navy's annihilation. At their peak, none dared provoke them, but once that peak passed, heroes met their inevitable downfall. This was not the fate Wuya desired. What he sought was a reality where no individual or organization could ever threaten him again. Thus, his ambition was clear. Is this your dream? Crocodile regarded Wuya intently. His gaze piercing. The simplest dream, yet the most difficult to achieve. Which is why I need your help, and the aid of all who can assist me. Join me. Our aspirations do not conflict. By then, we shall dominate the world together. Align with me, and the Pluton shall be yours to share. Even Whitebeard, I will stand by your side to settle your grievances. Tell me, what is your answer? Crocodile smiled, a radiant and knowing grin. I must admit, you've managed to sway me somewhat, he murmured, his eyes never leaving Wuya. Wuya gazed at him, sighing inwardly. Indeed. A formidable figure like Crocodile was not so easily subdued. Mere words could never bend such a man to submission. And now, Wuya had no time to lavish on the lengthy process of winning someone over. With another sigh, he knew. The words that would follow from Crocodile's lips would be refusal. To prevent any unforeseen complications and to avoid gaining another enemy in the future, regardless of who it might be, Wuya would show no mercy. But I have my own pride. Crocodile said, his voice steady. Joining your pirate crew? You're still just a junior. That, I cannot do. Is that so? Wuya smiled faintly. Since this is a choice, then any outcome is possible. You've disappointed me, so I shall leave you in despair. His blade flashed toward Crocodile's throat. Yet the latter did not even glance at Wuya. Instead, his eyes remained fixed on the cloudless sky above. Strange. In you. I seem to catch a glimpse of Whitebeard's shadow, Crocodile mused. That innate bearing of a king. Death? Huh. I am Crocodile. Do you think I fear it? But I do wonder, just how far you will go. Slowly, Crocodile raised his hand, fearless of any resistance. Noctis was utterly confident in his ability to defeat Crocodile at this moment. He estimated that Crocodile's current strength was merely at the level of an intermediate vice admiral. Whereas in the original narrative, he had once reached the pinnacle of vice admiral status. Extending 3 fingers, Crocodile fixed his gaze upon Noctis and declared, 3 years. I shall follow you for 3 years, not as your subordinate, but as your equal. If, within these 3 years, you survive the relentless pursuit of the Marines and ascend to the apex of this world, I shall pledge my allegiance. However, his eyes gleamed with a cruel glint. Since you insist on my company, do not regret it. The moment my strength surpasses yours, you shall be the first to fall by my hand. Is that so? Their eyes locked in a silent standoff, neither uttering another word. Very well. With a swift motion, Noctis sheathed his blade. If you dare wager, then I shall accept. If I dare claim you, then I fear no threat of being surpassed. Is that so? Crocodile slowly rose to his feet. Then let us hope you never grant me the opportunity to strike you down again. Your subordinates are not yet dead, Noctis remarked. His gaze sweeping over the distant figures of Mr. 1 and Mr. 2 lying motionless in the desert. He had spared them deliberately. His intent had always been to subdue Crocodile. Had the latter refused, their fate would have been sealed. Is that so? Such worthless underlings are hardly worth keeping. Crocodile sneered coldly. yet his footsteps carried him toward the fallen Mr. One. Chapter 96. The structure of Pluton. Wuya approached the two women with an indifferent demeanor and coldly stated, "Remember, I have no use for the incompetent. Should your abilities ever prove disappointing, then I'm afraid you won't even get the chance to feel disappointment." Amidst the shattered rocks and the collapsed mountain peaks outside, MR1 and MR2 were escorted back by the envoys dispatched by Gehe. Nightless and Crocodile stood there, gazing at the ancient weapon Pluton, half buried in the earth. "It seems not an easy task to send Pluton into the sea," Crocodile mused, sizing up the colossal structure before glancing into the distance. He recalled that the nearest coastline was at least 7 or 8 kilometers away. Transporting such a massive entity across such a distance would undoubtedly be a monumental undertaking. "First, we must free Pluton from the mountain," Nightless declared, soaring toward the weapon. "Need my assistance?" Crocodile stepped forward. "Turn all the rubble ahead into sinking sand," Nightless commanded, continuing to dismantle the cliffs that imprisoned Pluton. The entire mountain collapsed, sending an incalculable number of boulders tumbling down. They piled up around the base, forming a massive barrier nearly 100 meters high, let alone its thickness. Such an obstruction made extracting Pluton a daunting challenge. But with Crocodile present, the task became far simpler. Boom. Once more. Noctis unleashed his frenzied destruction upon the cliff walls surrounding Pluto, resembling towering ramparts. Crocodile too arrived at the edge of the shattered debris, pressing his right hand against the earth to manipulate the subterranean water veins, thereby controlling the dunes to form quicksand capable of devouring all in its path. Beneath the heaped rubble, the desert transformed into a swirling vortex of sand, voraciously consuming the scattered fragments. Both men exerted their strength simultaneously, though their objectives diverged. An hour later, the ancient weapon Pluto stood fully revealed beneath the heavens. Before it, the makeshift bulwark of piled debris had entirely sunk into the desert, unveiling a passage hundreds of meters wide, a path now cleared for Pluto's emergence. And there, upon the prow of Pluto, they stood. Nocturne City could not help but reveal an expression of astonishment. It was simply too colossal, far surpassing even the aircraft carriers of the previous world. It was nothing short of a mobile fortress of war. Noctis led Crocodile across the steel-forged deck of the ancient weapon Pluton, meticulously surveying their surroundings. Over 2 hours passed before they had thoroughly assessed each section. The general structure of this legendary vessel gradually took shape in Noctis' mind. Its length undoubtedly exceeded 500 meters, with a width surpassing 100 meters. The deck towered 100 meters above the keel, while 12 additional layers rose dozens of meters above it. In total, Pluton boasted over 130 gun barrels. The bow housed 40 turrets, the stern 30. And the starboard side featured 60 movable cannons capable of providing support in all directions. Each barrel's length and muzzle diameter far surpassed those of ordinary naval warships, ensuring projectiles of devastating power. Concealed beneath the hull lay dozens of torpedo launch tubes. Beneath the deck stretched dozens of levels, most serving as storage for fuel and ammunition, while over a dozen accommodated living quarters. Each floor contained hundreds of spacious rooms, complete with private bathrooms, though the furnishings had long since decayed. An entire level was dedicated to kitchens and dining halls, alongside recreational facilities such as swimming pools and training chambers. The 12-tiered superstructure above the deck began with a sprawling first level spanning 1,000 square meters, tapering to the uppermost floor at 300 square meters. Elevators seamlessly connected each tier. "Magnificent," Crocodile murmured, his expression alight with fervor. Indeed, the only flaw lay in the extensive corrosion of components, necessitating replacement. Noctis could only speculate how many centuries Pluton had lain hidden within the mountains. Such decay was inevitable. Yet the armories still held vast stockpiles of ammunition. To Noctis, many of these projectiles resembled missiles from his past life on Earth, utterly unlike the crude, low-yield cannonballs used by pirates upon the seas. In his eyes, the ancient weapon Pluton embodied the combined might of an aircraft carrier fleet from his former world. He harbored no illusions, while its power rivaled that of an admiral. The notion that Pluton alone could dominate the world was nothing but baseless legend. Within the control room, Wuya and the others stared at the control room with twitching lips, gazing upon the hundreds of buttons. Who on earth could operate this? Crocodile felt his head beginning to spin. Stop thinking about it. Even if we could operate it, there's no fuel inside. Let's tow it away. Once some time passes, everything will be resolved. Wuya already knew it was impossible to simply obtain Pluton and operate it immediately. Moreover, they couldn't operate it anyway. It's like giving an ordinary person an airplane. They wouldn't know how to fly it, let alone something far more complex than flying an airplane. The ancient weapon Pluton. Oh? Could there possibly be someone in this world capable of repairing Pluton? Someone who understands everything about Pluton? Crocodile inquired curiously. Wu Ye smiled faintly without responding. He couldn't be certain either, but he knew that in Water City lay the blueprints of Pluton with those designs. Wouldn't comprehending the ancient weapon from its very essence become considerably simpler? Possessing the schematics and enlisting the aid of Tom the Fishman from Water City for restoration shouldn't prove overly difficult. After all, Tom was a fishman. And given Wu Ye's connections in Fishman Island along with Gehei's presence, his cooperation seemed likely. The sole concern now was how to transport this colossal entity into the sea and subsequently tow it away. Wu Ye furrowed his brow in contemplation. 8 miles was a considerable distance, yet traversable swiftly at his speed. However, with the ancient weapon Pluton involved, those 8 miles transformed into an insurmountable chasm. This was Pluton. Forged entirely of steel, its weight in tons defied estimation. Under the moonless night, he stretched his limbs with deliberate grace. Simultaneously, he retrieved the din mushy from his bosom, establishing a connection with the pirate ship's navigator, Gehei, upon the undulating sea. Gehei, he commanded with measured authority. Dispatch an immediate missive to Fishman Island. Request no fewer than 12 sea kings, each exceeding 100 meters in length, along with the sturdiest and most pliable ropes spanning tens of thousands of meters. Additionally, arrange for substantial provisions of food and fresh water. Relay these orders without delay. Hauling such a colossal entity through the ocean's depths would necessitate the might of the Sea Kings, fortunately. The formidable denizens of Fishman Island possessed the rare ability to command these leviathans. Crocodile regarded him with incredulous horror as he limbered up, poised for the monumental task ahead. Surely you don't intend to lift this vessel into the sea? The 2 women beside him cast their gazes downward at the gargantuan structure beneath their feet, a veritable mountain of steel. The notion of hoisting such a mass seemed preposterous. Even for an admiral. Lift it? He shook his head at their stunned expressions. To carry such a behemoth 8 kilometers would be beyond even Garp's capabilities, let alone mine. Demolishing a mountain was one matter, lifting it was entirely another. Though he could shatter a peak with his full might, raising one remained uncertain. Turning to Crocodile, he issued his next directive. Alter the desert's terrain immediately, forge a descending slope from this location to the shoreline. His plan was clear. He would propel the ancient weapon, Pluton, toward the coast. A flicker of understanding crossed Crocodile's features. Shall we seize control of this nation and mobilize tens of thousands to haul it? Unnecessary. He replied with a confident smirk. One shall suffice. Crocodile's expression froze in disbelief. Transforming into a swirling current of sand, he surged toward the desert below, muttering curses under his breath. Monster. The encounter served as a stark reminder. He must hasten his own ascent in power. How else could he ever hope to surpass such a creature? Under the moonless night, he conserved his energy. After indulging in a lavish feast, he consumed the vast quantities of provisions delivered to him. Once all preparations were complete, he arrived at the stern of the ancient weapon, Pluton, standing upon the sandy terrain. The desert before Pluton had already been leveled and sloped to a certain degree, as Crocodile toiled tirelessly along the way to alter the landscape. The colossal behemoth, towering over 100 meters in height, loomed before him. Standing at its stern, Noctis appeared as minuscule as an ant perched upon a man's heel. With a thunderous roar, his lithe frame beneath his garments rapidly swelled with terrifying musculature, the sheer force of his bulging muscles even bursting through the fabric of his clothes. Placing both hands upon the stern of the ship, he bellowed, "Move." With a furious exertion, he channeled every ounce of his strength into pushing forward. Veins bulged across his forehead, his entire body's tendons and blood vessels writhing like coiling dragons. Steam rose in great billows from his form as the massive structure began to tremble violently. The 2 women atop the vessel hastily descended, their eyes wide with disbelief as they witnessed Noctis's Herculean effort. Arg! His face contorted with strain. The steam above his head seemed to coalesce into the form of a roaring tiger. The ancient weapon, Pluton, shook even more violently, inching forward with agonizing slowness. Move. His muscles and blood vibrated at a low frequency, amplifying his strength several-fold. The behemoth, which had perhaps remained stationary for centuries, finally began to shift. Though its progress was sluggish, the 2 women could distinctly perceive its movement. Pluton was advancing. From now on, we'd better behave, Monet murmured timidly. If we anger Noctis, one push from him could send us flying into the sky. Beside her, Nico Robin nodded unconsciously in agreement. Most endeavors are most arduous at their inception. Once motion was achieved, the required force diminished significantly. Noctis ceased his frenzied exertion, content to steadily propel the gargantuan vessel forward at a pace of 100 meters per minute, pausing to rest every 5 minutes. By the time Crocodile returned after reshaping the desert terrain ahead, his eyes widened in sheer disbelief at the sight of Pluton now positioned beyond the shattered mountain peaks. Staring dumbfounded, he could only utter a single word: monster. Beneath the scorching sun, the obsidian colossus advanced at a glacial pace across the golden expanse of the desert. As time flowed inexorably onward, night rested intermittently, then pressed on with relentless effort. Beads of perspiration drenched his garments entirely, while tendrils of steam coalesced into a misty halo above his head. Yet whenever his physical reserves dipped below 50%, he would halt abruptly to recuperate, never daring to exhaust himself completely. He placed no absolute trust in Crocodile, nor even in the two women accompanying them. Throughout the ordeal, Night feigned exhaustion repeatedly. However, Crocodile and the others exhibited no suspicious behavior, easing his vigilance somewhat. Nevertheless, caution remained his constant companion. Complete trust in another was a luxury Night could ill afford. Indeed, it was a principle he had long abandoned. Wariness was the indispensable armor that ensured survival. By the time half the task was completed, the sun had begun its descent. Suddenly, the distant thunder of countless hooves reverberated across the land. At the horizon, thousands of soldiers surged toward them. The forces of Alabasta? Night murmured, casting a glance at Crocodile nearby. This is your affair. Not a single soldier breached the 100-meter perimeter around Pluton. By the time Night advanced another 200 meters, the desert was littered with desiccated corpses, swiftly swallowed by the shifting sands until no trace remained. Under the cloak of night, boom. Along the desolate coastline, a colossal silhouette erupted from the dunes, sending towering waves crashing into the sea as it finally broke free from the desert's grasp and plunged into the ocean. Gasping for breath aboard the pirate vessel, Night gazed at Pluton resting upon the waters, a triumphant smile curling his lips. Yet the crew regarded him with expressions torn between awe and unease. Even Crocodile's countenance bore a trace of something unreadable. None could remain indifferent in the face of a man who had single-handedly propelled a mountain-like behemoth across the sands. At dawn the following day, the distant horizon yielded 15 gargantuan sea kings, their massive forms halting before the pirate ship. Even fishman abilities can only compel sea kings to perform rudimentary tasks. Crocodile mused skeptically. Would such creatures truly consent to the grueling labor of towing this monstrosity? Under the moonless sky, he dashed to the first sea king on the right. Locking eyes with it, the Conqueror's Haki roared forth. Conqueror's Haki? Crocodile nearly stumbled on the deck in shock. Gripping the ship's railing, he stared in disbelief. You've already awakened the Conqueror's Haki? The mark of a king? But you're far too young. With the power of his Haki, he tamed each sea king one by one. Meanwhile, the Fishman organization, Kuro, secured thick ropes reinforced with iron wires, connecting Pluton to every sea king. Forward. In the water, little force was needed to propel the vessel. A dozen sea kings pulled Pluton forward, the pirate fleet following closely behind. Kuro, set course for Water 7, he commanded. As the ship sailed onward, he approached Crocodile. Behind him, Mr. One and his companion watched warily. Crocodile, your strength is lacking, he remarked, his first words causing the sand around Crocodile to tremble violently. Mr. One's arms instantly transformed into blades. Monet slapped a hand over her face, inwardly amused. He was about to dismantle someone's confidence again. Crocodile studied him, certain there was purpose behind those words, yet uncertain of the intent. The swirling sand settled back into his body as he replied, True, I may not match you now, but I will surpass you in time. I speak of your offensive power. The sand fruit is a formidable ability, yet you fail to harness the full potential of sand's inherent strength. Crocodile frowned. And so? Allow me to offer some suggestions. He recalled the sand techniques of Gaara from the world of Naruto, methods that could be adapted for Crocodile's use. Fine. Crocodile agreed readily, though inwardly skeptical. Could ideas conceived in moments truly surpass years of his own contemplation? Yet as he began to speak, Crocodile's expression shifted, astonishment growing with every word. Envelop your foes in sand. Crush them under its weight. Sand is malleable. Shape it into weapons. Strike from any angle. Most importantly, maintain a flowing shield around yourself, denying all attacks to your true form. Don't scoff, your fruit has a critical flaw. Moisture nullifies your sand form, does it not? Crocodile's face froze. Slowly, he nodded. Nocturne continued, you could also conjure vast waves of sand, even sculpting dragons and beasts from the grains to assail your foes. That's it? Crocodile's gaze turned vacant. Is that not enough? Snapping back to reality, Crocodile shook his head wordlessly, regarding Nocturne with an inscrutable expression, a mixture of awe he struggled to suppress. Monet and Nico Robin observed the scene with quiet amusement, recognizing that same stunned look they'd worn when Nocturne had effortlessly unlocked the latent potential of their devil fruit abilities. Go train, Nocturne dismissed with a wave before turning to his own cultivation. Boss. Boss. Mr. One murmured hesitantly to the motionless crocodile. Are we truly to follow him? In my eyes. You've never bowed to another. Crocodile glanced back impassively. You may leave if you choose. Striding forward, his mind churned with Nocturne's revelations, each technique a spark igniting his ambition. Mastery of these would elevate his power exponentially. His peripheral gaze lingered on the training figure, to share such knowledge so freely. Is this confidence? Dozens of kilometers beyond Water 7, where no shipping lanes ventured, a colossal obsidian relic lay anchored in solitude. Two figures boarded swiftly. Lord Nocturne, may I present Shipwright Tom, Gamu announced, gesturing to the hulking merman with bull-like horns, the legendary craftsman who'd built Gold, Roger's vessel. Now regarded as the world's foremost shipwright, my gratitude for your personal attention to my ship's restoration. Nocturne inclined his head courteously. The honor is mine. You are Fishman Island's esteemed guest, Tom replied, though his eyes kept straying to the ancient weapon Pluton beneath them. After thorough inspection, we shall discuss the repairs in detail. Agreed. Fast waves of sand conjure sculpting form inscrutable expression weird look devil fruit Pluton. Muyi led him carefully through every corner of the underworld, finally stopping at the lowest level of the ship. The damage was extensive, with many parts needing replacement, but none posed too great a challenge, except for this, the dragonwood. The massive timber connecting the entire vessel from bow to stern. Tom patted the colossal tree trunk spanning the ship's length, several meters in diameter, but now decayed. Muyi, tell me honestly, this isn't the legendary underworld, is it? Tom asked gravely. Indeed, Muyi replied. Given that the other party possesses the underworld's blueprints, they would recognize it without fail. Though I've never seen it before, the structure alone is unmistakable. Tom frowned deeply, lost in thought for a long moment before finally speaking. Out of respect for Gohei, I'll assist you this time. Most of the parts can be easily sourced. But this dragonwood, I suspect only the Yggdrasil mother tree in the entire world could serve as a substitute. The Yggdrasil mother tree? Where is it? Muyi inquired. He was familiar with the Adam tree, the very material used to craft the Thousand Sunny in the original tale. When Tom revealed the location, Muyi realized with a strange twist of fate that it was one of the 6 towering ancient trees he had previously investigated. An odd thought crossed his mind. Could the devil fruit, whose power remains unknown, mentioned by the prisoner in the 6th level, be hidden within the Yggdrasil mother tree? Master Tom, might you also assist in crafting the ammunition? Muyi asked. Though the storage held an abundance of munitions, they had all rotted beyond use. A warship without ammunition was nothing but scrap. I specialize in shipbuilding. Those munitions are beyond my expertise. There are no ordinary ammunition. You would need to seek out the scientist Vegapunk. He is the authority in that field. Tom apologized. Vegapunk? The foremost scientist under the Navy's employ? The one who transformed one of the original 7 warlords, Bartholomew Kuma, into the pacifista? Troublesome affairs indeed, Muyi sighed, rubbing his temples. He hadn't anticipated that acquiring the underworld would entail such a labyrinth of complications. Master Tom, would you accompany us when we depart? Once the repairs are complete, you may return. We would certainly not leave Pluto and Water City. It was far too perilous and unreliable. I will not depart from Water City this time, Tom declared resolutely before striding toward the elevator. Notify me once all the components have been procured and the mother tree of Adam is secured. Whether it happens or not sometimes, such matters are beyond one's control. Observing Tom's retreating figure, Wu Yi allowed a faint, knowing smile to grace his lips. The horned fishman had departed. Despite Gaia's attempts to persuade him, he remained steadfast in his decision to return to Water City. At the bow of the ship, Wu Yi and his companions gazed toward the distant horizon, where Tom's vessel had vanished. Robin, any updates? Wu Yi inquired, turning to the woman beside him. There has been no transmission via the Den Den Mushi revealing the presence of the ancient weapon, Pluto, Robin replied. She had manifested an ear on Tom's back to eavesdrop on his conversations. But the distance is growing, and I can no longer sustain the connection. Nodding slightly, Noctis then turned his gaze towards Crocodile and uttered, accompany me for a while, shall we? The latter responded with a silent nod of acquiescence. Newt lifted the screaming Nico Robin into his arms and soared into the distance using moonwalk, while Crocodile's lower body dissolved into sand as he pursued them relentlessly. Ignoring Monet's frantic shouts from the ship, he instructed Gay with solemnity, Protect the Pluton at all costs. Notify me immediately should any situation arise. Soon. Nightless and Crocodile vanished beyond the horizon's edge. As they soared through the skies, Crocodile cast a contemplative glance at Nightless and inquired, "What's the plan? We can't linger here indefinitely. Though we're off the main shipping routes and dozens of miles from Water 7, the Pluton is far too conspicuous. It will inevitably be discovered. The Marine Admirals are relentlessly pursuing you. We depart by dawn tomorrow at the latest," Nightless declared. "Oh?" Crocodile regarded him with surprise. It seems that Fishman Tom is unwilling to leave, and coercion appears unwise. Is there truly another capable of restoring the Pluton? Wu Ye smiled faintly without responding. Meanwhile, Nico Robin's face turned ashen as she clung desperately to Wu Ye, disregarding propriety between genders and wrapping her arms tightly around his waist. After all, the vast ocean lay beneath them. Covertly trailing behind, Nico Robin had been utilizing her abilities to eavesdrop on the situation in Tom's room. Should he reveal the secrets of Pluton? Wu Ye was prepared to resort to extraordinary measures, even at the cost of straining relations with Fishman Island, to forcibly extract him. Within an hour, Tom's vessel made its way into the waters of Water 7. Nightless and Crocodile landed on a secluded street, setting down Nico Robin. "Crocodile, investigate the situation in Water 7. Nightless commanded. "Specifically, determine whether the personnel from Eni's lobby have already arrived. Truthfully, bringing him along served little purpose." But Nightless could hardly allow Crocodile to remain unsupervised on Pluton. Without restraint, lacking armament Haki, Gecko would struggle to defeat him. Understood. Crocodile vanished into the crowd. While Nightless led Nico Robin toward Tom's shipbuilding company, his observation Haki subtly tracking the departing warlord. Under the cover of night, Nightless and Nico Robin sat atop the roof of Tom's company. From the distance, a figure swiftly approached, grains of sand coalescing beside Nightless. "Crocodile. The leader of CP9 is indeed in Water 7, he reported, along with 3 other CP9 agents. Beside them, Nico Robin stiffened at the mention of Eni's lobby and CP9. Her delicate frame trembling, eyes burning with hatred. "Is that so?" Nightless smirked coldly. "Stand guard here. If Tom reveals any information about Pluton, take him by force." With that order, Nightless disappeared. Elsewhere in Water 7, within the courtyard of Eni's lobby's outpost, in the highest chamber of the building, Spandam, the chief of Eni's lobby, furiously shattered a glass, cursing under his breath. "That damn fishman dares refuse cooperation. If I confirm the Pluton blueprints are truly in his hands, I'll make every last one of his shipwrights pay for his arrogance." After his outburst, frustration set in. Tom's company represented the heart of Water 7. Direct force was not an option. "Having trouble?" A frigid voice suddenly spoke from the window. "Who?" Spandam jolted in terror, whirling toward the silhouette perched on the windowsill. Moonless tonight, he couldn't discern the figure's features. Gulping, he steadied himself. "Who are you? Who permitted your intrusion?" "My identity is irrelevant," came the mechanical, genderless reply. "What matters is that I can resolve your dilemma. You're struggling to complete your mission, yes? If brute force fails, why not frame them? Then act under just cause. Surely that's within your capabilities?" Spandam's eyes gleamed with wicked delight. His scheming mind instantly grasped the idea. He turned eagerly to thank the shadow, only to find the window empty, as though it had all been a dream. "How did they know my mission?" Spandam muttered. Bewildered but unafraid, who would dare oppose the world government? Now wide awake, he burst from his room, bellowing into the night, "Guards!" The following day, chaos engulfed Tom's shipbuilding company as a swarm of black-clad world government agents encircled the premises. Spandam swaggered in with 3 CP9 members in tow, exuding arrogance. Behind the fishman Tom stood a multitude of shipyard workers, their eyes burning with silent fury at Spandam's approach, among them, Tom's 2 apprentices, Icebug and Frankie. "Mr. Spandam, to what do we owe this intrusion?" Tom's voice was cold as he spoke. "I've told you before, I don't possess what you seek." Spandam smirked, wagging a finger with smug superiority. "Oh, I'm not here to negotiate. Today, I've come to arrest Frankie from your shipyard." "Me?" Frankie, not yet a cyborg, pointed at himself in bewilderment. His temper flared as he demanded, "Why arrest me? What law have I broken?" "Last night, someone dared to fire upon the judicial branch on Eni's lobby, injuring several. A grave crime," Spandam declared, snapping his fingers. "Seize him and take him back for trial." Government agents surged forward. "That's a damn lie. I was here all night. When did I attack anyone?" Frankie roared. Tom glanced back at his student. He knew Frankie's impulsive nature made such an act plausible, but something felt amiss. "Surely there's been a misunderstanding," Tom interjected. Investigate properly before investigate? Your student's ship was identified. Witnesses and evidence don't lie. Spandam sneered, leaning in close to whisper, hand over what I want, and maybe I'll let this slide. Otherwise, your apprentice rots in prison. And not just him, your family, your workers, until you comply. Tom trembled with rage, recognizing the blatant frame-up, yet powerless to refute it. As agents closed in on Frankie, he bellowed, hold it right there. Click. Every government soldier raised their rifles, barrels trained on Tom and his men, fingers on triggers. Dare to defy the world government? Spandam taunted. Tom's fist clenched, then unclenched. Outnumbered by hundreds, resistance was futile, not just now, but in the days to come. We'll fight you to the death. With a furious roar from Frankie, dozens of workers from the shipbuilding company also bellowed in unison, drawing their firearms to confront the world government officials. This is outright defiance against Eni's lobby, a crime punishable by execution for all of you. Spandam sneered with exaggerated theatrics, his mocking gaze fixed on Tom. If you don't hand it over now, every last one of your men behind you will be gunned down for obstructing justice and assaulting government officials. What say you? Master, let's fight them. They're pushing us too far. Frankie roared, hefting a massive cannon onto his shoulder. Tom's eyes darted between his apprentices and the world government agents. Though the shipbuilders were no weaklings, their opponents were government enforcers, and worse, he knew the three men in black suits behind Spandam were CP9 agents. Resistance meant certain death. A storm of emotions flickered in his eyes before he finally exhaled in resignation. Lower your weapons, he commanded Frankie and the others. Spandam's triumphant grin widened. It was me who attacked you last night. Frankie and the others had nothing to do with it. If you must arrest someone, take me, Tom declared, shouldering all blame. Master, no. They framed you. You can't do this. Frankie cried desperately, echoed by the furious shouts of the other workers. Spandam's smirk faltered as he stared at Tom's unflinching resolve. Damn old fool. He's not afraid to die. Bang. A gunshot rang out, startling everyone. Despite the standoff, neither side had dared fire the first shot without orders, until now. The deafening report left no room for doubt. A world government agent collapsed, a bullet lodged in his forehead. Among the shipbuilders, one worker stood frozen in horror, staring at the smoking barrel in his trembling hands. It wasn't me. I didn't pull the trigger. Spandam, initially stunned, soon curled his lips into a sinister grin. Well, openly murdering a government official? Men, arrest them all. Anyone who resists, execute on sight. Now, he had every justification to act with impunity. Even the gathered civilians outside dared not voice dissent. Why? Tom bellowed at the worker who had fired, his voice raw with anguish. That shot just doomed us all. I don't know. My finger, it moved on its own. The man sobbed. Amid the crowd, Nico Robin turned to the composed figure beside her. Was it you? Don't slander the innocent, Enel retorted with feigned indignation, earning an exasperated eye roll. Though she lacked proof, Robin was certain he had orchestrated this. Beside them, Crocodile smirked, casting an approving glance at Enel. Good. Not just a brute with strength alone. I look forward to seeing where his path leads. By the way, Robin murmured, aren't you the least bit outraged? Resting his chin lightly upon Nico Robin's right shoulder, he leaned in close behind her and whispered into her ear with a voice laced with temptation, you should know. That arrogant clown who struts about as the chief of Eni's lobby. He is the son of the very man responsible for the tragedy of O'Hara. Surely you wish to see him dead? Shall I assist you? For 10 billion? Robin turned slightly, nearly brushing lips with him before swiftly pulling away. Since you'll act regardless, why should I incur another 10 billion in debt? She retorted coolly. I'm not a fool. Is that so? He chuckled. But intervention doesn't necessarily mean annihilation. Expulsion is also an option. Humph. Do as you please. Robin refused to be drawn into another deal with him. How disobedient. He withdrew from behind her, circling around until he stood before her. As he passed, her body stiffened, a flush creeping across her cheeks as she glared at his retreating back with mingled fury and embarrassment. The lingering tingle and faint sting on her rear made her grit her teeth. That scoundrel. Meanwhile, the workers stood resolute, gripping their rifles and weapons tightly as they faced the encroaching world government forces. Sensei, we have no choice now. One declared. We fight. Remember, spare that old fishman. The rest, dispose of them as you see fit, Spandam commanded, retreating safely behind his subordinates. Pardon me. A polite tap on a Marine's shoulder preceded a gentle push as Noctis stepped through the encircling forces toward the standoff. Hey, who the hell are you? Spandam pointed imperiously. This is world government business. Scram. Noctis. Sir? Tom, The only one who recognized him stared in surprise before bowing his head apologetically. "Forgive me. It seems I cannot fulfill our agreement after all." "The fault is not yours," Noctis replied. "An unfortunate complication. As a friend of the fishmen, shall I lend aid?" "Ah, so you're one of these shipwrights too?" Spandam sneered. "Seize him along with the rest." "Noctis, please leave. This matter will only drag you down," Tom urged. Nihilus turned, casting a glance back at Spandam. His gaze swept over the 3 CP9 members standing behind him, none of whom were from Lucci's current generation, and said, "Mr. Tom, it seems you can no longer reside in Water 7. How about leaving with me?" Tom sighed deeply, reluctant to abandon the city he had called home for so long. Yet, at this moment, there seemed no other path forward. Behind him, Frankie and the other shipwrights observed Nihilus with curiosity, wondering who this young man was. "Capture him!" Spandam barked at one of the CP9 agents behind him. "Oh no. That young man is finished. That's a CP9 agent. Such a pity. He shouldn't have appeared now. What a waste of a promising youth." The onlookers murmured in regret. In an instant, the CP9 agent vanished, a blur of motion as he lunged toward Nihilus with furious intent. Boom. The spectators shut their eyes, unable to bear the sight. Even the shipwrights behind Tom averted their gazes. A deafening crash echoed as a figure was sent flying, colliding with over a dozen world government agents before smashing into a distant building, reducing it to rubble. What just happened? Trembling, the crowd cautiously parted their fingers, peering through the gaps. Nihilus stood unmoved, hands still casually clasped behind his back, while the CP9 agent was nowhere to be seen. Did that agent just get sent flying? No way. What happened in that split second? No one had seen it. No one had witnessed the moment of impact. Spandam's cruel grin froze, his expression turning ashen as he gaped at Nihilus, equally clueless about what had transpired. "Crocodile, would you mind dealing with these minor nuisances? We're exposed now, no more delays." Nihilus tilted his head slightly, addressing the figure hidden among the crowd. In a swirl of sand, Crocodile materialized behind a world government agent. "No problem," he drawled, his right hand making contact with the black-clad figure. A scream tore through the air as the man withered into a desiccated husk. Raising his hand, Crocodile summoned a swirling tempest in his palm. Who? Who are you?" Spandam stammered, pointing at Nihilus and the slaughtering crocodile. His legs trembling so violently, he nearly lost control of his bladder. "Mr. Tom, could you and your men prepare to leave? If possible, bring as many ship-repairing parts as you can. I'd be immensely grateful." "Of course, I'll compensate you afterward," Nihilus said, turning back to Tom and his crew. Tom studied Nihilus for a long moment before exhaling heavily. There was no other choice. Staying meant capture by the world government. "Come, let us gather our things." Tom ordered his stunned workers, leading them toward the workshop. "You bastard! Do you even know who we are?" Spandam shrieked, his voice cracking with terror. Pandaman pointed at Wuya and roared furiously, then turned to witness the relentless slaughter as Crocodile had already slain dozens, pursuing those fleeing in panic. "Stop killing. Cease at once," he commanded. Yet his authority held sway only within the confines of Eni's lobby. "My lord, that is Crocodile, rumored to be one of the candidates the world government intends to recruit for the Shichibukai. And this one, a CP9 agent behind Pandaman spoke. His voice laced with dread, is Wuya, with a bounty of 480 million issued by Marine headquarters. Not everyone is ignorant of their infamy. Either of these formidable figures would require the full might of CP9 to stand even a sliver of a chance against them." "What?" Spandam blinked in bewilderment, staring dumbfounded at his subordinate. "What did you say? Who are they?" The next moment, he shrieked, "Damn it, you hold them off," before bolting away in frantic terror. A trail of dust left in his wake mere meters behind. The surrounding civilians, though many remained unaware of Wuya and Crocodile's identities, could discern from Spandam's horrified expression that Eni's lobby now faced adversaries beyond resistance. But who were they? The remaining 2 CP9 agents exchanged exasperated glances at their fleeing commander. They too longed to escape, yet orders were orders. With a furious cry, they vanished in an instant. The next moment, one materialized before Wuya, thrusting a finger like a blade, while the other swept low from behind, his leg arcing toward Wuya in a devastating kick. The very air seemed to freeze. The shadowy figure of Wuya flickered momentarily before solidifying once more. The CP9 agent, whose index finger had been pressed against Wuya's chest, now had blood streaming from the corner of his mouth. His bewildered gaze remained fixed on the impenetrable spot where his finger spear had failed to pierce. Why? Though his attack had landed squarely on Wuya's torso, the area was already reinforced with armament Haki and further hardened, surpassing even the resilience of steel. The CP9 operative then lowered his head to examine his own chest. Her finger pierced through his chest like a blade through the night, leaving a gaping wound larger than a clenched fist. Why? He could not comprehend why his own finger gun had failed. Why his iron defense had shattered against her strike. Why her finger gun possessed such devastating power. The CP9 member behind Muyi maintained his airborne kicking stance. Yet his Rankyako had not even begun to howl through the air. Above him, a figure plummeted violently onto his body. A wretched scream tore through the air as the figure crushed him into the ground, shattering every bone in his back. A torrent of blood gushed from his mouth before silence claimed him once more. And standing behind him was also Muyi. The two Muyes merged back into one. Knight indifferently withdrew his finger gun as the CP9 agent before him collapsed, a perfectly circular hole now evident in his chest. Raising his gaze, Knight's eyes locked onto Spandam, who had barely managed to flee 100 meters away before vanishing without a trace. Spandam fled in desperate panic. His courage utterly shattered at the thought of facing these two demons. Unless an admiral arrived, he stood no chance. Stumbling and scrambling, he kept glancing back, praying his subordinates could buy him even a moment. Yet, the hundreds of world government agents were swiftly annihilated by Crocodile, while the two CP9 members were instantly slain. When he met Knight's icy stare and witnessed his sudden disappearance, Spandam cursed his parents for not granting him a dozen more legs. Spandam, you're worth a bounty of 1 billion. You can't escape. In an instant, Wuye materialized before Spandam, who stumbled in panic, nearly colliding with him. Scrambling frantically, Spandam dashed away in another direction. A swift kick. With a single strike, he was sent flying. Spandam crashed violently into a distant building, the unyielding wall yielding a human-shaped breach. Under the cover of night, Wuye approached Nico Robin with measured steps. Her lips parted slightly, a dazed yet triumphant gleam in her eyes, a look of vengeance fulfilled. Snap! A soft sound. Nico Robin, frozen in place, clutched her stinging backside before leaping up with a start. She turned, her eyes blazing with indignation, glaring at Wuye. Before she could utter a word, he gestured toward the house where Spandam had collapsed. He's probably just lying there now. Whether to kill him or spare him, it's your call. Then, without hesitation, he strode toward Crocodile, who had already dealt with the rest. Should we handle these civilians? They've seen everything. It could expose us, Crocodile remarked, pointing at the stunned onlookers. Wuye shook his head. Water 7 is too crowded. There are too many people watching from afar. We can't silence them all. If we're exposed, so be it. By the time the Marines arrive, we'll be long gone. Meanwhile, Tom arrived at the construction site with dozens of workers in tow. Master, are we really leaving with that young man? And can he really defeat the forces of Eni's lobby? Icebug, Tom's apprentice, cast a worried glance outside, where silence now reigned. The other workers turned their expectant gazes toward Tom. With a sigh, the center of their attention replied, "Don't worry. Wuye, the pirate even Marine headquarters couldn't capture. Master, is he the one from half a year ago?" Frankie's voice trembled with excitement. Despite being older than Wuye, his eyes sparkled with the fervor of a starstruck admirer. Tom nodded, and the workers erupted in a mix of shock and exhilaration. Watching their reactions, Tom exhaled heavily. From now on, it's a life on the run. Quickly, he issued orders not only to gather essential belongings but also to distribute a meticulously prepared list of parts, painstakingly compiled overnight for the restoration of Pluton. A full 100 minutes later, 3 massive ships set sail from Water 7. The city, meanwhile, was already in an uproar. Someone had alerted Marine headquarters, and the news was swiftly relayed to Admiral Kazuru, who immediately mobilized a formidable force toward Water 7. As the 3 ships distanced themselves from the island, Tom and his crew, roughly 40 workers, along with their families, totaling nearly 80, occupied the vessels. Though one ship would have sufficed for the people, the bulk of their cargo consisted of countless mechanical components. Half an hour later, the workers stood in stunned silence as their ship docked beside Pluton. "Mr. Tom, your workers will stay aboard Pluton for now and assist in its repairs. Agreed?" Wuye proposed. Tom nodded and handed him the list. "Mr. Wuye, we still lack many parts. Please acquire everything listed here, especially the atom tree. Time is of the essence." Nodding in agreement, Wuye carefully folded the inventory list. One by one, he ushered the exhilarated shipbuilders aboard the Pluto, all the while discreetly inspecting them for any communication devices like Din Din Mushi that could connect to the outside world. Any such items were surreptitiously sabotaged. From the decks of the Pluto, the astonished shrieks and gasps of the shipbuilders continuously echoed through the air. Nightless, Crocodile, and Nico Robin returned to the original pirate ship. Gay helmed the vessel, setting course for Adam Island. Ruthless issued his commands, handing over a detailed inventory and authorizing the expenditure of nearly $2 billion in treasure for procuring necessary components. The fleet of 4 ships, accompanied by over a dozen sea kings towing the ancient weapon Pluton, swiftly altered their trajectory and sailed into the distance. As Ruthless prepared to train aboard the ship, he cast an odd glance at Nico Robin. Ever since their departure from Water 7, she had been avoiding him. Her gaze toward him was peculiar, no longer merely the simmering resentment of the past, but something far more complex. Robin stole furtive glances at Ruthless, her expression anything but adoration. It was a turbulent mix of indignation, shame, and gnashing frustration, yet buried deep within her eyes flickered a trace of reluctant gratitude, an intricate and inscrutable emotion. Muya also couldn't be bothered to think about it, nor did she ask Nico Robin how she ultimately dealt with Spandam. But there was a faint scent of blood on her, which Muya could detect. After several hours of sailing with their massive fleet, 5 warships were anchored outside Water 7. Kizara stood inside a dilapidated house, coldly staring at Spandam's lifeless body. Despite being the chief of Eni's lobby, his status was incomparable to that of an admiral or the warden of Impel Down. Have you found out? Where are Muya and the others heading? Kizaru questioned his subordinates. Admiral, southeast direction. Good. Leave 50 men to clean up the mess. The rest, follow me. Kizaru's eyes gleamed with murderous intent, unaware that Muya's group had actually departed in the opposite direction, northwest. After leaving Water 7, Muya deliberately sailed the wrong way before circling back to Pluton's location once out of the citizen's sight. After a full day and night of fruitless pursuit, Kizara stood at the bow of his ship in the empty sea, roaring in frustration. He now realized they had gone the wrong way. Damn it. After all this time, what's the point of chasing now? He barked at his subordinates, tell those useless intelligence teams to get the exact location. Yes, sir. A week later. Mr. Muya, that's the Atom Mother Tree. In the waters near a modest-sized island, a pirate ship lingered offshore, while 3 massive vessels and 1 colossal ship loomed dozens of miles away. Tom pointed toward the distant island, where an ancient tree towered over a kilometer high, its canopy shrouding the entire landmass. Muya nodded. Mr. Tom, return to Pluton and continue the repairs. I'll handle the Atom Mother Tree. Very well. Tom hesitated, as if wanting to say more, but ultimately remained silent before diving into the sea. He had wanted to warn Muya, a single branch of the Atom Tree was worth hundreds of millions, let alone the Mother Tree itself, which would cost tens of billions. The island nation survived by selling atom wood and would never part with the Mother Tree. Stealing it might not be hard, but transporting it? Will we use Sea Kings again? Crocodile mused. Conventional means are impossible. We don't have that kind of money or time. Let us scout the island first. Muya propelled himself toward the island using moonwalk. His primary interest was inspecting the Atom Mother Tree, specifically whether there was a hidden hollow 30 meters above the ground, and whether that hollow contained a devil fruit. That was his true priority. Noctis and Crocodile charged toward the island veiled by ancient towering trees. Upon landing, they paid no heed to the curious onlookers among the populace. Surveying their surroundings, they beheld a city built around the colossal Atom Tree, housing a population of over 100,000, a moderately sized nation within the pirate world. Let us proceed. They advanced along the streets, making their way toward the towering trunk that pierced the heavens like a celestial pillar. When they stood a mere 100 meters from the massive tree, both Nocturne and Crocodile displayed a hint of astonishment, slowly tilting their heads back to gaze upon the towering ancient tree that reached 1,000 meters high. Its trunk so massive it would take dozens of people to encircle it. Is this the legendary Atom Tree, the finest material for shipbuilding? Crocodile's eyes fixated on the upper branches, where numerous severed limbs revealed clean cuts. He glanced sideways at Nocturne and remarked, it seems gaining entry won't be so simple. The Atom Mother Tree was fortified by towering walls, standing 20 meters tall, encircling the trunk to prevent anyone from approaching. Armed soldiers patrolled the battlements, weapons at the ready. Their vigilant eyes locked onto the 2 figures below. The Soul Gate remained tightly shut, while nearby, a military camp housed nearly 10,000 soldiers, the entire nation's forces mobilized to protect the sacred tree. A captain, presumably the commanding officer, glared down at them and barked. Who are you? This is forbidden territory. No one is permitted near. Yet, instead of retreating, Nocturne inquired, may I enter to examine the Atom Tree more closely? Perhaps I might purchase some. At the mention of a potential transaction, the captain's icy expression softened slightly, though his tone remained rigid. If you wish to purchase atom wood, You must first negotiate with the king at the palace. Only after determining the required volume will we cut the corresponding branches for you. Seems there's no other way. Nocturne sighed with a wry smile. It was clear the Adam Mother Tree was a national treasure, far beyond mere commerce, and even if it were for sale, he couldn't afford it. Turning to Crocodile, he murmured, I don't want any disturbances. Can you handle that? What do you think? Crocodile smirked confidently. In the next instant, both vanished. Nocturne reappeared inside the walls, darting swiftly toward the Adam Tree. Alert! Intruder! The soldiers on the battlements reacted instantly, alarms blaring as guards rushed to intercept him. Meanwhile, Crocodile materialized behind the captain, his golden hook pressed against the man's throat. A cigar dangled from his lips as he drawled, Don't move. None of you move. Weakness is a sin punishable by death. But slaughtering so many weaklings would be tedious. A gust of force erupted from him, hurling the advancing soldiers aside like leaves in a storm. In the blink of an eye, Nocturne stood before the Adam Mother Tree. His fingers traced the rough, yet polished bark before digging in with force. Incredible. Even steel plates would have yielded effortlessly under his grip, yet here, the wood's resilience surpassed metal. No wonder it was hailed as the ultimate material for shipbuilding. Mine. With a light step, Nightless propelled himself upwards. The spears thrust by the soldiers behind him struck only the tree trunk, leaving mere white scratches upon its surface despite their sharpness. Use guns. The soldiers below, watching Nightless scale the trunk with alarming speed, raised their rifles and fired, rat-tat-tat. A hail of bullets erupted toward him. To their astonishment, the projectiles merely sparked against the bark, few managing to penetrate the hardened wood. Crocodile, it seems you've been rather ineffective, Nightless remarked. Hanging upside down from the trunk 20 meters above, his gaze coldly surveying the chaos below. Fine. Crocodile sighed in resignation, his eyes flickering toward the distant barracks where reinforcements surged forth. Just hurry it up a little, he muttered before dissolving into a swirling tempest of golden sand. The storm coalesced amidst the ranks of soldiers, who continued firing futilely, their bullets unable to match Nightless's blinding speed. Crocodile, standing at the heart of the turmoil, raised his right hand. A sandstorm erupted, and panic spread as soldiers realized their bodies were desiccating, their very moisture siphoned away. Beneath them, the solid earth crumbled, transforming into shifting dunes that swallowed men whole. Unfazed by their feeble attacks, none among these common soldiers wielded armament Haki. Crocodile let the desert consume them all. In the undisturbed silence of the night, he continued his relentless ascent up the tree trunk. Occasionally, bullets would ricochet off his body, yet his entire form was hardened with the impenetrable armament Haki, rendering these ordinary projectiles utterly powerless. Approximately 30 meters now, isn't it? He mused to himself. Gazing at the ground, Wuya estimated the distance before circling the tree trunk in search of a hollow. Yet after a full revolution, no cavity was found, let alone any trace of a devil fruit. Had so many years passed that it was no longer 30 meters up, or had the entrance to the hollow sealed shut? Wuya pondered, then lifted his gaze higher, scanning up to 40 or 50 meters. Still, no hollow revealed itself. It seemed this was not the place. Wuya sighed. He yearned for formidable power, whether of the Logia or mythical Zoan variety. The moment he consumed such a fruit, he was certain his strength would rival that of an admiral. With lingering reluctance, he unsheathed the longsword at his waist and scraped downward along the bark. Layer after layer peeled away until, between 25 and 50 meters above the ground, the entire section of bark was stripped bare, exposing the pale heartwood beneath. We carefully examined the barkless area, scanning it several times without discovering any obvious openings. Only a finger-sized hole was found, seemingly too small to contain a devil fruit. Standing by this tiny aperture, he struck the spot with his palm, a fortuitous application of force that caused the wood beneath to splinter and crack, revealing a palm-sized hollow. A glimmer of surprise lit Wuya's eyes as his desperate final attempt bore fruit. Within the newly exposed cavity, a fist-sized opening emerged, its shadowy depths concealing something roughly the size of a watermelon. Could it be the devil fruit? Wuya never imagined that demon fruits truly existed. Against all odds, he had miraculously obtained one with just a 1 in 6 chance. The hollow within the tree, once left by a prisoner from impel down, had been concealed over the years as the bark gradually sealed it shut. Wuya felt a surge of relief. Had it remained exposed, the hollow would have long been discovered, and the devil fruit within would have fallen into another's hands. Reaching into the hollow, he retrieved the mysterious fruit. He could only hope its power would not disappoint. Ordinary abilities held no allure for him. The fruit resembled a honeydew melon, its surface etched with intricate white patterns. Anyone who sailed the seas would recognize it instantly, a devil fruit. Which one is this? Wu Yi frowned, deep in thought. Half a year ago, he had studied the devil fruit encyclopedia, but the sheer number and variety of fruits recorded within were beyond counting thousands, at the very least. Who could possibly memorize every name and shape? He would have to consult the encyclopedia once he returned to the pirate ship. For now, he cast his gaze downward. The soldiers within the city walls had vanished, the ground transformed into an endless desert. At the gates, towering dunes blocked any attempt at entry. Perched atop the battlements, Crocodile observed the gathering of thousands of soldiers outside with an air of leisure. Crocodile, catch! We hurled the devil fruit toward him. The sheer size of the atom tree made carrying the fruit inconvenient. Crocodile instinctively caught the object midair. The moment he recognized what he held, his cigar slipped from his lips in shock. A devil fruit? He blinked in bewilderment. Weren't we here for the atom tree? How did a devil fruit appear out of nowhere? Where did this even come from? He spun around, eager for answers, but Wu Yi had already soared skyward, ascending the towering trunk toward the distant canopy 1,000 meters above. With a sweeping motion of the long blade in Wu Yi's hand, a powerful sword radiance held forth, shearing off the entire tree canopy. The massive crown of leaves crashed thunderously downward toward the island below. Upon the island, all who stood there screamed in terror, fleeing in chaotic desperation toward the distant horizon. Boom! The enormous canopy, covering the entire island, slammed into the ground with earth-shaking force. The impact sent violent tremors through the land, while beyond the shores, towering geysers of seawater erupted skyward. Truly resilient, Wu Yi murmured, observing the cleanly severed stump of the atom mother tree, now standing like an iron pillar welded between heaven and earth. The shadowless figure flickered swiftly among the tree trunks, each slash meticulously severing the sprawling branches of the mother tree. In mere moments, the atom mother tree stood utterly denuded, reduced to a stark, solitary trunk. The sheer volume of its crown and branches could sustain the royal palace for years, providing ample resources to establish new ventures. The figure descended, plummeting vertically. At 30 meters above the ground, a single step midair triggered a concussive burst beneath the soles, arresting the fall. The blade, held vertically before the chest, gleamed with lethal intent before slicing diagonally. A silver streak arced across the trunk. Hiss! A diagonal fissure materialized 30 meters up the trunk, and the colossal structure began its slow, inevitable slide to the right. Then, the tilt. Boom! A thunderous roar, dwarfing even the earlier crash of the falling canopy, reverberated across the land, audible even to Nico Robin and the others aboard the Pluton miles away. Truly colossal, Crocodile remarked, stepping beside the shadowless figure. Turn the ground to sand, came the command. Preparations were made to shift the gargantuan, 800-meter-long trunk toward the sea. Thud. An hour later, the massive trunk floated upon the ocean's surface with the shadowless figure and Crocodile standing atop it. Below, fishmen darted through the water, coiling thick ropes around the trunk, their other ends tethered to 5 towering sea kings. Within half an hour, the leviathans surged forward, hauling the trunk into the distant waters. Thus, the journey continued, not only with the behemoth Pluton in tow, but now accompanied by the immense, drifting trunk. Lord Shadowless, where do we head next? Gay questioned, curiosity lacing his voice. We strayed far from our original course. Back to Fishman Island, came the reply. For now, the pursuit of other treasures was set aside. Delivering the Pluton to Fishman Island, where Tom and his team could meticulously restore it, was the safest course. Besides, the shadowless figure had no desire to linger aimlessly upon the open sea. Once all trivialities were delegated, the shadowless figure reclaimed the devil fruit from Crocodile and retreated alone to a private chamber. From the shelf, a hefty volume was retrieved, the Encyclopedia of Devil Fruits. Seated at the desk beneath the lamplight, the first page was turned, revealing the records and descriptions of 2 devil fruits. Wu Yi meticulously examined the demon fruit in his possession, committing its shape and intricate patterns to memory. He then cross-referenced it with the illustrations in various demon fruit encyclopedias, ultimately deducing its name and the abilities it bestowed. With bated breath, he yearned for it to be of the Logia or mythical Zoan type. These were his fervent hopes. Ideally, he wished for either a Logia or mythical Zoan variety, though secretly he harbored desires for the Tremor or Float Paramecia fruits, the most formidable of their kind. Yet Wu Yi tempered his expectations regarding the Tremor fruit, that Peerless Paramecia variety. He held little hope, knowing the 2 mightiest Paramecia fruits already had masters, Golden Lion and Whitebeard. With the supreme paramecia fruits claimed by others, his aspirations turned elsewhere. Noctis eagerly hoped to obtain a Logia or mythical Zoan type, as these were exceptionally formidable in the original lore, with many undisclosed varieties still emerging. The odds seemed promising. He silently prayed it wouldn't turn out to be an ordinary Zoan. Wu Yi swiftly flipped through the encyclopedia of devil fruits, searching for an illustration that matched the peculiar fruit before him. The only sound in the room was the rustling of turning pages. After an hour, his vision began to blur from the strain, and he lost count of how many varieties he had compared, yet none matched. Stretching his stiff limbs, he turned another page and froze. His gaze locked onto the first illustration on the page. A slow, triumphant smile curved his lips. Found it. With meticulous care, Wu Yi carefully compared the devil fruit to the illustration in the encyclopedia. He couldn't afford to make a careless mistake and end up with some worthless ability due to a mix-up. After thorough comparison and repeated confirmation, he was certain this was indeed the one. Hastily, his gaze darted to the description beneath the image of the devil fruit in the encyclopedia, where 6 bold characters leaped into his vision. The Calamity Devil Fruit. The Calamity Devil Fruit? Wu Yi furrowed his brows slightly and swiftly turned his gaze toward the description of this devil fruit. There was only one line, capable of unleashing any natural disaster from the Logia category. Could this be real? Could it possibly surpass even the Tremor fruit in power? Wu Yi was taken aback, even skeptical. If the description held true, since earthquakes also counted as natural disasters, wouldn't this fruit be even more formidable than the Tremor fruit? His eyes darted to the classification section of the devil fruit. Paramecia. Then he glanced at the rating section. The smile on his face stiffened slightly. 1 star? The devil fruit encyclopedia not only listed the names and abilities of each fruit, but also provided ratings, ranging from 1 to 5 stars. Naturally, the more potent the devil fruit's power, the higher its rating. 1 star? The corner of Wu Yi's mouth twitched. 1 star signified the most worthless devil fruit. Utterly perplexed, this made no sense. If it truly could harness the power of natural disasters, it would undoubtedly merit 5 stars, perhaps even that wouldn't suffice to represent its might. Wu Yi perused the evaluations of other devil fruits in the encyclopedia once more. The Tremor fruit, 5 stars. The Magma fruit, Ice fruit. And the mythical Zoan Phoenix fruit, 4.5 stars. The Sand fruit, 4 stars. Even the Snow fruit received a mere 3 stars. The Gum fruit was rated a paltry 2.5 stars. Even Nico Robin's Flower fruit only garnered 2 stars, an ability that Wu Yi regarded with utter disdain. Wu Yi gazed at the demon fruit cradled in his hands, perplexed. This makes no sense. This grants control over natural calamities, earthquakes, magma, tsunamis, typhoons. It's the equivalent of multiple 4 or 5-star fruits combined. How could it possibly merit only a 1-star rating? The contradiction gnawed at him. The description promised immense power, yet the evaluation was pitifully low. Had it been rated 5 stars, Wu Yi wouldn't have hesitated for a moment. To command the wrath of nature, to wield forces beyond mortal defiance, such an ability, in his eyes, surpassed all other demon fruits. Yet the bafflingly low score gave him pause. Was the description flawed? Or was the rating itself mistaken? No answers came. To consume or not? Might tapped the table restlessly, his heart entangled in conflict. To consume it would grant control over natural calamities. Yet, what if it bestowed a worthless ability, one even more pitiful than the Hana no Mi? The loss would be too great to bear. Unable to decide, Mai stepped out onto the deck, clutching the devil fruit in his hand. Crocodile. Mai called out to the most knowledgeable among them. Have you ever heard of the Calamity fruit? The Calamity fruit? Crocodile, who had been training with his sand manipulation, absorbed all the floating grains back into his body and turned to stare at Mai in surprise, his gaze lingering on the devil fruit in Mai's grasp. Mai, is that the Calamity fruit you're holding? Are you truly considering consuming a devil fruit now? Hearing the commotion, Monet and Nico Robin hurried over, their faces alight with excitement for Mai. Possessing a devil fruit would mean gaining a formidable ability, a significant boost to his strength. Monet even reached out to poke the fruit, only for Mai to swat her hand away dismissively. Indeed, this is the Calamity fruit, Mai confirmed. The devil fruit encyclopedia states it can control natural disasters, yet it's rated only 1 star, even worse than the Hana no Mi. How can that be? He voiced his doubts, oblivious to the indignant glare Nico Robin shot his way before she stormed off in a huff. The Calamity fruit. I've heard of it. Crocodile mused after a moment of recollection. A decade ago, someone consumed it. Oh, Mai's interest sharpened. Did they gain the power to control calamities? Crocodile shook his head. No. After eating it, no ability manifested at all. Frowning, my pressed, if it granted no ability, why is it called the calamity fruit? Even the weakest devil fruits bestow some power, don't they? His gaze inadvertently drifted toward Nico Robin's retreating figure, provoking her further. Not entirely without ability, Crocodile corrected. Straining his memory. The one who consumed it 2 generations prior could summon storms. But the last user gained nothing. It's unclear why. Mai's confusion deepened. He pressed Crocodile with more questions, but the man could only offer hearsay, and the others knew even less. Watching Mai fixate on the fruit in his hand, Crocodile cautioned. Mai, you're not seriously considering eating this, are you? I am, Mai affirmed, resolve hardening in his eyes. Think carefully. There's no need to gamble when you could seek a more reliable power, Crocodile urged. You only get one chance. Waste it, and there's no turning back. It could define your entire future. But if I don't take this risk now, Mai countered, what other devil fruit could possibly rival the power to command natural disasters? If I give up now, no matter what devil fruit I consume in the future, my heart will forever be filled with regret. Mai declared, at worst. I'll have no abilities, relying solely on swordsmanship and physical prowess. I am confident I can carve my place in this world. With those words, Mai cast all hesitation aside. The mere phrase control over natural calamities was enough to make him stake everything on this gamble. He bit forcefully into the fruit. A foul stench assaulted his senses. Yet he swallowed it down, suppressing the nausea. Hastily, he grabbed handfuls of snow from Monet to rinse his mouth, provoking her to storm off in a huff. Much like Nico Robin, her sleeves flaring as she departed. And so, after consuming the devil fruit, Wuye sensed the changes within his body. Yet there seemed to be no transformation at all. Upon consuming any Paramecia-type devil fruit, one immediately gains that particular ability, albeit in a very weak form. For instance, Luffy could stretch his entire body after eating the rubber fruit. Logia-type fruits are even more formidable, granting the user the power to transform into their element at will. So, how is it? Crocodile inquired with curiosity. No reaction, Wuye shook his head. Had he gambled and lost? With a sweeping motion of his arms, he bellowed, "Tsunami!" The command echoed through the air, yet the sea before him remained eerily calm. The corner of Wuye's mouth twitched slightly as he shifted his posture. Typhoon. Yet the heavens and earth remained serenely calm. Volcanic eruption. Tornado. Wildfire. Tempest. Sandstorm. Flood. The night was ever-changing, with endless murmurs of calamities upon his lips. Yet nothing transformed. The corners of his mouth twitched incessantly, provoking stifled giggles from the 2 women in the distance. With a fierce glare from Wuye, their laughter only grew more mirthful. Even Crocodile turned away, though his shoulders trembled slightly with suppressed amusement. Laugh if you must. Wuye grumbled, sprawling onto the deck, his gaze fixed on the azure sky. His expression clouded with gloom. Could it be that he had truly consumed the most worthless of devil fruits? At this moment, he wished nothing more than to drag out the author of the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia and subject them to 1,000 cuts. Alas, the tome had existed for centuries. Wude, it seems your path must now be forged through swordsmanship and physical prowess alone, Crocodile remarked, a note of regret in his voice. My lord, dark clouds loom ahead, a storm approaches. In the world of pirates, sudden shifts in weather were commonplace. But Wuye, lost in his thoughts, paid no heed. The vast expanse of storm clouds blotted out the sea, plunging the world into shadow. Lightning flickered within the roiling darkness, thunder roared, and the heavens unleashed a torrential downpour. Noctis lay upon the deck, too indifferent to seek shelter, allowing the raindrops to cascade upon him without regret. Having made his choice, he deemed himself unworthy of remorse. His sole discontent stemmed from the misnomer of a powerless devil fruit being labeled as a calamity class. What a cruel deception. The rain drenched Noctis thoroughly as the others retreated into the cabin's refuge. No need to worry, Noctis. Aren't you formidable even without a devil fruit? Nico Robin and Monet approached under the shelter of an umbrella, offering consolation. Suddenly, their voices sharpened with astonishment. Wait, Noctis, why are you glowing? What? Noctis sat up, meeting their wide-eyed gazes fixed upon his form. He glanced downward and froze. A faint, ethereal luminescence emanated from his entire body, within which inky shadows flickered like elusive whispers. What is this? Never before had his flesh radiated light. Driven by curiosity, the 2 women reached out to prod him, only for their fingers to be swatted away dismissively. Huh? It's fading. Noctis observed the glow dimming and, in a flash, lunged back into the downpour. The light intensified once more. The rain's doing? His brow furrowed. Never in all his years of enduring storms had his skin shimmered so. Could it be the newly ingested devil fruit? Was this accursed fruit's power truly nothing more than bioluminescence in the rain? If so, he'd have preferred no ability at all. This was beyond useless. It was an insult. Soon, the ship reached the tempest's grasp, and sunlight spilled over the deck like molten gold. Wu Ye urgently commanded Monet, "Summon the blizzard." Quickly. Both sandstorms and blizzards are manifestations of natural calamities. He sought to test something. Monet, long accustomed to Wu Ye's abrupt orders without explanation, transformed into the snow woman. With a sweep of her fan, a howling gale laden with snowflakes surged forth. Standing at the eye of the storm, Wu Ye's body radiated a crystalline glow so pure it seemed translucent. As if guided by an instinct deeper than thought, Wu Ye pressed his palms together before his chest. The luminous energy coalesced into a sphere of white light, within which the howl of wind and a single resplendent snowflake swirled. He hurled the orb forward. The tempest roared, and a miniature blizzard materialized ahead. A wide, exhilarated grin split Wu Ye's face as he threw his head back in laughter. So that's how it is. That's how it is. Without delay, he turned to Crocodile with another urgent command to unleash a sandstorm. Amidst the swirling sands, Wu Ye stood at the storm's heart. His body suffused with a faint radiance, white light tinged with golden brown. His hands came together once more, and within the glowing sphere, a miniature whirlwind of fine sand took shape. With a swift motion, he cast it forth, conjuring a small, localized sandstorm, harmless even to ordinary folk. Its reach and fury deliberately restrained. "Will you have forgotten?" Ahead lay Monet. She shouted urgently, compelling Wu Ye to steer the sandstorm into a turn. Noctis exerted all his might to control it, yet discovered it was utterly beyond his grasp. In the end, a miniature sandstorm left Monet coated in gritty particles. Ignoring her furious glare, Noctis slightly furrowed his brows and summoned a tempest instead, still uncontrollable. He kept shifting between forms, conjuring minuscule storms and sandstorms alike, but none would yield to his command. Noctis comprehended, murmuring to himself, "So it seems the power of calamities is real, but to possess each one, I must venture into its very epicenter to experience and comprehend it." Yet once unleashed, these cataclysms become uncontrollable, though the drawbacks appeared numerous. The faint smile playing upon Noctis' lips betrayed his satisfaction with this formidable ability. Simultaneously, a trace of vexation crept in, to harness the might of a tsunami. Must I truly plunge into its raging depths? In the past, perhaps I would have dared, but now, as a wielder of such power, entering the sea is no longer an option. His thoughts darkened further, and earthquakes? How can one possibly predict where they will strike? Volcanic eruptions? Am I to wait within the volcano itself? Mariejois pondered deeply, meticulously planning every step along the journey. For most of the voyage, he secluded himself in solitude within his quarters or retreated to the expansive deck of the Pluto. The pirate ship was too cramped for proper training, whereas the Pluto's vastness provided ample space. 10 days later, they arrived within 100 kilometers of the Sabaody archipelago. Secretly, the other ships were coated with protective bubbles. But the Pluto remained uncoated. Instead, it was dragged toward the ocean depths by a multitude of sea kings, plunging straight toward Fishman Island, 10,000 meters below the surface. Inside the bubble-coated vessel, Mariejois stood flanked by 2 women, their radiant eyes shimmering as they gazed upon the breathtaking beauty of Fishman Island. They had returned once more. Mermaids, treasured as prized pets among the nobility, were the most coveted creatures of the sea. This demand had spawned an entire industry dedicated to their capture, with even passing pirates often attempting to abduct them in secret. On Fishman Island, mermaids and fishmen coexisted. On one of its streets, a group of fishmen brandished weapons, their furious glares fixed upon the encircled pirates. "Release our comrades at once," they roared. The pirates, their expressions dark and menacing, held several bound mermaids in their midst, snatched in secret but discovered before they could escape. "Captain, what now?" the pirates muttered nervously, eyeing the growing crowd of fishmen. Yet, the thought of surrendering the mermaids they had worked so hard to capture was unbearable. If they could smuggle these mermaids to the surface, their worth would amount to billions. Break through by force, the captain decided after weighing the risks. "We make a run for the ship and get out of here." Fortune favored the bold. If they succeeded, they could live like kings, never needing to be filthy pirates again. With a vicious snarl, the pirates pressed their blades against the delicate necks of the mermaids, threatening the surrounding fishmen. "Back off. One step closer, and we slit their throats. Move." Terror-stricken, the fishmen hesitated, unwilling to endanger their captured kin. The pirates cackled in triumph. reveling in their advantage. The mermaids in their grasp wept uncontrollably, their voices trembling with fear. "Please save us," they begged. "Don't let them take us, don't let us be sold." Their desperate pleas only fueled the fishmen's fury, yet they remained powerless. Any attack would seal the mermaid's fate. "Shut up, you worthless pets," one pirate snarled, raising his hand to strike the trembling mermaids. "Put your hands down," a voice commanded, cutting through the chaos like a blade. A bone-chilling voice pierced the ears of the pirates, sending shivers down their spines as primal fear took root within them. They hastily turned their gaze forward, where several human figures strolled leisurely toward them. "Oh, so it's just more humans? Fellow pirates, I presume?" One of the pirates sneered, relief washing over them as they took in the newcomers. "You here for the mermaids too? Plenty to go around, help yourselves." The sight of the young man leading the group, his bare chest proudly displaying the tattoo of a Jolly Roger, confirmed their assumptions. Pirates among pirates. No conflict of interest here, only potential collaboration. But then, Lord Muya, you've returned. The surrounding fishmen and mermaids erupted in cheers as they recognized the approaching figures. The pirates froze in bewilderment. Since when did these sea dwellers, known for their hatred of humans, welcome one with such reverence? And a pirate, no less? Muya led the group, flanked by Nico, Robin, and Monet, with Crocodile trailing behind. Giri-Eye had been sent away to secure Pluton in a hidden location, standing guard over it. Muya surveyed the scene, frowning. Where are Tiger and Jimby? Under normal circumstances, Fishman Island's strongest would have already dealt with these pirates, protecting the mermaids. Lord Tiger is away on business, one of the fishmen answered respectfully. And Lord Jinby hasn't arrived yet. Nightfall nodded slightly, his footsteps halting before the pirates as he uttered indifferently, "Release them and be gone. Lord Nightfall, please save us." The mermaids, trembling under threat, gazed at him with pitiful eyes. In response, he offered them a gentle smile. "Who the hell are you? Mind your own business. How dare a human consort with filthy creatures like fishmen?" The pirates glared at Nightfall, their voices dripping with venom. In Nocturne's eyes flashed a chilling glint, and in the next instant, he vanished without a trace. Following several heavy thuds, the pirates let out agonized howls before being sent flying backward, crashing violently onto the streets. "Do with them as you please." Before the words had even faded, countless fishmen surged forward toward the fallen pirates, descending upon them in a frenzied brawl. Knight slowly untied the ropes from the mermaids' hands, gently patting their delicate heads with a tender smile. "You're safe now. Go home, and don't let yourselves be captured again." The mermaids, docile as little lambs, nodded eagerly. Then, seizing the moment when Knight was distracted, each planted a warm kiss on his cheek before darting away with flushed faces. Their retreat drawing good-natured laughter from the surrounding fishmen. "How strange," Monet muttered, eyeing Knight's back with disdain. "He has such a gentle side. There must be some scheme, probably just deceiving these lovely mermaids into adoring him." Nico Robin nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, the fishmen crowded around Knight, their expressions filled with reverence and admiration, showering him with respectful words. Blocked outside the circle, Crocodile frowned, watching the scene unfold. His gaze lingered on Knight, who stood surrounded by fishmen and mermaids, answering their questions with a calm smile. This isn't like him at all, Crocodile thought. Knight is never this approachable. What's his game now? Such a puzzling personality, he mused. Unreadable. I suppose I'll have to observe further. Just then, a large group of fishmen rushed over, led by a blue-skinned whale shark fishman, none other than Jinby, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, known as the Knight of the Sea. "Where are the pirates?" Jinby asked urgently, scanning the crowd. "Is anyone hurt?" The relaxed fishmen pointed toward the distance, where the pirates already lay motionless, thoroughly beaten. "It's already over?" Jinby blinked in surprise. "Lord Knight took care of it," one fishman explained. "Yes, Lord Knight grows stronger by the day. We didn't even see him move." Jinby's eyes fell upon Knight, and he hurried forward. "Lord Knight, thank you. Once again, you've helped Fishman Island. Fishmen are my friends." Knight replied with a faint smile before asking, "Where has Tiger gone?" Jinby quickly pulled Knight aside, lowering his voice. "Boss Tiger has gone to investigate the Holy Land, Mariejois." Knight nodded. "Ah, venturing into Mariejois is no small matter. A single misstep could mean utter ruin. It's only right to prepare thoroughly. In that case, I'll wait for him here on Fishman Island," Knight said. "Jinby, later, seek out Gay. For now, guard the ship I brought. I must visit the royal palace first." He gave Jinby's shoulder a firm pat. "Understood, Lord Knight." Jinby bowed slightly, his respect evident. After bidding farewell to the mermaids, Knight departed. Noctis led Nico Robin and the others to the independent island above Fishman Island, the kingdom of Fishman Island. Your Majesty, may I visit Princess Shirahoshi? Noctis addressed the king within the palace. The king sighed deeply. Sir Noctis, you should have returned sooner. Shirahoshi has been waiting with longing eyes. Only you can take her out to play. For over a year, Shirahoshi had endured the relentless harassment of Vanderdecken IX and his Mado no Mi abilities. Though Fisher Tiger could protect her, his duties left him little time to escort her beyond the confines of the hardshell tower. Others who attempted to take her out could not defend against the sudden attacks that might come at any moment. Since Noctis arrived at Fishman Island, his strength and energy allowed him to take Shirahoshi out many times. The young, unfulfilled girl, confined within the cold walls of the hardshell tower, could not bear the loneliness. Thus, within half a year, she had grown deeply attached to Noctis. Ah, my poor daughter, the king lamented with repeated sighs. Your Majesty, do not worry too much. This time, I intend to permanently resolve Shirahoshi's troubles. I promised her that I would take her to explore the vast seas in the future, Noctis declared. The king gazed at him with fervent hope. Truly? Noctis nodded. Overcome with emotion, the king grasped Noctis' hands tightly, unwilling to let go. Fisher Tiger was not incapable of defeating Vanderdecken IX, but locating a single man in the boundless ocean without the aid of observation Haki was nearly impossible. Even with overwhelming strength, the vastness of the sea made the task 10 times more difficult than on land. After half a year of relentless effort, Noctis had nearly pinpointed the location of Vanderdecken IX's lair. Bidding farewell to the king, Noctis made his way alone to the hardshell tower. He pushed open the scarred door, riddled with embedded weapons, and stepped inside the crystalline chamber. A young mermaid girl lay curled on the bed. Her proportions astonishing, though not yet 10 years old, her frame dwarfed Noctis' own. Leaping onto Shirahoshi, he watched as she slumbered peacefully. Perhaps the weight disturbed her rest, for she stirred. Her large, drowsy eyes fluttering open. With a trembling voice, she whimpered, "Who's on top of me? Wah." And then, she began to cry, rubbing her eyes. Shirahoshi finally recognized Noctis. Overjoyed, she scooped him up in her arms, squeezing him tightly. Only his extraordinary physique spared him from being crushed by her overwhelming embrace. Brother Noctis, you finally come back. You finally come to see Shirahoshi. Tears of happiness streamed down her face as she cradled Noctis in her hands, her misty, luminous eyes gazing intently at him. With a hint of pity in his gaze, Wuya looked at Shirahoshi, so young, yet confined to this desolate chamber, steeped in solitude as if trapped in an endless abyss. Come, I'll take you out. Perched upon Shirahoshi's shoulder, he swiftly glided through the water, his heart buoyant with exhilaration. The palace guards, recognizing Wuya's presence, offered no resistance. Shirahoshi, would you like to explore the vast ocean with me? Wuya inquired. He understood better than anyone the latent power within her, the ancient weapon, the Sea King. With Shirahoshi by his side, the unleashed force might rival even that of an admiral. But Shirahoshi's lips trembled, her eyes welling with tears once more. I can't leave for long. If I do, I'll be attacked. And you, Wuya. You can't stay with me forever. Before Wuya could respond, a sharp whistling split the air. A massive axe, hurled from some distant stretch of the sea, came hurtling toward them, spinning viciously as it aimed to cleave Shirahoshi in two. Yet Shirahoshi did not panic. She trusted Wuya would protect her. His eyes turned cold. With a single motion, he raised his hand, Rokushiki, Rokugan, and the crushing force of his strike shattered the axe midair. Shirahoshi, this time, I'll eliminate every threat against you. Then, you can leave with me. How does that sound? Wuya said. Really? Shirahoshi's face lit up with joy, her youthful features alight with hope. Then, pinky promise. And so, Wuya's hand became the smaller one in their pledge. Nightless had no inclination to continue accompanying Shirahoshi on her journey, sending her back as it was time to deal with Vanderdecken IX. Within the kingdom, due to Nightless' influence, Nico Robin and the others were treated as esteemed guests. Gazing at Shirahoshi and Nightless in the sky, Monet seethed with resentment, muttering curses under her breath while drawing circles in frustration. Why are you so upset? Nico Robin asked, eyeing Monet curiously. Could it be you're jealous of the mermaid? Of course not. Monet's cheeks flushed crimson. Yet she shot another venomous glare toward Nightless in the distance. He treats that mermaid with such warmth and kindness, yet with us, it's all beatings and scoldings. Discrimination, absolute discrimination. It's unfair. After a brief pause, Nico Robin nodded in quiet agreement. Discrimination, indeed. Deep beneath the ocean, in the abyssal darkness, Blackness was the only hue that reigned. Noctis remained encased within a spherical bubble 2 meters in diameter, a unique construct capable of withstanding the crushing pressures of the ocean depths, resilient and unyielding. A rope coiled around his waist tethered him to Jinbi, who propelled them swiftly through the aqueous expanse with powerful strokes. "Is this the place, Lord Noctis?" Jinbi gazed downward into the abyssal darkness, where jagged spires of rock jutted ominously from the seabed, and fathomless trenches yawned wide. Could the treacherous fishman traitor, Vander Deckcan 9, truly be lurking here? Within the bubble, Noctis spotted a colossal silhouette looming in the distant gloom. With a faint smile, he gestured toward it, directing Jinbi to advance. As they drew near, Jinbi's eyes widened in shock. Towering before them, a monstrous leviathan, over 100 meters tall, stood upon the ocean floor. Shaped like a grotesque parody of a man, the behemoth trudged forward, dragging a ship in its wake. Rage flared in Jinbi's gaze. This abomination was none other than Vander Deckcan IX's subordinate. Note: the promotional links and unrelated advertisements have been omitted, and the text has been refined into more elegant and sophisticated English while preserving the original narrative. Nightless slowly unsheathed the long sword at his waist, its gleaming edge emerging beyond the bubble's membrane without piercing it. His arm moved with subtle precision, muscles coiled from countless repetitions, generating formidable kinetic energy. The blade hovered beyond the bubble's boundary in the ocean depths. The sword quivered faintly, emitting a resonant hum. Ripples of energy radiated outward from its edge, surging toward the distant sea monster and the unfortunate vessel. In an instant, the waves erupted violently. The ship exploded into a gaping, flower-shaped breach larger than any house. Meanwhile, Jinbi charged forward, his fist colliding with the monstrous creature, sending it tumbling through the turbulent waters. Nightless' gaze darkened as he observed the fishman emerging from the wreckage, Vander Deckcan 9, the sole fishman who had consumed a devil fruit. Forced to rely on a bubble even in his native waters. With meticulous control, Nightless' arm trembled at an imperceptible frequency, wary of unleashing excessive force. The blade pulsed once more, sending cascading waves of energy toward Vander Deckcan as he desperately fled. As the ripples closed in, they transformed into dazzling blossoms of force, enveloping him completely. His screams were swallowed by the crushing depths as his protective bubble shattered within the floral maelstrom. Limp and hopeless, he plummeted toward the abyss, only to be torn asunder by the swirling petals. The battle had been effortless. Once located, even Jinbi, whose strength now rivaled Nightless, could have dispatched him with ease. Soon after, Jinbi concluded his own skirmish, driving the sea beast away. Upon their return to Fishman Island, Princess Shirahoshi and the royal court greeted Nightless with unparalleled ceremony. Even the king, who had hesitated the previous night over Nightless' request to take Shirahoshi with him, now rejoiced in celebration. "If my daughter is willing," the king declared exuberantly, "then so am I." Shirahoshi, overjoyed, clung to Nightless' side, unwilling to part even for a moment. When night fell, her tearful pleas left him no choice but to relent. They shared the same bed, Nightless resting upon the softness of her form. And so, the days unfolded. Muya did not venture outside. Instead, he remained on Fishman Island, dedicating himself to training. This was the safest location. Even if the admirals knew of his presence here, they would hesitate before acting, for descending into the depths of the ocean carried significant risks. Moreover, all three admirals were devil fruit users, no matter their formidable strength. The ocean floor posed unpredictable dangers where even the mightiest could perish by mere chance. The ancient weapon, Pluton, lay concealed in a secluded corner of Fishman Island, a vast territory in its own right. Tom and his crew had been tirelessly maintaining it. Guarding the vicinity of Pluton were three formidable figures, Crocodile, Jinbi, and Gay, ensuring not only absolute security, but also maintaining a delicate balance. Meanwhile, Muya immersed himself in rigorous training. Within the expansive training chamber specially prepared by Fishman Island, he stood alone, extending his right hand. A translucent white sphere materialized above his palm, swirling with a miniature sandstorm. With a swift motion, he unleashed a raging tempest of sand that howled forward, blanketing the ground ahead in a layer of fine grains. The power seems to have increased significantly, Muya observed with satisfaction. He recalled that when he first acquired the ability to conjure sandstorms, the grains within barely amounted to a single ton, pitifully weak. Now, the force had doubled to roughly 2 tons. Through relentless training, he had confirmed that the potency of his disaster-based abilities could indeed be amplified. Thus, in the days that followed, Muya devoted himself not only to honing his swordsmanship and physical prowess, but also to refining his devil fruit capabilities. Yet, he lamented that his current repertoire consisted of only 3 calamities of modest strength: rainstorms, sandstorms, and blizzards. The most devastating natural disasters, earthquakes, tsunamis, typhoons, volcanic eruptions, remained beyond his grasp. To acquire such abilities, it seemed he would need to immerse himself in the heart of these cataclysms, a perilous gamble with life itself. Moreover, though disasters were a frequent occurrence upon the seas, stumbling upon one precisely when and where it manifested was no simple feat. Volcanic eruptions, for instance, might lie dormant for decades or years before awakening. He could not afford to wait indefinitely, and by the time word reached him of other disasters elsewhere, they would have long since subsided. With these thoughts set aside, Muya focused on his training, leaping with weighted lead balls strapped to his back. For now, his reliance remained on his swordsmanship and physical conditioning. Since departing from Sabaody and returning to Fishman Island, roughly a month had passed. This left him with 2 more months to dedicate entirely to his cultivation. 1, 2, 3, 4. 23,807. With his hands pressed firmly against the ground and a lead ball strapped to his back, Muya executed push-ups as if he had returned to the endless hell of those 2 months, a life where everything was forgotten except for relentless training. Each day was devoted to pushing his limits, squeezing every ounce of strength from his body. Every minor breakthrough was rewarded with an increase in power. At the same time, Muya honed techniques he had yet to fully master. His flowerless sword art had only reached the 10,000 blossoms stage. His divine rotation technique could barely manifest 3 clones. And his navy rokushiki was still in its intricate form, far from the ultimate version. He also trained in armament Haki, but his greatest focus was on refining and improving his soul trump card, Blood Frenzy. His strength grew daily, at a pace others would find unbelievable. Time became meaningless. One day, Jinbi informed Muya that Tiger had returned. Only then did Muya realize 2 months had already passed. So fast, he murmured, earning an exasperated glance from Monet in the distance. Over those 2 months, she and the others had trained as well, but whenever they witnessed Muya's brutal regimen, their own efforts felt like child's play. Nocturne took the handkerchief handed by White Star and wiped away his sweat. During this time, White Star had been steadfastly guarding Nocturne's side, simply watching him train, remaining there for entire days. Monet, who had been approaching, suddenly halted her steps and threw the prepared handkerchief in her hand onto the ground, stomping on it several times in frustration. Beside her, Robin observed this scene with a smile, quietly concealing the handkerchief she had yet to reveal, tucking it deep within her sleeve. The bustling areas remained bustling, and the places of Sin stayed shrouded in darkness. Among the islands, there existed both heaven and hell. Island 16, however, had fallen into complete desolation. Originally small in size, 3 months later, the once frequented special bar now lay in ruins, abandoned and forgotten. The dilapidated bar, riddled with holes and swaying precariously, had become a shadow of its former self. Everything inside had been either destroyed or taken, even the floorboards pried up. Only 2 wooden walls remained, their surfaces scarred with bullet marks. Time is the nemesis of all things, capable of defeating everything. All I can do is ensure I do not vanish within its passage, murmured a mysterious figure clad entirely in black, his face hidden beneath a hood, as he reached out to touch the dust-covered counter. Behind him stood another identically dressed enigma. "Are you all right?" The second figure inquired with a hint of concern. The first shook his head and stepped toward the exit. "If it has decayed, then let it cease to exist. Vanish." With each step the 2 took forward, the walls of the building behind them crumbled, disintegrating into fragments that scattered like a storm. By the time they stepped outside, the bar, which had stood for a mere 6 months, was reduced to rubble. Splinters of wood drifted through the air, devoid of beauty, leaving only a sense of desolation in their wake. "Let's go." The figure clad in black ahead tightened his collar, shrouding his entire form within the dark fabric to conceal any trace of identity, and strode forward. Archipelago Shabandi, District 46. This was one of the settlements of the archipelago's indigenous inhabitants, far livelier than the first 30 islands, where commoners lived in peace and prosperity. Though pirates frequented the area, they came only to purchase goods and rarely harmed the locals. The sole affliction of these people was neither war nor famine, but the celestial dragons. The bustling streets fell into abrupt silence, a hush so profound it was eerie. All the townsfolk knelt motionless along both sides of the road, heads bowed deeply. Adults pressed children to the ground, muffling their mouths, terrified that youthful ignorance might provoke some offense against the approaching celestial dragon. The stillness was suffocating. Not a soul dared lift their gaze. Down the center of the street, several figures advanced. Among them strode a figure clad in pristine noble attire. A bubble helmet encasing his head, his gait dripping with disdain. A chain coiled in his grasp. Its other end tethered to a hulking giant of a man who crawled on hands and knees, enduring intermittent kicks and lashes from his master. Trailing the celestial dragon were 2 or 3 servants garbed in black uniforms. Such scenes were routine. The people waited in trepidation, praying for the celestial dragon's departure so life could resume as before. Thud, thud, thud. A little girl, adorable, cherubic, fumbled her ball. It tumbled away, rolling toward the procession. The faint sound was deafening in the silence. The rosy-cheeked child scrambled after it, her mother too slow to restrain her. The ball came to rest, nudging against a boot. The celestial dragon, mid-stride, felt an impact against his ankle. He glanced down. A ball? Rage ignited. Who dares strike me with this filth? He bellowed. You lowly worms. Soiling my garments with your grime. Sir, it's my ball, the girl piped up, retrieving it with a polite curtsy. Sweet. Innocent. Yuna, come back. Her mother hissed from the sidelines, frantically gesturing. The celestial dragon's lips curled. He had the mother. Yours? His grin turned predatory as he loomed over the bewildered child. To think such delicacies hide here. He licked his lips. My favorite. Seize her. She'll serve as penance. No. Please, your grace. She's just a child. The young girl's mother crawled forward on her knees in terror, embracing her daughter and pleading desperately. Though the 5-year-old child might not fully comprehend the situation, she knew they were trying to separate her from her mother. Sobbing inconsolably, she cried, Don't take me away from my mama. I don't want to go. Humph, seize her. If that old hag dares to interfere, kill her, commanded the celestial dragon, pointing at the kneeling mother and daughter. His subordinates, well aware of their master's preferences, glanced at the beautiful young mother in her mid-20s. To the celestial dragon, any woman over 15 was nothing but a worthless crone. No, please. I beg you, spare us. The mother clung to her child, kowtowing frantically, her forehead striking the ground with sickening thuds until blood streamed down her face. Yet the celestial dragon's men advanced with cruel intent, their eyes gleaming with malice. The surrounding citizens dared not lift their heads, their trembling forms frozen in fearful submission. The father and husband of the family remained silent, cowering among the crowd, too cowardly to utter a word. Will you intervene? Whispered one of the 2 black-clad figures perched on a distant tree in the shadows. The other, a rare red-skinned fishman, clenched his teeth as he watched the harrowing scene unfold. With a heavy sigh, he replied, Let us go. But the first speaker, his voice icy beneath the cloak of darkness, murmured, I, however, have something to test. And with that, he vanished. Back on the street, the brutish men tore at the young mother, attempting to wrench the weeping child from her arms. A sudden gale howled through the air. Thud, thud, thud. The men were hurled backward, soaring through the sky before crashing violently into the distance. The deafening impact jolted the onlookers, who gaped in stunned silence. Are you a celestial dragon? Slowly, the mysterious figure lifted his head, his frigid gaze locking onto the petrified noble. Lend me your life. With a flick of his wrist, a blade slid from his sleeve. A single stroke, and a head tumbled to the ground, the once pristine bubble helmet shattering upon impact. Thump. The sound, though soft, reverberated like thunder in the hearts of all who witnessed it. Silence. A deathly stillness. The kneeling citizens stared in disbelief at the rolling head, the same celestial dragon who had been untouchable mere moments ago, now lifeless. Their dazed eyes shifted to the enigmatic figure who had appeared from nowhere. A cacophony of terrified shrieks erupted simultaneously as the panicked populace scrambled in every direction, their shrill screams piercing the air. Frenzied voices wailed hysterically. A celestial dragon has perished. The admiral approaches. Hundreds of citizens flooded the chaotic streets in desperate, directionless flight. Yet none dared venture within several meters of the enigmatic figure, cloaked in black. The headless corpse collapsed to the ground. Nocturnal turned back and crouched down, gazing at the dazed young woman and the equally terrified little girl. With a gentle smile, he reached out and pinched the child's soft cheek, speaking kindly. Leave this place quickly. It's no longer safe here. Do not return to Subaidi Archipelago. A man came stumbling toward them in a panic, rushing to the woman's side and gasping, Are you all right? Are both of you unharmed? We must go now. From beginning to end, he never once glanced at Nocturnal. Offered no thanks, only fear lingered in his eyes. Dead. The young woman stared blankly at the headless corpse behind Nocturnal, ignoring her husband's frantic pleas. Are you her husband? Nocturnal smiled at the man. Why, yes. May I ask what you need, sir? The man trembled with terror. How could he not fear someone who would slay a celestial dragon without hesitation? Slap. With a mere flick of his wrist. Nightless sent the man flying with a resounding slap. Teeth and blood sprayed through the air as his body skidded across the ground for a full 10 meters. Pathetic. Nightless uttered, his gaze as frigid as winter's grasp. To stand silent while others seize your daughter and threaten your woman. Trash. The man lay crumpled, clutching his swollen face. Blood gushing from his mouth. Yet he dared not voice a single grievance, cowering like a beaten dog, unable to even meet Nightless' eyes. Thank you. Thank you, my lord. The young woman finally stirred, bowing deeply in gratitude. She shuddered to imagine what fate would have befallen her and her daughter without his intervention. Even the little girl, still innocent and wide-eyed, bent at the waist and chirped in her tender voice, Big brother, you're a good person. Leave. Soon, an admiral will arrive. And this place will become hell itself. Nightless waved them off, then gestured dismissively toward the pitiful man. A man like that, better to live alone than rely on such worthless filth. The woman cast one last glance at her husband, her eyes brimming with nothing but disdain and disappointment. Clutching her daughter, she bowed once more before hastening away, vanishing into the chaotic crowd. Wait for me. The man scrambled to follow, but before he could take a step, Nightless appeared before him like a specter. A single slash, and his head soared into the sky, his expression frozen in abject terror. The clamor of fleeing citizens grew distant as the entire district emptied, the people scrambling onto neighboring islands. Word of the atrocity spread like wildfire across Sabaody archipelago, igniting a storm of panic. All eyes turned toward Grove 46, yet none dared approach. Everyone knew an admiral was coming. The skies over Sabaody were about to darken. Why? Voices murmured in dread. 3 months ago, disaster struck. Now, a celestial dragon is to be slain. Will Sabaody be crushed beneath the Navy's wrath? Fleeing ships crowded the waters as the archipelago braced for ruin. Nightless, we must go, urged a cloaked figure, appearing at his side. Before the admiral arrives, we must reach Mariejois. No, I will wait for the admiral here. But why? The mother and child are safe. There's no need for conflict now. Tiger protested, bewildered. Well, who said I acted to save them? I was merely waiting for the admiral to arrive. Is that so? Tiger questioned skeptically. If the celestial dragons were just a means to an end, then why did I sense killing intent earlier? He didn't believe Wu Ye's words. Where there was killing intent, there had to be emotional turbulence. Killing intent? A faint smile curled at the corner of Wu Ye's lips. I simply disapproved of his actions. Then, Wu Yi, why are you waiting for the admiral? Tiger pressed further. To prove something, that's all. Wu Yi remained cryptic, adding, don't worry, it won't interfere with our greater plans. This will be over soon. Boom, boom, boom. The streets, already deserted and littered with scattered belongings, lay silent and desolate. From the distance came the rhythmic sound of footsteps, a swarm of Marines converging upon the area. Meanwhile, at Marine headquarters, damn it, a celestial dragon was killed? Fleet Admiral Sengoku roared, slamming his fist onto the heavy desk, shattering it to pieces. Oh, an incident like this occurred on Sabaody archipelago? Garp and the others exchanged puzzled glances. There have been quite a few disturbances there lately. Could there be a connection behind it all? Who knows? Sengoku massaged his temples in frustration. For now, dispatch an admiral to Sabaody immediately. The criminal who dared kill a celestial dragon must be brought to justice, or the nobles will make life unbearable for the Marines. His gaze shifted between Akainu and Aokiji before settling on the former. Admiral Sakazuki, head to Sabaody at once. Ensure the perpetrator is eliminated. Akainu nodded grimly and turned toward the door. I will not tolerate any who defile justice. Chapter 112. First confrontation with an Admiral Sabaody archipelago. Area 46, all eyes were fixed upon this district, yet aside from the Marines, no one dared approach. Everyone understood what was about to unfold. Sir. It appears the criminals are still there. The Haven T fled. Hundreds of Marines encircled the street. Rifles trained on the two cloaked figures standing calmly in the center. Fear flickered in their eyes. Anyone bold enough to kill a celestial dragon and remain afterward was no ordinary foe. Oh, how audacious. A rear admiral stood at the forefront, flanked by dozens of Marines. More troops blocked the rear, while rooftops bristled with snipers, a layered siege. How coincidental. From beneath his hood, Wu Yi's gaze locked onto the rear admiral. So, you survived the sea after all. Before the officer could demand answers, a chilling voice cut through the tension. I'm not here for you. Stay still, and no one dies. Move, and you perish. Now wait quietly for the admiral. The naval soldiers gasped in shock. To think they were specifically waiting for the admiral's arrival. What audacity or formidable strength must one possess to display such courage? In the eyes of the Navy, the two mysterious figures cloaked in black had already been imagined as one of the four emperors in their minds. The rear admiral frowned slightly. The voice from earlier had seemed somewhat familiar, yet he couldn't quite place it. Who are you? Why did you kill the celestial dragons? What is your purpose? He demanded sternly. Come quietly with us, and your crimes may be lessened. Otherwise, death is your only fate. You're noisy. Mugetsu abruptly lifted his head, his piercing gaze cutting through the black silk of his hood, locking onto the rear admiral's eyes. A sudden gust of wind rose beneath his feet, his robes fluttering wildly as a surge of energy roared forth. Rear Admiral, one learns from experience. Why are you still so naive? Tell me. A violent aura erupted from Mugetsu's body as he unleashed his full conqueror's Haki. The surrounding Marines froze, their faces stiff with terror and shock. Then, row after row collapsed to the ground. Those stationed on the rooftops tumbled down, all rendered unconscious. The officers and Rear Admiral at the front stood dumbfounded, their eyes hollow as they stared at Mugetsu. You're... The Rear Admiral pointed at Mugetsu in horror. I said, everyone should wait quietly. Understood? Mugetsu's voice whispered beside the Rear Admiral's ear as he materialized behind him. With a flick of his blade against the man's neck, a thin crimson line appeared. Before the remaining officers could react, swift slashes followed. Mugetsu vanished, reappearing where he had initially stood. The Rear Admiral and his officers, now drenched in gushing blood, collapsed lifelessly, their final expressions frozen in fear. What had been a siege of hundreds was now reduced to death and unconsciousness. Only Mugetsu and Tiger remained in the eerie silence. Mugetsu, your conqueror's Haki, you can wield it at will now? Tiger turned slightly, gazing at Mugetsu with astonishment. He couldn't help but marvel at his strength, recalling the events of 8 months prior. When we have first arrived at Fishman Island, he could still gain the upper hand in their battles. However, during their most recent confrontation before departure, he was astonished to find that the tide of combat had gradually shifted in his opponent's favor. As the undisputed strongest warrior of Fishman Island, he spent the entire night marveling at Wu Yi's astonishing rate of improvement. With hands clasped over the hilt of his blade, Wu Yi stood motionless like a statue along the street, gazing toward the distant horizon where sea met sky. What's going on? So many Marines have gone. Yet there's no movement, not even the sound of gunfire. Who knows? Perhaps the target has already fled, and the Marines found nothing. The island's inhabitants and pirates alike murmured among themselves, their voices laced with speculation. Yet beneath their words simmered a quiet thrill, even a sense of vindication. To the people of Sabaody Archipelago, the celestial dragons were far more detestable than any pirate, tyrants they could only resent in silence. Now, someone had dared to strike them down. As they silently admired the mysterious figure's audacity, they also mourned the inevitable fate that awaited him. If slaying a celestial dragon were so simple, those who tyrannized Sabaody would have been wiped out long ago. But none dared bear the consequences of such an act. Wu Yi closed his eyes, withdrawing into stillness. The knight's aura had completely dissipated, as if frozen into a statue. After a long pause, his eyes suddenly snapped open, golden light blazing forth as he stared at the massive force approaching like a storm cloud. Hundreds of Marines, armed with rifles, followed an admiral disembarking from the anchored warship, surging wildly toward District 46. It was Admiral Akainu. If the mysterious killer of the celestial dragons hadn't left yet, there would be no chance for escape. The civilians gasped in shock, while the pirates, upon seeing Akainu, all hid in the shadows, none daring to show themselves. Thud. Akainu halted his steps, standing at the street's edge, his gaze sweeping across the hundreds of meters separating him from the motionless figure, along with the fallen Marines sprawled beside him. A terrifying aura radiated from him as he growled. Did you kill them? Behind him, hundreds of elite Marines from headquarters aimed their rifles down the street at the lone figure and his companion, Tiger. Yes, the figure nodded calmly, meeting Akainu's glare. I didn't expect you to come. I thought it would be Akiji. But it doesn't matter. You or him. Either will do for my little experiment. You won't refuse, will you? State your name. Akainu's brow furrowed with murderous intent. Too arrogant. The Marines behind him cocked their rifles. Nightless. With a slight tremor, his cloak tore apart, revealing his youthful, handsome face, while Tiger kept his own features concealed. So it's you. Akainu grinned savagely. Good. Very good. The escaped convict, Nightless. Perfect. For a year, you've trampled upon justice. Today, I'll make sure your life ends here. Escaped convict? I'd prefer you call me Captain of the Emperorless Pirates. Oh, formed a crew, have you? Akainu clenched his fist, molten rock bubbling across his skin, his right arm transforming into searing magma, black smoke curling from it. The Marines around him hastily retreated, not daring to stand too close. Fishman shock palm. Tiger stepped in front of Nightless, his right palm thrust forward with tremendous force. A devastating shockwave roared forth, stronger than any typhoon, obliterating everything in its path. Buildings on either side were torn apart. The shockwave crashed into Akainu, forcing his charging steps backward. The bullets fired by the Marines were deflected, sending them back toward their own ranks. A fishman? Akainu steadied himself, his magma-coated arms absorbing the brunt of the impact. But the surroundings, even behind him, were left in ruins. A massive fan-shaped crater now scarred the land, its size rivaling that of a football field. Tiger, Nightless spoke softly. I'd prefer if you didn't interfere. Wuye gazed helplessly at Tiger, who had acted before him. Tiger turned back to look at him, stared for a moment, then nodded solemnly. Very well. My gratitude. The knight vanished without a trace. In the next instant, he appeared behind Akainu. His longsword cleaved through the heavens, a chilling blossom of steel tracing a devastating scar across the admiral's back. Before the nearby Marines could react, he dissolved into the air once more, retreating dozens of meters behind Akainu. Without waiting for the approaching naval assault, he casually thrust his blade, and 10,000 flowers bloomed. Resplendent blossoms materialized around the Marines, their petals drifting downward like deadly snowflakes. Amidst the anguished wails of the soldiers, countless razor-sharp slashes carved crimson patterns across their flesh. Where flowers bloomed, 100 lives withered. Nocturnal's gaze remained fixed upon Akainu's back, observing the wound left by his armament Haki-hardened blade. Instead of gushing blood, the laceration transformed into molten magma. Elemental transformation from the outset? Nocturnal's eyes narrowed in surprise. In an instant, he vanished from his position just as Akainu's magma fist obliterated the spot where he'd stood. The earth trembled as molten rock engulfed the surrounding terrain. Materializing midair above Akainu, Nocturnal smoothly sheathed his blade. With both fists hardened by armament Haki, he descended like a thunderbolt. Twin fists hammered into the admiral's spine with devastating force. A deafening explosion echoed as Akainu was driven face-first into the earth. The impact cratered the battlefield for hundreds of meters, leaving the Marine admiral at its epicenter. Boom! A colossal pillar of molten fury erupted skyward, painting the heavens with hellish light. The shadow of Muya slowly coalesced beyond the abyss. Within the depths of the chasm, where molten lava writhed and seethed, Akainu rose from its fiery embrace. Not bad, brat. You possess some strength, he growled, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth before surging forward in fury. His right fist transformed into a molten magma fist as he launched a devastating strike toward Muya. Boom. In a flash, the blade was drawn, its keen edge intercepting the oncoming magma fist. The ground beneath their feet trembled but held firm, while molten splatters erupted violently into the air. The knight retreated in haste. Akainu advanced aggressively, his fists transformed into molten magma, relentlessly bombarding the retreating figure. The latter parried with his blade while hardening his entire body with armament Haki to withstand the searing heat of the magma. Boom! Akainu's relentless assault forced his opponent backward, leaving shattered ground in their wake. Shockwaves obliterated buildings on either side. Within mere seconds, devastation stretched over a kilometer, crumbling earth, molten rock, and ruin in every direction. Tiger, watching from a distance, frowned. Something's off. An admiral is formidable, but Nightless shouldn't be so thoroughly overwhelmed. I know his strength. By the time Akainu drove Nightless to the shoreline, the latter stood at the water's edge, his blade braced against the admiral's magma fists. Not a bad grave for you. Brat, Akainu sneered. Mago. His other fist surged upward, aiming for Nightless' abdomen. With a powerful kick off the ground, Nightless launched himself backward over the sea, skimming the surface before retreating further. Difunka. A colossal fist of molten rock erupted, tearing across the ocean. Water vaporized instantly, shrouding the battlefield in steam. The magma projectile carved a chasm through the sea, hurtling toward Nightless. He kicked off the water's surface, sending up a spray as he soared skyward. The molten fist roared past, vanishing into the horizon, leaving a scar of boiling emptiness in its wake. Akainu, his fist still aflame, took aim at Knightless midair. Another massive magma fist tore through the sky, visible across Sabaody Archipelago. Onlookers gaped in terror. Who dared challenge Admiral Akainu? Crack! The magma fist exploded high above. A fiery burst like a deadly firework. But Knightless was already gone. A sharp whistle of wind sliced through the air behind Akainu. Black smoke and molten rock enveloped him as he turned, his magma form absorbing the slash that should have cleaved him in two. By the time his counterstrike landed, Knightless had retreated 100 meters away. So even with armament Haki, landing a decisive blow on an admiral is no easy feat, Knightless mused, grinning. Though, your attacks don't seem all that impressive. Brat, when your blade can cut me down, then I'll grant your wish. In an instant, Wuye materialized above Akainu. His entire form a blazing crimson, eyes burning scarlet, wreathed in tendrils of white mist. Every fiber of his being vibrated at an imperceptible frequency. With a mighty swing, his blade descended, unleashing a colossal arc of sword light that slanted downward. From below, a massive fist of molten rock surged upward to meet it. The sword's radiance cleaved through the searing magma, splitting it asunder and sending molten fragments scattering in all directions. A thunderous roar echoed as the blade's energy struck the earth, sundering the entire island of Area 46 in a single stroke. A yawning chasm tore the landmass apart, its fissures extending even into the surrounding sea, where towering waves recoiled from the devastation. Wuye vanished once more from the sky, reappearing on the ground, just beyond the chasm's edge where Akainu had narrowly evaded the previous strike. Without hesitation, his blade swept horizontally in a lethal arc. Akainu barely managed to leap skyward in time. In that fleeting moment, every tree in Area 46 was severed cleanly at the base, and even a distant hilltop was sheared away as if by an invisible guillotine. Roku Ashiki. Wuye struck before Akainu could complete his ascent, his palm lashing out with a devastating shockwave. The concussive blast hammered into Akainu's molten form, detonating with a deafening explosion that carved a gaping crater into his abdomen, scattering molten rock in a violent eruption. The night was unending as relentless assaults rained upon Akainu in midair, molten rock splattering violently as his form fractured into fragments. Suddenly, another figure materialized above Akainu, a gleaming longsword descending with brutal force. Simultaneously, yet another apparition emerged beneath him, slashing upward with a radiant blade. Twin arcs of sword energy howled through the air, converging upon Akainu's shattered body from above and below. Boom! The savage sword energy pulverized the earth into a pockmarked wasteland, countless fissures tearing through the very air. Akainu's form dissolved completely into molten fragments scattering in all directions. The three manifestations in the sky merged as one, charging toward the largest remaining magma mass. As it struck the ground, an obsidian-hardened blade plunged deep into the molten rock. Kaboom! Yet behind the attacker, an enormous magma fist came crashing down, striking true, only for the figure to gradually fade from view under Akainu's frustrated gaze, vanishing like mist. I thought your core was in the largest fragment. How mistaken. In the distance, the true form watched as Akainu slowly reconstituted from flowing lava. Impressive offensive power, Akainu remarked, observing his opponent's crimson skin steaming with exertion. But how long can you maintain this state? The Marine headquarters knows your techniques well. Save your concern. This will suffice. The figure vanished again, reappearing at Akainu's flank with a flashing blade, only for the strike to be caught in a molten grip. Akainu's other fist surged forward. Wham! A jet-black fist instead connected violently with Akainu's temple, sending the admiral flying backward in confusion. He tumbled across the broken landscape for hundreds of meters before regaining footing. How? Wiping blood from his mouth, Akainu stared at the dual apparitions. He knew the technique created two phantoms with one true body, having caught the sword he'd expected. But the blade could be released. Of course, the fist attack. Clever brat. Enraged, Akainu's body erupted with smoke-choked magma, countless gigantic fists firing skyward like volcanic artillery. Admiral Akainu means to annihilate that entire island. Onlookers from distant shores watched in horror as the fiery barrage ascended from Island 46. Even Tiger had plunged into the sea for refuge. Kaboom! The skyborne magma fists descended like meteors. Akainu's ultimate technique, meteor volcano. The very earth trembled under celestial fire. Hundreds, even thousands of molten meteors rained down upon Area 46, indiscriminate in their destruction. Each impact carved massive craters into the earth, spewing forth rivers of searing lava. Not a single safe haven remained upon the island. The very foundations of Area 46 trembled violently, teetering on the brink of total collapse as flames and magma engulfed the land. Yet amidst this apocalyptic scene, Muya merely grinned, sheathing his long sword at his waist and crossing his arms over his chest. His entire body hardened with the indomitable armament Haki. Further reinforced by the intricate mastery of the Navy's 6 powers, Tekai Kai, the unbreakable defense. So long as his physical limits were not surpassed, no harm could befall him. Even his garments were fortified by the same impenetrable Haki. Under Akainu's stunned gaze, Muya charged headlong beneath the descending torrent of molten rock. Boom! A magma-infused fist collided with Muya's body, sending him hurtling backward before crashing violently into the ground. Yet in the next instant, he erupted from the crater, lunging once more beneath another falling meteor of fire and stone. Boom! Is he trying to kill himself? Akainu watched, bewildered. Who in their right mind would willingly subject themselves to such relentless punishment? Kaboom! Countless times, Muya was struck. At first, an imperceptible glimmer of white light flickered outside his body, gradually intensifying into a radiant brilliance. Within that luminous glow, a crimson hue emerged. Boom! Once more. Nightless was struck down to the ground. What on earth was happening? Akainu had no idea, but he was certain that the young man was no fool. His body molten with magma, he charged toward the crater where Nightless had landed. Yet by the time he reached the pit, Nightless had already vanished, frantically scanning his surroundings. Akainu spotted a figure darting across the sea's surface, using moon steps to propel himself into the distance. It was Nightless. Stay where you are, Akainu roared, hurling massive magma fists one after another. But Nightless, gliding effortlessly through the air, evaded each strike with flawless precision, even as Akainu unleashed his meteor volcano once more. Countless molten meteors erupted across the expanse of the sea as Nightless swiftly evaded them, retreating further and further until he was beyond Akainu's range of attack. Someone, man the ship and pursue, Akainu bellowed, only to realize that Sector 46 was entirely engulfed in lava. Who else remained besides himself? Frustrated, he roared in fury. Damn it! He couldn't fathom the reasoning behind Nightless' actions, nor was he granted any explanation. At the edge of the horizon, Nightless stood upon the ocean's surface, gliding swiftly forward, supported by Tiger beneath him, who swam with powerful strokes, towing Nightless rapidly into the distance. Nocturne wiped the blood from the corner of his lips, his gaze fixed intently upon the translucent crystalline orb cradled in his palm. Within its pristine depths, molten magma swirled and coalesced, the manifestation of volcanic eruption now within his grasp. A faint, triumphant smile played upon his lips. Against all expectations, he had succeeded in acquiring this cataclysmic power without relying on natural disasters. The experiment was a success. Tiger swiftly navigated the ocean's currents until, after what felt like an eternity, a towering mountain range pierced the horizon, its peaks vanishing into the clouds. The Red Line, an immense continental landmass that cleaved the Grand Line in two, forming an insurmountable barrier between its first and second halves. Countless pirates and common folk had spent their entire lives failing to traverse this colossal divide. At its zenith stood the world's most exalted city. Holy Land Mariejois, the seat of the world government and the gilded yet morally corrupt dwelling of the celestial dragons. Near the base of the Red Line, where the land sloped gently toward the sea, 2 figures emerged from the waves, leaping onto solid ground. Nocturne, are you all right? Tiger asked, concern lacing his voice as he took in the blood staining Nocturne's lips. The latter shook his head, wiping away the crimson trail before sinking to the ground. With a weary but apologetic sigh, he murmured, forgive me. It seems I'll need a few days to recover. Tiger nodded firmly. A few days is nothing. We can afford to wait. Noctis's injuries were not particularly severe, merely superficial wounds. Yet, considering the destination ahead and the tasks awaiting him, even such minor injuries could prove catastrophic. Reflecting on the brief skirmish at Sabeti Archipelago, Noctis mused inwardly, as expected of an admiral, formidable indeed. The battle between Nightless and Akainu was brief, yet both fought with their full might, with Nightless holding nothing back, even unleashing blood frenzy. Nightless, why did you engage an admiral in combat? And why did you willingly endure such attacks? Tiger stared at Nightless in bewilderment, having witnessed the entire battle. Many questions lingered in his mind. Why had Nightless only defended at first, then unleashed his full assault later? To obtain what I desired. Nightless spread his palm, revealing a translucent white orb within which molten lava swirled. Tiger's gaze fixed upon it. Is this your devil fruit ability? Indeed. The calamity fruit. Nightless grinned. Then proceeded to unravel all of Tiger's doubts. There are 3 admirals. Kizaru is currently hunting me in that world, leaving only Aokiji and Akainu at Marine headquarters. If the celestial dragons were to be slain, one of these 2 would inevitably be dispatched. One wields the magma fruit, the other the ice fruit. Volcanic eruptions and blizzards both fall under the category of natural calamities. Whichever one arrives would allow me to confirm a certain plan. That plan is the power in your hand. Tiger began to grasp the truth. Correct. The calamity fruit grants control over a natural disaster, but mastery requires experiencing the disaster firsthand. Natural calamities in the wild are too rare and unpredictable. From Crocodile and Monet, I obtained the abilities of blizzards and sandstorms, yet their powers merely mimic true disasters. Akainu possesses the power of magma, but his techniques do not replicate volcanic eruptions. Thus, I needed to confirm whether I could extract that ability from him. That is why I defended it first, to test my theory. Now, I have proof that my speculation was correct. Wu Yi advanced a dozen meters ahead, slamming the molten orb in his hand onto the ground with a thunderous crash. The earth fractured beneath the impact, fissures spewing forth scorching heat. In the next instant, the ground within an 8-meter radius erupted violently, molten lava bursting forth in a fiery torrent. The entire area was engulfed in searing magma. Yet Wu Yi had already retreated to safety. To possess such formidable power from the very beginning? Tiger murmured in astonishment, his gaze fixed upon the churning inferno. To wield such strength immediately upon acquiring the ability? Wu Yi continued his explanation, his voice measured and deliberate. From the observations of Monet and Crocodile, who manifested sandstorms and blizzards respectively, it appears that the intensity of the natural disaster endured correlates with the initial potency of the ability. Now do you understand why I compelled Akainu to unleash his ultimate technique before enduring it myself? A month prior, Wu Yi had already obtained the powers of blizzards and sandstorms. Yet, to his surprise, the foundational strength of these 2 calamities differed. The blizzard he conjured seemed to carry only a ton of snow, whereas the sandstorm's force slightly surpassed that. Recalling the battles against Monet and Crocodile, he noted that the sandstorm had indeed exhibited marginally greater ferocity than the blizzard. Thus, the conclusion became clear. To endure Akainu's most devastating strike was the key. Noctis discovered that the explosive force of the flames seemed quite impressive. He categorized each of the natural disasters he possessed into levels. When first acquired, blizzards and sandstorms could only unleash a ton of snowflakes or grains of sand. Doubling their power and capacity would elevate them to the next level. 1 ton for the first level, 2 for the second, 4 for the third. By this calculation, the volcanic eruption Noctis currently wielded, spanning an 8-meter radius, now ranked as a 4th-level eruption. If you possess all natural disasters, wouldn't that make you invincible? Tiger stared at Noctis in astonishment. His strength was already formidable enough to hold his own against an admiral, and the injuries he sustained seemed self-inflicted. Otherwise, he would have merely expended energy. No, mastering natural disasters is arduous. Advancement isn't so simple. Noctis shook his head. Only when a disaster's power reaches the 8th level can it pose a significant threat to top-tier fighters like admirals. He added, moreover, I cannot control these calamities. Wu Yi gazed at the distant, seething magma. Unlike Akainu, he couldn't stand unscathed amidst the molten rock. Even the volcanic eruptions he himself conjured would harm him upon contact. All he possessed was the ability to summon natural calamities and roughly determine their locations. Once unleashed, these disasters spiraled beyond his control. Their subsequent trajectories no longer his to command. Indeed, no devil fruit is without flaw, remarked Tiger. Yet even so, I believe none can compare. With a faint smile, Wu Yi replied, I share the same sentiment. Let us depart and seek temporary refuge within a cavern to recuperate for several days. Their gazes traced the colossal red line, an insurmountable natural barrier stretching across the heavens and earth. Tilting their heads further back, their vision ascended until it became an absolute upward tilt. Yet the summit remained unseen, its midsection already veiled by drifting clouds. At the mountain's base, hundreds of meters above the sea, they located a secure cavern. There, Wu Yi began tending to his injuries, patiently awaiting the restoration of his peak condition. Days passed in tranquil silence. Let us proceed. 3 days later, 2 shadowy figures emerged upon the nearly vertical cliff face. In the silent night, undisturbed. Yet the marine headquarters and Sabaody archipelago were once again thrown into turmoil. The events of Sabaody spread across the world like wildfire. Who would have thought even an admiral could falter? Yet, it makes sense. That man fought his way out of Impel Down. Even Admiral Kazara pursued him across the seas for months without laying a finger on him. How do you know it's him? Read the papers, idiot. After the Sabaody incident, the headlines of every newspaper issued by Marine headquarters and across the world carried only one story: Celestial Dragon slain, Admiral returns in defeat. The headline alone was enough to seize everyone's attention. Admiral Sakazuki, what happened? Why did he escape? At Marine headquarters, Fleet Admiral Sengoku roared at Akainu, who had returned to report. Glaring at the photograph of Mujinshi on the table, he smashed his fist down, shattering it. That damned Mujinshi. Again and again. He crosses the line. Sengoku, don't lose your temper. Those celestial dragons are pressuring us through the world government to capture the criminal quickly, Garp said wearily. Sengoku snarled back. Forget the celestial dragons, useless troublemakers, the lot of them. The admirals present quickly feigned distraction. Though they too despised the celestial dragons, they were still the world nobles. They knew the fleet admiral was venting in his fury, words only they could hear. Even if the celestial dragons learned of it, their influence wouldn't be enough to punish a marine admiral severely. A terrifying and detestable man. After 3 months of searching, you were the first to find him, Akainu. Hearing news of Mujinshi at headquarters, Kizaru temporarily returned from the seas. Eyeing the visibly exhausted Akainu, he remarked in surprise, to think he could defeat even you. Akainu? Fleet Admiral, should I continue the pursuit? Or will he defeat me too? Who said I was defeated? Akainu's eyes burned with fury. Easy now, easy. Kizaru stepped back in mock fear, muttering under his breath, wounded, unable to stop your opponent. Doesn't that count as defeat? His words reached everyone present. Akainu's face darkened as he roared, injuries don't mean defeat. If that brat hadn't run, I would have crushed him. Oh, Admiral Sakazuki, so he fled? Fleet Admiral Sengoku's eyes gleamed with relief. His earlier rage had stemmed more from unease over Mujinshi's growing strength than the failure itself. Not exactly fleeing. Recalling the battle, Akainu couldn't bring himself to lie. He's strong. But his greatest attack, the technique reported from Impel Down that briefly enhances his power and speed, allowed him to hold his own against me. At that moment, I couldn't overpower him. But neither could he deal me a critical blow. Given time, he would have lost. Akainu brimmed with unwavering confidence, for his opponent's abilities could only be sustained briefly, whereas he could wage battle ceaselessly for days on end. The victor was clear as day. Sengoku the Buddha tapped his fingers against the desk, his furrowed brow easing slightly, though a shadow of concern lingered. Yet his growth is alarmingly rapid, he mused. Just 8 months ago, he was barely on par with Shiryu of the Ring. We must eliminate him swiftly, lest even the admirals prove powerless against him. Akainu, who seldom held others in high regard, now pressed urgently, turning to Kizaru. His speed is unmatched. You are the only admiral capable of ending him. I would if I could, Kizaru grumbled in frustration. But those useless intelligence squads have failed to track him down. 3 months at sea, and not a single lead. Sengoku drummed his fingers thoughtfully before finally speaking. Then what is his purpose? A mere vigilante? Yet he flees before the battle concludes. Why? What does he seek? Who the hell knows? Akainu growled, equally vexed. He had landed not a single blow, while his opponent had willingly weathered his magma meteor strikes. Regardless, Sengoku declared, his eyes flashing with the authority befitting a fleet admiral. This man must be eradicated within the year. Notify the world government. Mobilize their intelligence forces as well. Kizaru, patrol the waters around Sabaody. He cannot have gone far. The moment their SA trace, move immediately. And if necessary, summon another admiral for reinforcement. It was clear, Sengoku was resolute, willing to spare no expense in annihilating Muya. Meanwhile, atop the red line, the very man the Marines, the world government, and their intelligence networks scoured the seas for Muya climbed alongside Fisher Tiger along the steep cliffs of the continent. 1,000 meters up, yet barely a tenth of the red line's towering height. 10,000 meters of sheer, vertical rock, a challenge beyond ordinary men. Daunting even to the strongest. Under the last rays of the setting sun, Newt and Tiger's figures slowly ascended the cliff, their pace unhurried. Newt refrained from using his moon step to fly upward at full speed. Instead, like Tiger, he climbed with both hands and feet, conserving their stamina. They paused every 500 meters to recover their minimally depleted energy before continuing their ascent. The night grew deep, moonless, and eerily somber. Wrapped in the thick clouds shrouding the mountainside, the two climbed swiftly. Above them stretched an expanse of pale mist and darkness, while below lay the same abyss, unfathomable in depth and distance. An ordinary person would have long been paralyzed with fear in such an environment. Yet, their gazes remained resolute as they scaled the heights with unwavering determination. By the early hours of dawn, they reached a ledge 100 meters below the summit of Mariejois, the Holy Land. Faint glimmers of light seeped down from above. "Newt," Tiger said, his voice steady. "As we planned, I will incite chaos and set fires to divert the world government's attention, giving the slaves a fleeting chance. Meanwhile, you will break into the prison cells and free all the captives. Then, guide them toward the river. Once there, they must plunge into the currents and let the waters carry them away from this place." We nodded slightly, though the steps appeared simple. Every minute detail had been meticulously rehearsed in their minds countless times. "Let's go." Without hesitation, the two shot forward like arrows released from their bows, charging toward the sacred land of Mariejois. As they cleared the cliff's edge and soared through the air, their gazes instantly surveyed the entire layout of Mariejois below. Though Mariejois remained largely inaccessible to outsiders, obtaining information about its structural layout wasn't particularly difficult. Ordinary citizens could apply for passage through Mariejois when traveling between the first and second halves of the Grand Line. For those with determination and effort, acquiring a map of Mariejois sacred grounds was far from impossible. Nocturne and Tiger had long been aware of the entire environment of Mariejois. Understanding the surroundings versus remaining ignorant made all the difference. The moment they breached the cliff's edge, what unfolded before Nocturne's eyes was not an abyss of darkness, but rather a scene as bright as daylight. Castles stood illuminated with glowing windows, while street lamps lined both sides of the avenues. Mariejois, perched atop the mountain summit, was not built upon steep cliffs but rather on a vast, gently sloping plateau, as if the peak itself had been sheared away to create this expansive flatland. The plateau was bisected by a river, flowing upstream from the mountain's base, dividing the city into two halves. At the heart of Mariejois, the river widened into a lake, upon which several vessels lay anchored. To the right of the lake lay the headquarters of the world government, while to the left resided the domain of the celestial dragons. Under the cloak of night, Yi and Tiger found themselves at the farthest edge of the celestial dragon's domain. Simultaneously, Yi's keen eyes immediately discerned a massive obsidian fortress looming approximately a kilometer away. Unlike the opulent castles surrounding it, this structure bore the grim visage of a prison, undoubtedly the holding place for the celestial dragon's multitude of noble slaves. These self-proclaimed celestial beings, who fancied themselves superior, would never deign to house their so-called lowly slaves within their own gilded halls. Instead, the wretched souls were confined to this collective pen, only to be dragged out when their masters sought amusement. Yet, it was precisely this arrogance that rendered escape all the simpler. Move. The moment they surged forward, the night was shattered like a loosed arrow, streaking low and parallel to the ground. With a forceful push from his feet, Yi surged forward in a furious charge. Meanwhile, Tiger, like a cannonball, crashed violently into the earth, right into the nearest castle before them. The entire structure collapsed in an instant. The celestial dragons and their servants, perhaps still lost in slumber, were buried beneath countless boulders before they could even stir. As Yi dashed 100 meters away, he turned his head with effortless grace and saw a figure emerging from the ruins of the fallen castle, torch in hand, charging toward another fortress. The sturdy walls offered no resistance to Tiger's advance. He smashed through them without hesitation. Moments later, thick plumes of black smoke rose from the castle, flames licking through the windows, illuminating the terror within. Piercing screams echoed as Tiger burst forth once more from the inferno, now racing toward a third castle. The deafening explosions and raging fires finally roused the slumbering celestial dragons. They stumbled out of their mansions in disarray, their noble pretenses crumbling. What is happening? A fire? Damn it! Summon those useless world government fools to put it out. They cursed in the streets, glaring at the blazing castles along the cliffs, dismissing it as mere misfortune. But then castle after castle ignited. Even the dimmest among them realized something was terribly wrong. The celestial dragons shrieked, scrambling toward the lake in sheer panic, their supposed dignity abandoned entirely. Across the lake, within the world government headquarters, officials peered through their windows at the distant inferno, faces pale with shock. How could such a disaster strike so suddenly? At the very heart of the headquarters, in the opulent chambers atop the highest castle, the five elders gazed through their windows at the spreading flames and the cacophony of screams. Their brows furrowed. "This is no ordinary fire," one murmured. "Someone is setting this deliberately." And at that moment, with a thunderous crash, Yi landed before the colossal prison. Ahead loomed towering walls like battlements and a massive iron gate. Tightly shut, the prison guards, drawn by the flickering flames, stood atop the ramparts and immediately noticed Wuye outside the gates. Before the challenge could even be uttered, Wuye's blade flashed from its sheath in an instant, unleashing a cross-shaped arc of sword light that struck the iron gate with a deafening explosion. The gate split apart, its shattered fragments crashing to the ground. Without sparing a glance for the horrified guards, Wuye dashed through the ruined entrance. The moment he stepped inside, the entire layout of the prison unfolded before his eyes, arranged much like the infinite hell, with rows of cells lining the corridors, patrolled by guards, and filled with prisoners of various races. The guards inside, startled by the thunderous collapse of the gate, turned their terrified gazes toward the entrance, where Wuye stood. Before any could react, Wuye vanished from their sight. The guards' shrill screams had barely begun when a blur of motion swept past them all. In the blink of an eye, footsteps echoed through the labyrinthine corridors. The prison guards within these passageways, in the next instant, performed identical motions, their hands desperately clutching at their own throats. Yet crimson rivulets still seeped through the gaps between their fingers. Their pupils dilated grotesquely, terror and despair flooding their gaze. Breathing grew labored as they vainly attempted to stem the flow from severed windpipes, all to no avail. In the next moment, every guard collapsed in abject horror. Outside, the cacophony dwarfed even the prison's chaos. Sparks devoured the night sky. Scorching gusts howled in relentless waves. Screams, the discordant stampede of fleeing footsteps, the thunderous collapse of structures, and the detonation of everything consumed by the inferno painted a tableau that would forever haunt the celestial dragons, no longer the revered nobility of the world. They were now pitiable creatures scrambling blindly for survival. Many, roused abruptly from slumber, their bloated flesh trembling, appeared more wretched than clowns, tumbling and flailing as they fled amidst the panicked throng. Inside the prison, in an instant, Nocturne arrived at a prison cell. With a flash of cold steel in his hand, the iron door collapsed with a resounding crash. He sprinted swiftly, continuously cleaving through one iron gate after another. All who desire freedom and dignity, get out now, he roared. Run toward the lake. The prisoners, who had been listless and numb, like walking corpses resigned to their fate, stared blankly from their cells. But at the sight of the shattered doors and the commanding voice, their shock quickly turned to wild elation. Run. From every cell Nocturne had liberated, the inmates scrambled frantically, surging through the corridors in a chaotic, howling tide. Yet Nocturne paid them no heed. His focus remained unbroken as he continued slashing through the remaining gates, his gaze darting into each cell he passed, searching for one figure in particular. He knew she was here, one of the original 7 warlords of the sea, the pirate Empress Boa Hancock. He had no reason to join Tiger on such a perilous mission without gain, and she was one of his objectives. After all, she was among the most formidable fighters in the original tale. Crack! The final iron gate fell before his blade. His brow furrowed. Had he missed her? Was Boa Hancock not in the cells? Then, a sudden realization struck him. He whirled around, his eyes sweeping over the flood of prisoners stampeding toward the ruined exit, thousands of them. Under the dim glow of night, his gaze swiftly scoured the crowd until it alighted upon the 2 elusive silhouettes he sought. Yet before him, the abrupt staccato of gunfire shattered his concentration, severing the thread of his visual pursuit. Wuye stood in the deepest recesses of the prison, facing several massive structures that were not cells, but interrogation chambers, though more accurately, they served as venues where the celestial dragons tormented prisoners. At this moment, over a dozen black-clad gunmen and 4 disheveled celestial dragons burst forth from these buildings. Vanished. The servants shielding the celestial dragons stared at the bullet-scarred ground, bewildered by the sudden disappearance of their target. Bastards! Who dares release the prisoners? What the hell is happening? The celestial dragons roared as they watched the inmates storm through the iron gates. Bang! 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 A thunderous impact erupted behind them. Wuye materialized amidst the servants, kicking them aside with lethal grace. His blade danced, unleashing razor-sharp slashes that shredded the airborne assailants mid-flight. Ack! The celestial dragons cowered in terror, scrambling backward toward the building like frightened vermin. Crack! As Wuye stepped inside, his expression darkened into something monstrous. Save for the whimpering celestial dragons huddled in the corner, the center of the room held a bound and suspended girl, naked, her limbs cruelly severed. Under the dim moonlight, Wuye approached the despondent maiden whose vacant eyes reflected utter despair. A soul bereft of all hope for this world. With deliberate grace, he severed the ropes binding her and gently laid her upon the earth. "Remain here," he commanded. Meanwhile, the celestial dragons cowering in the corner attempted a frantic escape toward the doorway. Yet a single glacial glance from Wuya froze them mid-flight, reducing the so-called nobles to trembling wrecks as they soiled themselves in terror. "Spare us! Have mercy!" they wailed piteously, their voices breaking like shattered glass. "We are celestial dragons. Please don't." Their pitiful cries dissolved into incoherent whimpers. Gazing at the young maiden, Wuya heaved a melancholic sigh and inquired, "Is there anything else you wish to say?" The girl's vacant, lifeless eyes flickered with a faint glimmer of awareness as she met his gaze. Perhaps it was the compassion in his eyes that stirred her soul. A fragile smile graced her lips, not beautiful in the conventional sense, yet profoundly moving. "Please, kill me," she whispered. "Very well," Wuya nodded solemnly. Rising to his feet, he retrieved a damp cloth from a nearby bucket and began to cleanse her body with meticulous tenderness, devoid of any impure intent. He washed her with reverence, gently wiping her face before draping his own black robe over her fragile form. Then, with deliberate care, he placed his right hand over her eyes, shielding them from the world. "May you find happiness in your next life," he murmured, resting his other hand upon her chest. "Thank you. You are truly kind." She breathed, her lips curving into one last serene smile before stillness claimed her. Wuya ensured her passing was swift and painless, severing her heart's pulse in an instant. "Farewell," he whispered. The echo of her final words lingered in the chamber. "Kind?" Wuya smirked bitterly. Few had ever deemed him as such, for he knew himself to be anything but virtuous. Beneath her, the ground melted into molten lava, consuming her remains without a trace. Then, his expression hardening into icy resolve. Wuya turned toward the corner where 4 terrified celestial dragons cowered, their desperate pleas and frantic prostrations drowned in the shadow of his unsheathed blade. With a single ruthless kick, Wuya shattered everything between their legs. Amidst their hysterical wails, his expression remained icy as he swung his blade with frenzied abandon. Countless sword shadows entangled the 4 terrified celestial dragons, stripping flesh from their bodies piece by piece. Lingqi, atonement for their sins. With blade sheathed, he turned and strode toward the exit. The entire chamber was painted crimson with splattered blood. In the corner lay 4 fleshless figures, not quite corpses, not yet dead, yet had inflicted no fatal wounds, merely flayed them alive, leaving them to await death in boundless terror and agony. Celestial dragons. A sudden urge to eradicate them all surged within him. Madness flickered in Miet's eyes as he gazed at the last group of prisoners fleeing through the shattered iron gate. Then, in an instant, he vanished. Only his self-reflective whisper lingered in the air. "Am I a good man?" No, Noctis's actions could hardly be deemed virtuous. Yet even he drew the line at needless cruelty. While no saint, he retained a sliver of compassion, however faint. Chapter 119. Hancock. Hold me tight. With a sudden burst of speed, Wuya charged out of the prison. Outside, the sky was ablaze with flames. Tongues of fire, nearly devouring a third of the celestial dragon's district. The inferno spread rapidly, and everywhere was filled with hysterical screams. The tyrannical celestial dragons and their arrogant servants fled in terror. Meanwhile, the world government dispatched numerous ships, their personnel flooding in. Most of them rushed to extinguish the fire, as protecting the holy land of Mariejois clearly took precedence over recapturing slaves. Of course, a small contingent still pursued and slaughtered the escaping prisoners. The thousands of inmates freed by Wuya sprinted wildly through the labyrinthine streets, scattering in all directions. Many did not head toward the lake. Soon, Wuya spotted Tiger's figure. Surrounded by hundreds of fishmen and other slaves, the largest group raced toward the lake. Tiger's plan for escape was this. The fishmen would tow the other prisoners across the water, then ride the current down to the latter half of the Grand Line. Jinbi and the others had already sailed their ship there, waiting for them. Nightless did not charge towards Tiger and the others, nor did he intend to escape across the water. With his mastery of Moon Step, he could dash in any direction and scale the cliffs to leave. His observation Haki was fully unleashed, sensing everything around him. A faint smile curled at the corners of his lips, found them. In an instant, he vanished. On one street, 3 figures sprinted forward aimlessly. Meanwhile, Nightless appeared on the adjacent street. Every celestial dragon he encountered along the way suddenly froze, their necks marked by a thin red line before they collapsed in terror. Through observation Haki, he perceived the situation of the 3 figures on the neighboring street, so that SY didn't notice them at first. In his mind SI 3 young girls materialized, 2 of them ordinary in appearance, with green and brown long hair, while the third was tall but covered head to toe in grime and mud. Her features completely obscured, masking her face with dirt. No wonder I missed her at first. Nightless was now certain. This mud-caked girl was none other than Hancock. At the same time, the street where Hancock and the others were fleeing suddenly swarmed with black-suited agents of the world government, rifles in hand, surging forward. The 3 girls turned to seek refuge in nearby buildings, but the structures on either side crumbled violently, leaving them no escape. The commotion drew the attention of the agents ahead, who rushed toward them in droves. Dozens of world government operatives converged on the scene. Charged through. The 3 girls dashed forward, and miraculously, none could stop them. Just as they broke through the encirclement, a heavy object plummeted from above. Hancock leaped and kicked midair. The falling figure let out a shriek before petrifying entirely. A celestial dragon, staring at the now stone statue crashing to the ground. Hancock hesitated for only a fraction of a second before continuing her sprint, swiftly leaving the street behind. Hidden in the shadows, Nightless captured the entire scene with a den mushy, grinning darkly. With this recorded evidence of you killing a celestial dragon. Empress, it seems your only path now is to follow me. Placing the den mushy in a secure spot where flames wouldn't destroy it, Nightless vanished once more. The next moment, he materialized in front of Hancock and the others. Come with me. I'll get you out. His sudden appearance startled the 3 girls, who immediately assumed defensive stances. But when they recognized him, their eyes widened with disbelief, then brimmed with exhilaration and gratitude, rendered speechless. Nightless had freed all the slaves. How could any of them forget his face? Move. Nightless dashed toward the cliffs leading to the latter half of the Grand Line. Without hesitation, the 3 girls followed closely behind. Opposite them, atop the highest administrative tower of the world government headquarters, a fishman and a human observed the chaos below. Merely releasing slaves, is that their goal? Humans and fishmen these days truly have grown bold. Haven't they caused enough chaos? The celestial dragons have indeed gone too far these years. It would serve them right to be taught a lesson. And perhaps it's time to put an end to this battle. Who among us shall go? The 5 elders exchanged glances. I shall. One of them, cradling a long sword, gazed indifferently at the town engulfed in flames ahead. Then I shall deal with the slaves who have stormed the Lake District, another elder declared, shouldering his rifle. In an instant, both vanished from the chamber. The streets were ablaze, consumed by fire. Under the moonless night, the 2 women charged furiously toward the nearest cliff. Whenever obstructed by anyone or encountering impassable terrain, a single slash would shatter all barriers, carving a path forward. Hiss! The razor-sharp whistle of slicing wind abruptly pierced the silence overhead. Wuya's footsteps faltered abruptly as he swiftly turned around, spreading his arms wide to envelop all 3 women in a protective embrace. In the blink of an eye, they surged forward 100 meters. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted behind them before the women could even register what was happening. A shockwave laden with shattered debris radiated outward in all directions. Countless fragments clanged against Wuya's back, now hardened by the indomitable armament Haki. The tremors from behind gradually subsided. Wu gently set down the 3 women and swiftly turned to assume a defensive stance. Had enough fun? If so, follow me now. Amidst the swirling dust within the shattered crater before him, a silhouette emerged, none other than one of the 5 elders, cradling the legendary Shodai Kitetsu. One of the 5 elders? Yiwu's brow furrowed slightly. He immediately extended his observation Haki to sense the surroundings, yet detected no other presences. Still, the gravity in his expression remained unshaken. Though the original narrative never fully revealed the extent of the 5 elders' strength, the sheer force of their descent, leaving such devastation in its wake, spoke volumes. Yet, Yiwu couldn't quite gauge the depths of this elder's power. Hold on to me, Yiwu commanded, his gaze locked onto the sword-wielding elder. Without hesitation, he addressed the 3 women behind him, who stood momentarily stunned. Huh? What? They murmured in confusion. No questions, just hurry, Yiwu replied, his tone edged with urgency. Oh? Still resisting? The elder tilted his head, intrigued. Though bewildered and slightly flustered, the 3 women complied, Hancock embracing him from behind, her sisters gripping his arms. With a sudden explosive force, Yiwu launched himself backward, the ground fracturing beneath him as massive debris erupted toward the elder. His body radiated intense heat, the searing warmth palpable against Hancock's skin as they retreated in a blur of afterimages. Muyua had no inclination to engage in combat with this elder star. He was uncertain of the Elder Star's true strength. But this was the very heart of the world government headquarters. Lingering here would be far more perilous than even the depths of Impel Down. Whoosh! As he swiftly retreated, Muyue's gaze remained fixed upon the Elder Star. There was no glint of steel, no flash of light. Yet the massive boulder he had kicked aside split cleanly in two, parting around the Elder Star before crashing to the ground in the distance with twin thunderous booms. At the same moment, Muyue's eyes widened imperceptibly. Before him, the Elder Star had vanished. As if teleporting, the figure reappeared dozens of meters ahead, without any visible movement, no trace of a sprint. In Muyue's perception, the Elder Star's path formed a seamless line, an unbroken trajectory. Its endpoint, himself. So fast, Wu Yi was utterly astonished. Despite employing blood frenzy and carrying 3 women, his speed should not have diminished significantly. Yet, he now realized that the 5 elders were closing in on him rapidly, their velocity still escalating. Clang. As if teleporting, one of the 5 elders unsheathed the legendary Shodai Kitetsu. In the next instant, he materialized before Wu Yi, who was hastily retreating, and with effortless grace, the blade descended in a deceptively simple arc. To Wu Yi, however, every muscle in his body tensed in alarm. Boom! A resolute declaration of steel. Another Wu Yi manifested before him, his own blade intercepting the descending strike. While the original Wu Yi surged forward at full speed, breaking the sound barrier, with the 3 women in tow. In the blink of an eye, they neared the distant cliff. Oh, a devil fruit with the power of duplication? The elder observed the Wu Yi blocking his blade with mild intrigue, indifferent to the fleeing figures. With a single-handed grip, he exerted subtle pressure upon his sword, the edge inching downward. Wu Yi hastily extended both hands to block the blade at its tip and hilt. Yet the ground beneath his feet began to crumble incessantly. The surrounding houses were uprooted by the roaring shockwaves. Boom! The blade in the Gorosei's hand cleaved into the earth, and from beneath its edge, a chasm tore open, stretching far into the distance. Gone? The Gorosei frowned in surprise at the sight before him. No, that wasn't a clone. In an instant, the Gorosei vanished as well. At that moment, Wu Yi, carrying the 3 women, burst from the ground, only to find himself facing the abyss, the precipice. As they plummeted at breakneck speed, a blade's edge, terrifying even to Wu Yi, sliced through the air behind them. With no time to spare, he split off another clone. Boom! The 2 blades clashed, sending Wu Yi hurtling backward. Yet the original Wu Yi, still clutching the 3 women, plunged vertically downward, swallowed by the darkness. So it was an impossibly swift alternation between the 2. The Gorosei disappeared once more, only to materialize directly in front of Wu Yi the instant his clone was struck away. Above the cliffs, in the open sky, countless afterimages of Wu Yi flickered into existence. Yet each time one solidified, the Gorosei would appear before him in a flash, barring his path, sealing his escape. Wu Yi attempted to break through from every conceivable angle, his speed surpassing the limits of human perception, rendering him invisible to the naked eye. The sky was filled with fleeting shadows amidst the rapidly descending clouds. The 3 women clinging to Wu Yi felt his form gradually fade. In the final moment, he hurled them forward before vanishing without a word, no farewell, no explanation. The divine shift technique was not an art of duplication, but rather the pinnacle of speed. Since his true form was entirely obstructed by the 5 elders at the precipice of the cliff, his presence could no longer flicker between 2 points. Thus, the other manifestation of Wu Yi had no choice but to dissolve into nothingness. Thud! Without warning, the 3 women were flung through the clouds, their screams of despair piercing the air as they hurtled toward the cliff face. Just before impact, they crashed onto a slightly flatter ledge, tumbling across the rough surface. Though battered and bleeding, they were spared the full force of a direct collision. What just happened? Hancock clutched her bleeding arm, her gaze fixed ahead. But Wu Yi was already gone, deaf to their anguished cries. Sister, what do we do now? Her younger siblings clung to the ledge, peering into the abyss below, an endless darkness of unknown depth. Above, even the distant lights of Mariejois had vanished. It was as though they had been abandoned by the world itself. Surely, our savior wouldn't leave us behind? The youngest trembled, clutching Hancock tightly as the howling winds lashed at their fragile forms. They huddled together, seeking warmth in the merciless dark. At the edge of Mariejois, Nocturnal gripped his blade, glaring at the 5 elder star blocking his path. A pang of concern flickered through him for the Empress. whom he had reluctantly sent tumbling onto the cliff platform had he judged the force correctly in that split second. Yet, had he not acted, she and the others would have plummeted into the sea, a fatal drop by any measure. It seems words are futile. Clenching his twin blades, his skin flushed crimson with exertion, Nocturnal's gaze hardened before he vanished in an instant, reappearing beside the Elder Star in a flash of steel. Clang. The Elder Star parried effortlessly. Whoosh. The air filled with Nocturnal's afterimages, a storm of phantom strikes from every conceivable angle, yet each was deflected with infuriating ease. The illusions dispersed, and Nocturnal reappeared 100 meters away, assessing the motionless Elder Star. Stronger than an admiral. How much stronger remained uncertain. Still not satisfied, the Elder Star smirked. Nocturnal thrust his sword forward. 10,000 blossoms. A cascade of radiant petals swirled around him before hurtling toward the Elder Star. Seizing the moment, Nocturnal whirled and sprinted toward the distant cliff. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yet before he had even fully turned, the air behind him screamed with lethal intent. Impossible. Even if the blossoms had failed to wound, they should have bought him time. How had the Elder Star closed the gap so swiftly? With a powerful leap, Nocturnal shot skyward, unleashing crescent blades of energy downward, their arcs vanishing into the distant horizon. In the silent night, a sharp whistling sound suddenly pierced the air, swiftly evading. Yet no matter where Wu Ye turned, sword glares would instantly materialize behind him, shooting forth relentlessly. Amidst his dodging, he caught a glimpse of the situation surrounding the five elders. Originally enveloped by thousands of swirling petals, the five elders now stood with long swords in hand, their robes billowing without wind as a colossal tornado of sword energy encased them. Not a single petal could penetrate this tempest forged from razor-sharp chi. Such an overwhelming amount of sword energy? Wu Ye's expression darkened with dread. This magnitude. It defies all reason. Simultaneously, the rotating tornado of sword chi continuously unleashed crescent-shaped blade glares, each one unerringly homing in on Wu Ye with lethal precision. Swiftly evading, Noctis danced through the night. Crescent-shaped blade auras erupted across the heavens, vanishing into the abyss or detonating violently upon the earth where he had stood moments before. Boom. Within mere seconds, Noctis had already dodged over 1,000 sword glares. The knight stood still in the distance. Before him lay nothing but ruins, riddled with countless scars. Impressive speed, he mused. The five elder stars, once engulfed in the tempest of sword energy, gradually emerged as the whirlwind dissipated. His breath remained steady, devoid of any trace of exhaustion, his gaze fixed upon the knight. That last move wasn't meant to strike me. It was to push me away from the cliff. The knight glanced back, realizing the distance now spanned 1,000 meters. Understanding the intent, his eyes chilled, and in an instant, he vanished. The other disappeared as well. A sharp, almost ethereal sound, like the very fabric of space being pierced. Two blades, their edges aligned, clashed at their tips. Boom. Sword energy erupted, expanding violently where they met, hundreds. Then thousands of meters, annihilating everything within its reach, the very ground beneath them erased. Thud. A trickle of crimson escaped the corner of Wu Ye's lips as he was sent hurtling backward, his eyes wide with astonishment at the motionless figure before him. Could they truly be this formidable? In that same instant, the opponent vanished once more from their stationary position. To Wu Ye's vision, there was only the rapidly enlarging tip of a sword. Was evasion impossible? Though Wu Ye managed to stabilize his tumbling form midair, the blistering speed of his adversary rendered dodging futile. Gritting his teeth, he thrust his own blade forward with desperate force. Boom. A tempest of energy far surpassing the previous clash erupted between them. At the precise point where steel met steel, a shockwave tore skyward, scattering every wisp of cloud in the darkened heavens, though none bore witness to this spectacle in the obsidian void. The five elders murmured in faint surprise. He had actually parried it? Moments ago, he had been defenseless. Yet now, even while hurtling backward, he had managed to intercept their strike. Kaboom! A colossal fissure yawned behind Wu Ye's retreating figure, while in the wake of the five elders, an enormous crater blossomed like some monstrous floral imprint upon the earth. In the next breathless moment, with rapid, retreating steps, Wu Ye hastily withdrew several paces, while the five elders' figures shifted slightly, their feet involuntarily sliding back half a step, no longer maintaining their previously motionless stance. Alas, having only just grasped a fleeting wisp of mucka, Wu Ye shook his head in disappointment. The technique he had just employed, mucka-ken, a sword art surpassing even banka, was one he had resorted to out of necessity, yet remained far from mastery. Interesting. Quite intriguing. The elder before him straightened, his aged form radiating not the slightest hint of frailty or decay. Whoosh! The elder's robes billowed without wind, snapping sharply. His white hair danced in an unseen gale. The ground trembled faintly, pebbles skipping upon its surface as the earth beneath the elder's feet began to dissolve into nothingness. To think that human could push the third to this extent, forcing him to employ that technique? Even against the Navy admirals, he wouldn't necessarily resort to it. Within the opulent chamber, the remaining 3 elders sensed the faint tremors beneath their feet. Their gazes turned toward the distant, smoldering ruins of the celestial dragon city, where a golden pillar had briefly erupted before vanishing. What is happening? Why would the third use that? Is the opponent truly so formidable? The door swung open as the 5th elder entered, his hunting rifle slung over his shoulder. Second brother, have the slaves and fishmen been dealt with? The others inquired. The rifle-bearing elder shook his head. No, that fishman proved unexpectedly capable. A moment of carelessness allowed him to dive into the water, and you know how their strength surges in their element. He escaped with a handful of fishmen and slaves. Though I eliminated over 70%. Oh, it seems today as visitors are rather remarkable individuals, the others mused, their tones light, devoid of any tension. Let them flee. Such trivial matters can be left to the Navy. For now, let us enjoy the third S battle. That human is indeed quite impressive. The 4 elders gathered on the balcony, their eyes fixed upon the distant confrontation. Before Muya's eyes, the elder bathed in golden light as radiant beams erupted from his body, soaring into the sky before swiftly condensing back upon him. What is this? Muya's expression darkened as he observed the elder now enveloped in a luminous golden aura, the glow covering every inch of his form, even extending to the blade's edge. Golden armor, one of my techniques, declared the elder, his gilded sword pointing at Muya. Unleash all your abilities now, or you'll never have another chance. In an instant, he vanished. The next moment, he reappeared before Muya, his shimmering blade slicing through the air with a golden trail. Clang! After a brief clash, Muya disappeared, reappearing hundreds of meters away. His gaze flickered to his own blade, where a fresh notch marred the steel. This is one of the 50 prized swords, not as legendary as the supreme-grade Shodai Kitetsu, but no ordinary weapon either. Yet, it hadn't been cleanly severed. Instead, it seemed as though that section had simply vanished. Muya's eyes narrowed at the elder's radiant blade. Is it all because of that golden light? With a flick of his wrist, a sword wave surged forth. The elder didn't evade. Hiss! The attack dissipated into nothingness, leaving no trace, not even residual energy. Noctis employed long-range abilities like the 6 Kings' Dominion, yet all efforts proved futile. The moment they touched the faint golden radiance surrounding his opponent, they dissolved into nothingness. Could this be sword energy? Though unable to find a way to counter it, Noctis discerned the principle behind this technique. Could it be the materialization of sword energy enveloping the body? Oh, sharp observation. Indeed, this is sword energy, countless minuscule blades, numbering in the hundreds of millions, distributed across my entire form, capable of severing anything. The Elder Star offered a faint smile. Under the piercing gaze of Muya, a truly perverse technique unfolded, swordsmanship employed in such an unorthodox manner. Simultaneously, the crimson glow suffusing Muya's skin faded back to normalcy. Your strength has waned, came the cold observation. That sudden surge of power has reached its end, hasn't it? It seems you can no longer continue this farce. The 5 elders regarded Muya as the blood-mad state dissipated. Yet, in response, Muya merely grinned. Baring his teeth, he clamped the long blade between them, then crouched low, limbs braced against the earth. His eyes burned with a feral, savage light as a thought flickered through his mind. Had I encountered him a year ago, no, even 3 months prior, death would have been inevitable. Fortunately, I've honed new abilities. Otherwise, escape today would have been impossible. A guttural, inhuman sound rumbled from within him, as though countless imperceptible forces converged in his body. Blood tiger. Boom. In the next instant, the ground beneath Muya's hands and feet cratered violently. An overwhelming aura erupted from his form, his skin flushing crimson once more, wreathed in searing steam. But this state lasted less than a second before his flesh reverted to its ordinary hue, only for countless crimson mists to burst from his pores. The blood mist coalesced around him, shaping itself into the form of a ferocious tiger. Muya had transformed into a beast of blood and fury. Blood tiger. One of the esoteric techniques of blood frenzy. By expelling all the force and vitality generated through blood frenzy from his pores, Muya manifested this spectral predator. While Blood Frenzy augmented his speed and strength in an instant, Blood Tiger concentrated every ounce of enhancement into raw, devastating power. Moreover, Blood Tiger was an entity woven from innumerable threads of condensed force, invisible to the naked eye, yet constantly writhing and grinding against one another. Though ethereal, the tiger radiated scorching heat, warping the very air around it. Anything that made contact would be subjected to unbearable temperatures. Apologies, Muya's voice, now bestial, rumbled. But I, too, possess a similar technique. With a roar, the blood tiger scraped its forelimbs against the earth before charging toward the elder. A distance of 1,000 meters vanished in an instant, a streak of crimson light colliding with a golden flash. Boom! A colossal sphere of energy erupted, swelling outward in hues of gold and blood, annihilating everything caught within its radius. The very foundations of the red line trembled violently from the impact. Within the fading shockwave, both the blood tiger and the elder staggered backward, each retreating an equal distance. Protected by their respective defenses, the elder's sword aura and Muya's blood tiger neither bore external wounds. Yet, a thin trail of blood escaped the corners of their mouths. Roar! The blood tiger roared once more and charged ferociously. The 5 elders, who had initially wielded their swords with one hand, now instinctively gripped them with both. At the moment the crimson and golden lights collided violently, a streak of red and white brilliance struck the 5 elders from the right, a massive claw slamming down upon them. Under the sheer force of disbelief, the elder was sent hurtling backward, tumbling across the ground, carving deep, perfectly circular craters into the earth. Mid-flight, he finally glimpsed what had struck him, a leopard. A creature with a snow-white base, its body crackling with crimson lightning. The second technique of Blood Frenzy, Thunder Leopard. Within the leopard's form stood Muya, claws digging into the ground, baring his teeth in a silent snarl. Blood Frenzy had originally evolved from the fusion of tiger and leopard thunderous resonance, and from it, Muya had derived 2 formidable techniques, Blood Tiger, which amplified raw power, and Thunder Leopard, which devoted nearly 90% of its essence to sheer speed. Even this elder, whose speed surpassed Muya's, stood no chance of evading the Thunder Leopard's strike. Whoosh! The Blood Tiger vanished in an instant. The Thunder Leopard transformed into a bolt of lightning, traversing 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye. Already at the foot of the cliff, its trailing radiance dipped at a downward angle as it plunged furiously toward the abyss below. The tumbling elder hastily steadied himself and rushed to the cliff's edge, peering into the darkness below. No trace of light remained, nor any lingering presence. It seemed, employing these 2 techniques now was far too taxing. Amidst the white clouds, the thunder leopard outside Muya had vanished, his entire being drifting like a fallen leaf through the layers of clouds. He allowed his body to descend freely, while beneath his skin, waves of stinging pain surged forth. He knew that with his current constitution, he was still incapable of bearing the burden of 2 supreme techniques, Blood Tiger and Thunder Leopard. Even though these techniques were far from perfected and their duration was but a fleeting instant, for Muya, they imposed an immense strain. Yet without employing them, he understood all too well that escape would have been impossible. Escaped? Clutching his long sword, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his lips. This elder of the 5 stars stood at the shore, gazing into the abyssal darkness below. Had his prey truly slipped through his fingers? From the opposite bank, the remaining 4 elders of the 5 stars hastened toward him in urgency. Before long, they arrived at the cliff where one of the 5 elder stars wielding a sword stood. Third brother? Has the opponent grown so formidable that even you couldn't detain them? The other 4 elders questioned in astonishment. You even resorted to the sword mantle, yet still failed to hold them back? The sword-bearing elder star frowned deeply as he gazed into the darkness below, muttering with self-deprecation, "It seems tonight has been nothing but losses for us." Indeed, to think the seas still harbor such a powerful figure at this age. It appears we must investigate further. Just who exactly is this adversary? Noctis first entered the vision of the 5 elders and became an unforgettable presence in their eyes. Midair, Noctis exerted no control, allowing himself to descend freely without harnessing any force to stabilize his fall. Instead, he relied on his observation Haki to perceive the cliffside. While recalling from memory the exact spot where he had thrown Empress Boa Hancock and her sisters, found them, in the darkness, as he plummeted swiftly downward. His observation Haki mapped every contour of the cliff. Soon, 3 young girls appeared within his perception. Huddled together in fear, they trembled on a narrow ledge thousands of meters high. Swallowed by the abyss of wind and shadow, their terror mounting with each passing moment. Despair crept in. Below them lay an unfathomable drop, and above, the impenetrable heights of Mariejois. There was no escape. It'll be all right. It has to be, Boa Hancock murmured to her sisters, though her own heart quivered with doubt. Surely our savior wouldn't abandon us. Yet even she lacked conviction. Cold, hungry, and terrified. Whoosh. A sharp, slicing sound tore through the darkness ahead. Unable to see in the pitch-black void, the sudden noise made the three girls clutch each other even tighter. Thud. Hancock sensed it clearly, a figure materializing right before them, standing abruptly in the dark. Who? She demanded, voice trembling. It's me, Noctis replied flatly. Silence. Then, one body flung itself against his chest, while two others seized his arms, clinging desperately, as if afraid he might vanish again. Let's go. With a single step, he launched them all downward into the abyss. The descent was swift, the wind howling past them, punctuated by the girls' shrieks. Noctis glanced at the trio latched onto him. Had it been anyone else, such reckless midair grappling would have been disastrous. A free fall from nearly 10,000 meters, an experience none of them wished to repeat. Just before impact with the sea, with a powerful leap from Wuya's feet. Mere dozens of meters above the sea surface, a thunderous boom erupted, scattering a cascade of water droplets. Swift as the wind, Wuya glided across the water's surface towards the vessel anchored not far away, alighting gracefully upon its prow. Nightless forcibly pried off the two women clinging to his arms, along with Hancock, who was draped over him. Heaving a deep sigh, he slumped onto the ship's bow, his gaze sweeping across the deck now crowded with figures, mostly fishmen and humans, interspersed with some peculiar races, clad in coarse garments and bearing marks of hardship. Their faces nevertheless shone with ecstatic joy. Nightless, are you all right? Tiger approached, his own pallor evident as he studied Nightless' even paler complexion. I'll manage. Set sail. Once the world government organizes their pursuit, escape won't be so simple, Nightless waved dismissively. His injuries weren't severe, but the blood loss from summoning the blood tiger had left him anemic. Through the darkness, the vessel carried hundreds of slaves, their hearts alight with newfound liberation, vanishing into the obsidian expanse of the sea. By the time the world government's fleet surged forth from Mariejois, the ship was already miles away, distance enough under night's veil to render pursuit futile. In Mariejois, the flames that had ravaged the Celestial Dragon's district had mostly been extinguished, though acrid smoke and the stench of ruins still choked the air. Amid the smoldering wreckage, a group of cleanup crews paused in surprise. Odd, this Den Mushy survived the fire? One muttered, lifting the unscathed transceiver from the debris. Across the waters, within the hallowed chambers of the world government's headquarters, the five elders sat in grim silence around a low table. Their expressions darkened further as an aide delivered the night's toll. 40% of the Celestial Dragon's estates lie in ruins, with another 30% severely damaged. Of the 480 escaped prisoners, 200 perished, 480 were recaptured, and 800 remain at large. The Celestial Dragon's servants suffered 200 casualties, while 124 nobles themselves were killed or wounded, 108 slain by a single swordsman's blade. Direct economic losses exceed 20 billion berries, with indirect damages incalculable. The aide withdrew under a dismissive gesture. Left alone, one elder drummed restless fingers before finally breaking the silence. It's been decades since such an atrocity occurred. Indeed, to breach Mariejois itself, even if merely to free slaves, renders the world government impotent in this matter. What now? Their eyes met in silent conference. The elder cradling the Shodai Katetsu spoke coldly. Beyond losses, I'm more intrigued by that sword-wielding youth today. Patience, third brother. Intelligence is already investigating. Soon, we'll have answers. A pause. How fares your injury? The other four watched him with concern, their expressions betraying unmistakable shock. It seemed like many years since any of them had been injured. Fortunately, the wounds were minor. Soon, intelligence operatives arrived with post-investigation reports. The five elders examined the stack of documents detailing Nocturne and Tiger's information. After reviewing Tiger's dossier, their focus shifted entirely to Nocturne. Remarkable, one murmured, to accomplish so much in less than a year. And yet we remained unaware of such a youth emerging upon the seas. Humph, the Navy is utterly incompetent, capturing the wrong man, another scoffed. Indeed, dereliction of duty. But it has been nearly 9 years. Now, we must consider how to mitigate the repercussions of this incident. With so many slaves regaining freedom, concealment is impossible. The only way to restore the world government's lost prestige is to swiftly recapture them. Very well. I shall contact Sengoku immediately. One elder rose, strode to the desk, and lifted the den mushi. The elder holding Shodai Kitetsu examined a sheet bearing Nocturne's portrait, a faint smile playing on his lips. Nocturne, is it? The paper disintegrated in his grasp, not even a wisp of dust escaping. Click. At Marine headquarters, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, clad in sleepwear, stood frozen before his desk. Face etched with shock, the den mushi slipped from his fingers, the five elders' voice still issuing from it. Apprehend them at once. Spare no expense. Sengoku snapped back to awareness, hastily retrieving the device. Understood, Your Excellencies. After hanging up, he let out a low growl, driving his fist through the desk, reducing it to splinters. Striding toward the door, he barked at the guards outside, summon all Marine high-ranking officers. Immediately. The night was deep, yet the conference hall buzzed with uneasy murmurs. Over a dozen vice admirals and higher-ranked officers rubbed bleary eyes, hair disheveled. Sengoku, what now? Garp yawned, irritation plain. Waking people up in the dead of night, ridiculous. Sengoku ignored him, his grim silence enough to jolt the drowsy officers upright in their seats. All present? Sengoku scanned the room. Every vice admiral and above stationed at headquarters is accounted for. Sengoku nodded curtly. The world government was infiltrated tonight, barely an hour ago. Thud. Many officers froze mid-sip, their teacups slipping from motionless hands, scalding tea splashing unnoticed onto their feet. All stood petrified, mouths agape and eyes wide as they stared at Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Their blinking disbelief made them seem utterly unlike the formidable naval officers renowned across the seas. A collective hiss of indrawn breath followed as they regained their senses. Throats working nervously. Sengoku, surely you jest? Even Garp, who knew Sengoku would never joke about such matters, struggled to believe. While an invasion of Marine headquarters would be shocking yet plausible, the world government, that sacred bastion, had never been breached before. Have the four emperors allied themselves? Having just conferred with the five elders, I confirm this is irrefutable truth. Sengoku nodded gravely, his eyes smoldering with lethal intent. Mariejois has suffered catastrophic damage. Thousands dead or wounded, over a third of structures destroyed. He had received the full, devastating report directly from the world government. Who then? Whitebeard? Another emperor? Or that long-vanished golden line? Garp pressed urgently. The other officers' gazes burned into Sengoku, minds racing through the same short list of legendary figures capable of such an unthinkable act, though skepticism still lingered beneath their horror. Sengoku shook his head slowly. None of them? Garp's eyebrows shot up in astonishment. Out with it then, Sengoku, interjected Vice Admiral Tsuru, the rare female officer among their ranks. If you've summoned us in such haste, it means the perpetrators remain at large. 90 minutes ago, Muya and Fisher Tiger infiltrated the Celestial Dragon's castle. They slaughtered over 1,000. Left hundreds of Celestial Dragons dead or wounded, liberated every slave, and escaped Mariejois within the hour. The Vice Admirals paled. Even a single assaulted Celestial Dragon warranted dispatching an admiral for extermination, but hundreds massacred in their holy city? The accumulated unnatural deaths of Celestial Dragons over centuries likely couldn't match this single night's carnage. Muya? Him? Akainu's volcanic rage manifested physically, his body bubbling with magma, before he forcibly reined it in. First murdering Celestial Dragons at Sabaody 3 days ago, now storming Mariejois itself? Is there any sacrilege he won't commit? Even the ruthless admiral found himself staggered by such inconceivable audacity, thoughts he'd never dared entertain, let alone act upon. That escaped convict? Someone murmured. The one who emerged 3 months ago committing outrageous acts? Isn't Admiral Kizaru still hunting him? Precisely. And 3 days prior, he reportedly clashed with Admiral Akainu before escaping unscathed. The boy's strength is terrifying. Does he mean to tear the very heavens asunder? Under the relentless pursuit of the Admiral, he dares to venture into the world government headquarters, more audacious than even the four emperors. The vice admirals whisper among themselves, murmuring in disbelief. Many have heard of Muya, but few have witnessed his prowess firsthand. Yet, this does little to quell the shock rippling through their ranks. Silence. Fleet Admiral Sengoku roars. And the room falls into an immediate hush. I did not summon you here to marvel. We convened to strategize his capture and elimination. None of the proud vice admirals speak. To stand against Admiral Akainu, to invade Mariejois. Who among them could claim the capability to face such a foe? Sengoku sweeps his gaze across the assembly, his expression cold. Without hesitation, He lays out the plan he has long prepared. Meanwhile, in the dark waters of the New World, a ship cuts through the waves, vanishing into the abyss. Night passes uneventfully. After ensuring all arrangements were in place and replenishing his strength with nourishing meals, Muya collapses onto his bed, sinking into deep slumber. At dawn, a small island comes into view. Dozens of slaves disembark at the dock. "We have no obligation to escort them all the way home," Muya says to Fisher Tiger from the bow. On the shore, hundreds of freed slaves kneel in gratitude, their voices raised in thanks, their eyes filled with reverence as they watch the departing vessel. Yet, on the deck, nearly 300 slaves remain, half of them fishmen. The other half humans who refuse to leave, choosing instead to follow. "It seems my bounty has increased," Muya remarks, holding up a newspaper and the updated wanted poster. His previous bounty of 480 million has now soared to 600 million. Fisher Tiger stands opposite him, smiling faintly at the mention of his own bounty, 230 million, though his concern lingers. "Are you truly unharmed?" He remembers Muya's ghastly pallor upon his return the previous night. Yet by morning, he appeared fully restored. "My injuries have mostly healed," Muya replies. The gravest of his wounds had been blood loss. But the technique of Blood Tiger does not permanently drain his vitality. Once deactivated, the expelled blood returns to his body. Otherwise, such a loss would take months to recover from. Of course, some blood is inevitably lost beyond control, but the amount is negligible. Now, all Muya needs is to strengthen his physique to better adapt to the strains of Blood Tiger and Thunder Leopard, allowing him to wield these abilities with greater endurance and precision. Last night, Fisher Tiger ventures cautiously. "Did you face one of the 5 elders?" With curiosity in his eyes, Wu Yi inquired. "The opponent I faced was already so formidable. Would the one fighting against Tiger be just as strong?" Tiger nodded, a trace of trepidation flashing in his gaze. "We only exchanged a single move, but I knew I was no match for him. Even if Tiger hasn't reached Admiral-level strength, he is undoubtedly at the pinnacle of Vice Admiral level, stronger even than Shiryu of the Rain." Tiger then turned his gaze to Wu Yi. "Last night, while swiftly swimming through the river, I felt the red line tremble. Was that you clashing with one of the 5 elders?" Wu Yi nodded. "Indeed. He was incredibly powerful, far beyond an admiral." Tiger stared at Wu Yi in shock. To face such an enemy and still escape unscathed, with only minor injuries, whereas he himself had barely managed to flee by relying on the river's swift currents. Gazing at the distant horizon, Tiger sighed. "Next, we must return to Fishman Island as quickly as possible and prepare for a life on the run. No, before that, I need to make a brief detour, somewhere very close." Wu Yi shifted his attention to the right, where an island gradually came into view. "Huh, don't worry, it won't take long, an hour at most." Wu Yi understood the urgency. This was no safe place. He didn't know how many powerful forces the Marine headquarters would dispatch, but he harbored little fear. Without at least 2 or 3 admirals, they wouldn't be able to inflict serious damage on Wu Yi's group, especially with fighters like Wu Yi, Tiger, Crocodile, and even Jinbei among them. And in the open sea, Tiger's combat prowess might even surpass that of an admiral. "Very well." Tiger nodded and stepped away from the bow. With his hands clasped behind his back, Wu Yi watched as the island drew nearer. Behind him, 3 young women approached. "Thank you." The trio, Hancock and her sisters, bowed deeply in gratitude. Turning to face them, Wu Yi studied the 3, particularly Hancock, who had regained her original appearance. Her breathtaking beauty had captivated everyone aboard. Unlike the domineering aura of the future pirate empress, she now exuded youthful vitality. "What will you do now?" Wu Yi asked, gesturing to the stack of bounty posters in his hand, one of which bore Hancock's face, marked with an 80 million berry reward for slaying a celestial dragon. "We want to go home, back to Amazon Lily," the sisters replied. Now that they were free, returning to their homeland was their deepest wish. Nightfall gazed at them silently. Hancock spoke again. "But we are wanted now, and I have slain a celestial dragon. Returning to Amazon Lily would only bring them harm. I don't know what to do next." Her voice trembled with helplessness. She was barely past adolescence, having spent years imprisoned, her spirit still timid and fragile. The journey to becoming the proud, indomitable queen of the original tale would require further trials. "Lord Nightfall," she ventured cautiously, stealing glances at him. "Perhaps you could take us in? Let us follow you from now on." Noticing his furrowed brow and apparent hesitation, her heart sank. "Does he refuse?" "You must understand," Nightfall replied, his tone unyielding. "Following me means constant peril, and I have no use for those who cannot prove their worth." We are strong. The three sisters insisted urgently, desperate to convince him. We possess devil fruit powers. Eagerly, they demonstrated their abilities before him. Have you truly considered this? Nightfall asked solemnly. The three nodded without hesitation. Once you agree, there will be no turning back. Betrayal means death, by my hand. Never. Very well. From this moment, you are members of the Undying Pirates. Your standing among us will be earned through strength alone. With that, he rested his hand briefly upon each of their bowed heads, a silent acknowledgement of their new allegiance. Wonderful. The sisters rejoiced, their voices ringing with elation. Wuya gazed upon this scene with a faint smile, finding it unexpectedly simple. Lord Wuya, won't you take us in as well? My abilities are quite commendable. Indeed, Lord Wuya, allow us to follow you too. Many human warriors, unwilling to depart, hastily stepped forward and knelt, urgently making their pleas. Night swept over them. When we reach Fishman Island, those who are willing may join, but I shall select based on individual strength. The weak would only bring harm upon themselves by joining my pirate crew. Night does not recruit indiscriminately. These ordinary members must possess at least tens of millions in strength, if not more. Rest assured, Lord Knight, my abilities will not disappoint you. Some, brimming with confidence in their own power, stood tall, while others, less assured, wore somber expressions. A few even slipped away quietly, determined to seize this moment to enhance their skills, hoping to prove themselves worthy of following in Lord Knight's footsteps. Lord Knight, you are truly kind, so very good. Hancock approached Knight, gazing at him with adoration. Chapter 126, Vegapunk and Caesar. The corner of Wuya's lips twitched slightly. Never before had he been considered a virtuous man. Yet now such words kept reaching his ears. Had he truly transformed into a better person? He dismissed this absurd notion with a shake of his head. No. He remained unchanged. A good man? With a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips, Muya gazed at the island ahead. What he was about to do next seemed like the actions of a villain. As the ship rapidly approached the island, the sea itself had erupted into turmoil. Stirred by the news released from Marine headquarters, waves higher than ever before, surpassed only by the execution of the Pirate King over a decade ago. My God, what on earth is he planning now? Could he not stir up trouble for just a moment? So many grand deeds in less than a year. The new generation surpasses the old, but this new wave is practically a tsunami. If a few more youngsters like this emerge, where does that leave us veteran pirates? TSK. This time it's not the Marines who've been humiliated, it's the entire world government. How utterly disgraceful. Now, we can only hope this fellow doesn't perish under the Marines' pursuit. The longer he lives, the more the world government loses face. The pirates wore expressions of admiration and schadenfreude. The two emotions naturally directed at Muya and the world government respectively. This kid, not bad. On the Whitebeard pirate ship, Whitebeard laughed heartily as he downed strong liquor, startling his crew. It seemed the old man had only ever praised Shanks like this before, and the latter had since risen to stand as his equal. Could it be that in the old man's eyes, this one is destined to become another emperor? Then which of the four emperors would he replace? It's over. Completely over. Among the beast pirates, a middle-aged man stared at the day's reports with a despairing expression, his face ashen as he looked at Muya's photograph. Only terror filled his heart. He never imagined, never dreamed, that the unconscious youth who had appeared before him in his moment of crisis would grow to such heights. If only I'd known. If only I'd known it would come to this. He wrung his hands in despair. I shouldn't have let that unconscious boy take my place in prison. Will he come seeking revenge? Trembling with fear, he glanced around frantically. When his gaze fell upon the pirate flag of his ship, his panic abruptly stilled. I'm now part of Kaido's beast pirates, he reassured himself. What is there to fear? Would he dare oppose one of the four emperors? Tiger, remain on the ship and maintain order. Alert me if anything unexpected occurs. Jinbe, would you assist me in destroying all the marine vessels surrounding the island? Crocodile, care to accompany me? The ship was now less than a kilometer from the island ahead. The island wasn't particularly large, but neither was it small, lush with birdsong and floral fragrance. At its center stood a massive steel structure, as if the mountain behind it had been hollowed out. Several marine vessels bearing seagull flags floated near the shore. Understood. Jinbe leaped into the sea without hesitation. Muya kicked off the deck, shooting toward the distant island, with Crocodile, his lower body dissolving into sand, close behind. Hancock's warning of be careful from the ships bow hadn't even fully left her lips before Muya was already gone, soaring through the air toward the island at high speed. Crocodile regarded Muya with a puzzled expression. That island ahead, isn't that Punk Hazard? A marine research base, correct? Is there anything you desire within this, will ye? Nearly 2 individuals. Will you declared, hastening his pace once more, let us depart, swiftly take them away. The Navy upon the warship has already detected us. Soon the Marine headquarters will be informed. The sooner we leave, the safer we shall be. Whoosh. Nocturne and Crocodile landed on the island, then charged forward with great momentum. At this time, Punk Hazard was not yet the polarizing wasteland of ice and fire as depicted in the original tale, but rather a tranquil and idyllic paradise. Numerous researchers populated the land, as the 2 figures dashed from the shore toward the island's heart. The bewildered scientists barely had time to react before Nocturne and his companion had already covered 100 meters in the blink of an eye. Less than a minute had passed. Nocturne and Crocodile stood before the towering 10-meter-high gate, its massive doors firmly shut, with a single hand pressed against the sealed entrance. Nocturne unleashed a surge of formidable force. Boom. A deafening explosion echoed as the iron-forged gates collapsed in an instant. Simultaneously, under Nocturne's command, Crocodile seized a researcher from the island. Take us to where Dr. Vegapunk and Caesar Clown are, Nocturne demanded coldly, drawing his blade and pressing it against the trembling researcher. Under the looming threat of death, Nocturnal seized the compliant researcher, and together with Crocodile, they burst through the shattered gate. Charging swiftly down the corridor toward the interior, Dr. Vegapunk, something terrible, intruders are forcing their way into the research base. At the heart of the facility, Dr. Vegapunk, engrossed in his experiments, paused in astonishment at the urgent report from his subordinate. After a brief moment of hesitation, he waved dismissively. Let the Marines handle it. Doctor. All the warships have been sunk. What? Vegapunk's expression darkened as he grasped the severity of the situation. Jai-ha. Vegapunk, let me take care of them. Caesar sneered from where he was concocting his sinister elixirs. Caesar, we are researchers, not combatants. Leave the fighting to the Marines, Vegapunk retorted, earning only a cold, dissatisfied chuckle in response. Alert Marine headquarters immediately, dispatch reinforcements at once, and evacuate all researchers from the base as quickly as, boom, a deafening explosion cut through Vegapunk's orders. The massive iron chamber trembled violently as the reinforced doors were blasted off their hinges. Through the smoke and debris, 2 figures strode in with ominous intent. Nightless and Crocodile. Who are you? Dr. Vegapunk's expression darkened, yet he remained composed. Nightless stepped into the room, his gaze sweeping over the fewer than 10 people inside, before finally settling on Caesar. Drawing from his knowledge of the original story, he confirmed the man's identity before shifting his attention to the middle-aged